Chapter 1. Attending the draft with an unopened system. On June 26, 1991, the NBA Draft Day arrived. In the bustling city of New York, the draft venue was teeming with eager spectators. At this moment, Yi Ching-chun sat at a small round table, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This day had been long awaited by Yi Ching-chun. A year prior, he had traversed into this era. With his exceptional physical talents, he successfully secured a spot on the Georgetown University basketball team. At this time, Georgetown's basketball team was indeed quite formidable. Not only did they boast the formidable Alonzo Mourning, but they also had the towering Dikembe Mutombo. Yi Ching-chun's entry into Georgetown was marked by a rather intriguing tale. As a traveler from another world, Yi Ching-chun possessed a standard system. This system was in some ways related to basketball, yet in other respects, it seemed entirely disconnected. The system was aptly named the Basketball Enforcer System. From the outset, it endowed Yi Ching-chun with two specialized abilities: limitless stamina and professional combat skills. Upon seeing these two abilities, Yi Ching-chun remained silent for an extended period. He was perplexed as to how these skills were pertinent to basketball. However, the system's directive was clear. Yi Ching-chun was to gain admission to Georgetown University. Fortunately, Yi Ching-chun's static attributes were remarkably impressive. Standing at 206 centimeters, weighing 115 kilograms, with a wingspan of 222 centimeters, hand length of 24.5 centimeters, hand width of 28.4 centimeters, and a standing reach of 275 centimeters. As an individual of Asian descent, Yi Ching-chun's physical endowment was indeed commendable. In fact, one might argue it surpassed that of many African-American basketball athletes. As for Yi Ching-chun's dynamic abilities, they were passable, though hardly extraordinary. A 100-meter dash in 12.0 seconds, a 34-yard sprint 22.86 meters in 3.65 seconds, a vertical jump of 70 centimeters, a broad jump of 82 centimeters, a running vertical reach of 365 centimeters, and a maximum bench press of 30 repetitions at 200 pounds. These statistics were gleaned from the panel of the Basketball Enforcer System. Moreover, Yi Ching-chun noted that these metrics featured a progress bar. This indicated that the points for these attributes could indeed be augmented. Yet, after a year of competing in the NCAA, Yi Ching-chun had yet to decipher how to enhance these attributes. His admission to Georgetown was, in truth, a serendipitous occurrence. During the recruitment of new players for the Georgetown basketball team, Yi Ching-chun's mere presence at the recruitment event immediately captivated everyone's attention. His static attributes were simply astonishing. At 2 meters and 6 centimeters tall, with arms extending beyond his knees, he was undeniably the epitome of a chosen basketball player. Thus, he quickly caught the eye of head coach John Thompson. In front of everyone, Yi Ching-chun boldly proclaimed to John Thompson, "Coach, I wish to play basketball." Yi Ching-chun's sincerity profoundly moved John Thompson. Thus, he seamlessly became a rookie at Georgetown University. Although Yi Ching-chun had been a basketball enthusiast prior to his transmigration, his sudden arrival and immediate enlistment into the Georgetown basketball team left him quite apprehensive. What he could not have anticipated was that John Thompson would single him out at first sight, prompting him to commence his tryout. Unbeknownst to Yi Ching-chun, John Thompson's true intent was to find a blue-collar player. While Georgetown's front court was already robust, Mourning and Mutombo required protection, particularly in NCAA matches where physical confrontations in the paint were commonplace. The relentless attrition on both ends would be a significant test of a player's stamina. Thus, John Thompson sought a tall, powerful player. His task was straightforward: to shadow the opposing team's star player, to wear down the opposing team's primary athletes. Consequently, John Thompson immediately recognized Yi Ching-chun's potential. When Yi Ching-chun showcased his extraordinary stamina and strength during the tryout, John Thompson was elated. Thus, Yi Ching-chun naturally became a member of the Georgetown basketball team. Even Yi Ching-chun himself found the situation quite absurd. John Thompson did not even require him to perform any basketball techniques, merely inquiring if he understood the relevant basketball rules. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, John Thompson nodded in satisfaction. Thus began Yi Ching-chun's surreal NCAA basketball journey. Yi Ching-chun's playing time in matches was relatively limited, typically around 15 to 16 minutes. During his time on the court, he was tasked solely with closely monitoring the opposing team's star player, exhausting their stamina. Remarkably, Yi Ching-chun excelled in fulfilling this assignment each time, especially during the game where Georgetown faced UNLV. As a substitute, Yi Ching-chun proved to be a formidable challenge for Larry Johnson. The task assigned by John Thompson was quite simple: to deplete Larry Johnson's energy, preventing him from receiving the ball with ease. and ensuring he could not attempt shots effortlessly. Yi Qingchun diligently adhered to this directive. As a result, during the 15 minutes he played, Larry Johnson found it exceedingly difficult to receive the ball. Larry Johnson attempted 8 shots in Yi Qingchun's presence, yet none found their mark. He was even blocked by Yi Qingchun twice. It was after this game that Yi Qingchun began to attract the attention of certain agents. Post-match, Larry Johnson lamented, "That guy just appeared out of nowhere, more terrifying than a rabid dog." Although Yi Qingchun had made Larry Johnson's life quite difficult, as a blue-collar player, he naturally garnered little attention. Thus, Yi Qingchun's entire year in the NCAA could be described as lacking in highlights. In fact, his average points per game did not exceed 5. This was due to the absence of any offensive opportunities for Yi Qingchun and the Georgetown basketball team. John Thompson never devised any offensive strategies for Yi Qingchun. His scoring mostly came from second-chance points after securing offensive rebounds. Even then, Yi Qingchun would often be reprimanded by John Thompson for scoring, as that was not his designated role. Nonetheless, there was one statistical category in which Yi Qingchun excelled: steals. Throughout his year with the Georgetown basketball team, he averaged 3.0 steals per game. This was simply due to his long arms and considerable size. As for the rest of his statistics, they were truly dismal. Average points, 4.5, average assists, 1.5, average rebounds, 5.5. Such lackluster statistics led Yi Qingchun to receive the second task issued by the enforcer system: to participate in the 1991 NBA draft and become an NBA player. Chapter 2. Reflections before the draft. When Yi Qingchun received this task, his heart sank into despair. Others who had traversed to another world often began with maxed-out attributes. And what of himself? While he did possess a system, it could hardly be deemed entirely useless. Rather, it was mostly ineffectual. Though the notion of limitless stamina was indeed impressive, he had no opportunity to showcase it on the NCAA stage. His playing time was consistently capped at 15 to 16 minutes per game. Ordinary players possessed ample stamina to fulfill their coach's directives. As for the professional combat skills, they were even more redundant. The NCAA, after all, was merely a collegiate league. Though conflicts and frictions occasionally arose during matches, they rarely escalated into full-blown brawls. After all, these were university students, educated individuals. Typically, they only engaged in verbal exchanges. Therefore, throughout that year, Yi Qingchun had scarcely demonstrated either of these two skills. Thus, the only aspect of interest surrounding him was his stealing ability. In fact, even Yi Qingchun's teammates showed little regard for him, particularly Morning, who couldn't even recall Yi Qingchun's full name. In his mind, Yi Qingchun was akin to a practice player for the team. After all, he is merely a blue-collar player, a type of athlete that hardly warrants significant attention. Even during regular team practices, Yi Qingchun seldom engages in collaborative exercises with his teammates. John Thompson has primarily tasked Yi Qingchun with enhancing his physical fitness, spending countless hours in the gym lifting weights. Consequently, throughout the past year, Yi Qingchun has made remarkable strides in his strength. When he dons his jersey, his impressive musculature, reminiscent of a mythical beast, is undeniably intimidating. Every time John Thompson observes Yi Qingchun's robust physique, he feels an immense sense of satisfaction. "Hey kid, your muscles are looking quite impressive. Make sure to put in a solid 4 years here," he encourages. "Then, go ahead and enter the NBA draft. I can't guarantee a first-round selection, but you'll undoubtedly secure a spot in the second round." Given the current era of the NBA, which is characterized by intense competition, many teams will surely take notice of you. These were the exact words spoken by John Thompson. However, Yi Qingchun did not take Thompson's motivational speech to heart. Although Thompson categorized him as a blue-collar player, Yi Qingchun was no fool. Despite the basketball villain system remaining dormant, he refused to succumb to complacency. Thus, upon joining the Georgetown University basketball team, Yi Qingchun commenced systematic training to refine his basketball skills. Much of his time was spent staying behind after team practices to hone his abilities. Though the system did not prompt Yi Qingchun to polish his techniques, he believed that mastering additional skills could only be beneficial. Consequently, drawing from his understanding of contemporary basketball, he devoted himself to perfecting his low-post offensive capabilities and finishing skills around the basket. After all, in this era, much of the offense unfolds near the rim, and refining his skills in that area could only yield positive results. In truth, what pleased Yi Qingchun most was his remarkably large hands. He could effortlessly grasp the basketball with one hand and execute various maneuvers with ease. The advantages of having such large hands manifested in numerous ways, providing a significant deterrent to opponents on the defensive end and allowing him to control the ball effectively while rebounding. Therefore, Yi Qingshun often focused on developing his techniques tailored to his impressive hands. Of course, beyond his exceptionally large palms and long fingers, Yi Qingshun possessed other remarkable physical attributes. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he marveled at his own handsome visage. It struck him as astonishing that such a striking young man could hail from the United States, especially one who had just turned 19. In fact, upon first seeing his reflection, he even entertained thoughts of pursuing a career in Hollywood, convinced that his good looks surpassed those of Leonardo DiCaprio. Perhaps he could secure a role in Titanic before DiCaprio had the chance. After Georgetown University concluded its exhilarating March Madness journey, Yi Qingshun received a task from a system. Thus, when he informed John Thompson of his intention to enter the draft, Thompson was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that Yi Qingshun would dare to pursue the draft at this juncture, especially without even securing a competent agent. Consequently, Thompson unleashed a tirade of scolding upon Yi Qingshun, believing he was attempting to pressure him into granting more playing time. Yet, in the face of Thompson's aggressive tone, Yi Qingshun remained unfazed. Calmly, he boldly declared, "Hey, old man, do you know? The NBA will take pride in my name." This somewhat juvenile proclamation incensed Thompson to the point of fury. In reality, Yi Qingshun held a significant role within the Georgetown University basketball team, particularly on the defensive front. Thompson recognized that Yi Qingshun consistently excelled at limiting opposing teams' star players, which explained his desire to keep him on the roster. However, despite Yi Qingshun's impeccable performance, Thompson hesitated to provide him with more opportunities to score. After all, given the circumstances, Yi Qingshun's skin color rendered him somewhat of an anomaly within the Georgetown basketball team, leading to a less than friendly attitude from his teammates. Yi Qingshun observed all of this keenly, storing it in his memory. He understood a crucial principle. Early on, one must bide their time and develop cautiously. To act recklessly could invite disastrous consequences. It's important to remember that this was not the great dragon nation in America. Everyone has the freedom to unleash their grievances. If he were to display excessive arrogance, he could easily find himself in dire straits. Consequently, Yi Qingshun refrained from hastily countering Thompson's anger. He merely expressed a desire to earn money and support himself. In truth, he had no family to provide for, as his memories contained no information about any relatives. Well then, he'll be the first to congratulate you on your impending failure to get drafted. Thompson did not attempt to mask his ire. Similarly, when Yi Qingshun's teammates learned of his intention to enter the draft, they erupted in laughter, with Morning bluntly remarking, "You think you can actually get drafted? Which general manager would be foolish enough to select you?" Chapter 3. Morning's mockery of Yi Qingshun's skin color? No longer can he remain low-key. Morning's derision towards Yi Qingshun caused his expression to darken. Were it not for Yi Qingshun's defensive capabilities, how could Morning have possibly achieved such impressive performance this year? Did he not possess any self-awareness? Yi Qingshun had grown increasingly disdainful of Morning. Despite being teammates, Morning had never once acknowledged Yi Qingshun with respect. During regular training sessions, he consistently refrained from collaborating with him. Yi Qingshun has always been relegated to the role of a substitute player. His responsibilities on the team are primarily defensive, focusing on rebounding rather than scoring. Most of his time is spent in the gym, honing his physical strength, rather than participating in tactical drills. Consequently, Morning's impression of Yi Qingshun is that of a clumsy giant, devoid of any noteworthy basketball skills. Even Morning himself had not intended to enter the draft that year. Those familiar with the sport are aware that Morning entered the draft in 1992, where Shaquille O'Neal was the first overall pick, while Morning was chosen second by the Charlotte Hornets. This year, Larry Johnson, later nicknamed Grandmama, has declared for the draft. Thus, Morning's derision towards Yi Qingshun seems justified. In response to Morning's mockery, Yi Qingshun calmly retorted, "My decision to enter the draft is my own business. You should refrain from making such insulting remarks." Yi Qingshun's words took Morning by surprise, as he usually remained silent within the team. There were times when Morning even doubted Yi Qingshun's ability to speak English. Thus, when Yi Qingshun spoke, Morning was momentarily taken aback. However, his astonishment quickly morphed into scorn. "Oh, so you can speak English? I thought you were mute." This taunt incited laughter from the other players, including Mutombo, who joined in with his distinctive metallic voice, resonating with a peculiar charm. Although Mutombo did not harbor any strong dislike for Yi Qingshun, he always felt that Yi Qingshun was an outsider, hence his lack of fondness for him. It is worth noting that Mutombo also announced his intention to enter this year's draft, with many analysts predicting he would be selected in a prominent position. Yi was well aware that Mutombo was chosen 4th overall by the Denver Nuggets. Hearing the laughter and mockery from his teammates, Yi-Ching's brow began to furrow slightly. You should not mock your teammates in such a manner. At this moment, Yi-Ching raised his gaze towards the crowd. His eyes revealed no trace of anger or joy. Morning, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, could hardly believe that Yi-Ching dared to speak back. Who said we were teammates? You need to understand your own status. In my eyes, you aren't even a basketball player. People of your complexion simply do not belong in this sport. Morning's statement garnered approval from many teammates, as Yi-Ching was indeed the only Asian player at Georgetown University. Their sentiments towards players with yellow skin had never been particularly positive. With Morning articulating their hidden thoughts, they felt a sense of relief. Do you even hear what you're saying? Yi-Ching replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Morning. At that moment, Yi-Ching was thoroughly provoked by Morning's words. Had Morning merely ridiculed him for his basketball skills, Yi-Ching would not have felt such ire. However, when Morning dragged his skin color into the insult, it transcended mere banter and veered into the realm of discrimination. Some matters can be trivialized, but others cannot be overlooked, such as Morning's comments regarding his complexion. Yet, Morning appeared oblivious to his error, laughing loudly. I know exactly what I'm saying, and my teammates have heard me. So, I'm asserting that your skin color is inherently unsuitable for basketball. What are you going to do about it? Clearly, Morning was quite displeased with Yi-Ching's previous attitude. How dare Yi-Ching suggest he alter his words? Who did he think he was? Yi-Ching's gaze bore into Morning, who sensed the fury in Yi-Ching's eyes, only to respond with an even broader smile. Haha, you look like you want to hit me? Do you have the capability? The laughter from the other players erupted once more. In reality, Yi-Ching's height was not significantly different from Morning's. Morning stood at 2.08 meters, while Yi-Ching measured 2.06 meters. In fact, after a year of rigorous training, Yi-Ching appeared even bulkier than Morning, given his consistent workouts in the gym. His impressive physique, particularly his powerful arms, made a striking visual impact. Nevertheless, in Morning's eyes, Yi-Ching was merely a soft-skinned individual. Morning believed Yi-Ching would never dare to retaliate or even respond to his taunts, especially with a group of supportive teammates behind him. If Yi-Ching truly attempted to confront him, he would undoubtedly be outnumbered. Observing Morning's unabashed demeanor, Yi-Ching sighed. He had intended to develop quietly, gaining experience for a year before entering the draft. Yet, he found himself compelled to reveal his true capabilities at the last moment. Yi-Ching had no desire to clash with Morning, as he was uncertain of the true extent of the combat skills the system had rewarded him with. However, considering his limitless stamina, it stood to reason that his combat skills would be reliable. With Morning having crossed the line by mocking his complexion, Yi-Ching decided that further retreat was unwarranted. Stepping forward, he declared, as a fellow teammate, I will grant you one final opportunity to apologize. Yi-Ching's words resonated clearly among all the players present. Morning's eyes widened in disbelief. He genuinely had not anticipated that Yi-Ching would dare to speak such words to him. Is this a threat to him? In this situation, he must demonstrate his prowess to Yi-Ching. Thus, Mo Ning forcefully thrust both hands towards Yi-Ching's chest. Chapter 4. Did Mo Ning take the initiative? Wouldn't that justify self-defense? Mo Ning found himself in a dire predicament. As Mo Ning confronted Yi-Ching, the other players were filled with excitement. Although Yi-Ching was their teammate, their interactions were virtually non-existent. To them, Yi-Ching was an outlier. Now, with Mo Ning mocking his complexion, he actually expected an apology? Such a request from Yi-Ching was clearly a provocation towards the team's leader. Therefore, Mo Ning's shove against Yi-Ching was deemed entirely justified in their eyes. Everyone anticipated Yi-Ching being toppled to the ground, and they had already prepared a barrage of mocking retorts. Little did they know that Yi-Ching was precisely waiting for Mo Ning to make the first move. The current setting was the basketball training facility of George City University. This can be regarded as the final collective training session for the Georgetown basketball team, as there are no significant competitions on the horizon. Many players preparing for the draft have begun to chart their own paths. Consequently, the gym is nearly devoid of spectators, save for the staff members. At this moment, they have noticed a potential altercation brewing and have ceased their activities to observe the unfolding situation. The staff members of the arena, though intrigued, dared not approach. Despite the fact that the basketball players are university students, their behavior often transcends that of typical scholars, verging instead on arrogance and belligerence. When a verbal altercation erupted among the players, the staff, understandably, refrained from joining the fray, instead opting to observe from a distance as mere spectators. Upon witnessing the star player, Morning, initiate physical confrontation, they began to grasp the underlying dynamics at play. A group of dark-skinned players was engaged in taunting a player of Asian descent. The situation had become all too apparent, especially when Morning aggressively shoved Yu Qingchen. It was evident to them that Yu Qingchen was destined to endure a severe beating from this group of dark-skinned athletes. The staff could only nod in silence. Feeling utterly powerless, the coaches had long since departed from the arena. At this moment, Yu Qingchen seemed to have reached a point where neither heaven nor earth would respond to her calls. No one anticipated that what appeared to be an exceedingly unfavorable situation for Yu Qingchen was, in fact, precisely the scenario she most desired. In such circumstances, there was no longer any need for him to conceal his intentions. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous players, Yu Qingchen commenced his counterattack. What has always perplexed Yu Qingchen is why these players of African descent habitually resort to pushing others with both hands during conflicts. In Yu Qingchen's perspective, such actions appeared rather foolish and utterly ineffective, for they were fundamentally flawed. Prior to her traversal, Yu Qingchen had familiarized herself with a certain folk martial arts school of the Dragon Kingdom. This sect is the only one in the Dragon Kingdom's history to have recorded victories in combat since its founding. The very first lesson for newcomers is to thoroughly study the penal code. Moreover, their core philosophy is centered around the principle of self-defense and counterattack. When faced with aggression, one must respond with utmost swiftness, neutralizing the assailant's combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time. This martial arts school is known as the Mad Dog Fist style. However, Yu Qingchen holds a profound admiration for it. With self-defense as the premise, he swiftly strikes down his opponent with astonishing speed. At this moment, Yu Qingchen employs this very strategy, particularly within the confines of America, where the principle of self-defense renders the extent of harm to the opponent inconsequential. As Mo Ning's palms approached Yu Qingchen's chest, rather than retreating, Yu Qingchen boldly advanced, pressing his chest directly against Mo Ning's hands. In the next instant, Mo Ning felt a tremendous reactive force emanating from Yu Qingchen's torso. Not only did he fail to push Yu Qingchen down, but he was also propelled backwards several steps by Yu Qingchen's counteraction. Everyone stood in stunned silence, with Mutomba being the most astonished of all. He was acutely aware of Mo Ning's strength. They were not only teammates but also rivals, frequently engaging in muscular confrontations on the training field. Thus, Mo Ning's strength was certainly not inferior to that of Mutomba. Yet, it was now evident to Mutomba that Mo Ning was unable to budge Yu Qingchen. And instead, he was directly rebuffed, stumbling backward a few steps. This sufficiently illustrates the terrifying power of Yu Qingchen. Is that all? Haven't you eaten? Why do you act so feebly? Yu Qingchen's mocking remarks ignited Mo Ning's fury, especially under the watchful eyes of so many teammates. He not only failed to overpower Yu Qingchen, but was instead repelled by her counterattack. Moreover, he was subjected to further verbal ridicule from her. If he did not reclaim his honor in this instance, how would he ever maintain his standing within the team? Mo Ning launched another assault against Yu Qingchen. This time, he truly exerted all his strength. Mo Ning contemplated directly slamming Yu Qingchen to the ground, followed by delivering a couple of fierce punches. Ideally, he envisioned sitting atop Yu Qingchen for maximum effect. Mo Ning thought this way and attempted to execute it. However, the chasm between thought and action was immense, with Yu Qingchen serving as the formidable divide. Consequently, it was Mo Ning who found himself thrown to the ground. Even Mo Ning himself was bewildered as to how Yu Qingchen had managed to bring him down. The encounter was far from over. After Yu Qingchen effortlessly brought Mo Ning down to the ground, he casually sat upon him, with his face pressed against the floor. Mo Ning found himself subjected to the weight of Yu Qingchen on his waist. Humiliated, he attempted to rise, only to discover, to his utter dismay, that he could not break free. Release me, you insufferable yellow-skinned monkey. Damn you, you motherfucker. It was evident that Mo Ning, in his frustration, had resorted to the coarse vernacular of his homeland. However, Yu Qingchen paid him no mind. Instead, he turned to the other players and softly inquired, "So, do any of you have something to say?" At that moment, the Georgetown University basketball team, aside from Mo Ning, who was seething with indignation, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Their faces, a sight to behold, deserved to be captured on camera. The combination of their expressions and complexions was truly remarkable. Their eyes were wide open, and Yu Qingchen found himself concerned that their eyes might pop out of their sockets. Their mouths hung agape, as if they had witnessed something utterly unimaginable, akin to encountering a ghost. In addition to the players' shock, the staff at the venue mirrored their expressions. Initially, they had intended to offer prayers for Yu Qingchen. But the unexpected twist of events had left them astounded. Yi Qingchen had effortlessly toppled Mo Ning and seated him on the ground, rendering Mo Ning incapable of movement. An eerie silence enveloped the air, broken only by Mo Ning's futile struggles beneath Yi Qingchen. "Damn it, what are you all staring at? Get in here and help me." Mo Ning's desperate cries finally spurred the other players into action. They fixed their gazes upon Mutombo. Unbeknownst to Mo Ning, he had no clear recollection of how he ended up on the floor. Yet, the others had witnessed the entire sequence with clarity. They had seen Mo Ning advance, intending to overpower Yi Qingchen, only for Yi Qingchen to evade his grasp with a nimble duck. In an instant, Yi Qingchen executed a counter-hug, securing Mo Ning around the waist. The next moment, Mo Ning found himself lifted and forcefully slammed onto the ground. Fortunately, they were in a basketball training facility. Had it been elsewhere, Mo Ning might have suffered a concussion. The act of bringing Mo Ning down was accomplished with just 2 swift moves. Yet, to the other players, Yi Qingchen's strength appeared truly formidable. Mo Ning's weight was no less than 116 kilograms, and Yi Qingchen had effortlessly brought him down, as if it required little to no exertion. This outcome is indeed astonishing. At present, Yi Qingchen nonchalantly seated herself upon Mo Ning, rendering him utterly incapable of rising. At this moment, Morning surprisingly suggested that they all confront him together. Could they truly prevail? In fact, most of these players were known for their bluster. Now, having witnessed Yi Qingchen's prowess, they dared not act recklessly. Consequently, their gazes shifted towards Mutombo, who bore a grave expression. He was not in favor of Morning's confrontation with Yi Qingchen, yet since Morning was determined to proceed, he saw no point in intervening. After all, minor disputes among teammates were commonplace. He could always step in later to mediate. However, the outcome did not unfold as Mutombo had anticipated. Not only did Yi Qingchen remain unscathed, but it was Morning who found himself effortlessly taken down by Yi Qingchen. Now, Morning was insisting that they join forces to subdue Yi Qingchen. Was it truly necessary? Could they succeed? Mutombo was momentarily at a loss. Just as he hesitated, Morning shouted again, "Dikembe, have you lost your mind? We have the numbers. Together we can bring him down effortlessly. For heaven's sake, get him off me." Morning's exclamation jolted Mutombo back to reality. Morning was right. If they failed to demonstrate their strength against Yi Qingchen this time, their reputations would suffer irreparably. Thus, Mutombo hastily decided to act. "Let's go together," he called out. In truth, aside from his shout, he remained rooted to the spot. Nevertheless, spurred by Mutombo's rallying cry, the other players surged towards Yi Qingchen. They were no strangers to brawls. Although Yi Qingchen had dispatched Morning with apparent ease, they did not believe he could handle them all. With a full basketball team of 12, excluding Yi Qingchen and Morning, that left them 10. A single spit from each could drown Yi Qingchen. They were determined to take him down and teach him a lesson. The arena staff, witnessing the chaotic scene, felt a pang of concern for Yi Qingchen. Despite his earlier triumph over Morning, facing nearly 10 opponents was a different matter entirely. Even the most skilled fighter could falter against such odds. Had Yi Qingchen been privy to the staff's thoughts, he would have been eager to enlighten them about the notion of taking on 10 opponents. Yi Qingchen had long been curious about the strength of professional combat skills, and now he found himself presented with a rare opportunity. Thus, as the horde charged at him, he swiftly rose to his feet. However, in the process, he inadvertently stomped down hard on Morning's waist. Morning, initially feeling liberated, was caught off guard by the force of Yi Qingchen's kick, leaving him unable to rise. This time, he truly could not get back up, for Yi Qingchen had initiated his own series of maneuvers. The first player to rush forward, upon seeing Yi Qingchen rise, instinctively attempted to tackle him. Yet, with a deft movement, Yi Qingchen extended a leg, tripping him. The fallen player landed squarely on top of Morning. Morning let out a pained cry. Not long after the initial scream, 2 more cries pierced the air. The second player met the same fate as before, being seized by Yi Qingchen and ruthlessly hurled onto the bodies of Morning and another player. The spectators, working at the venue, wore expressions of growing bewilderment, uncertainly muttering, "Is this a game of stacking?" Yi Qingchen's subsequent actions confirmed their suspicions. The players who had relentlessly attacked Yi Qingchen were unceremoniously cast into the heap of bodies. Yet, Yi Qingchen did not merely lift and throw them. As he cast them down, he bestowed upon each a devastating blow, a punch that left them reeling. This punch may not inflict significant damage upon their bodies, yet it will render them temporarily incapable of fighting. The players surged forward like the heroic figures from a beloved tale, only to be continually felled by Yi Qingchen's relentless prowess. At last, only Mutombo remained. Yichichin was quite familiar with Mutombo, who had been affectionately dubbed Uncle Mu by many fans from Long Country during his tenure with the Rockets. At this moment, Mutombo indeed resembled an elder, his age unmistakable. Fear gripped him as he bore witness to Yichincin's ferocity. One by one, his teammates were swept aside with ease. The pile of defeated players behind Yichinchin was a testament to his might. Now it was just him. "Hey," Yi Mutombo called out, his metallic voice attempting to soothe the tension. "We're all teammates here, just having a bit of fun." Yichinchin regarded him silently before replying softly, "When you struck, did you consider it mere play? And if you were the one subjected to racial taunts, how would you respond?" With those two succinct statements, Yichichin rendered Mutombo speechless. He wasted no time, addressing Mutombo directly. "Let us not squander time. Will I take action, or will you approach your teammates?" Upon hearing Yichinchin's words, Mutombo immediately grasped the implication. Yichinchin wanted him to lie atop his fallen comrades. As he was the last player from Georgetown University yet to be defeated by Yichinchin, this demand filled Mutombo with a sense of indignity. He felt disrespected, particularly as the oldest and one of the star players of the team. Despite his earlier inaction in the face of Yichinchin's discrimination, he did not believe this justified Yichinchin's brutal approach. Although Yichinchin had just showcased formidable combat abilities, Mutombo was not convinced of his own impending defeat. Standing at an impressive height of 18 meters, he towered over Yichinchin. Thus, after careful consideration, Mutombo resolved to demonstrate his own strength. He charged at Yichinchin, who merely shook his head in response, clearly indicating that an opportunity had been extended, which Mutombo had failed to seize. Yichinchin's willingness to grant Mutombo a chance stemmed from their shared history on the Rockets. Yet that was a matter for another time. Now that he was in this era, the trajectory of Mutombo's career remained uncertain. With Mutombo intent on attacking, Yichinchin decided it was time for him to face the consequences of his actions. The players who had already succumbed to Yichinchin's explosive punches yearned to rise but found themselves utterly incapacitated. Those familiar with boxing understood that a well-placed strike could render an individual completely defenseless. Left with no choice, they could only watch as Yichinchin effortlessly piled them atop one another. However, they retained their hearing, clearly catching the exchange between Yichinchin and Mutombo. They held hope that Mutombo would triumph, given his superior height and wingspan, making him their last beacon of hope. Alas, they could not turn to witness the confrontation. Only the staff present at the arena bore witness to the unfolding drama. They observed as Mutombo launched his attack, only for Yichinchin to sidestep with grace. Following this evasive maneuver, Yichinchin delivered a powerful strike directly to Mutombo's liver. The impact was staggering, and though he longed to scream in agony, no sound escaped his lips as he collapsed, hunched over on the ground. His grimace betrayed the excruciating pain inflicted by Yichinchin's blow. Disappointment flickered across Yichinchin's face as he gazed at the crumpled figure of Mutombo. Suddenly, he recalled Mutombo's signature move, the gesture of wagging a finger after executing a block, which would later become his trademark. In that moment, Yichinchin resolved to appropriate this iconic gesture. He crouched before Mutombo, extending his right hand. Under the pained, fierce gaze of Mutombo, Yichinchin raised his index finger and gently shook it. This moment, Mutombo would never forget for the rest of his life, especially coupled with the scornful expression of Yichinchin. From that instant onward, the trajectory of Mutombo's life altered irrevocably. He developed a profound aversion to the gesture of wagging a finger. In the future, whenever he witnessed anyone performing that action, it would inevitably evoke the painful memories of this experience. After wagging his finger at Mutombo, Yichinchin stood up. In the midst of Mutombo's bewildered resentment and terror, Yichinchin lifted him effortlessly and placed him atop the tower formed by the players of Georgetown University. Once Mutombo was set down, Yichinchin, satisfied, clapped his hands and nodded. Subsequently, he crouched down again, positioning himself before morning. "Hey, this is the consequence of your indiscriminate words. Remember, should I ever hear you utter any disparaging remarks about individuals with yellow skin, I would not hesitate to recreate this scene." After delivering his admonition, Yichinchin prepared to rise but then recalled something. He turned back to the assembled Georgetown players and remarked, "By the way, the landscape of the NBA will be transformed by my presence." All the players from Georgetown clearly heard Yichinchin's declaration, though his tone was notably calm. It resonated in their ears like thunder, reverberating profoundly. Having accomplished this, Yichinchin turned with satisfaction and exited the arena. Before leaving, he nodded to the staff, who were nearly petrified at the sight of such a gesture from the formidable figure. They were genuinely apprehensive about the potential for trouble from this fierce individual. Yet, Yichichin posed no threat. In fact, as he nodded, a warm smile graced his face, leaving the staff in deep contemplation. Yi Qingchen was utterly unconcerned about the aftermath involving Morning and his associates. With the arena staff as witnesses, he was confident they would promptly inform the coaching team to rescue them. He felt no trepidation regarding these players seeking retribution. After all, such matters would be a source of embarrassment. In this era, conflicts within a team were typically resolved internally, adhering to the adage that family troubles should not be aired in public. Unlike Yi Qingchen's own time, when Green's punch to Poole shocked fans and revealed the surprising internal conflicts within NBA teams, the aftermath of the incident was likely to remain concealed. The revelations made by Kerr post-game only served to astonish fans further, illustrating that numerous conflicts existed within NBA organizations, yet they were managed discreetly. Thus, Yi Qingchen harbored no worries about the unfolding situation. Lost in thought amidst the whirlwind of the draft, Yi Qingchen found himself momentarily dazed. At that moment, David Stern appeared on stage, envelope in hand, poised to announce the coveted #1 pick with his iconic phrase. Yi Qingchen felt a twinge of nostalgia, wondering if he would secure a spot in the first round. As for the first overall pick, he already knew who it would be, someone he had previously triumphed over. Chapter 7. Yi Qingchen's draft predictions at the end of the first round. Jerry West's calculations. In the 1991 draft, the Charlotte Hornets selected Larry Johnson with the first overall pick. When David Stern announced Larry Johnson's name, all eyes turned to him, fulfilling everyone's expectations. The Hornets, who had languished through a dismal season, secured the top pick without hesitation, choosing Johnson as the cornerstone for their future. Larry rose from the small round table, donned the cap emblazoned with the Hornets logo, and confidently approached Stern. Stern extended his right hand, and they shook firmly. Seated below, Yi Qingchen observed this scene with an impassive expression. Beside him sat his appointed agent, Tim Harvey. Yi Qingchen had taken time to evaluate this agent, noting that his commission was reasonable. Moreover, Tim Harvey displayed a commendable level of professionalism. When Yi Qingchen approached him, Harvey immediately recognized him and accurately recited his average statistics from a year in the NCAA, even recalling Yi Qingchen's physical metrics with remarkable familiarity. This revelation left Yi Qingchen quite astonished. When he inquired about the source of Tim Harvey's familiarity with him, Tim smiled and replied, "I am well acquainted with every player participating in the draft." This statement immediately conveyed to Yi Qingchen Tim Harvey's professional prowess. However, Yi Qingchen did not hastily sign a contract with Tim Harvey. Instead, he requested that Tim prepare an evaluation report tailored to his circumstances. He wished to ascertain whether his projected draft position would fall within the first or second round. Tim Harvey promptly agreed to this request. Yi Qingchen granted him a week's time. During this interval, Tim Harvey thoroughly assessed various aspects of Yi Qingchen's profile. Additionally, he acquired evaluations from NBA scouts regarding Yi Qingchen through his own channels. Thus, after a week, a comprehensive evaluation report concerning Yi Qingchen was presented before him. At first glance, Yi Qingchen noticed the report's cover boldly declaring, "Predicted to be selected at the end of the first round. Draft comparison, Karl Malone." Such a result took Yi Qingchen by surprise, particularly when he discovered that his draft template was unexpectedly that of Karl Malone. His astonishment was palpable. However, upon reflection, he realized that this draft template did indeed align quite well with his own capabilities. Nonetheless, being selected at the latter part of the first round left Yi Qingchen feeling somewhat disheartened. He had familiarized himself with the teams holding the latter picks in the first round: the Golden State Warriors, the Chicago Bulls, and the Sacramento Kings. These teams possessed the coveted draft picks at the conclusion of the first round, and Yi Qingchen has undergone trials with several of them. Among these, the Chicago Bulls have shown a notable interest in Yi Qingchen. Particularly upon witnessing his physical prowess, they swiftly envisioned him as a formidable asset for the Bulls. After all, in this era of the NBA, a team without one or two enforcers poses a significant risk to its star players. For instance, the notorious bad boys have the likes of Bill Laimbeer and Dennis Rodman on their roster. These two individuals have become notoriously infamous within the league. It has even been jestingly remarked that whenever they both grace the court, it inevitably signals an injury to another player. They are not there to play the game. Rather, they engage in brawls while merely carrying a ball along. When it comes to the formidable challenge posed by these two, Michael Jordan holds the most authoritative perspective. Were it not for their presence, Jordan would undoubtedly have secured the championship 2 to 3 years earlier. This is precisely why Michael Jordan harbored such animosity towards the bad boys of Detroit. They subjected him to countless trials and tribulations. Consequently, in their quest to secure a suitable protector for Jordan, the Chicago Bulls exerted considerable effort. Although the Bulls had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the league that season, their subsequent ambition was to establish a dynasty. To achieve this, the team's roster required fortification. And a crucial element in this enhancement was the acquisition of a player with a robust playing style. Thus, they set their sights on this year's draft, where Yi Ching-chun fortuitously emerged as one of their targeted prospects. However, during the Bulls tryouts, Yi Ching-chun's performance was less than stellar, particularly during the defensive assessments, where his display could only be described as subpar. Despite his lackluster showing, the Bulls nonetheless exhibited a keen interest in Yi Ching-chun. He found himself at a loss for words, as he had deliberately underperformed during the tryouts, wishing to avoid the attention of the Chicago Bulls. At a time when the Bulls were basking in glory, especially with a formidable presence like Michael Jordan by their side, many players yearned to be noticed by the team. Yet, Yi Ching-chun harbored an aversion to joining the Chicago Bulls, for the sole reason that he had returned to this era. Is this not the very era of Michael Jordan's ascendance? What significance would there be in becoming his teammate? Before traversing back to this time, Yi Ching-chun held a deep admiration for Jordan. However, this does not imply that upon returning, he must cling to his coattails. Yi Ching-chun desires to stand on equal footing with Jordan. He yearns to ascertain whether Jordan truly embodies the godlike status that so many extol him for. If he could indeed dethrone the basketball deity, would that not suggest that he himself is the true god of basketball? Having returned to this moment in time, it is imperative that he undertakes a monumental endeavor. What of the basketball deity? What of his 2 consecutive three-peats? Yi Ching-chun is resolute in his aim to obliterate Jordan's dynasty. Thus, he may have faltered during the tryout. Yet, to his astonishment, his draft predictions still lingered in the discussions. Chicago, coincidentally, is one of the teams with draft rights. Yi Ching-chun found himself in a state of considerable indecision. He is aware that after this season, a significant event will transpire in the league. The legendary Magic Johnson, having contracted HIV, will announce an indefinite hiatus from the game. Consequently, the Los Angeles Lakers will suffer a dramatic decline in performance due to his absence. At this moment, it is indeed the most opportune time to join the Los Angeles Lakers. However, the Lakers find themselves positioned at the latter end of the second round in the draft. It appears there is no conceivable way for the Lakers to acquire him. Unbeknownst to him, while Yi Ching-chun is pondering how to become a part of the Lakers, the team's general manager, Jerry West, has also set his sights on him. Chapter 8. The general managers of teams are shrewd veterans. To secure Yi Ching-chun, Jerry West, as the general manager of the Lakers, is deeply troubled by the team's recent defeat in the finals. The confrontation between the Lakers and the Bulls during the 1990 to 1991 season's championship took many by surprise. The aging Lakers succumbed to the Bulls with a disappointing record of 1-4. Consequently, Michael Jordan finally claimed his first championship title of his illustrious career. In the aftermath of the game, a tearful Dan held the championship trophy, exclaiming, "This will not be my only championship. I shall attain many more." This year, Danzy has ascended to the pinnacle of the league, successfully inheriting the mantle of the league's foremost player from Magic Johnson. Yi Ching-chun is quite familiar with this historical moment. At this juncture, Magic may still be unaware of the more brutal challenges that lie ahead. The Lakers were in a state of disarray, lacking a strong leader. Yi Ching-chun knew he must seize this opportunity. If he succeeded in rising to prominence, his future would indeed be limitless. Los Angeles, the city where the Lakers reside, is a colossal basketball market. Competing in such a vibrant city presents an exceptional opportunity for all players. Particularly, if one can deliver outstanding performances, lucrative contracts are virtually guaranteed. Thus, during his tryouts with the Lakers, Yi Ching-chun exerted tremendous effort. However, at that time, the coaching staff seemed rather indifferent towards him. In truth, while Yi Ching-chun was preoccupied with how to secure a place in the Lakers, Jerry West had already commenced his maneuvers. West had been attentive to Yi Ching-chun long before. He recognized Ye's unique qualities during his tenure as a blue-collar player at Georgetown University. Jerry West possesses an affinity for thorough analysis, often examining a rookie's potential from various perspectives. Yi Ching-chun captured his interest due to his remarkable stamina. He was a veritable physical powerhouse. This was particularly evident during the matchup between Georgetown University and UNLV, where Ye's ability to contain Larry Johnson truly astonished West. Johnson, known for his exceptional athleticism, struggled to score against Ye's defense. West observed that Ye remained composed, his heartbeat steady, while his breathing maintained a rhythmic cadence. In stark contrast, Larry Johnson was visibly exhausted, gasping for air and leaning heavily on his knees, clearly worn out by Ye's relentless defense. Such a stark contrast made Jerry West acutely aware of Ye Qingqian's astonishing stamina. While he had managed to exhaust Larry Johnson, he himself maintained a steady and calm breath. Such physical prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Consequently, ever since that match, Jerry West has begun to pay special attention to Ye Qingqian. With this newfound focus, his admiration has only grown. For Ye Qingqian's defensive capabilities have truly left him in awe. Naturally, his discreet observations of Ye Qingqian have remained unvoiced. Such matters, of course, necessitate quietly amassing great wealth. Moreover, Ye Qingqian possesses remarkably good physical attributes. His enormous hands and exceptionally long wingspan are essential qualities for a defensive specialist. Such a player, even if his offensive capabilities are rather lacking, is still sufficiently equipped to be cultivated into a defensive stalwart. However, what truly concerns Jerry West is whether Ye Qingqian will indeed participate in the draft. Nonetheless, he feels a surge of excitement, as Ye Qingqian has genuinely declared his intention to enter the draft. Furthermore, during the finals, the players of the Lakers were utterly unable to contain Jordan, who scored with effortless ease against their defense. This has intensified Jerry West's desire for a defensive stalwart. Thus, Ye Qingqian has become a coveted rookie in West's sights. Moreover, during Ye Qingqian's workout with the Lakers, West discreetly observed him. It can be said that Ye Qingqian's performance was nothing short of exemplary. However, he could not publicly express his interest, nor could he allow any other teams to learn of his fascination with Ye Qingqian. After all, at this juncture, the Lakers still possessed formidable strength. Should other teams discover the Lakers' intentions toward Ye Qingqian, they would undoubtedly attempt to thwart their plans. This is especially true for the Chicago Bulls, who held a late first-round draft pick. If they were to become aware of the Lakers' interest in Ye Qingqian, they would certainly make a move. West was particularly apprehensive about the Bulls' general manager. Among seasoned executives, discretion is paramount. Any admiration for a player is typically kept under wraps until Stern announces the selections, at which point the truth will be revealed. The Lakers' draft position is at the tail end of the second round. To secure Ye Qingqian, they must engage in trade negotiations to acquire a late first-round pick or enlist the assistance of the team holding that pick to select Ye Qingqian, subsequently trading him to the Lakers. This is precisely what Jerry West aspired to achieve. Therefore, at the commencement of the draft, Jerry West had already forged a deal with the Golden State Warriors. The arrangement involved transferring the Los Angeles Lakers' late second-round draft pick along with a portion of cash to the Warriors. Subsequently, the Warriors would select Ye Qingqian on behalf of the Lakers, who would then facilitate the trade of Ye Qingqian to Los Angeles. This is the maneuver of Jerry West. However, this operation does possess certain uncertainties. There is no guarantee that prior to the Golden State Warriors, other teams had not also set their sights on Ye Qingqian, subsequently selecting him. Thus, Jerry West finds himself in a state of unease. Ye Qingqian epitomizes the ideal attributes he envisions for a defensive forward. Should someone intercept this opportunity, it would undoubtedly cause him considerable distress. In fact, Jerry West has made attempts to negotiate with teams holding high draft positions. Yet, these teams have proven to be exceedingly unreasonable. Upon realizing Jerry West's intention to secure a promising rookie through their selections, they demand exorbitant prices. This left Jerry West feeling quite displeased, ultimately leading to the collapse of their collaboration. Naturally, Jerry West refrained from revealing his preferred choice until negotiations reached a deadlock. He certainly would not disclose his intention to select Ye Qingqian. Consequently, only the Warriors acquiesced to their demands, placing all hope squarely upon their shoulders. Fortuitously, the Warriors were positioned just ahead of the Bulls, ensuring that the Bulls would not secure Ye Qingqian. Chapter 9. The Lakers and Bulls engage in a draft duel. In the 1991 draft, the Denver Nuggets selected Dikembe Mutombo with the 4th overall pick. Upon hearing Stern announce Mutombo's selection, Ye Qingqian's face broke into a knowing smile. Despite Mutombo's seemingly innocent demeanor at that moment, he was, in reality, quite cunning. Had it not been for Ye Qingqian's formidable prowess, he would have undoubtedly been bested by Mutombo. Following Ye Qingqian's decisive victory over a group of adversaries, they had become considerably more subdued, at least refraining from confronting him individually in the aftermath. Although Ye Qingqian had not graced the basketball court since that incident, He had embarked on his journey of trials. Now, history appeared to mirror itself closely. Thus far, the draft order had remained unchanged. In truth, Mutombo had already spotted Yi Qingchun but chose not to approach him. The memory of Yi Qingchun's fierce blow still stung, fueling his resentment. Deep down, he hoped for Yi Qingchun's exclusion from the draft. When he was ultimately chosen by the Nuggets at the 4th pick, a sense of vindication washed over him. Even as he ascended the stage, he deliberately passed by Yi Qingchun, casting a derisive glance in his direction. Little did he know, Yi Qingchun's simple gesture nearly caused Mutombo to lose his composure. As Yi Qingchun playfully wagged his finger at him, the gesture of wagging his finger immediately reminded him of Yi Qingchun's explosive punch. Mutombo shot a fierce glare at Yi Qingchun, already contemplating how he would ridicule him if he were to be eliminated. Witnessing Mutombo's flustered demeanor, Yi Qingchun's lips subtly curved upwards. If fate allowed them to cross paths again, a lavish hot pot feast would certainly be in order. On stage, Stern continued to announce the names of the newly selected rookie players, yet Yi Qingchun's name remained unspoken. Beside him, his agent Harvey could hardly contain himself. He held great faith in Yi Qingchun's physical prowess and innate talent, particularly his exceptional static abilities, which could be deemed historical. His large hands even surpassed those of Michael Jordan, complemented by an astonishing wingspan that rendered him nearly invincible on the defensive end. However, due to a lack of exposure, many teams overlooked Yi Qingchun. In that era, avenues for publicity were scarce, limited mainly to newspapers and television. Hence, for a player like Yi Qingchun, who began as a blue-collar worker for his team, garnering attention proved exceedingly challenging. As the first round of the draft approached its conclusion, Yi Qingchun remained unselected, with only a few positions left. At this moment, the general managers of both the Bulls and the Lakers discreetly straightened their postures. In truth, the Bulls' general manager fervently hoped that Yi Qingchun would not be chosen by the teams ahead. They held a strong belief in his physical gifts, envisioning him as a vital asset to bolster the Bulls' defensive capabilities. Thus, they quietly solidified their draft aspirations. Now, it was nearly the Bulls' turn. The Warriors were next in line, and they were unlikely to select Yi Qingchun, as he did not align with their style of play. Yi Qingchun, too, recognized that the moment of potential selection was drawing near. He had no desire to join either the Warriors or the Bulls, yet should he be chosen, he would have no choice but to accept that reality. At most, he would strive to rise swiftly within the team and carve out his place. This is how they can come to value themselves. Just as Yi Qingchun was contemplating compromising, Stern finally announced the selection of the Warriors. At that moment, the general manager of the Bulls was sitting upright, brimming with anticipation as he eagerly prepared to present the envelope bearing Yi Qingchun's name. Simultaneously, Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, wore an expression of exhilaration and fervor. This moment is assured. Yi Qingchun has undeniably become their prized possession. Although the Lakers have parted with a considerable sum of cash and a second-round draft pick, for Jerry West, acquiring Yi Qingchun is a worthy investment. In the 1991 draft, the Golden State Warriors selected Yi Qingchun, hailing from Georgetown University, with the 25th overall pick. The general manager of the Bulls, wearing a broad smile, handed the envelope to the staff on site, hardly paying attention to whom the Warriors had chosen. Then, he heard Stern announce the name Yi Qingchun. His immediate reaction was, "Why does that name sound so familiar?" The Bulls' general manager's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the Warriors' general manager, utterly perplexed as to why the Golden State Warriors would select Yi Qingchun. This is utterly unreasonable. The staff had already taken the envelope from the Chicago Bulls general manager, preparing to deliver it into Stern's hands. The general manager of the Bulls, with a sorrowful expression, had no choice but to reclaim the envelope, stating, "The player we intended to select has already been chosen by them. Let us choose another." His words were clearly delivered through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, having acquired Yi Qingchun, wore a satisfied smile. To be candid, Yi Qingchun is truly ill-suited for the Warriors. Thus, when Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, approached them, they readily agreed. This represents a commendable transaction for the Warriors. They remain entirely unaware of who Yi Qingchun truly is. By the time they sought to familiarize themselves with Yi Qingchun's personal statistics, they had already lost access to such information. Such blue-collar players are of little utility. Consequently, they amicably finalized a trade with the Lakers. Now, with Yi Qingchun successfully acquired, the transaction has been smoothly completed. When Jerry West observed Stern announcing the Warriors' selection of Yi Qingchun, his gaze was firmly fixed on the Bulls' general manager. He soon noticed the look of dismay on the Bulls' general manager's face. Indeed, the Bulls had also set their sights on Yi Qingchun. Fortunately, West had outmaneuvered them. Otherwise, he would have been thwarted. Jerry West truly relished this moment. Ultimately, he was indeed chosen by the Golden State Warriors. It is fortunate. If he performs admirably, he may secure a lucrative contract. Harvey gently patted Yuchichin on the shoulder and remarked. Chapter 10. Jerry West grasped Yuchichin's hand. Remarkable. This was clearly an anticipated outcome. Being selected at the tail end of the first round cannot be deemed a poor result. At the very least, he had entered the NBA. Upon entering the NBA, a new journey would commence. The system should unlock some new features. With the system at his disposal, Yuchichin harbored no concerns about establishing himself in the NBA. However, being selected by the Warriors left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled, especially before his transmigration. Yuchichin harbored a strong aversion towards the outspoken Draymond Green. His various unsavory tactics and defensive maneuvers had incited Yuchichin's disdain for the Warriors. Now, finding himself selected by the very team he had grown to detest, Yuchichin felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Upon Yuchichin's selection by the Warriors, Dikembe Mutombo appeared utterly astonished. He truly did not anticipate that Yuchichin would be chosen at the 25th pick. In his eyes, Yuchichin was unworthy of the NBA, as his skill level, in Mutombo's view, was rather subpar. He couldn't fathom what the Warriors' general manager was thinking. Why would he select such a lackluster player? Mutombo expressed his displeasure. However, just as Mutombo was feeling disgruntled, he immediately noticed a real-time trade on the screen. Many general managers on-site erupted in astonishment. For this trade involved the Lakers. The Lakers had remarkably exchanged a second-round pick and nearly $1 million in cash to acquire Yuchichin, who had just been selected by the Warriors. Such an outcome left everyone utterly astonished, particularly the general manager of the Bulls. Upon witnessing the trade, his gaze was fixed intently on Jerry West. It appeared that Jerry West had anticipated the Bulls' general manager's scrutiny, as he met his gaze directly in return. This time, Jerry West truly reveled in triumph. At long last, he emerged victorious in the draft. Although the Chicago Bulls triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers in the finals, Jerry West remained resolute and unyielding. Despite the Lakers roster being aged and Magic Johnson showing signs of fatigue, the team still boasted the prowess of James Worthy. Thus, the Lakers lineup remained formidable. Jerry West exerted considerable effort to acquire Yuchichin, and in his eyes, every sacrifice was worthwhile. At the very least, he successfully thwarted the Bulls' ambitions. This is inherently a source of both physical and mental delight. The Lakers have unexpectedly acquired an obscure player of Asian descent, utilizing such substantial assets. This is something that many did not foresee. In fact, numerous general managers from various teams expressed their bewilderment regarding the Lakers' actions. Some even resorted to mockery, questioning whether Jerry had lost his mind. A player with yellow skin, despite appearing to possess commendable physical attributes, is often perceived to lack the basketball acumen typically expected. This statement was made by the general manager of the Nuggets. Mutombo wholeheartedly agreed, immediately echoing in his distinctive voice, "The general manager speaks wisely. He was once my teammate." He commented on the crude nature of the player's skills, questioning the Lakers' inexplicable decision. They will certainly regret this. In truth, at that moment, Mutombo was consumed by jealousy towards Yuchichin. He struggled to comprehend why the Lakers would expend such substantial resources to acquire him. Did they truly recognize Yuchichin's exceptional talent? However, basketball is not mere brawling. Even if one possesses great skill, it does not guarantee success on the court. Thus, Mutombo found the Lakers' actions utterly perplexing. Moreover, regarding the trade between the Lakers and the Warriors, nearly everyone believed the Warriors had made a significant gain, while the consensus was that the Lakers had lost their minds. At that moment, Yuchichin, the focal point of the transaction, had just received a logoed cap from the Warriors. As he descended from the stage, he learned of the trade. Stern's congratulatory words still resonated in his ears. To think he had been traded right after stepping off the stage, and to the Lakers no less. Given the compensation the Lakers offered, it was evident they had invested significantly. Yuchichin was astonished, for during his tryout with the Lakers, he had exerted considerable effort. However, their lack of enthusiasm at the time led him to completely lose faith in the organization. Yet, unexpectedly, having been selected by the Warriors, he found himself traded to the Lakers. How could his desire to join the Lakers materialize in such a bewildering manner? Equally bewildered was his agent, Harvey. He never anticipated that Yuchichin would end up with the Lakers. Based on his research, the Lakers were the least likely team to select Yuchichin, given that their draft pick was at the tail end of the second round. No matter how underwhelming Yuchichin might be, It was improbable that the Lakers would choose him from such a low position. Additionally, the Lakers had high standards for their players, and Yi Qingqian's playing style did not align with their requirements. This conclusion was drawn from Harvey's perspective. However, the final outcome was entirely unexpected for him. The Los Angeles Lakers appeared to have developed a profound interest in Yi Qingqian, even at a considerable cost. Ultimately, the result was one that both Yi Qingqian and Harvey found most satisfactory, as Yi Qingqian became a member of the Lakers. At this moment, the Lakers' general manager, Jerry West, approached Yi Qingqian. He first engaged in cordial pleasantries with the general manager of the Warriors before turning his attention to Yi Qingqian. By this time, Yi Qingqian had calmed his emotions. Upon seeing Jerry West's beaming smile directed at him, Yi Qingqian maintained a composed demeanor. In his heart, Yi Qingqian held Jerry West in even higher regard. At that moment, Jerry West extended his right hand toward Yi Qingqian, stating, "Welcome to the Lakers. I am Jerry West." Yi Qingqian, still composed, reached out his right hand, shaking hands with Jerry West. As their hands clasped, Yi Qingqian heard Jerry West exclaim, "Incredible. I have truly never seen anything so large." Jerry West's remark left Harvey beside them utterly astonished. Is he serious? When Yi Qingqian attempted to withdraw his hand, he sensed an unwillingness emanating from Jerry West's grasp. What are your thoughts on being selected by the Lakers? Chapter 11. Magic Johnson is quite dissatisfied with the draft results. Jerry West gazed at Yi Qingqian with eager anticipation. He did not relinquish his hold. What pleased West most about Yi Qingqian was undoubtedly his large hands, which were even more substantial than those of Michael Jordan. Furthermore, he could feel the immense strength conveyed through Yi Qingqian's grip. This sufficiently illustrates that Yi Qingqian possesses an equally formidable power. Jerry West, while caressing Yi Qingqian's right hand, gazed at him with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Yi Qingqian became acutely aware of Jerry West's gestures. He began to wonder if Jerry West was subtly hinting at something. Particularly the way Jerry looked at him heightened Yi Qingqian's vigilance. Could it be that he was interested in his physique? Yi Qingqian felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, his striking appearance was undeniable. Despite her understated demeanor, she was ultimately discovered. Yi Qingqian sighed softly, then calmly withdrew her right hand and remarked, "You possess keen insight. You shall find yourselves fortunate for this." Her words left Jerry West momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a response from her. Nevertheless, Yi Qingqian's reply only served to enhance his satisfaction further. This demonstrates that Yi Qingqian is an individual of remarkable confidence. Such self-assurance is precisely what is required in the sport of basketball. Jerry West has grown increasingly pleased with Yi Qingqian. At this moment, Yi Qingqian has attained a profound sense of calm. He has fulfilled his aspiration of becoming a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, he can focus on crafting his own illustrious legend. At this juncture, the Lakers remained heavily reliant on the talents of Magic Johnson. The selection of Yi Qingqian was, in essence, to provide support to Magic Johnson. Subsequently, the team aimed to continue their pursuit of the championship in the following season. With Yi Qingqian already chosen, Agent Harvey was compelled to negotiate a more substantial contract for him. According to Yi Qingqian's understanding of the rookie contracts during this period, rookie contracts are devoid of monetary restrictions and lack specific salary standards. In other words, teams have the liberty to negotiate contracts of any magnitude with rookie players. A quintessential example is this year's first overall pick, Larry Johnson, who is set to sign a staggering 12-year contract worth up to $110 million with the Hornets. The exorbitant contract has left everyone in a state of astonishment. Thus, for Yi Qingqian, this moment presents an opportune time to address the contractual matters at hand. As long as he demonstrates sufficient prowess, he will be in a position to negotiate terms with the Lakers and secure a more lucrative contract. Although Yi Qingqian aspires to play for the Lakers, he is equally unwilling to compromise on his salary. Consequently, he has formulated a new strategy to refrain from hastily signing a rookie contract with the Lakers. Once selected by the team, players are eligible to represent them in the Summer League. Yi Qingqian's intention is to engage in contract negotiations with the Lakers only after completing the Summer League. This is the finest outcome. Not only does it allow one to showcase their worth, but it also maximizes the potential of enhancing their contract value. Thus, Yi Qingqian shared this notion with Harvey. Upon learning of Yi Qingqian's intentions, Harvey wholeheartedly concurred. Jerry West, upon discovering Yi Qingqian's aspirations, also regarded her with newfound respect. This indicates that Yi Qingqian possesses intelligence. He is not demanding exorbitant prices. Rather, he seeks to utilize the opportunity presented by the Summer League to validate his capabilities. This presents an opportunity for both parties. Jerry West is equally eager to witness Yi Qingxun's performance during the Summer League. Thus, the draft concluded splendidly. For Yi Qingxun, this is the most favorable outcome, as he has fulfilled his desire to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Furthermore, it seems that Lakers general manager Jerry West is exceedingly pleased with Yi Qingxun. The mutual affinity between both parties signifies the best possible result. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Naturally, the Lakers revel in their triumph, while the Chicago Bulls lament their loss. From the perspective of the Bulls general manager, they have regrettably missed out on a player of immense potential. This player has the potential to transform the very dynamics of the entire team. Such a remarkably talented player has surprisingly been acquired by their arch-rival, the Lakers. This implies that the Los Angeles Lakers may have the opportunity for a remarkable resurgence in the upcoming season. This is precisely what the Bulls least wish to witness. However, aside from the optimism expressed by the Bulls general manager regarding Yi Qingxun, no one else believed that the Lakers' decision was prudent. Even the Lakers' star player, Magic Johnson, was incensed upon learning that the team had expended considerable effort to secure a player of Asian descent. He vented his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, Jerry. What on earth is he thinking? What can a player with yellow skin possibly achieve? I have never encountered an Asian player on an NBA court. They are typically undersized, lacking in skill, and deficient in physical prowess. What purpose does it serve for us to select such a player?" Magic Johnson did not even take the time to understand the true nature of Yi Qingxun as a player. This sufficiently demonstrates the profound prejudice these black players harbor towards individuals with yellow skin. In response to the dissatisfaction with Magic Johnson, Jerry West unceremoniously thrust the scouting report of Yi Qingxun into his face, asserting, "Review my evaluation of him before you speak." Jerry West was unreserved in his critique of Magic Johnson, whom he had significantly nurtured. Without Jerry West's guidance, Magic may not have attained his current stature, and their rapport was notably strong, characterized by candid exchanges. Magic, with a dismissive expression, removed the scouting report from his face, pondering how remarkable a yellow-skinned player could truly be. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, his voice faltered upon encountering the impressive records of Yi Qingxun's physical attributes. His hands are this large. His wingspan is so extensive. His vertical leap exceeds 80. His speed is remarkable. Are you truly presenting me with the physical profile of an Asian player? The astonishment on Magic Johnson's face was palpable. Jerry West reveled in Magic's reaction. For the data regarding Yi Qingxun's physical tests had been showcased during his tryout with the Lakers, where he had exerted himself to the fullest. In contrast, during tryouts with other teams, Yi Qingxun had not given his all, compounded by the inherent biases against his skin color that led to a general disregard for his extraordinary physical capabilities. Thus, Yi Qingxun seamlessly became a member of the Lakers. "Do you still think I've lost my senses?" Jerry West inquired with a smirk, observing Magic Johnson's incredulity. At that moment, Magic shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A yellow-skinned player cannot possess such physical gifts." Clearly, Magic Johnson remained skeptical of the data analysis concerning Yi Qingxun's athletic prowess. "If you doubt it, would you like to meet him?" Jerry West proposed. This statement momentarily stunned Magic Johnson, who then queried, "Do you genuinely hold such high hopes for a yellow-skinned player? I haven't seen you exhibit this expression in quite some time." Curiosity tinged Magic's thoughts as he wondered what kind of player could inspire such confidence in Jerry West. In this draft, apart from the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, Yi Qingxun was arguably the most promising player available. These individuals are blind to his potential. But that fellow from the Bulls nearly snatched him away. Fortunately, I managed to intercept successfully. Jerry West's demeanor suggested a sense of schadenfreude. Upon witnessing Jerry West's expression, Magic inquired further, "What? That fellow from the Bulls also has his eye on him?" Magic was well aware that Jerry West referred to the Bulls' general manager, a seasoned strategist. The configuration of the Bulls roster clearly indicated the general manager's acumen, as they had indeed established a competitive edge over the Lakers. This enabled them to effortlessly triumph over the Lakers and secure the championship. Therefore, Johnson harbors a profound resentment towards the Bulls, yet feels utterly powerless. After all, the configuration of their team undeniably surpasses that of the Lakers. Now, upon hearing that the Bulls' general manager has been usurped by Jerry West, it implies that the general manager of the Bulls is also interested in this player of Asian descent. The fact that both general managers of the teams in the finals are simultaneously interested in the same player speaks volumes. This sparked curiosity in Johnson. Is he truly a suitable fit for our team? Jerry West emphatically nodded and remarked, once you see him, you'll understand what genuine talent embodies. Moreover, he is merely 19, the perfect age for transformation. I am confident in my ability to mold him into your right-hand man, or perhaps even your successor. Jerry West radiated ambition, a sight that Johnson seldom witnessed in him. This has sparked a profound interest in Yi Ching-chen. Since you hold him in such high regard, let us arrange a meeting. I am eager to witness the prowess of this remarkably talented player you speak of, he declared. Jerry West nodded enthusiastically, adding, I would even relish the opportunity to see him engage in a one-on-one duel with you. Johnson shot a fierce glare at Jerry West. It is well known that Magic Johnson is not particularly adept at scoring. His true mastery lies in his unpredictable passing. After all, how else could he have earned the title of Magic? At this moment, Johnson found himself genuinely intrigued by Yi Ching-chen. He too harbored hopes that the Lakers would select a promising rookie, given his advancing age and the myriad injuries he has sustained. Particularly during this year's finals against the formidable Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, he has become acutely aware of his own limitations. Now, with Jerry West proclaiming the selection of a player with considerable potential, he felt compelled to take a closer look. Should this player prove to be a fitting addition to the Lakers, he would not hesitate to offer his guidance. After all, Johnson has committed to a 25-year contract with the Lakers. This essentially equates to a lifetime contract, signifying that his entire professional career would be spent with the Lakers. He had already come to regard the Lakers as his home. Thus, Johnson genuinely desired the Lakers to maintain their dominance. Following the draft, Yi Ching-chen had returned to his modest apartment. By then, he had already been traded to the Lakers, effectively becoming a prospective NBA player. Awaiting him was a contract with a staggering sum that would seem life-changing to an ordinary person. Describing Yi Ching-chen's current situation as reaching the pinnacle of success would not be an exaggeration. However, for him, this was merely the beginning. The moment Yi Ching-chen was drafted, the basketball enforcer system had already unlocked, though he hadn't had the chance to examine its newly activated functions. Now, he finally had the time to thoroughly explore the system's freshly unlocked capabilities. Yi Ching-chen carefully studied the interface before him. The system panel displayed his basic personal information: height, 2.06 meters, weight, 115 kilograms. Beyond these physical attributes, the most noticeable difference lay in the dynamic athletic metrics, which showed significant variations: 100-meter sprint, 12.0 seconds, 10.88 seconds, 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters, 3.65 seconds, 2.98 seconds, vertical leap, 70 centimeters, 90 centimeters, running vertical, 82 centimeters, 120 centimeters, running reach, 365 centimeters, 395 centimeters, bench press, 200 pounds for 30 reps, 250 pounds for 50 reps. Upon seeing these figures, Yi Ching-chen was instantly exhilarated. He noticed progress bars accompanying each dynamic attribute, with the values in parentheses representing the maximum potential he could achieve. In other words, if he maximized his running vertical, he could reach an astounding 395 centimeters. This data is undoubtedly familiar to many. It pertains to the height of the upper edge of the basketball rim. If one were to truly execute a run-up and jump to their utmost potential, Yi Ching-chen would be able to touch the upper edge of the rim. This is a feat that has never been accomplished in the annals of NBA history. If he were indeed able to achieve it, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, as Yi Ching-chen continued to peruse the attributes panel of the system, his smile quickly faded. To elevate these values, he would need experience points, which the host, Yi Ching-chen, must earn himself. Upon closer inspection of the system's methods for acquiring experience points, Yi Ching-chen discovered that in official matches, scoring a single point yields 1 experience point, while a 2-point basket grants 2 experience points, and so forth. Similarly, securing a defensive rebound earns 1 experience point, while an offensive rebound provides 2. Steals and blocks each award 3 experience points, and an assist is worth 4 points. What left Yi Ching-chen feeling utterly despondent was the realization that it would require 100 experience points just to increase his vertical leap by a mere centimeter. This is truly a vampiric system. In order to elevate his data to the highest echelon, Yi Ching-chen must acquire exceptionally explosive statistics. Yet, these are merely dynamic talents. As he delved deeper, Yi Ching-chen beheld his basketball statistics. Chapter 13, The Summons of Magic Johnson. A reminder from Yi Ching-chen. He observed the system's evaluation of his basketball data, Uncontested two-point shooting accuracy, 65-95. Contested two-point shooting accuracy, 35-80. Uncontested layup accuracy, 80-99. Contested layup accuracy, 40-95. Uncontested three-point shooting accuracy, 50-85. Contested three-point shooting accuracy, 30-75. Likewise, these various shooting accuracies can only be enhanced through the expenditure of experience points. In other words, to elevate all the data within this system, one must utilize experience points. There exists but a singular method to acquire experience points, which is through the relentless accumulation of data. Yi Qingchen also noted that official competitions encompass, but are not limited to, regular season games. This implies that he can indeed fervently amass data during the summer league to enhance his personal basketball attributes. This is, for Yi Qingchen, a piece of good news. At the very least, these individual technical attributes can witness a slight enhancement before the commencement of the regular season. This can indeed be considered a fortunate occurrence. Moreover, aside from Yi Qingchen's personal attributes, he also beheld a skill pouch that belonged to him. Upon opening the skill pouch, Yi Qingchen discovered a novice gift pack. This revelation brought a sense of solace to Yi Qingchen. After all, the items within the novice gift pack were undoubtedly permanent. With eager anticipation, Yi Qingchen hastily unwrapped the novice gift pack. Upon discovering the two skills it contained, she fell into deep contemplation, the skill of death entanglement and the skill of magician's pass. Both of these skills are enduring. These two skills are not to be underestimated, particularly the skill of death grip. To put it plainly, it exerts immense pressure on the opponent's defensive line, compelling them to make mistakes. Such defensive skills are invaluable to a team, especially when facing opponents with formidable offensive capabilities. This skill becomes particularly essential. It undoubtedly serves to effectively restrain the performance of the opposing star player. As for the passing ability reminiscent of a magician, it is even more remarkable. One could assert that it emulates the passing prowess of the legendary Magic Johnson. Moreover, Yi Qingchen quickly realized that within this villainous system, assists yield the highest experience points. Each assist grants 4 experience points. Thus, this passing skill is seemingly tailored for accruing experience points. It was only at this moment that Yi Qingchen began to perceive the villainous system as rather benevolent towards him. At the very least, the permanent skill awarded to him would enable him to establish a solid foothold in the NBA. Coupled with his inherent boundless stamina, this truly enhances his capabilities further. At this moment, Yi Qingchen was genuinely filled with confidence regarding the future. He even began to worry about Danzi. With his own strength, what would become of Danzi? Although Yi Qingchen was still an unknown figure at this time, he remained a nondescript rookie even after being acquired by the Lakers. In the eyes of many general managers, selecting a player of Asian descent was a foolish endeavor, for throughout the entirety of NBA history, no Asian player had ever managed to establish a foothold in the league, let alone a player from the Dragon Nation. Despite Yi Qingchen's seemingly impressive physical attributes, they were merely superficial. The most crucial aspects for a basketball player are their dynamic talent and potential. Although they lacked extensive knowledge about Yi Qingchen, his skin color alone led them to surmise that his physical gifts were decidedly mediocre. Some general managers even began to believe that Jerry West was making a grave mistake. Ever since the Bulls triumphed over the Lakers in the finals with a score of 1-4, he seemed to have lost his grasp on reality, placing his bets on a player of Asian descent, an utterly ludicrous decision. Next season, they anticipated enjoying a spectacle of his folly. However, Yi Qingchen paid little heed to the remarks of these general managers. His immediate priority was to showcase his potential and caliber in the Summer League, proving to Jerry West that he possessed immense developmental value. Moreover, when Jerry West made a substantial investment to acquire him, it became evident that he held high expectations for Yi Qingchen. Therefore, it was imperative that Yi Qingchen astonish Jerry West even further. Only then could he secure a more significant position in West's esteem. Yi Qingchen understood that individuals possess their own pride. If his abilities merely met Jerry West's expectations, it would only serve to validate West's judgment. However, if Yi Qingchen's performance exceeded West's wildest anticipations, the outcome would undoubtedly be transformative. This situation is akin to Jerry West feeling as though he has stumbled upon a great treasure. It is reminiscent of the excitement one experiences when opening a mystery box, with expectations running high, only to find the outcome far exceeding those anticipations. That immense sense of joy and accomplishment is something that everyone yearns for. Thus, Yi Qingchen aims to cultivate this profound sense of achievement for Jerry West. Consequently, The Summer League presents itself as the perfect opportunity for Yi Qingchen to foster such feelings of success. Yi Qingchen continues to delve into his system attribute panel, pondering the technical characteristics he should showcase during the Summer League. At that moment, his phone buzzed with an urgent ring. Upon checking, he realized it was his agent, Harvey, calling. Once Yi Qingchen answered, Harvey instructed him to wait downstairs as he would come to pick him up. Where to? To meet Magic Johnson. Yi Qingchen felt a twinge of confusion, unsure why Magic Johnson would wish to see him at this juncture. After being selected by the Lakers, his agent Harvey had exchanged contact information with Jerry West. Furthermore, Harvey advised Yi Qingchen to prepare himself slightly, as meeting Magic Johnson was indeed a significant honor. After all, in the contemporary NBA, Magic is a revered figure. Although he had been bested by Jordan in the past season's finals, Magic Johnson's accomplishments with the Lakers remain remarkable. Hence, his summon is inherently a matter of great privilege. Yet, for Yi Qingchen, the prospect of meeting Magic Johnson felt somewhat peculiar. He mused that perhaps he should take precautions during their encounter. He wondered if Magic had been tested for HIV recently. As Yi Qingchen descended from his apartment, he found that Harvey had already arrived. Once seated in Harvey's Dodge, he heard his agent's grave admonition. I cannot fathom why Johnson wishes to meet you. However, from Jerry's tone, it is evident he expects you to perform admirably. As the star player of the Lakers, Johnson wields considerable influence, even within the management ranks. Should he harbor a negative impression of you, he could very well recommend to owner Jeannie Buss that you be traded. I trust you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Yi Qingchen remained silent. Since learning of Magic Johnson's desire to meet him, he had been contemplating the reasons behind this encounter. After much reflection, he surmised that a divergence had arisen between Magic Johnson and Jerry West, likely concerning himself. Magic must believe that he does not fit within the Lakers system, prompting him to seek a meeting with Yi Qingchen. He could envision Jerry West having boasted of Yi Qingchen's abilities. If he were to fail to demonstrate his worthiness before Magic, it was likely that Jerry West would also be discontented. Yi Qingchen shook his head, realizing that gaining entry into a prestigious team was far more complex than he had initially imagined. It seemed he could no longer afford to remain understated. He had hoped to make a stunning impression during the Summer League, but it appeared that showcasing his talents before Magic Johnson was now imperative. With that thought, Yi Qingchen decided not to dwell on the meeting any longer. After all, he possessed a system. There was little that warranted his concern. The meeting was arranged at the private basketball court of the illustrious Magic Johnson. Although referred to as his private court, it is, in essence, an indoor basketball facility within his residence. When Harvey escorted Yi Qingchen to the entrance of Magic Johnson's home, she was taken aback by the grandeur of the villa before her. It was indeed astonishing to witness such an expansive estate inhabited by someone. It was indeed the early 1990s, and he was already residing in such a luxurious villa estate. Yi Qingchen couldn't help but quietly ponder. The career earnings of Magic Johnson were not particularly high, yet this allowed him to inhabit such an opulent villa. It seemed that property prices at that time were relatively modest. With such a grand estate, hosting parties daily would pose no challenge. No wonder he succumbed to that ailment. As Yi Qingchen was lost in thought, Harvey had already driven the car into Magic Johnson's villa estate. At that moment, Yi Qingchen finally beheld the entirety of Magic Johnson's estate. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that even before his time traveling, he had never set foot in a residence so vast. This truly embodies what life is all about. From this moment onward, Yi Qingchen's resolve deepened significantly. His aspiration was to make a name for himself in the league, secure a lucrative contract, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Residing in a villa far grander than this one, the mere thought of hosting extravagant parties daily exhilarated him. Upon alighting from the vehicle, both Harvey and Yi Qingchen were greeted by a waiting steward. Under the steward's guidance, the duo made their way to Magic Johnson's private basketball court. As Yi Qingchen entered the arena, he beheld Jerry West alongside the man known as Magic. The two were engaged in a free throw contest. At that moment, Jerry West was at the line, displaying a remarkably smooth shooting touch, truly deserving of his moniker, even after a prolonged retirement. His free throw prowess remained exceptional. One might say he was as steady as a rock. Similarly, as Yi Qingchen appeared at the entrance of the court, the gazes of both Jerry West and Magic Johnson converged upon him. You have finally arrived, Jerry West exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In truth, Jerry West was uncertain about which aspect of Yi Qingchen's skills Magic Johnson was keen to observe. if he sought to witness Yi Qingqian's abilities in a competitive setting. It seemed illogical to do so within the confines of his private court. Instead, it would be far more fitting for Yi Qingqian to participate in an actual game, allowing Magic to observe closely from the sidelines. Isn't this a better way to assess Yi Qingqian? Inviting Yi Qingqian here, could it be that he wishes to engage him in a one-on-one duel? What a jest! Everyone is well aware that Magic Johnson's technical prowess lies not in offense but in orchestrating the team, which is primarily reflected in his assists. Moreover, Magic Johnson has yet to disclose what exactly he desires Yi Qingqian to do. At this moment, Magic Johnson's gaze is intensely fixed on Yi Qingqian. He has thoroughly examined the detailed information regarding Yi Qingqian, particularly upon reviewing Yi Qingqian's static and dynamic talents. Even Magic was somewhat astonished. He even harbored doubts about the authenticity of this information, as the data suggested physical attributes typically associated with a player of African descent. However, Jerry West informed him that Yi Qingqian is of Asian descent. Thus, Magic Johnson's intention in summoning Yi Qingqian here is to ascertain whether his physical capabilities are genuine or fabricated. Should there be a significant discrepancy from the data, he would undoubtedly advise owner Bus to dismiss Yi Qingqian, as the upcoming season is crucial for the Lakers. Although they face defeat against the Bulls in the finals, the Lakers' belief in their championship aspirations has remained unwavering. Magic Johnson, refusing to concede to age, believes that fortifying the team's roster is imperative for the next season. They must once again vie for the championship. Consequently, this reinforcement becomes exceedingly significant. Magic Johnson gradually approaches Yi Qingqian, who, upon seeing him advance, exhibits no change in expression. Despite standing before the illustrious Magic, Yi Qingqian feels no trepidation. From the moment the Lakers selected him, he had already envisioned himself as the leader of the team. This confidence stems from his role as the protagonist of this narrative. Thus, even though Magic Johnson's gaze is imposing, Yi Qingqian remains unfazed. When Magic Johnson stands before him, Yi Qingqian boldly inquires, "So, you are Magic Johnson?" Chapter 15. A one-on-one challenge with Magic Johnson as personal trainer. Johnson? Jerry West? At this juncture, Harvey quickly regains his composure. He shoots Yi Qingqian a disapproving glance before turning to Magic Johnson with a conciliatory smile, saying, "Hey, Magic. I'm his agent, Harvey. You know, he might be a bit nervous upon seeing you, which is why he spoke in such a manner. Please don't take offense." Upon hearing Harvey's explanation, Magic Johnson's expression gradually returns to normal. With keen interest, he gazes at Yi Qingqian and asks, "Is what your agent said true?" Yi Qingqian's response once again surprises Magic Johnson. "Not true. I merely feel that you differ from my expectations." "Differ in what way?" "Just that, nothing more." After this exchange, Magic Johnson falls into silence. It is indeed a rare occasion for someone to openly declare their own insignificance in front of another. At this moment, the impression that Magic Johnson has of Yi Qingqian has become even more profound. Setting aside other considerations, Yi Qingqian demonstrates a remarkable composure that is uncommon among young players, who typically exhibit excitement and delight upon encountering him. However, Yi Qingqian remains unperturbed, wearing a calm expression tinged with a hint of disdain. This clearly indicates that he possesses a profound level of self-confidence. This piqued Magic Johnson's curiosity about Yi Qingqian even further. Although he had expressed dissatisfaction with selecting Yi during discussions with Jerry West, he now adopted a friendly demeanor in the presence of Yi. This reflects Magic's approach to interpersonal relations. Should Yi's subsequent performance fail to meet his expectations, it would not be too late to adopt a more critical stance. Simultaneously, as Magic observed Yi, the latter was quietly scrutinizing the changes in Magic's expressions, particularly after Yi displayed a look of disdain towards Magic. His reaction became even more intriguing to Yi. As a time traveler, Yi Qingqian was far from naive Yi. His initial lack of courtesy was a deliberate strategy. The method was rather cliché, to attract Magic Johnson's attention through exaggerated behavior. For a renowned star like Magic, his self-perception has always been quite elevated, and fans hold him in high regard. His contrasting attitude would inevitably create a significant disparity, arousing Magic's curiosity about why he failed to impress Yi. Thus, while Yi's tactics may seem outdated, their effectiveness was undeniable. Had Yi immediately shown intense admiration for Magic, it would have relegated him to merely being one of Magic's admirers, thereby diminishing his own stature in the process. For Yi Qingqian, he was truly reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Now that he had taken the initiative, he could fully display his abilities. It was imperative for the magician to recognize that he possessed the pride of competence, a quality substantial enough to command the magician's respect. In the brief encounter between Yi Qingchen and the magician, both parties had already developed numerous thoughts and considerations. It can only be said that neither of them was a novice. Jerry West, standing nearby, chose not to interject but rather observe their dialogue with keen interest. In truth, he too was eager to witness how Yi Qingchen would fare in the presence of the esteemed magician Johnson. As it turned out, Yi Qingchen had indeed exceeded his expectations, exhibiting an attitude that could be described as audacious and imperious. Such an attitude might lead one to mistakenly believe that Yi Qingchen is the seasoned star, while the illustrious Magic Johnson appears as a mere novice. Nonetheless, this situation serves as a testament to Yi Qingchen's ambition as a young man. The moment of truth is now at hand for him. With a continued smile, Magic Johnson remarked, "It has been many years since I have encountered such an audacious young individual. I hope you do not disappoint me. It is fitting for a player to carry a sense of pride. However, to be arrogant without the requisite skill is nothing short of folly." Johnson's words unmistakably carry a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that Yi Qingchen is posturing beyond his abilities. Yi Qingchen, fully aware of the implications, retorted, "So, you summoned me merely to deliver this admonition? Is there nothing else at hand? If not, I shall take my leave." He maintained his air of bravado, undeterred. At this moment, Magic Johnson was genuinely incensed by Yi Qingchen. "Very well, since you are so confident, allow me to witness the source of your pride. My personal trainer has arrived. Your task is to engage in a one-on-one challenge with my personal trainer. Let me see just how formidable your abilities truly are." Upon hearing Magic Johnson's words, Jerry West's expression changed dramatically. He never anticipated that Magic Johnson would employ his personal trainer to test Yi Qingchen. It is crucial to understand that the personal trainers of these NBA stars are not ordinary trainers. Their expertise is of the highest caliber. To become a personal trainer for an NBA superstar, one must possess exceptional skills. Moreover, Jerry West is acutely aware of the prowess of Magic Johnson's personal trainer. This individual is certainly not an easy opponent. It is important to recognize that one-on-one matches truly test a player's technical prowess. However, Yi Qingchen is not particularly adept at offensive play. Jerry West values Yi Qingchen for his physique, which is exceptionally suited for becoming a formidable defensive wall. As for Yi Qingchen's offensive capabilities, Jerry West scarcely considers them. Yet now, Magic Johnson astonishingly intends to have Yi Qingchen engage in a one-on-one challenge with his personal trainer. Isn't this intentionally putting Yi Qingchen in a difficult position? "Hey, buddy, you must be aware that Yi is not particularly adept at offensive play." Jerry West couldn't help but remark to Magic Johnson. To aspire to be an NBA player, offensive prowess is indeed a crucial facet. The implication is that they seek to test Yi Qingchen's offensive capabilities. This is clearly intended to challenge Yi Qingchen. Let us commence. At this moment, however, Yi Qingchen calmly declared, Chapter 16, One-on-one with the personal trainer? Yi Qingchen strikes with precision. Yi Qingchen's composure astonished everyone present. He seemed utterly unfazed by the perceived unfairness. Where did his confidence stem from? Jerry West even began to question whether Yi Qingchen was merely putting on a facade. The personal trainer of Magic Johnson is no ordinary individual. To be chosen as Magic Johnson's personal trainer, one must possess impeccable skills. Furthermore, the one-on-one match that Magic Johnson referred to follows the American style. What is American one-on-one? In American one-on-one, the offensive player is allowed to dribble only 3 times. After 3 dribbles, a shot must be taken. Otherwise, the possession is considered a violation, resulting in a turnover. Additionally, Jerry West had conducted an investigation into Yi Qingchen's scoring ability. Averaging 5 points per game, he primarily scores through second-chance opportunities, capitalizing on chances created beneath the basket. He has yet to execute a single self-initiated offensive play. Such a blue-collar player was surprisingly pitted against the personal trainer of Magic Johnson in a one-on-one challenge. This situation is undeniably quite unfair to Yi Qingchen. Even Jerry West was inclined to advocate on Yi Qingchen's behalf, seeking alternative methods of evaluation. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Qingchen readily acquiesced. Could it be that he genuinely believes in the strength of his abilities? Equally perplexed is Yi Qingchen's agent, Harvey. As a professional agent, he is acutely aware of the offensive prowess possessed by personal trainers of NBA stars. Were it not for a deficiency in physical gifts, these trainers would undoubtedly be capable of competing in the NBA. Moreover, they possess unique insights into personal techniques. Often, when stars engage in one-on-one confrontations under such rules with these trainers, victory is not guaranteed. Thus, Harvey perceives Yi Qingchen's current stance as a display of bravado. This is evidently an exceedingly unwise decision. Conversely, the forthright nature of Yi Qingchun greatly pleases Magic Johnson. He finds himself almost impatiently eager to witness Yi Qingchun being thoroughly challenged by his personal trainer. Thus, he promptly interrupts Jerry West, directing his attention to the trainer who has just entered the gym. "Hey Steve, you're late. If you lose in the one-on-one segment later, your fee for today will be forfeited." Yi Qingchun turned around, following Magic Johnson's gaze. The individual referred to as Steve, while not particularly imposing in stature, standing at about 6 feet tall, possesses a remarkably proportionate physique that is well suited for basketball. At this moment, Jerry West could no longer contain himself and proceeded to introduce Steve to Yi Qingchun. His build and skills are undoubtedly capable of competing in the NBA, potentially securing a starting position. However, during his college years, he suffered a serious injury that significantly diminished his explosiveness, leading to his unfortunate exclusion from the draft, relegating him to a career as a trainer. But do not underestimate his skills. Many of Magic's personal offensive techniques have been honed through his training. Jerry West's remarks prompted an eye roll from Magic Johnson, yet he could not dispute the truth in West's words. Steve's offensive prowess is indeed impeccable, particularly his stop-and-pop jump shot, which is nearly impossible to defend against. On the defensive end, his ability to intercept passes is exceptionally precise. Each training session with Steve feels like an ordeal for Magic, yet he consistently emerges with invaluable insights. After absorbing Magic Johnson's words, Yi Qingchun nodded silently. He is acutely aware of the caliber of these American personal basketball trainers, with the most vivid memories being from the Dream Team's training camp. Players from the Dream Team took turns facing off against the trainers, with athletes like Anthony and Durant easily scoring against them. However, when it came to LeBron James, he found himself completely stifled. This has become a source of amusement for many detractors. Yi Qingchun's personal offensive skills, rather rudimentary, have been the subject of relentless mockery since that time. Thus, even the superstars of the NBA can easily falter in the face of American one-on-one challenges. From the very beginning, Yi Qingchun was acutely aware of Magic Johnson's intentions, which were merely to educate him through his personal trainer. At that moment, Magic had the perfect excuse to target Yi Qingchun. One must concede that Magic's strategy was indeed quite insidious. By having the team's general manager and his own agent present to witness his humiliation, it created leverage against both Yi Qingchun and Jerry West. Should Yi Qingchun aspire to a lucrative contract in future negotiations, it would likely become an impossibility. There was even a risk that he might not secure a deal with the Lakers at all. However, what Magic Johnson did not foresee was that Yi Qingchun's skills were not as lacking as he had imagined. "Buddy, do not forget, your skills were honed by my training," Yi Qingchun retorted. "You expect me to face off against such an inexperienced player? You truly underestimate me. I tell you, my appearance fee must be doubled." After saying this, Steve turned his gaze toward Yi Qingchun. At that moment, Yi Qingchun, clad in a loose t-shirt and denim jeans, appeared tall like Magic. Yet his physical strength was not readily apparent. Consequently, Steve, with an expression of disdain, remarked, "Are you that rookie player? Why haven't you even changed into your jersey? Hurry up and get dressed. Do not waste everyone's time." With that, Steve strode toward the court. Yi Qingchun wasted no words. He retrieved his basketball shorts from his backpack and changed at the sidelines. As he removed his t-shirt and donned the jersey and shorts he had brought, his well-defined muscles were on full display for all to see. Apart from Jerry West and Harvey, both Magic and Steve were taken aback by the impressive musculature of Yi Qingchun. Magic Johnson, in a state of astonishment, looked at Jerry West and exclaimed, "You selected a bodybuilder, did you not? With muscles like his, are you certain he can play basketball?" Jerry West replied in a somber tone, "We came to find a defensive stalwart, yet you insist on having him compete one-on-one." Once Yi Qingchun was dressed, he approached Steve. "You take the offensive first." Yi Qingchun passed the ball to Steve. "Let me show you what American one-on-one is all about." After receiving the ball, Steve smirked and assumed a triple threat position. After a series of feints, Yi Qingchun remained motionless. Believing he had bewildered Yi Qingchun, Steve swiftly dribbled and attempted to pass him on the left. Just as Steve thought he could easily get past Yi Qingchun, he was horrified to find that while he had moved forward, the ball had vanished. At the very moment Steve thought to humiliate Yi Qingchun with an easy layup, he discovered that the basketball had disappeared from his grasp. When he turned in astonishment, he saw Yi Qingchun had caught the ball with one hand, looking at him with a mocking expression and saying, "Is that all you've got?" At this moment, Steve was genuinely astonished. Yu Qingshan had managed to execute a steal against him almost instantaneously. He was utterly perplexed as to how Yu Qingshan had achieved such a feat. Only the spectators on the sidelines, Magic Johnson and Jerry West, comprehended the situation with clarity. Now, Magic Johnson's expression had turned grave. For this single steal had made him acutely aware of Yu Qingshan's formidable defense. He distinctly observed that the instant Steve maneuvered past Yu Qingshan, the latter's right hand had already accurately descended upon the basketball, and with remarkable finesse, he seized the ball with a single hand. This is not a steal. It is akin to robbery. Jerry West's gaze began to shimmer with brilliance. Although he was aware of Yu Qingshan's substantial hands and formidable defense, he had never encountered such remarkable individual defensive prowess from Yu Qingshan. This is the personal trainer of the legendary Magic Johnson. Remarkably, during their casual one-on-one matches, Steve occasionally manages to triumph over Magic Johnson. Yet, when confronted by Yu Qingshan, Steve found himself effortlessly stripped of the ball by him. At this moment, a look of astonishment appeared on Harvey's face. Initially, he believed that Yu Qingshan's willingness to engage in a one-on-one duel was rather reckless. However, it now seems that Yu Qingshan is not as impulsive as he first appeared. His defensive abilities are remarkably formidable. At this moment, Harvey began to feel a sense of anticipation. He looked forward to Yu Qingshan's remarkable performance in this one-on-one challenge. Although he found this notion somewhat absurd, as Yu Qingshan was hardly known for his offensive prowess, the feeling was undeniably strong. Steve, on the other hand, was visibly perturbed by Yu Qingshan's taunting remark. "Don't be so arrogant. I simply haven't warmed up yet. Let me see what you can do." With that, he stepped right up to Yu Qingshan. Despite being merely a personal trainer, he possessed a sense of pride. In fact, his confidence was palpable. Being the private trainer of an NBA elite was a testament to his capabilities. Thus, being intercepted by Yu Qingshan left him genuinely embarrassed, compelling him to approach this one-on-one with utmost seriousness. As Yu Qingshan took possession of the ball, Steve was already closely guarding him, evidently unwilling to grant any space for a breakthrough. Judging by Yu Qingshan's physique, it was clear he was a player who prioritized physical confrontation. Typically, such players exhibit average offensive skills, let alone ball-handling abilities. Consequently, Steve resolved to deny Yu Qingshan any room to maneuver. Anticipating that he would ultimately be forced into a difficult shot, Steve's defensive strategy was indeed sound. Against a physically robust player, restricting dribbling space was crucial. In the context of a one-on-one game, such strong players are often the easiest to defend. At that moment, Yu Qingshan appeared entirely unfazed by Steve's defensive tactics. He held the ball with one hand, positioned behind his back, and this simple gesture showcased his exceptionally large hands. Furthermore, he even held the ball with one hand right in front of Steve. This is an exceedingly blatant act of provocation. This provoked immense fury within Steve. He yearned to swat away Yu Qingshan's basketball, but the moment he made his move, Yu Qingshan suddenly sprang into action. What he sought was the alteration of Steve's center of gravity. Seizing the fleeting moment of this shift, Yu Qingshan deftly maneuvered past Steve on his right side, holding the ball with one hand. Steve soon realized his hasty action had been a grave miscalculation. Yet Yu Qingshan had already completely bypassed him, not even grazing the fabric of his jersey. After 2 dribbles, Yu Qingshan executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, raising the ball high above his head. Upon completing the dunk, he landed and turned, placing his right hand in front of him, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. This gesture unmistakably conveyed to everyone that he, too, was astonished by the strength of his own hand, seemingly indicating that he had not anticipated such power from his right hand. This action could be deemed exceedingly provocative, elevating the mockery to its zenith. Jerry West, upon witnessing Yu Qingshan's maneuver, could scarcely contain his laughter. Yu Qingshan's offensive prowess surpassed his expectations, and it appeared that his skill in taunting was indeed remarkably seasoned. Such skills can be regarded as essential courses for every player in the NBA. It appears that Yu Qingshan has already mastered this mocking technique ahead of time. Observing Magic Johnson, his expression has grown increasingly grim. He truly did not anticipate that Yu Qingshan would score so effortlessly in front of Steve. It cannot simply be described as easy. It was achieved with the utmost ease. In his fury, he shouted at Steve, "Steve, what are you doing? Can you take this seriously? If you continue like this, there will be no more appearance fees." After being reprimanded by Magic Johnson, Steve's expression darkened even further. He believed that the issue did not stem from Yu Qingshan's formidable skills, but rather from his own lack of vigilance. "I will not allow him to score again," Steve muttered. The ball was exchanged, and it was now Steve's turn to attack. This time, he has devoted all his attention to the offense. Furthermore, Steve is well aware of Yi Qingqian's formidable stealing ability. Thus, when probing, he is particularly cautious in protecting the basketball. Steve's continuous feints have failed to deceive Yi Qingqian. Jerry West, observing Yi Qingqian's unwavering stance, nods in approval repeatedly. This illustrates that Yi Qingqian is not easily deceived by feints. Observing Yi Qingqian's unwavering stance, Steve felt a surge of impatience. At that moment, Yi Qingqian began to mock him. "Are you cramping? Your feint is utterly pointless. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled by you." Yi Qingqian's derision only served to intensify Steve's fury. Resolute, he decided to charge at Yi Qingqian. Thus, Steve executed a wide pivot, attempting to force his way through on Yi Qingqian's left side. Additionally, he leveraged his body to push against Yi Qingqian with considerable force. This represents a breakthrough achieved through leveraging strength against strength. Under normal circumstances, defensive players would be knocked aside by offensive players. However, it is often the case that unexpected events transpire. Indeed, someone was knocked aside, but that individual was not Yi Qingqian. Both Jerry West and Magic Johnson gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Chapter 18. Yi Qingqian's offensive skills are crude? My apologies, but you have a profound misunderstanding of my capabilities. The astonishment of Jerry West and Magic Johnson stemmed from their clear observation that as Steve approached Yi Qingqian, he not only failed to displace him but was, in fact, rebounded back by Yi Qingqian's presence. Yi Qingqian stood his ground, wearing a look of derision as he regarded Steve. "You traveled." Yi Qingqian's tone was remarkably calm, yet it resonated as a fervent mockery directed at Steve. Steve was left in a state of utter confusion. He had truly not anticipated that upon his proactive approach, he would not only fail to move Yi Qingqian even the slightest bit, but would instead be uncontrollably rebounded by him. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Although Steve was not an NBA player, as a personal trainer to elite NBA stars, he was compelled to maintain his competitive edge at all times. Consequently, he frequently participated in private games, engaging in matches on the basketball court to preserve his physical prowess. Moreover, during these gatherings, he often exhibited remarkable skill, frequently achieving high personal scores, and never had he experienced an instance of colliding with others. Rather, he was always the one to rebound. Thus, a tempest of turmoil surged within Steve's mind. He could no longer afford to underestimate Yi Qingqian. If he still perceived Yi Qingqian as a mere novice, insignificant and inconsequential, it would be a clear indication of Steve's folly. Therefore, when Yi Qingqian called a traveling violation, Steve refrained from retorting. Instead, he silently brought the ball to the three-point arc and passed it to Yi Qingqian. Observing the silent and solemn expression on Steve's face, Magic Johnson's demeanor also became grave. He knew Steve well. Such a visage indicated that he was now earnest, particularly in his silence. It signified that he was dedicating his full attention to the game at hand. Magic Johnson vividly recalled a time when he whimsically challenged Steve to a one-on-one match. As Steve was his personal trainer, he obliged. However, during their contest, Magic incessantly taunted Steve with trash talk. Initially, Steve responded with laughter, as Magic was his benefactor. Yet after Magic won 2 consecutive matches, his taunts escalated in audacity. At that moment, Magic Johnson was indeed riding high, becoming increasingly unrestrained in his remarks. This left Steve somewhat displeased. He even went so far as to admonish Magic Johnson for his remarks. However, Magic Johnson not only disregarded Steve's warning but also escalated the situation by mockingly labeling Steve as a weakling. This thoroughly infuriated Steve. Consequently, his expression began to grow serious. From the onset of the third one-on-one match, Steve fell silent. Initially, Magic Johnson mocked Steve for his fragile mental fortitude, suggesting he could not withstand ridicule. However, as the game commenced, Magic found himself unable to smile, for Steve was genuinely giving his all. Many of Steve's technical maneuvers were executed with such precision that they could be described as flawless. Magic Johnson, not particularly renowned for his defensive skills and standing at 6 feet 6 inches tall, possessed a naturally elevated center of gravity. Thus, with his high center of gravity, Magic was deftly outmaneuvered by Steve. In that particular match, Steve astonishingly achieved a shutout against Magic Johnson, winning 5-0. Afterward, Magic was fully awakened to the reality that he had provoked Steve. Fortunately, no other witnesses were present, sparing Magic from public humiliation. That defeat in their one-on-one encounter left a profound impression on Magic regarding Steve's demeanor. The reappearance of that expression now indicated that Steve was indeed entirely serious. This meant the match had officially begun. With Steve's earnestness, Magic Johnson confidently remarked to Jerry West that the one-on-one could be declared over. Jerry West cast a puzzled glance at Magic Johnson, uncertain of the sudden surge of confidence. Yet, witnessing Steve's serious expression, Jerry also felt that Steve was indeed preparing to engage earnestly. This time, it was Yi Qingqian's turn to attack, while Steve took on the role of defender. Having learned a valuable lesson from previously underestimating Yi Qingqian, in this instance of defense, he deliberately left Yi Qingqian a half-step of leeway for a breakthrough. The purpose of this maneuver was to provide Yi Qingqian with a direct opportunity to make a move. However, should Yi Qingqian attempt to exploit this half-step of space to break through, he was confident in his ability to intercept Yi Qingqian's ball. At this moment, Yi Qingqian, while in possession of the ball, held it with one hand, positioning it behind him, without lowering his center of gravity. He merely cast a disdainful glance at Steve before commencing his dribble. In his initial dribble, Yi Qingqian exhibited no signs of a forward breakthrough, maintaining an exceptionally high center of gravity. Such dribbling, to everyone's eyes, appeared riddled with flaws. Steve possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to intercept Yi Qingqian. Thus, he boldly attempted to snatch the ball from him. Just as he believed this interception would be effortlessly executed, Yi Qingqian performed a clever behind-the-back dribble, evading Steve's reckless attempt. The second dribble was successfully completed. For the third dribble, Yi Qingqian swiftly propelled the ball forward with his left hand, his strides taking him rapidly towards the basket. The count of dribbles had reached 3, as Yi Qingqian gathered the ball and took off. He surged to the basket in just 2 powerful strides. Following this, he executed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. 2 o'clock. Another dunk. He had effortlessly surpassed Steve. At that moment, both the magician and Jerry West were left in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Even Harvey struggled to comprehend how Yi Qingqian's dribbling skills and offensive prowess could be so formidable. Wasn't Yi Qingqian merely a blue-collar player? Moreover, throughout his college career, he had never once scored during a proactive offensive play. How could he suddenly seem as if he had unlocked a hidden potential? It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different individual. If your defense is limited to this, then defeat is inevitable. After completing the dunk, Yi Qingqian cast a disappointed glance at Steve and remarked, "This is a heartless blow." This statement, seemingly understated, effectively diminishes Steve's defensive prowess to mere insignificance. This caused Steve's expression to contort into a grimace. He glared fiercely at Yi Qingqian, his gaze suggesting that Yi Qingqian was the embodiment of his deepest vendetta. "What are you staring at? It's your turn to attack. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time." After uttering these words, Yi Qingqian thrust the basketball directly into Steve's embrace. Chapter 19. In the face of absolute power, all skills are futile. Steve instinctively reached out to catch the basketball that Yi Qingqian had thrown his way. However, the moment he grasped the ball, an immense force propelled him backward, causing him to stumble several steps. Once he regained his footing, he found himself standing within the center circle. Although Steve's physique did not appear particularly robust, his strength was commendable. Yet, this seemingly capable personal trainer had been pushed back several steps by a mere basketball tossed by Yi Qingqian. Was Yi Qingqian's strength truly that formidable? In this moment, Steve, consumed by anger, also gained a renewed appreciation for Yi Qingqian's formidable strength. What an infuriating individual. His power is immense. How should I approach breaking through his defense? Steve's emotions had morphed into a state of anxiety. He found himself entangled in a dilemma, uncertain whether to attempt to penetrate Yi Qingqian's defenses or to take a shot right in front of him. Yi Qingqian's defensive prowess was nothing short of exceptional, and his strength was utterly extraordinary. It had become impossible to use physicality to outmaneuver Yi Qingqian. Thus, the only viable option left was to rely on his shooting skills to score. Having devised a strategy, Steve began to lower his center of gravity, bending slightly at the waist as he carefully observed Yi Qingqian's defensive movements. During the defense, Yi Qingqian's center of gravity remained remarkably stable. This implies that Yi Qingqian's movement speed is likely to be half a beat slower. Consequently, Steve immediately commenced dribbling the ball. On his initial dribble, he feigned a drive toward the paint, propelling his entire body forward. Yi Qingqian, unfazed, took a step back. Observing Yi Qingqian's retreat, Steve felt a surge of excitement. His objective was to induce a shift in Yi Qingqian's center of gravity, and his feigned drive to the basket was a ploy to mislead Yi Qingqian into withdrawing. Thus, he could create distance between himself and Yi Qingqian, allowing for more maneuvering space. Steve's next dribble immediately followed, featuring a dramatic between-the-legs pullback. Steve returned to his original position, successfully widening the gap between himself and Yi Qingchen. This is still insufficient. Steve's third dribble astonishingly involved a retreat, followed by a step back after securing the ball. His 3 dribble opportunities had already been exhausted. Meanwhile, the distance between Steve and Yi Qingchen had reached its zenith. Upon regaining possession, Steve did not dare to hesitate, immediately stepping behind the 3-point line to execute his step-back jumper. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Magic Johnson finally exhaled in relief, for this step-back jump shot was Steve's signature move. It not only maximized the distance between him and the defender, but also maintained an impressively high shooting percentage. Did you see that? This is the true caliber of Steve, Magic Johnson declared with a proud gaze directed at Jerry West. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Magic's eyes widened in disbelief. For at the moment Steve executed his step back, Yi Qingchen inexplicably lunged forward as if he had foreseen Steve's intent from the very beginning. Thus, as Steve completed his step back, Yi Qingchen was already poised to spring into action. In truth, throughout his year in the blue-collar realm of basketball, Yi Qingchen had diligently studied many of the popular offensive techniques of the era. Moreover, he relished watching various American one-on-one match recordings during his leisure time. Not only did he observe, but he also engaged in private training sessions to hone his skills. Throughout this year, although the basketball brutish system remained inaccessible, Yi Qingchen did not allow his training to falter. On the contrary, he dedicated himself to diligently refining every technical maneuver. After all, the system can only serve as an auxiliary tool. Without the foundation of physical skill, its presence is rendered futile. Thus, Yi Qingchen possessed the foresight to exert tremendous effort in mastering various offensive techniques and defensive maneuvers. At last, he was able to showcase the fruits of his labor. Moreover, Yi Qingchen's physical attributes were already commendable, and coupled with his considerable height, he held a distinct advantage. During his defensive play, he adeptly restricted Steve's shooting angle. As Steve leaped into the air, preparing to shoot, he was suddenly struck with alarm upon realizing a colossal hand had materialized in front of him. More precisely, in front of the basketball he held. Steve was utterly astonished. He never imagined that despite utilizing his signature skill and having created a substantial distance between himself and Yi Qingchen, the latter could close the gap so swiftly. Yet, the harsh reality unfolded before him. Yi Qingchen decisively thwarted Steve's shot. Once again, Steve failed to score. Magic Johnson's expression had darkened considerably. His intention in pitting Steve against Yi Qingchen was to humiliate the latter thoroughly. However, the outcome was far from what he envisioned. His personal trainer was thoroughly outmatched by Yi Qingchen. On the offensive end, Steve found himself completely neutralized, while on defense, he was effortlessly overwhelmed by Yi Qingchen's prowess. At this rate, could it be that Steve will be completely outshone by Yi Qingchen? Currently, the most elated are Jerry West and Harvey. One revels in his discerning vision, while the other is invigorated by Yi Qingchen's remarkable performance. The contract terms for Yi Qingchen are certainly ripe for negotiation now. Your idea was indeed commendable. You were on the verge of making a move. As Yi Qingchen spoke, he advanced to the top of the arc. The possession has changed. Once again, it is Yi Qingchen on the offensive. This time, Steve had resolutely decided that he would not easily attempt to seize the ball. At this moment, he was firmly pressed against Yi Qingchen, clearly intent on denying her any opportunity for a straightforward breakthrough. A hint of concern appeared on Jerry West's face. Such a defensive maneuver evidently indicated an unwillingness to allow Yi Qingchen to approach the basket with ease. Just as Jerry West felt a surge of concern for Yi Qingchen, the latter was already in motion. Yi Qingchen once again dribbled with one hand, but this time, he faced away from Steve, intending to execute a back-to-the-basket play. Was he truly contemplating initiating this from beyond the three-point line? Surely, he must be out of his mind. At this moment, Magic Johnson could not suppress his derision towards Yi Qingchen, primarily due to the latter's earlier display, which had embarrassed Johnson. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to taunt. However, no sooner had Magic Johnson uttered his words than he was struck with terror as he witnessed Yi Qingchen complete his first back dribble. Steve, who had been tightly attached to Yi Qingchen, was suddenly sent flying as if struck by a freight truck, tumbling through the air. After hitting the ground, he continued to slide for quite some distance before coming to a halt. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 20, A Subtle Touch. Yi Qingchen effortlessly overcomes Steve. Magic Johnson is left in awe. With merely a single back-to-the-basket dribble, Yuchichin had astonishingly sent Steve careening away. What extraordinary strength is this? Moreover, both Jerry West and Magic Johnson clearly observed that Yuchichin's back-to-basket move was merely a conventional maneuver. This ordinary action astonishingly sent Steve flying through the air. It is noteworthy that while defending against Yuchichin, Steve's entire weight was leaning upon her. Yet, he was still forcefully propelled away by Yuchichin. This sufficiently illustrates that Yuchichin's strength when facing away is indeed remarkably formidable. This is not an offensive foul. Rather, it is the overwhelming power of Yuchichin. At this moment, Yuchichin has turned to face Steve. Without any hint of mockery, he once again dribbles towards the basket, executing a one-handed slam dunk to score. 3 o'clock. Yuchichin has now completed 3 consecutive dunks. Following his slam dunk, Yuchichin calmly gazes at the fallen Steve and remarks, "Hey, there are no referees here, and no one will call an offensive foul on me. The game is not over yet, so do not lie on the ground feigning death like a coward." In truth, Steve has yet to recover from his terror. Besides fear, he also feels discomfort. Yuchichin's back-to-the-basket move has nearly shattered his ribs. That uncontrollable sensation is something he never wishes to experience again. At this moment, Steve had begun to express his grievances towards Magic Johnson. Magic had promised him an opportunity to teach a rookie player a lesson, one who lacked offensive prowess, and offered to pay him double. Thus, Steve eagerly accepted, believing it to be a simple chance to earn some extra cash. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. He found himself subjected to repeated humiliation at the hands of Yuchichin. Currently, Yuchichin had already outscored him by 3 points. It was Steve's turn to attack. Yet confidence eluded him in the presence of Yuchichin. The latter's physical prowess was overwhelming, both defensively and offensively, subjecting Steve to relentless torment. At that moment, all Steve desired was to lie quietly on the court, unwilling to rise. Nevertheless, when Yuchichin's mocking voice reached his ears, he could not resist the urge to force himself up from the ground. He shot Yuchichin a fierce glare before turning to Magic Johnson. The expression in Steve's eyes revealed his deep resentment, and Magic Johnson's countenance darkened as he recognized the implications of his actions. He felt a pang of guilt for placing Steve in such a humiliating position. Thankfully, the audience was sparse that day. Otherwise, Steve might have found it impossible to continue in the training profession after being so thoroughly outclassed by an unseasoned rookie yet to officially enter the league. "Hey, Steve. He has only scored 3 points. You still have a chance. Don't let him rattle you. Showcase your true abilities." Magic Johnson encouraged him. Implicit in Magic's words was a plea for Steve to score, urging him not to allow Yuchichin to keep him scoreless, a fate that would be utterly disgraceful. After hearing Magic's words, Steve fell silent, fully aware of the underlying message. His objective now was to score despite Yuchichin's defense. Thus, when Yuchichin passed the ball to him, Steve immediately dribbled towards the paint. Technically, this could be viewed as a sneak attack. However, once the opponent passed him the ball, he was entitled to make a move, which rendered the act less questionable. Typically, such tactics were not employed. Nevertheless, in this instance, it proved effective for Steve. His sudden burst of speed allowed him to evade Yuchichin, leaving him behind with his first dribble. By the second dribble, he was positioned beneath the basket, with Yuchichin trailing a full step behind. Seizing the moment, Steve opted for a layup, choosing to execute a reverse layup for added safety. Yet, to his astonishment, a large hand came crashing down from behind, firmly blocking his shot against the backboard. It was Yuchichin. He had followed Steve closely and accurately anticipated his offensive move, achieving yet another successful defensive play. At this point, Steve's expression morphed into one of profound frustration, a sense of helplessness welling up within him. Yuchichin had thoroughly dominated him, obliterating any remnants of his confidence. On the sidelines, Harvey could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Nice. His defensive skills are truly exceptional." Jerry West also openly expressed his admiration for Yuchichin. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson's demeanor reflected the acceptance of the harsh reality that Steve had been comprehensively outperformed by Yuchichin. "Shall we continue?" Yuchichin called out to Magic Johnson. Upon hearing Yuchichin's shout, Magic turned his gaze towards Steve, who, sensing the scrutiny, dejectedly shook his head. It was clear that Steve had completely lost his confidence. There was no need to continue. Observing Steve's reaction, Yuchichin nodded and extended his right hand towards him. "This is a moment to exchange a high five with Steve." Steve gazed at Yuchichin's outstretched right hand, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Qingchen would subject him to another round of mockery and derision. However, Yi Qingchen surprised him by not doing so. Instead, as he extended his hand, he earnestly remarked, "You played well. I merely had the advantage of physicality." The sincerity in Yi Qingchen's expression starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor, filled with banter. Steve sensed Yi Qingchen's genuine sentiment, and, with a bittersweet smile, extended his own right hand to meet Yi Qingchen's. "Hey, you completely outplayed me." Yi Qingchen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Your skills are quite refined. It's simply that your height and physique put you at a disadvantage." After sharing his insights, Yi Qingchen opted for silence. Although Steve was a personal trainer, his skills were undeniably commendable. Thus, there was no need to belittle him after the victory. Moreover, Steve held no ill will toward him. At that moment, Jerry West observed Yi Qingchen and Steve's high five, nodding in approval. Yi Qingchen's sportsmanship was evidently commendable. Even Magic Johnson, upon witnessing this gesture, began to view Yi Qingchen in a more favorable light. "All right, I concede, your judgment is indeed sound," Magic Johnson said to Jerry West with a resigned gesture. Chapter 21. Seeking to establish oneself in the 1990s NBA, exceptional physical attributes are paramount. Jerry West, witnessing Magic Johnson finally acknowledge Yi Qingchen's prowess, revealed a satisfied smile. "You finally recognized my choice as the right one. Rest assured, he will be our secret weapon." The anticipation in Jerry West's demeanor was palpable. However, Magic Johnson did not respond to Jerry West's enthusiasm. While Yi Qingchen had demonstrated his individual defensive and offensive capabilities in their one-on-one, the true measure of his abilities in competitive scenarios remained uncertain. Thus, Yi Qingchen had merely passed Magic Johnson's scrutiny for the time being. If he aspired to gain significant recognition from the Lakers, a lengthy journey lay ahead. Do not rejoice too soon. His path is still long. Magic Johnson's expression remained serious. In truth, the reason Magic Johnson placed such importance on this draft was due to the bitterness he felt after being defeated by the Young Bulls in the previous season's finals. Despite his early fame and leading his team to a championship, his desire for victory remained undiminished. Therefore, he was keen on pursuing the championship once more in the upcoming season, which made him particularly exacting regarding Yi Qingchen. Nevertheless, the abilities Yi Qingchen had just showcased earned him newfound respect from Magic Johnson. At the very least, Yi Qingchen's defensive skills met his expectations. The next step would be to evaluate Yi Qingchen's performance in actual games. Just as Magic Johnson was deep in thought, Yi Qingchen had already approached Steve, sharing laughter and conversation. Harvey was the first to rush over, praising Yi Qingchen. "Hey, man, your performance was absolutely incredible. He is Magic Johnson's personal trainer, and you just effortlessly outplayed him." Upon hearing this, Steve shot Harvey a disapproving glare, his expression darkening. "With all your chatter, would you care to challenge me to a match?" Realizing his faux pas, Harvey quickly understood the awkwardness of praising Yi Qingchen in front of Steve. Yi Qingchen chuckled and shrugged at Steve. At this moment, Jerry West also approached, his face alight with delight as he addressed Yi Qingchen. "You always manage to surprise me. Your performance was commendable. I hope you excel in the Summer League. I believe you will exert every effort to showcase your abilities, especially since it pertains to your rookie contract," Jerry West said with a hint of jest. Yi Qingchen, appearing relaxed, replied, "Of course. I just hope you won't be too astonished when the time comes." Yi Qingchen's casual remark caused Magic Johnson's brows to furrow once more. Yi Qingchen's demeanor was somewhat unsettling to him, as he continually exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Such calmness, manifested in a novice player, indeed appears dissonant. One should refrain from making overly bold statements, for this is a formal match, significantly distinct from a mere one-on-one encounter. Magic Johnson could not resist offering a word of caution. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingchen acknowledged with an indifferent nod and a light chuckle, replying, "Is there truly a difference? We shall see when the time comes." Her words left Magic Johnson momentarily speechless, as he sensed that she was subtly provoking him. Meanwhile, Jerry West, observing Magic Johnson's expression, erupted into hearty laughter, for it was rare to witness him in such a state. "I shall await with bated breath. I hope you do not perform abysmally when the moment arrives." With that, Magic Johnson turned and exited his private basketball court without a backward glance. Evidently quite vexed by Yi Qingchen's remarks, Yi Qingchen paid little mind to Magic Johnson's irate departure. Initially, she had contemplated gently reminding him to be mindful of his personal life should he have maintained a more amiable demeanor. However, it now seemed unnecessary. It appeared that fate itself desired her to assume the mantle of leadership for the Lakers. Indeed, I am the chosen one, the singular I. Yi Qingqing whimsically recalled a trope from a fantasy web novel, silently mocking herself. Jerry West was exceedingly pleased with Yi Qingqing's performance, and her standing in his eyes had significantly elevated. Previously, he had envisioned her as a formidable defensive asset for the team. Yet now, it appeared she harbored immense potential on the offensive front as well. If her offensive capabilities were to be fully harnessed, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. She would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon on the basketball court. In this moment, Yi Qingqing's standing in Jerry West's eyes has once again been elevated. During the Summer League, his commendable performance signified that our Lakers are not lacking in financial resources. As Yi Qingqing prepared to depart, Jerry West boldly proclaimed his sentiments. Upon hearing West's words, Yi Qingqing beamed with a radiant smile. He was well aware of the stature of Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, whose adept management has propelled the franchise to its current zenith. Indeed, West's assertion held merit. The Lakers are truly affluent. Particularly, if Jeannie Buss takes a liking to a player, she is willing to invest significantly to secure their talents. It is this willingness to spend that has transformed the Lakers into a formidable powerhouse within the NBA. Following a one-on-one training session with Magic Johnson's personal trainer, Yi Qingqing's life returned to a state of tranquility. His subsequent objective was to excel in the Summer League. Thus, Yi Qingqing immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. He maintained exceptionally high standards for his own skills, particularly regarding his physical conditioning. In an era where basketball demands a robust physique, lacking such strength would undeniably place one at a disadvantage. Yi Qingqing had witnessed the NBA regular season of this age firsthand. A game devoid of several altercations would hardly be deemed a normal affair. There were even instances where players sustained injuries during play. Moreover, the myriad of muscular collisions throughout the game further underscored the necessity for a formidable physique. Consequently, Yi Qingqing understood that to establish himself in this era of the NBA, physical prowess was paramount. Time flew swiftly as he became engrossed in rigorous training and weightlifting, and before long, the day of the Summer League had arrived. Chapter 22. The Summer League commences. Lakers vs. Nuggets. The Summer League primarily serves to provide an opportunity for rookie players to hone their skills. Notably, many participants in the Summer League are not official members of NBA teams. A substantial portion comprises newly drafted rookies or undrafted players. The essence of the Summer League is fundamentally to provide a platform for these rookie players to hone their skills. Consequently, the audience for the Summer League is rather limited, primarily comprising general managers and coaching staff of various teams. Although all participants are either rookies or undrafted players, there are invariably some who are overlooked or underestimated. Thus, these general managers and coaching teams are keen to discover hidden gems, aspiring to unearth rookies with immense potential during the Summer League. While the likelihood of such discoveries is exceedingly slim, it does not render it impossible. Nonetheless, the principal aim of these general managers and coaching teams remains to evaluate the capabilities of the newly selected rookies. For Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, this Summer League holds considerable significance. Likewise, for Magic Johnson, the event presents intriguing prospects. Following the overwhelming defeat of his personal trainer at the hands of Yi Qingqing, Magic Johnson has begun to regard Yi with newfound seriousness. As a seasoned veteran and an all-star player, a luminary in the league, Magic Johnson possesses a discerning eye for talent. He is most impressed by Yi Qingqing's defensive prowess exhibited during his one-on-one encounters with his trainer. Coupled with Yi's remarkable physical attributes, he has gained a distinct advantage on the defensive end. Thus, Magic Johnson is quite satisfied with this draft selection, albeit he refrains from revealing his approval to Yi, concerned that it might incite pride and arrogance in him. Hence, he chose to convey that true abilities are only revealed in the heat of competition. When the Summer League commenced, it was notably rare for Magic Johnson to attend the games in person. The Lakers' first adversary in the Summer League happened to be the Denver Nuggets. Upon learning that the opponent was the Nuggets, Yi Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, particularly due to the presence of his teammate, Mutombo. Yi vividly recalls Mutombo's taunts during the draft conference, where Mutombo boasted about showcasing his superiority on the court. Now, the opportunity to rectify that situation has finally arrived for Yi Qingqing, presenting him with a chance to teach Mutombo a lesson. Conversely, for Mutombo, this match serves as an opportunity to humiliate Yi Qingqing. Both players possess unwavering confidence in their abilities. However, the ultimate outcome will only be revealed when they face off. This Summer League is not even being held at the home court of the Los Angeles Lakers, but rather at the Salt Lake City Sports Center. as the host city for this summer league is indeed Salt Lake City. A total of 6 NBA teams are participating, with each team scheduled to play 5 matches. The team with the best record will be crowned the champion of the summer league. However, the significance of this championship can be regarded as negligible. At this moment, Yichichin is already engaged in warm-up training on the court. Meanwhile, the seating areas surrounding the arena are so sparsely populated that it would be an understatement to describe them as merely sparse. One can only occasionally spot a few spectators scattered throughout the vast expanse of the arena. The audience predominantly comprised general managers and members of coaching staff from various teams. However, to everyone's astonishment, aside from Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, who was present in the stands, the team's star player, Magic Johnson, was seated beside him. The presence of Magic Johnson elicited considerable surprise among both the Lakers and Nuggets players, as he is regarded as an iconic figure in their eyes. The mere fact that he was attending the Summer League raised numerous questions. What could be his purpose for being there? It seemed that a collective curiosity enveloped the crowd. Meanwhile, the announcer, in a tone of disbelief, exclaimed, "My goodness! 5-time champion Magic Johnson is actually in the stands. Am I seeing things? Could it be that the Lakers place immense significance on this year's Summer League? Or do they harbor high hopes for the new draft picks?" As the announcer mentioned the Lakers selected rookie players, many general managers present erupted into laughter, fully aware that Jerry West had executed a rather perplexing trade, exchanging a second-round draft pick along with cash for a player of Asian descent. This player possesses commendable physical attributes. However, his performance during his collegiate career can only be described as lackluster. He lacks the ability to create his own offense, and even the fundamental skills of ball handling elude him. He is relegated to showcasing his physical prowess as a blue-collar player within the Georgetown University basketball team. Such a player, what kind of future can he possibly have? Few hold high hopes for Yichichin to make a name for himself in the NBA. Rather, they indulge in mockery towards Jerry West. Surprisingly, Magic Johnson has also made an appearance at the venue. Could it be that he is here to observe this Asian player? Does he truly possess exceptional abilities? Among the Lakers participating in today's game, Yichichin stands out as the sole rookie, while the others are mere custodians of the team's water cooler. It is only during occasions like this that they can step into the limelight and represent the Lakers. As the commentators and numerous team general managers anticipated, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. The starting lineup for the Lakers graced the court: Roy Paslow, Demetrius Calip, Jack Harley, Keith Owens, and Yichichin. Clad in the number 28 jersey, Yichichin surprisingly occupied the center position, as he was the tallest among the Lakers roster, with the other players lacking in size for the paint. Even the coach was unfamiliar with Yi. As an assistant coach for the Lakers, he decided to assign Yi to the center position upon seeing him. The Lakers management held no explicit objectives for the Summer League, merely seeking to utilize the opportunity for training. Hence, the assistant coach, Ki Long, assumed the role of head coach for this Summer League, believing a casual approach would suffice. On the other hand, the Denver Nuggets starting lineup was entirely unfamiliar to Yi, save for Mutombo. Coincidentally, Mutombo also occupied the center position, setting the stage for Yi to face him in the Summer League's inaugural game. The jump ball commenced. Yichichin versus Mutombo. A playful smile graced Yi's face, while Mutombo stood before him, wearing a cruel grin. "Hey, just don't cry for my thrashing later. That would be quite embarrassing for you," Mutombo taunted. Chapter 23, a spectacular opening performance. Magic Johnson loses control of his expressions. Yichichin paid no heed to Mutombo's derision. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to engage in verbal sparring with Mutombo, for soon he would make Mutombo question his life choices. The silence from Yi only served to amuse Mutombo further. He believed Yi was clearly nervous about the game. Though merely a Summer League match, it was a significant opportunity to assess the strength and potential of rookie players. For someone like Yi, drafted late in the first round, this game carried even greater weight. If he failed to perform well, the Lakers would likely not invest in his development. Thus, the fate of Yi's future was intricately tied to these few Summer League games, which was enough to make him exceedingly anxious. However, Mutombo's assumptions would soon prove to be misguided. Standing a full 12 centimeters taller than Yi, no one expected Yi to outjump Mutombo. As the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, both Yi and Mutombo leapt instinctively. Mutombo was filled with confidence regarding this jump ball. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with the ball, he was taken aback to discover a large hand had already touched it first, redirecting the ball to Lakers player Jack Harley. The general managers in attendance were left astounded by Yichichin's leap, as they clearly witnessed his remarkable vertical speed. In an instant, Yi had soared above Mutombo, making first contact with the ball. This does not merely indicate that Yi Qingqian's jumping ability is astonishing. Rather, it highlights the remarkable speed of his jumps. Simultaneously, the astute general manager has also noticed Yi Qingqian's impressive wingspan. As both parties prepared to leap, each raised their right hand high. At that moment, Yi Qingqian's elevated arm reached a height not significantly different from that of Mutombo, suggesting that Yi Qingqian's wingspan is equally formidable. Now, the general managers of these teams have reined in their smiles. To become a general manager is no small feat. They are far from foolish. Yi Qingqian's remarkable speed and wingspan are ample testament to his extraordinary physical talents. At this moment, they began to realize that Yi Qingqian was not as weak as they had initially imagined. In fact, they started to sense that they might have overlooked something significant. They had never taken the time to seriously study Yi Qingqian, as he belonged to the Asian demographic, and thus the general managers of these teams had naturally dismissed him. Now, as they focused their attention on Yi Qingqian, they discovered his uniqueness. In contrast to the astonished expressions of the team executives, Jerry West maintained an air of calm composure. Since Yi Qingqian had triumphed over Magic Johnson as personal trainer in a one-on-one match, West had been filled with confidence in him. He firmly believed that Yi Qingqian would deliver an outstanding performance in the Summer League, and indeed, he had not disappointed. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson wore a look of surprise. Yi Qingqian had effortlessly outjumped Mutombo? Johnson was familiar with Mutombo and had hoped that the Lakers could acquire a towering player. He had always sought a successor to Jabbar, as having such a big man would be a tremendous boon for the Lakers. However, contrary to his wishes, the Lakers had been unable to secure a high draft pick. Returning to the court, after easily outjumping Mutombo, Yi Qingqian disregarded the latter's look of alarm and sprinted towards the front court. His acceleration was swift, and with Mutombo momentarily distracted, Yi Qingqian quickly widened the gap between them. He rapidly positioned himself at the free throw line. Observing Yi Qingqian's vigorous movement, Jack Haley instinctively passed the ball into his hands. Upon receiving the pass, Yi Qingqian faced only a single Denver forward guarding the paint. Without a moment's hesitation, he dribbled decisively into the lane. The individual who appeared before Yi Qingqian was the Denver Nuggets forward, Marcus Libote. His stature among forwards is not insignificant. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and weighing nearly 100 kilograms, while he may not match Yi Qingqian's formidable physique, the difference is hardly pronounced. Yet, this forward, who appeared to be quite comparable to Yi Qingqian, actively approached him during his dribble drive. Libote's intention was straightforward, to thwart Yi Qingqian's offensive maneuver. Moreover, his defensive advance was executed with remarkable finesse, perfectly positioning himself in the trajectory of Yi Qingqian's breakthrough. In such moments, Yi Qingqian would undoubtedly be intercepted directly, potentially even incurring an offensive foul. When Magic Johnson witnessed Yi Qingqian charging into the paint with the ball, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it. How could he play the ball like that? He should have passed it. What a thoughtless player. A brute. Magic Johnson's unrestrained exclamations left Jerry West utterly speechless. However, it appeared that Yi Qingqian's choice of attack was indeed questionable. Just as Jerry West pondered the irrationality of Yi Qingqian's offense, he was astounded by an extraordinary scene. Yi Qingqian forcefully collided with the defender, Liberty, sending him sprawling away. Remarkably, Yi Qingqian did not employ any deliberate shoulder charge or exertion. He merely collided with Liberty as he advanced. Subsequently, Liberty flew backward like a kite severed from its string, mirroring the earlier incident when Yi Qingqian had sent Magic Johnson's personal trainer tumbling. This is certainly not an offensive foul. This was a perfectly legitimate instance of physical contact. The referee did not blow the whistle either. After Yi Qingqian sent Libo flying, he did not halt his momentum. With a seamless collection of the ball, he took grand strides to execute the final offensive move. It was a powerful and forceful slam dunk. The players of the Lakers, witnessing Yi Qingqian's impressive display of athleticism, erupted in exuberance, rushing forward to high-five him in celebration. At this moment, Mutombo had just returned to the top of the arc. He clearly observed Yi Qingqian colliding with his own teammate and executing the dunk. Now, Mutombo began to question his very existence, for he could scarcely believe that the individual who had just performed such a formidable slam was not the familiar teammate from his college basketball days. Could such a remarkable feat be accomplished by a player of yellow skin, one deemed only capable of menial tasks? Not only was Mutombo's expression one of sheer astonishment, But the expressions of both the general manager and the coaching staff mirrored his disbelief. Turning to Magic Johnson, his previous fury was still etched upon his face. Yet it had now crystallized into a rigid mask of shock. It can only be said that Magic Johnson's ability to manage his expressions had spiraled out of control. He was once again profoundly astonished by Yi Qingxin. Chapter 24, Libo's Rib Fracture. Yi Qingxin, I haven't even exerted myself yet. Although it was merely a summer league match. Cameras were diligently capturing the action. These recordings would be preserved, allowing the participating teams to review them later. Thus, Yi Qingxin's inaugural dunk in the Summer League was meticulously documented. At this moment, the commentator had fixated his attention upon Yi Qingxin. This rookie from the Lakers, donning number 28, is named Yi Qingxin. He hails from the Dragon Nation. I recall now. He was acquired by the Lakers through a second-round pick in a cash transaction with the Warriors. Initially, many believed this maneuver by the Lakers was a misstep. Yet, judging solely from that recent offensive play, Yi Qingxin's performance has truly surpassed everyone's expectations. The commentator's remarks served as a resounding slap in the face to many general managers present, who had deemed the selection of such a yellow-skinned player a farce. Indeed, they had never witnessed a player of Asian descent on the NBA court. However, the earlier scene vividly illustrated Yi Qingxin's tenacity during his offensive play. From the moment he engaged in physical confrontation with Libo, it was evident that Yi Qingxin possessed formidable strength and resilience. Despite the clash, his offensive rhythm remained unperturbed, while Libo was quite literally sent sprawling beyond the baseline. Libo's height and weight were not significantly inferior to Yi Qingxin's, which serves as a testament to the sheer power Yi Qingxin commands. At that moment, the players of the Nuggets flocked to Libo's side, eager to assist him in rising. Among them was Mutombo. The reason Mutombo hastened to Libo's side was to ascertain whether Yi Qingxin had indeed exerted himself deliberately. Hey, buddy. How could you have been so easily knocked down by him? Surely, he must have engaged with intent, Mutombo remarked, extending his hand to help Libo off the ground. However, to Mutombo's astonishment, Libo did not reach out for assistance, and instead wore an expression of considerable anguish. What is wrong? You're not injured, are you? Damn it. I knew it. He must have acted with intent and hurt you. Mutombo immediately attributed the blame to Yi Qingxin. Don't move. It's broken. Just as Mutombo's hand made contact with Libo's, Libo let out a pain scream. At this moment, the remaining players of the Nuggets were taken aback by Libordi's words. Broken? What is broken? At this point, Mutombo still did not comprehend the meaning behind Libordi's statement. Damn it. Hurry and call the team doctor. My rib has been shattered by his collision. Libordi was truly at a loss for words. This rookie player Mutombo is truly driving him to the brink of exasperation. At this moment, Mutombo finally regained his composure. With a face full of astonishment, he gazed at Libid's motionless form on the ground. He could scarcely believe that after such a seemingly simple collision with Yi Qingxin, Libid's ribs had been fractured. What kind of force is this? Is it truly so effortless for ribs to be fractured? The general managers seated in the audience now direct their attention towards the players of the Nuggets, eager to witness Liberty's performance upon rising. Some of them harbor suspicions that Liberty may have feigned injury in an attempt to deceive the referee into calling an offensive foul against Yi Qingxin. Thus, his exaggerated fall appears to be a strategic ploy. However, to their utter astonishment, Liberty is unable to rise from the ground. The medical staff of the Nuggets rushes to his side to assess the situation. The anguish etched on Liberty's face is evident. Even the commentator, bewildered, questions whether the collision with Yi resulted in this injury. Is Yi's physical prowess truly so formidable? As the words linger in the air, everyone present observes the team physician signaling to the sideline medical personnel to bring forth a stretcher. The sight of the stretcher elicits a collective state of disbelief among the spectators. Meanwhile, the large screen in the arena finally displays the slow-motion replay of the moment Yi Qingxin collided with Liberty. All eyes are fixed upward, scrutinizing the screen, and it becomes clear what transpired during their encounter. The collision was between the chests of Yi and Liberty. Notably, as they collided, Yi instinctively retracted his elbow to avoid any contact with Liberty. Thus, it is evident that Yi did not deliberately thrust his elbow into Liberty. It was merely a clash of chests. In stark contrast, Yi remains unscathed while Liberty must be carried off on a stretcher. What does this signify? This illustrates that Yi Qingxin's impact is astonishingly formidable. Even the assistant coach of the Lakers, now head coach Keelan, appeared utterly stunned. He was certainly aware of Yi Qingxin, for Jerry West had already advised him to grant Yi ample playing time. Although Keelan was uncertain of the rationale behind Jerry West's request, he complied nonetheless. Now, Keelan is beginning to vaguely comprehend Jerry West's intentions. This could indeed be a rookie with immense potential. As Jerry West and Magic Johnson exchanged glances from the stands, they both discerned a profound astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. When you selected him, you weren't primarily focused on his offensive capabilities, were you? Magic Johnson inquired, somewhat uncertain. Indeed, my primary focus was on his defensive prowess. I never anticipated he would possess such remarkable strength in confrontation. Jerry West candidly expressed his thoughts. So, it seems we have struck gold? A look of sheer ecstasy illuminated Magic Johnson's face. His emotional journey had traversed from disdain and fury upon hearing that the Lakers had chosen a player of Asian descent to this moment of jubilance, which was nothing short of spectacular. Let us observe further. Although his offensive display was indeed impressive, we must assess his capabilities in other areas. Jerry West, at this juncture, adopted a more composed demeanor. Meanwhile, as Magic Johnson and Jerry West conversed, Labordi was being carried off the court on a stretcher. The commentator soon relayed concerning news regarding Labordi's injury. Oh my goodness. Following a preliminary examination by the Nuggets medical team, it appears he has fractured his rib. It seems there may be more than one fracture. A collective gasp resonated among those present upon hearing the commentator's announcement. At that moment, their gazes toward Yi Qingchen turned markedly unusual, particularly Mutombo, whose expression was one of considerable anger. Yi Qingchen had, astonishingly, caused his teammate to sustain a rib fracture right at the outset. This is utterly unforgivable. At this moment, Mutombo stood before Yi Qingchen, glaring fiercely as he declared, "You are finished. You have successfully provoked us." In response to the furious Mutombo, Yi Qingchen wore a perplexed expression, suggesting, "I advise you to take better care of your own ribs." Chapter 25, That was not a steal. That was outright robbery. As Mutombo approached Yi Qingchen to engage in conversation, the commentator promptly elucidated their relationship. It is well known that Dikembe and Yi both hail from Georgetown University. They were once teammates for a year. However, judging by their current demeanor, it appears their rapport is rather strained. I can even perceive that Mutombo is deliberately taunting Yi. Upon reviewing some records, I discovered that Yi is Mutombo's substitute, tasked with defending against the opposing team's star player. Moreover, he has been executing his responsibilities commendably. Yet, it seems that he and Mutombo do not share a harmonious relationship. This certainly adds an intriguing layer to the match. The commentator can be regarded as exceptionally dedicated. Although there are not many genuine fans present at the venue, he continues to passionately narrate the game. His commentary has allowed many team general managers to gain a deeper understanding of Yi Qingchen. Now, these general managers no longer dare to underestimate Yi Qingchen. After all, to become a general manager, one must possess a certain level of insight. Initially, their dismissal of Yi Qingchen stemmed from preconceived notions, as they believed that basketball players with yellow skin were rather mediocre. However, Yi Qingchen has already showcased his remarkable strength and talent from the very beginning. Consequently, their interest in Yi Qingchen has significantly peaked, and they are eager to witness the splendid performances he will deliver in the upcoming matches. Mutombo has already positioned himself beneath the basket. The Denver Nuggets point guard is stationed at the arc, meticulously observing the movements of his teammates. As the fourth overall pick in this year's draft, Mutombo commands considerable attention from the Nuggets. Consequently, the Summer League games are undoubtedly centered around him. Following a signal from his teammates, Mutombo has advanced to the arc to set a screen. At this moment, Yi Qingchen trails closely behind him. With a height advantage over Yi Qingchen, Mutombo possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to score effortlessly over him. Upon completing the screen, Mutombo swiftly pivots and cuts towards the paint. This is a fundamental tactic of a pick-and-roll executed by a center. Mutombo's swift descent effectively blocked Yi Qingchen behind him. A guard from the Nuggets executed a precise bounce pass, delivering the ball into Mutombo's grasp. Upon receiving the pass, Mutombo was poised to complete a thunderous dunk. At this juncture, the synergy of the play was notably successful. The quality of the screen and the timing of the pass were impeccably executed. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Mutombo was destined to effortlessly score. The commentator, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What a splendid pick-and-roll collaboration. Dikembe's height advantage is simply overwhelming. He is sure to shine brightly in this match." However, scarcely had the commentator's words faded when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Mutombo comfortably received the ball and readied himself for the dunk, a pair of enormous hands firmly clasped the basketball. At that moment, as Mutombo prepared to elevate the ball, he was astonished to feel an obstruction preventing him from lifting it overhead. When he glanced down in disbelief, he was horrified to discover that Yi Qingqian's hands were tightly gripping the basketball. Before he could fully process the shock, Yi Qingqian's powerful grip surged into action. In an instant, Mutombo lost control of the ball. Yi Qingqian had seized it with remarkable force. Magic Johnson, observing this spectacle, was equally astonished. Is this a steal? No. This is not merely a steal. This is a robbery. Jerry West, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. After executing the steal, Yi Qingqian paid no heed to Mutombo's stunned expression. Instead, he surged forward, dribbling the ball fiercely down the court. His previous dunk, which had sent Libo flying, had only netted him a mere 2 experience points. This time, by successfully executing a steal, he had already accrued 3 experience points. As Yi Qingqian propelled the ball forward in a fast break, his mind was racing with calculations. If he were to complete a solo fast break for a score, this steal combined with the fast break would yield 5 experience points. However, if he passed the ball to a teammate during the fast break, assisting them in scoring, he could earn 7 experience points. After all, within this ruthless basketball system, assists awarded the highest experience, with each assist granting 4 points. Thus, as Yi Qingqian swiftly advanced towards the front court, he continually scanned for his teammates' positions. Soon, he noticed his comrade, Kiso Owens, trailing closely behind him, prompting Yi Qingqian to silently commend him. Such teammates are truly deserving of a pass. Primarily, they exhibit a commendable enthusiasm and possess remarkably swift reactions. As Yi Qingqian dribbled rapidly towards the front court, this teammate promptly kept pace with him. It is often said that players who actively move are the ones who enjoy the most delectable opportunities. Yi Qingqian wholeheartedly believed in the veracity of this statement. In stark contrast, the players of the Nuggets, by the time they realized the situation, Yi Qingqian had already crossed the midcourt line. Their response was not merely a beat slow, it was significantly delayed. Consequently, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Qingqian executed a fast break to score. As Yi Qingqian approached the free throw line, he surprisingly opted not to score himself. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back bounce pass that landed perfectly in the hands of his trailing teammate, Keith Owens. Although Owens had been closely following Yi Qingqian, he initially assumed that Yi Qingqian would not pass to him, considering this a prime opportunity to showcase his own abilities. Nonetheless, having kept up, he decided to continue in pursuit. To his astonishment, Yi Qingqian indeed passed the ball to him in such a flamboyant manner. Overjoyed, Owens quickly envisioned his dunking maneuver. Upon receiving the pass, he took a 2-footed gather step and leaped high into the air, executing a powerful slam dunk that reverberated through the net. 4-0. 1 steal and 1 assist accomplished. The experience points were now in hand. Maximizing experience points was Yi Qingqian's foremost task at this moment, as he needed to enhance his skills across the board. Aside from Yi Qingqian's calm demeanor, the rest of the players on the court were left in a state of bewilderment. They genuinely did not anticipate that within less than a minute of the game commencing, Yi Qingqian would deliver such a profound shock. Dikembe Mutombo's face was etched with disbelief. He could not comprehend how, despite having the basketball firmly in his grasp, Yi Qingqian was still able to snatch it away with such ease. In that fleeting moment, when Yi Qingqian seized the basketball from him, Mutombo experienced an unfamiliar sensation of helplessness, a feeling of being utterly overpowered. Chapter 26. Can Mutombo's back down against Yi Qingqian be stopped? Using an elbow to forge a path. After Owens completed his dunk, his face beamed with excitement. He rushed towards Yi Qingqian, eager to celebrate with a chest bump. Yi Qingqian merely extended his right hand for a high five. Observing Yi Qingqian's composed expression, Owens felt a surge of admiration. For him, the Summer League was a significantly important competition, especially for rookie players or those who went undrafted. Such competitions hold immense significance. To deliver an outstanding performance in the Summer League can attract the attention of a team's general manager, which signifies a potential pathway to becoming an NBA player. Kawhi servants. Being an undrafted player, earned the opportunity to represent the Lakers in the Summer League through his relentless efforts. Therefore, when Yi Qingqian afforded him the chance to showcase his abilities, he felt genuinely grateful. Little did he know, Yi Qingqian's intention was merely to derive greater value from his own experiences. This mutually beneficial arrangement is, in fact, quite reasonable. The Lakers coach, Long, displayed a countenance brimming with excitement. Yi Qingqian's performance exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he held a profound admiration for the team's general manager, Jerry West. Such players are indeed exceedingly rare. They possess a formidable presence on the defensive end, while simultaneously exhibiting remarkable selflessness in their offensive play. Even when they have the opportunity to score themselves, they choose to pass the ball to a trailing teammate. Such a player can only be described as possessing exceptionally high emotional and basketball intelligence. Even Magic Johnson, seated in the audience, remarked with a sense of admiration, "All right, Jerry. I admit, I'm beginning to like him just a little. This guy is truly brilliant, especially in his passing choices. He has the potential to be my successor." Observing the delight on Magic's face, Jerry West disdainfully retorted, "Just a little? Weren't you previously quite dissatisfied with my choice?" At that moment, Magic Johnson chose to disregard Jerry West's comment, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Let us continue watching the game. I am genuinely more curious about him now. Will he deliver an even more spectacular performance?" Jerry West, noticing the eager expression on Magic Johnson's face, merely scoffed. Nevertheless, Jerry West's mood was quite buoyant. Yi Qingqian had fulfilled his potential, particularly on the defensive end, where he even managed to single-handedly guard the towering Mutombo. Moreover, Magic Johnson was correct. Yi Qingqian indeed possessed high basketball intelligence. He understood the most rational course of action when handling the ball, although this was merely a summer league game. The coach of the Nuggets was quite displeased with the Lakers scoring consecutively at the outset. Thus, he promptly called for a timeout. "Our defensive focus is lacking. We must keep a close watch on that number 28 player. His speed and strength are formidable. Hey, Dikembe, you need to take the offensive end seriously. I heard this guy used to be your backup. You actually let him steal the ball from you?" The coach's words cast an evident pall over Mutombo's face. The previous incident of being outmaneuvered by Yi Qingqian was indeed quite embarrassing. Now, with the coach mentioning it in front of his teammates, it only added to his frustration. "I wasn't focused enough before. It won't happen again. You can trust me to handle the ball," Mutombo confidently asserted. Upon hearing Mutombo's declaration, the Nuggets coach nodded in satisfaction. His aim was to provoke Mutombo, igniting his competitive spirit. With that objective achieved, he could now enjoy Mutombo's forthcoming performance. The Nuggets held Mutombo's interior defensive capabilities in high regard. Hence, it was essential to provide him ample opportunities to showcase his skills. This contributes significantly to enhancing his self-confidence. In contrast, the atmosphere within the Lakers camp is exceedingly vibrant. At this moment, Coach Keelan has also expressed admiration and commendation for Yi Qingqian's performance. However, he refrains from overcomplicating the strategic arrangements, instead encouraging the players to maintain their current fighting spirit. Following this straightforward directive, the match resumes. Once again, it is the Nuggets' turn to launch an offensive. Once again, Yi Qingqian found himself defending Mutombo beneath the basket. Upon spotting Yi, Mutombo's eyes blazed with intensity. He firmly positioned Yi behind him and reached out for the ball. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 18 centimeters, Mutombo effortlessly called for the ball in the paint. Consequently, the basketball was swiftly delivered into his hands. At that moment, Yi chose not to employ a strategy of circumventing the defense but instead pressed his elbow against Mutombo's lower back. After receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle to his left, Mutombo assessed Yi's defensive prowess and began to execute a back-to-the-basket dribble. Mutombo possessed a commendable skill set for low-post offense, and he was now perilously close to the hoop. Typically, upon receiving the ball in such a position, he would merely need to dribble once while backing in, pivot, and execute a gentle hook shot to secure an easy basket. Mutombo was indeed poised to follow this course of action. However, as he began his back-to-the-basket dribble, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. It seemed that when facing Yi Qingqian, even the most routine actions were prone to unforeseen complications. Once again, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. As Mutombo maneuvered with his back to the basket, he was astonished to discover that he could not overpower Yi Qingqian. In other words, after attempting to back down, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction towards the paint. Moreover, he felt an external force compelling him to retreat. Mutombo's immediate reaction was to accuse Yi Qingqian of a foul. However, the referee stationed at the baseline observed the situation clearly, noting that Yi Qingqian made no aggressive movements. Mutombo truly could not move Yi Qingqian. In frustration, he vocally protested to the referee, exclaiming, "Hey, referee, he pushed me." Yet, the referee remained unresponsive. This incited considerable ire in Mutombo. In his fury, he resolved that if the referee remained silent, he would demonstrate his prowess to Yi Qingqian. Once more, Mutombo engaged in a backing maneuver, exerting every ounce of strength within him. Yet, Yuchinshin remained utterly unyielding. However, this did not deter Mutombo, following his back to the basket play. He executed a pivot toward the free throw line. This pivot, however, was not a mere turn. As he spun, his left elbow swung menacingly towards Yuchinshin's face. Should this elbow strike its target, the court would undoubtedly witness a bloody spectacle. As Mutombo's iron elbow approached, Yuchinshin's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Chapter 27. The unfathomable confidence of Magic Johnson, who mistakenly believed Yuchinshin to be his ardent admirer. Yuchinshin, having once been a teammate of Mutombo, was all too familiar with the dangers of his iron elbow. Thus, when Mutombo struggled to back him down, Yuchinshin surmised that his frustration might soon boil over. In this era of basketball, minor collisions were exceedingly commonplace. Hence, possessing a defensive mindset during gameplay was of paramount importance. Yuchinshin believed that during an opponent's offensive play, one must make precise predictions regarding the adversary's next moves. Based on these judgments, one could formulate the most rational defensive strategy. Now that Mutombo had unleashed his iron elbow, it confirmed Yuchinshin's foresight. As Mutombo's elbow was poised to collide with his face, Yuchinshin finally reacted. He leaned back with remarkable agility. Those present witnessed Yuchinshin arching backward at the precise moment of Mutombo's turn, his body forming a graceful bow. Such a posture left many in profound perplexity. However, when they beheld Yuchinshin leaning back, at that very moment, Mutombo's elbow swept past, brushing against his face. At last, they comprehended the reason behind Yuchinshin's actions. This was a remarkable evasion of Mutombo's elbow, executed with utmost precision. Yet, what astonished them even more lay ahead. Although Yuchinshin's upper body was leaning back, his legs remained steadfast. As Mutombo's formidable elbow swept past, Yuchinshin swiftly regained his defensive stance. This maneuver by Yuchinshin was accomplished in an instant. The most astonished of all was Mutombo himself. His intention was to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Yuchinshin at the moment of his turn. However, the outcome was that Yuchinshin evaded him with an exceptionally exaggerated movement. Fortunately, the referee did not blow the whistle, indicating that Mutombo had escaped a foul call. In reality, such an elbow swing constituted a dangerous action, warranting a charge of offensive foul against Mutombo. Yet, the referee might have suspected that Yuchinshin was attempting to deceive by feigning an offensive foul, and since he was not actually struck, the whistle remained silent. Thus, while Mutombo felt relieved, he continued to pursue his offensive play. Having completed his turn, he aimed to make a layup with a delicate hook shot. However, just as Mutombo was about to release the ball with his hook, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The defender who had been in front of him, Yuchinshin, had vanished without a trace. It was as though he had inexplicably disappeared from view. This filled him with immense terror. In truth, Mutombo was utterly perplexed, while the remaining spectators could see the situation with clarity. After deftly evading Mutombo's iron elbow, Yuchinshin did not reappear before him as expected. Instead, he circled directly to Mutombo's rear. Initially, no one could discern Yuchinshin's intentions. However, as he maneuvered behind Mutombo, at the very moment Mutombo launched his attack, Yuchinshin simultaneously struck. My heavens! He had accurately anticipated Dikembe's method of execution. He aimed to preemptively block Dikembe's hook shot. The commentator gasped in horror. Just as the commentator articulated, Yuchinshin's true objective in circling behind was to intercept Mutombo's attempt before it could unfold. For attempting to block a hook shot from the front would prove exceedingly challenging. Both timing and leaping ability must be precisely calibrated to achieve such a feat currently. Yuchinshin lacked the remarkable elevation necessary. Thus, he opted for a clever tactic. His familiarity with Mutombo was profound. During his time at Georgetown University, although Yuchinshin engaged in strength training on the sidelines, he remained vigilant, observing the players' drills. Consequently, he possessed an intimate understanding of Mutombo's offensive repertoire. The back-to-the-basket move followed by a quick hook shot was one of them, executed even without any feints. Hence, Yuchinshin decisively adopted a defensive strategy from behind. In fact, his defensive maneuver proved remarkably effective. Before the basketball could even reach its apex in Mutombo's hands, Yuchinshin had already intercepted it. This time can be considered a successful block. Experience points 3. After completing the block, Yuchinshin once again dribbled forward with great fervor. On the defensive end, Yuchinshin assumed the role of the center, while during the offensive phase, she took on the position of point guard. Such a transition occurs with an astonishing absence of discordance. It is remarkably smooth and fluid. The other players of the Lakers have now gained considerable experience. They were astounded when Yuchinshin successfully executed the block, yet this did not deter them from sprinting forward in unison. Fast breaks are among the most efficient offensive strategies for scoring. Furthermore, Yi Qingqian's earlier assist to Keith Irvin clearly demonstrates his willingness to share the ball, encouraging his teammates to advance fearlessly. Among the spectators in the arena, the one who must be feeling the most frustrated is undoubtedly Mutombo. Having been thwarted by Yi Qingqian on 2 consecutive offensive attempts, first with a steal and then with a block, this is no longer a matter of shame. It has become a profound humiliation. Yet, in his current state, he finds himself utterly helpless. By the time he comprehends the situation, he notices that Yi Qingqian has already dribbled past the half-court line. Furthermore, after crossing the midline, Yi Qingqian continues to surge towards the basket with unrelenting speed. The Lakers players trailing behind her are all recklessly sprinting forward. Thus, under the begrudging gaze of Mutombo, Yi Qingqian launches the ball against the backboard. After rebounding, it is seized by the Lakers player, Jack Harley, who leaps high to emphatically slam the ball into the hoop with both hands. This time, it was a block coupled with an assist, earning 7 experience points. Yi Qingqian's mood was exceedingly pleasant. In this light, acquiring experience points does not appear to be particularly arduous. After all, it is merely the summer league, and the caliber of these players is rather modest. It is indeed an opportune moment to accumulate experience. While Yi Qingqian was privately contemplating strategies to amass experience points, all the general managers in the audience were left utterly astonished. Even the illustrious Magic Johnson could no longer maintain his composure. As Yi Qingqian slammed the ball against the backboard, he sprang from his seat in excitement. This choice of pass was undeniably in perfect alignment with his style. Jerry. Judging by his passing technique, he is undoubtedly my devoted fan. Chapter 28. After Yi Qingqian blocked Mutombo, he even wagged his finger at him, causing Mutombo to lose his composure. Upon hearing Magic Johnson's words, Jerry West was filled with bewilderment. Are you even listening to yourself? How could he possibly be your fan? Magic Johnson's expression was animated and exuberant. Just look at his 2 recent passes. It is evident that he is an unselfish player. Moreover, his passing style is exceptionally elegant, reminiscent of my own. Therefore, he must be my admirer, familiar with my playing style to produce such delightful passes. Jerry West was nearly exasperated. He genuinely believed that Magic Johnson's audacity was astounding. Initially, he was quite dismissive and critical of Yi Qingqian. Yet now, witnessing Yi Qingqian's remarkable skills, he hastily declared him to be a fan. The shift in sentiment has indeed been remarkably swift. Aside from the buoyant spirits of the Lakers' general manager and their star player, the emotions among the other team executives in attendance are rather intricate. Particularly, the general manager of the Nuggets, Wright, has been closely monitoring this match. Initially, he had no interest in Yi Qingqian whatsoever. He was even unaware that Yi was from the same university team as Mutombo. However, it did not take long for Wright to be astounded by Yi Qingqian's performance. This was primarily due to Yi's success in defending against Mutombo on 2 consecutive occasions. It is worth noting that Mutombo is this year's 4th overall pick. While his offensive capabilities may not be particularly remarkable, one would expect him to easily handle a late first-round player. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. The player he had personally selected, the 4th pick, was thoroughly contained by Yi Qingqian, who denied him even a single opportunity to shoot. Moreover, Yi Qingqian adeptly transformed his stellar defense into points, even delivering 2 exquisite assists. Judging solely by these 2 instances of transition from defense to offense, it is evident that Yi Qingqian possesses immense potential. Now, Wright was genuinely anxious. If Mutombo failed to deliver an impressive performance in this match, the Nuggets fans and management would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction. Therefore, it was imperative for him to ensure that Mutombo showcased his true abilities. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqian, who had successfully executed 2 consecutive fast-break passes, had already earned the trust of Lakers coach Ko Long. In both defense and offense, Yi Qingqian's performance was exceedingly commendable. Such players are precisely the ones most favored by the team's coach. They possess the ability to defend and attack, yet they do not seek personal glory. Such young players are indeed exceedingly rare to find. It is quite astonishing that the Lakers have chosen him. At this moment, Keelung's admiration for Jerry West intensified. His discerning eye was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the commentator was fervently recounting the impressive block and assist accomplished by Yi Qingqian moments ago. The Lakers' number 28 player was indeed a sight to behold. His defensive prowess was astonishing. Did you notice? His hands appeared remarkably large. He could effortlessly grasp the basketball with a single hand. Similarly, these sizable hands would provide him with considerable advantage on the defensive end. Jerry, the general manager of the Lakers, certainly possessed an astute vision. The commentators' praise left many general managers of rival teams visibly displeased. Initially, they had derided Jerry West for his perceived folly in selecting a player with such a yellow complexion. Yet now, it seemed the true jesters were themselves. Yi Qingqian's performance even overshadowed that of this year's 4th overall pick, Mutombo. This was the aspect that astonished them the most. The individual most burdened with despondency was undoubtedly Mutombo. Particularly after hearing the commentary from the live announcer, his expression grew even more somber. Mutombo was acutely aware that if he did not respond promptly, the undeniable truth of being outplayed by Yi Qingqian would be irrepressible. Thus, Mutombo steeled himself, determined to score during this offensive play despite Yi Qingqian's defense. The game continued. Once again, it was the Denver Nuggets' turn to attack. At this moment, Mutombo refrained from immediately positioning himself. Instead, he waited until his teammates advanced the ball past half-court before he suddenly exerted his effort. In an instant, he managed to position Yi Qingqian behind him. With his arms raised high, Mutombo called for the ball from his teammates, who promptly delivered it into his hands. Positioned deep within the paint, Mutombo was poised to make a direct attempt at the basket following the catch. After catching the ball with both hands, Mutombo forcefully slammed it down onto the ground, creating an explosive impact while simultaneously colliding fiercely with Yi Qingqian. At the same moment, Mutombo executed a swift turn to face the hoop, raising the basketball high above his head before emphatically driving it towards the rim. This time, Mutombo's movements could be described as fluid and harmonious, executed in one seamless motion. Although he was unable to displace Yi Qingqian while executing the explosive play, he had nonetheless turned and advanced a step closer to the basket. At this moment, Mutombo had indeed discovered the optimal opportunity to strike. With a powerful two-handed dunk, it was utterly impossible for Yi Qingqian to thwart this particular attempt. After all, he possessed an undeniable advantage in height. Even the Denver Nuggets general manager, Wright, nodded in quiet approval upon witnessing Mutombo's choice of attack. This exemplifies the tenacious performance of an interior player. It is essential to execute a dunk over him to elevate the team's morale. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred once again. Just as Mutombo anticipated an effortless completion of his dunk, a colossal hand materialized before him. More precisely, it appeared right in front of the basketball that was about to be thrust into the hoop. When Mutombo caught sight of that immense hand, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He truly did not expect that Yi Qingqian could timely block his dunk. What manner of defensive behemoth is this? Mutombo's dunk was effortlessly swatted away by Yi Qingqian. Upon landing, Yi Qingqian directed a finger-wagging gesture toward Mutombo. The moment Mutombo beheld Yi Qingqian's admonishing finger, he was instantly reminded of the time he had been thoroughly bested by him. That was a memory he wished to forget more than any other in his lifetime. Just a simple wag of the finger reawakened all those recollections. Such a devastating psychological blow. Already in a foul mood, Mutombo's composure shattered completely. All he now desired was to violently break that accusing finger of Yi Qingqian's that pointed at him. Only then could he resolve the resentment that lingered in his heart. Thus, Mutombo's right hand lunged toward the finger that Yi Qingqian was waving. Simultaneously, his left hand was not idle either, reaching directly for Yi Qingqian's head. Mutombo's actions left all spectators in utter astonishment. No one had anticipated that such a scene would unfold during a summer league match. Yet, Yi Qingqian appeared to be in a state of shock, seemingly devoid of any response. At this moment, Magic Johnson and Jerry West were in a state of urgency. Chapter 29. As Yi Qingqian appeared on the verge of being subdued by Mutombo, he remained utterly unfazed. How could Magic Johnson and Jerry West not feel anxious? It was fair to say that Yi Qingqian's performance in this match had already left them exceedingly satisfied. Thus, witnessing one of their players about to be bullied, they were understandably alarmed, even rising from their seats. However, just as they stood up, Yi Qingqian finally reacted. He swiftly retracted his right hand, effortlessly evading Mutombo's reaching grasp. Simultaneously, he slightly tilted his head to the side, successfully dodging Mutombo's attempt to press down on him. To onlookers, Yi Qingqian's evasions appeared almost effortless. As if conducted in jest, Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged astonished glances, not anticipating that Yi Qingqian could so easily elude Mutombo's attack. Yet, mere evasion would not suffice. For at this juncture, the opponent had already made a move. Some form of retaliation was imperative. At the very least, one should assertively respond to express discontent. In the next moment, Yi Qingqian retaliated as expected by Magic Johnson. He proactively pushed against Mutombo's chest. Mutombo, taken aback by Yi Qingqian's unexpected evasion, was momentarily stunned and unable to react. Consequently, Yi Qingqian's push caught him entirely off guard. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a train. His body uncontrollably propelled backward. When everyone witnessed Mutombo being forcefully sent flying by Yi Qingqian, they were left utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Yi Qingqian could actually overpower Mutombo. His demeanor certainly did not suggest a feigned fall. Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged yet another bewildered glance, genuinely questioning their own understanding. Although every action taken by Yi Qingqian seemed entirely rational, the consequences were astonishingly irrational. How could a mere push from Yi Qingqian send the towering Mutombo, standing at 2 meters 18, flying uncontrollably? Was Yi Qingqian's strength truly that formidable? Or was Mutombo's acting simply that convincing? This is merely a summer league game. As a seasoned general manager in the NBA, Jerry West finds himself utterly perplexed by Yi Qingqian. It is needless to say that Magic Johnson feels the same. The way he gazes at Yi Qingqian has entirely transformed. Initially, Magic Johnson was concerned that Yi Qingqian might falter under the dominance of Mutombo. However, it now appears that the concern should rest with Mutombo. The referee has promptly halted the game, effectively placing himself between Yi Qingqian and Mutombo, preventing Yi Qingqian from advancing further. In truth, after pushing Mutombo, Yi Qingqian has remained stationary, his demeanor still exuding an air of nonchalance. Although it was Yi Qingqian who initiated the contact, his expression suggests that the incident bears no significance to him whatsoever. This left everyone present in a state of disbelief. A common question arose in their minds. Is this individual truly a rookie player? How does he appear to embody the essence of a court enforcer? Even the players from the Lakers found Yi Qingqian's demeanor to be remarkably composed. Conflicts are, after all, a commonplace occurrence on the court. However, it is expected that both parties involved in such disputes would display intense emotions. Yet, there was no discernible fluctuation in Yi Qingqian's emotional state. The commentator, visibly astonished, remarked, "Is this guy genuinely a newcomer? His composure is extraordinary. He possesses a colossal heart and immense strength." As the commentator expressed his admiration, the audience's attention was drawn to Mutombo, who remained sprawled on the ground, yet to rise. Such a result left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Yi Qingqian's shove truly inflicted a devastating blow upon Mutombo? This is inconceivable. How could a mere shove inflict such grave injury? Numerous general managers across various teams believed that Mutombo was merely feigning. It was only when the Denver Nuggets team physician approached to assess Mutombo's condition that they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Following a brief inquiry, the physician's expression darkened considerably. He shook his head towards the Nuggets coach and subsequently signaled for a stretcher to be brought in from the sidelines. As the stretcher entered the arena, everyone could no longer contain their apprehension. This is already sufficient to illustrate the severity of Mutombo's injury. In the case of a typical ailment, a stretcher would be entirely unnecessary. The sight of the stretcher being brought onto the scene inevitably conjured images of Lebo D at the onset of the match. Lebo D had suffered a fractured rib as a result of a collision with Yi Qingqian. Now, with Mutombo also requiring a stretcher, does this imply that he too is grappling with rib issues? At this moment, every gaze directed towards Yi Qingqian underwent a transformation. Who exactly is this individual? Including Mutombo. He has already incapacitated 2 players in this match. The first session has only just begun. This individual appears to be a source of frustration, does he not? This is merely the Summer League, not the playoffs or the finals. The competition during the Summer League is inherently less intense, with a lower level of defensive rigor. Yet, astonishingly, within just a few minutes of the game's commencement, 2 players have sustained injuries. Furthermore, both injuries were inflicted by the same individual. This suffices to demonstrate the brutality of Yi Qingqian. When Mutombo was carried out on a stretcher, his expression was one of considerable anguish. In his mind, the words Yi Qingqian had previously uttered echoed incessantly. "Take good care of your ribs." Mutombo was on the verge of madness. He had initially thought that Yi Qingqian's statement was a deliberate attempt to intimidate him, only to realize that it was, in fact, a forewarning. To his dismay, his fate mirrored that of his teammate, Lebo, as he too suffered from fractured ribs. This will at least require a period of recuperation lasting 2 to 3 months. Contemplating this, Mutombo felt a profound mixture of astonishment and indignation towards Yi Qingqian, deepening his resentment once more. When the commentator learned of Mutombo's rib fracture, he too was rendered speechless in shock. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke with a vacant expression, uncertain of how the referee would adjudicate this altercation. Barely had he finished speaking when the referee signaled a decision concerning Yi Qingqian. Chapter 30. Magic Johnson. Yi Qingchen plays with justification. He is my successor. While the referee was poised to make a ruling, Yi Qingchen remained remarkably composed. He understood fully that, despite it being the Summer League, the referees tended to exhibit a considerable degree of leniency. Typically, ejections are rare occurrences in the Summer League, even when a player's actions result in an injury such as Mutombo's rib fracture. However, Yi Qingchen had not initiated the confrontation. Rather, he had merely reacted defensively. Thus, even with the unfortunate outcome of Mutombo's injury, Yi Qingchen harbored confidence that he would only receive a technical foul at most. As for Magic Johnson and Jerry West, their concern was palpable. They held Yi Qingchen in high regard and would find it regrettable if he were to be ejected due to this incident. They yearned to witness more of his prowess on the court. Fortunately, the referee's hand signal soon alleviated their anxiety. True to Yi Qingchen's expectations, it was merely a technical foul. The referee determined that Yi Qingchen had not actively sought to assault Mutombo. This matter holds significant importance. The technical foul issued to Yi Qingchen was a consequence of his retaliatory actions that resulted in rather severe repercussions. Symbolically, it was necessary to impose a technical foul upon him. Many team general managers present at the scene expressed little disagreement regarding this decision. Clearly, they perceived such conflicts on the court as commonplace occurrences. However, given that this match was part of a summer league, it was somewhat surprising. When Mutombo was carried off the court, the expression on the Nuggets general manager's face turned notably grim. He had anticipated witnessing Mutombo's remarkable performance during the summer league. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly distressing. Although Mutombo's rib fracture is not classified as particularly severe, it nonetheless necessitates a recovery period of 2 to 3 months. This left Mutombo with little time for additional training in the subsequent period. This situation is undeniably distressing for Mutombo himself, as this period is crucial for rookie players to acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition. Teams typically engage in preparatory training to mentally prepare them for the rigors of NBA play. Moreover, the primary focus is on enhancing their physical resilience against opponents. However, all of these plans have been disrupted due to Mutombo's injury. Now, it is not only Mutombo who harbors animosity towards Yi Qingchen. The entire management of the Nuggets has also developed a resentment towards him. However, Yi Qingchen remains utterly indifferent to it all. Once Mutombo was carried off the court, the game resumed. The Nuggets' strength significantly diminished with Mutombo's absence. This match had originally been orchestrated in honor of Mutombo, and the other players were merely supporting him. With his injury, their strategy was completely thrown into disarray. The coach of the Nuggets wore a look of helplessness, compelled to devise a new game plan. Yet, whether this new strategy could be effectively executed on the court remained a different matter altogether. Once again, it is the players of the Lakers taking the stage. The Lakers guard, Keith Owens, skillfully dribbles the ball past half court, keenly observing the movements of his teammates from the arc's peak. Yi Qingchen proactively steps forward to set a screen for Owens. During the recent timeout, Coach Kulong had devised a strategy for Yi Qingchen, centered around executing a screen-and-roll play. Yi Qingchen possesses a remarkably strong physique, delivering an exceptional quality of screen. With the aid of Yi Qingchen's screen, Owens deftly maneuvers to the vicinity of the free-throw line. In a graceful pivot, Yi Qingchen cuts sharply into the paint. Owens meticulously tracks Yi Qingchen's movements, and upon seeing him positioned in the key, he delivers a precise bounce pass, perfectly placing the ball into Yi Qingchen's hands. Receiving the ball, Yi Qingchen finds himself in a completely open position. A mere gentle leap would suffice for him to execute a two-handed dunk. Just as everyone anticipated a powerful dunk from Yi Qingchen, he astounds all by making a surprising choice. In a moment of unguarded opportunity beneath the basket, Yi Qingchen astonishingly passes the ball back to Keith Owens. The attention of the Nuggets players had been entirely fixated on Yi Qingchen upon receiving the ball, leaving Owens unattended. The unexpected pass leaves Owens momentarily stunned. However, with an open shot now available, he swiftly executes a soft floater, effortlessly scoring. A smooth score from Keith Owens, courtesy of Yi Qingchen's assist. Experience points, 4. Yi Qingchen feels exceedingly pleased. Yet, his decision leaves many spectators bewildered. Even Jerry West expresses his confusion, stating, "He could have easily scored himself. Why pass the ball?" This remark is clearly directed at Magic Johnson, who can hardly conceal his smile. His fondness for Yi Qingchen deepens, for he alone understands the joy of facilitating a teammate's score. Like him, he relishes assists over personal scoring. "Hey, Jerry, do you now comprehend the sharpness of my insight?" I have long asserted he is a promising talent. I truly possess remarkable foresight. Magic Johnson muses to himself, leaving Jerry West with a puzzled expression. Do you even hear yourself? Is your audacity boundless? How dare you utter such shameless words? When you learned I had selected him, you nearly leaped up to slap me. Jerry West's expression is one of sheer disdain and disbelief. He never anticipated that Magic Johnson could utter such brazen remarks. In response to West's critique, Magic Johnson remains unfazed, seriously stating, "Continue watching the game. My successor is still performing." Jerry West is genuinely taken aback by the thickness of Magic Johnson's skin. After casting a disapproving glare at him, he refocuses on the court. The Nuggets' offense appears to be stagnating, while Yi Qingquan's defense remains unwavering. Whenever a Nuggets player penetrates into the Lakers' paint, Yi Qingquan decisively intervenes. His robust physique proves unyielding against their advances. The Nuggets players collide against Yi Qingquan, only to be repelled, rendering any shot attempts futile. Yi Qingquan effortlessly secures the defensive rebound, gaining 2 experience points. After passing the basketball to a teammate, he swiftly transitions to the front court. This time, Yi Qingquan executed a strategic position play from a low stance. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately besieged by players from the Nuggets. Yi Qingquan, with his height advantage, possessed excellent vision. He promptly flicked the ball to an open teammate. The teammate, not wanting to disappoint Yi Qingquan's expectations, effortlessly sank a three-pointer from the open position. An assist was secured, granting him an experience boost of 4. As the match progressed, the audience began to suspect that Yi Qingquan might be engaging in a quest for assists. Chapter 31. Accumulating statistics proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. In truth, once Mutombo was carried off the court due to injury, the suspense of the game dissipated. From the outset, Yi Qingquan had demonstrated his dominance on both offensive and defensive fronts. Even Mutombo could not gain an upper hand against him. Therefore, following Mutombo's exit, the Nuggets' disadvantage became increasingly pronounced. Thus, this match evolved into Yi Qingquan's breakout performance. By the conclusion of the first half, the score had escalated to 50-32, with the Nuggets trailing by a staggering 18 points. Even more astonishing was Yi Qingquan's personal statistics: 10 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, 5 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Remarkably, he achieved a triple-double within just one half, with assists surpassing both points and rebounds. This is truly remarkable for a rookie player. Moreover, Yi Qingquan plays as a center, and it is astonishing that an interior player can amass such a significant number of assists and steals. When the first half concluded, the general managers present were visibly envious of the Los Angeles Lakers. No one now perceives the Lakers' recent trade as a foolish decision. In fact, it could be deemed a stroke of genius. As seasoned general managers, their judgment is notably astute. The skills exhibited by Yi Qingquan during the first half undoubtedly mark him as a future star. What particularly astonished them was Yi Qingquan's passing ability. Although there are suspicions of him padding his assist statistics, it cannot be denied that he consistently finds open teammates, delivering the ball with precision into their hands. This singular passing skill has left many general managers exceedingly envious. Some even believe that Yi Qingquan's passing prowess rivals that of the early Magic Johnson. The Lakers already boast a magician in their ranks, and now they have acquired a rookie with immense potential. Can these general managers not feel envious? It is as if they are about to grind their back teeth to dust. Thus, at the conclusion of the first half of the game, these teams' general managers converged around Jerry West, inundating him with inquiries. "Hey, Jerry, how did you discover this number 28 player? Have the Lakers signed him? What is the contract amount and duration? Hey, Jerry, why would the Warriors agree to this trade with you? Did they not have any insight into this player?" At that moment, Jerry West's smile threatened to split his face, for he could perceive the palpable jealousy and admiration etched upon the faces of these general managers. Notably, the individual posing the last question was none other than the general manager of the Bulls, clearly attempting to sow discord between the Lakers and the Warriors' general managers. Moreover, Jerry West was acutely aware that the Bulls' general manager had initially set his sights on Yi Qingquan. Had the Warriors not swooped in, he would undoubtedly have secured Yi Qingquan for himself. Now, with the intentional provocation of his question, the Bulls GM only served to heighten Jerry West's delight. Evidently, my foresight surpasses yours. As for why the Warriors acquiesced to my terms, it is primarily due to our mutual needs. With that, Jerry West bid farewell to the general managers with a smile. He was eager to return to the locker room to offer Yi Qingquan some words of encouragement. Yi Qingquan's performance today had certainly earned him considerable esteem. Observing Jerry West's smug demeanor, The Bulls' general manager wore a decidedly sour expression. Damn you, Jerry. Do not think that acquiring this rookie will propel you to greatness. Next season, our Bulls will undoubtedly claim the championship. Upon returning to the locker room, Yuchichin wore a somewhat serious countenance. He was not entirely satisfied with his statistics from the first half, while others might remain oblivious. He was acutely aware of his abilities, the skills of relentless pursuit, and the magician's passing. Thus, his stats should have been explosively impressive. Yet, the outcome was merely passable. The primary issue lay with his teammates. Although Yuchichin consistently found them in open positions, their shooting accuracy was far from perfect. In fact, they struggled to even hit 50. Consequently, Yuchichin's assist tally for the half stood at a mere 12. This is the reason why Yuchichin's mood is rather dismal. This stands in stark contrast to her expectations. Yuchichin realized that she had underestimated the complexity of accumulating data. Initially, she believed that achieving over 30 assists in a single match would be effortless. However, it now appeared that securing 20 assists would be commendable. Consequently, the prospect of enhancing her various skills through substantial experience points seemed increasingly challenging. With this thought in mind, Yuchichin accessed her attribute panel. By aggregating all the data from the first half, she discovered that her experience points totaled 10, 2, 12, 4, 10, 2, 5, 3, 5, 3, 118. Yet, as she scrutinized her technical abilities, she fell into deep contemplation. To elevate her two-point shooting percentage by a single point, she required 50 experience points. Currently, her shooting percentage stood at 65, and that was under unguarded conditions. Elevating it to 67 would consume all 100 experience points. The remaining 18 points would be rendered useless, as she would need at least 30 points to make a slight improvement in her under-the-basket shooting percentage. Moreover, the experience points earned in the first half could not be utilized until the conclusion of the entire match. Yuchichin began to recognize that significantly enhancing her skill attributes during the Summer League was an unrealistic ambition. This left Yuchichin feeling somewhat melancholic. However, the current Summer League presented the most opportune moment to accumulate experience points. It was imperative to devise a more effective strategy to facilitate his teammates in scoring effortlessly. After all, assists garnered the highest experience points and offered the best value. Thus, focusing on assists was the most rational approach at this juncture. With this thought in mind, Yuchichin resolved to intensify his assist efforts in the second half. At that moment, he heard a burst of hearty laughter emanating from outside the locker room. He quickly recognized the voice belonged to the illustrious Magic Johnson. In fact, he even caught snippets of Magic's voice filtering in from the hallway. Ha ha ha. This he truly lives up to my expectations as a promising rookie. He has not disappointed us. Yuchichin mused internally. Chapter 32. Magic, you are here to assist me in claiming the championship. Yuchichin, you have it all wrong. Yuchichin truly admired the audacity of Magic Johnson. From the outset, Magic had formed a bias against him, and now he insisted on pitting Yi against his personal trainer. How could he dare to claim that Yi was his chosen one? Nevertheless, Yi thought to himself, no worries, your joy will be short-lived. Soon enough, you won't be able to play. Before long, Magic Johnson strode into the locker room, his face radiating excitement and pride. Yuchichin noticed Jerry West standing behind him, casting a look of apparent disdain towards Magic. Yi immediately grasped Jerry West's sentiments. Upon spotting Yuchichin seated on the bench, Magic Johnson approached with a hearty laugh and extended his right hand. As they exchanged a high five, he jovially remarked, "Kid, you performed admirably today. You are the designated player to assist me in our quest for the championship." When Magic Johnson made this proclamation, many players in the locker room turned enviously towards Yuchichin. This statement was not made lightly. Magic was the unequivocal core and star of the Lakers. To declare Yuchichin as the player to assist him in pursuing the championship was a profound affirmation of Ye's abilities. It was worth noting that Yuchichin had yet to officially sign with the Lakers, as he was not yet considered a formal member of the team. At this moment, he was directly chosen by the illustrious magician, Magic Johnson, to assist him in his quest for the championship. This is a supreme honor. Even Jerry West, upon hearing the words of Magic Johnson, displayed a look of astonishment. Jerry West is well aware of Magic Johnson's discerning nature. He does not easily place value on a player. However, if he holds a player in high regard, it signifies a profound confidence and trust in that individual. Although Magic Johnson had already lavished praise on Yuchichin's performance prior to this, it is essential to remember that no matter how exceptional Yuchichin's display may have been, it was merely a summer league game. In this competition, many players are capable of remarkable performances. Hence, Jerry West was astonished by the words of Magic Johnson. However, what left Jerry West even more astounded was Yi Qingquan's subsequent response. "Oh, my friend, I believe I must correct your earlier statement. I am not here to assist you in your quest for the championship. To be more precise, I do not currently consider myself a member of the Lakers, as I have yet to finalize a contract with the team." Yi Qingquan's words rendered everyone in the locker room speechless. Typically, when someone receives the endorsement of Magic Johnson, they would be elated, followed by expressions of humility or loyalty. Yet, Yi Qingquan did not conform to this expectation. He boldly declared that he was not a member of the Lakers. Is this for real? After receiving the endorsement from Magic Johnson, a contract with the Lakers should be a foregone conclusion. Why would anyone dare to contradict Magic Johnson at such a moment? Are they out of their minds? Meanwhile, Keith Owens was nearly driven to exasperation by Yi Qingquan's comments. Although he had only played half a game with Yi Qingquan, he held a deep admiration for his performance. As a player fervently aspiring to enter the NBA, the opportunity to represent the Lakers in the Summer League filled him with unbridled joy, keeping him awake for nights on end. His mind was consumed with thoughts of making a significant impression during the Summer League to capture the attention of the Lakers coaches, ultimately hoping to secure a contract and become part of the team. The dream of officially becoming a Lakers player was one he cherished dearly. Therefore, upon hearing Magic Johnson's praise for Yi Qingquan, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. However, he was not consumed by jealousy. For Yi Qingquan had not been selfish during the game. Instead, he frequently passed the ball, allowing Owens the chance to showcase his own abilities. In truth, Owens was filled with gratitude towards Yi Qingquan. When Magic Johnson lauded Yi Qingquan, he felt genuine joy and excitement for him. Yet, he was utterly taken aback when Yi Qingquan uttered such words. Owens noticed the smile on Magic Johnson's face gradually stiffen. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity to interject before Johnson could respond, saying, "Hey, man, you must be joking. The Lakers will definitely resolve the contract issue for you. What Magic just said was primarily to commend your performance on the court. You should be showing excitement and enthusiasm, right? Am I right?" Ha. After making his point, he even winked at Yi Qingquan, urging him to promptly amend his statement. Understanding Owens' intent, Yi Qingquan recognized the sincerity behind his actions. He thought to himself that Owens had a commendable character. At the very least, his eyes conveyed a genuine desire for Yi Qingquan to correct his remarks. It seemed that Owens was indeed a player worth befriending. In his mind, Yi Qingquan silently assessed him. Owens' reaction also surprised Jerry West. West understood Owens fairly well. He possessed decent physical attributes and solid skills, yet he often struggled with self-doubt during games. In simple terms, he lacked confidence. Consequently, West had not rushed to sign Owens immediately. He wished to continue evaluating him throughout the Summer League. However, from his recent defense of Yi Qingquan, it was evident that Owens had a commendable emotional intelligence and demonstrated genuine concern for Yi Qingquan. This significantly elevated Jerry West's score for Keith Irvin. Upon hearing Keith Owens' words, Magic Johnson's expression finally relaxed somewhat. After all, Yi Qingquan's earlier remarks had indeed rendered him quite embarrassed. Now that a player was defending Yi Qingquan, Magic Johnson was eager to observe how Yi would respond. He turned his gaze back to Yi Qingquan. From the expression on Yi's face, it seemed he had also realized that his words might have been problematic. Consequently, Magic Johnson was even more intrigued by what Yi Qingquan might say next. At that moment, Yi Qingquan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and with a resolute expression, addressed Magic Johnson. Chapter 33, the commentator exclaimed, "Does player number 28 believe that scoring is a criminal act? Can I claim that you are assisting me in my pursuit of the championship?" As soon as Yi Qingquan's words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire locker room. No one had anticipated that Yi Qingquan would dare to utter such a statement. After all, this was Magic Johnson. To suggest that he could assist Yi in the quest for a championship was to acknowledge Yi's potential. Yi should have felt honored. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, Yi boldly asserted that Magic was the one aiding him in his championship pursuit. Such audacity was truly astonishing. At this moment, even Jerry West perceived that Yi Qingquan's emotional intelligence was lacking. Just when everyone assumed that Magic Johnson would undoubtedly be furious, he instead paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha, well said. Young man, you are ambitious. Indeed, from your perspective, it is I who assist you in competing for the championship. You must strive diligently to secure a spot in the Lakers' starting lineup." After this, Magic Johnson exchanged another high-five with Yi Qingchen and turned to leave the locker room. The entire locker room was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such leniency from Magic Johnson towards Yi Qingchen. However, from the tone of Magic Johnson's voice, it appeared that he indeed held high expectations for Yi Qingchen. Keith Owens gazed at the departing Magic Johnson, his eyes filled with envy. Clearly, he believed it was Yi Qingchen's innate talent that garnered such favoritism from Magic Johnson. At this juncture, Jerry West did not accompany Magic Johnson in his departure. Instead, he engaged in a private conversation with the Lakers' interim head coach, Keylorn. In the second half of the game, you may consider increasing number 25's playing time. I wish to observe his performance further. Keylorn nodded in surprise upon hearing Jerry West's request. Player number 25 was Keith Owens. His performance in the first half could be described as average. Overshadowed by Yi Qingchen's brilliance, his display was not particularly striking, yet it was sufficiently stable. His ability to seize opportunities was commendable. With proper nurturing, he could significantly bolster the team's bench strength. As for Yi Qingchen, Jerry West did not provide any additional instructions. However, Keylorn understood precisely what was expected of him. If he could not discern such intentions, he would never have entered the Lakers' coaching staff. The affection Magic Johnson demonstrated towards Yi Qingchen clearly indicated that Yi Qingchen would be a focal point of development for the Lakers in the upcoming season. Thus, the allocation of playing time and tactical arrangements would undoubtedly revolve around Yi Qingchen. At this moment, Keith Owens remained unaware that his benevolent gesture in speaking up for Yi Qingchen had earned him a valuable opportunity. As the halftime break concluded, the second half of the game resumed. Yi Qingchen and Keith Owens continued to take the court as starters. Upon learning that he could continue as a starter, Keith Owens was filled with exhilaration. To him, this was a testament to the coach's trust. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchen proactively exchanged a high-five with Keith Owens. Hey, keep an eye on my passes. Your task is to sink that damn basketball into the hoop. Yi Qingchen's words ignited a wave of excitement in Keith Owens. During the first half, he had already received several passes from Yi Qingchen, successfully capitalizing on those opportunities. Now, Yi Qingchen continued to urge him to pay attention to his passing. This action reflects an immense trust in him. Naturally, he was filled with excitement and exhilaration. As the second half of the match commenced, the Lakers initiated the offensive play. The current score stood at 50-32, with the Lakers leading by a significant 18 points. In the stands, the general managers of various teams remained in their seats. Indeed, Magic Johnson and Jerry West continued to occupy their original positions. At this moment, Magic Johnson's countenance had regained its tranquility. Jerry West found it perplexing why Magic Johnson did not harbor any disdain for Yi Qingchen's earlier remark. How could he remain unperturbed after such a statement made in front of so many people? Magic Johnson chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he replied, "Every player destined to become a superstar possesses a lofty ambition. When I first joined the Lakers, I shared a similar mindset. Wasn't Kareem Abdul-Jabbar still part of the team back then? In truth, I was merely a rookie, while he was the leader of the team, and I never voiced my true thoughts. Instead, I let my actions speak for themselves, securing a championship in my debut season. My only regret at that time was that I should have been more confident and audacious. After all, who among us was not brash in our youth? Therefore, I empathize with his perspective and take solace in his words. At the very least, he expressed what I, as a rookie, dared not say." Jerry West, observing the contemplative Magic Johnson before him, finally grasped the essence of his thoughts. It seemed that since being defeated by the Bulls, Magic Johnson's perspective had undergone a significant transformation. Returning focus to the court, Yi Qingchen's first offensive play showcased yet another deft pass, perfectly finding Keith Owens cutting in from the baseline. Irvin seized the opportunity with assurance, executing a two-handed dunk. Yi Qingchen noted that Keith Owens possessed a solid foundation in fundamental skills. He merely lacked someone adept at facilitating his play. Now, that person was himself. Moreover, Owens exhibited commendable ability in capitalizing on opportunities. He was undoubtedly the quintessential assist machine. The general managers in attendance were profoundly impressed by Yi Qingchen's passing. Although Yi Qingchen primarily played the center position, his role resembled that of a playmaking big man. There were even instances when he would position himself at the high post, skillfully delivering the ball to teammates despite being double-teamed by the Nuggets players. Such vision and passing ability are strikingly reminiscent of the legendary Magic Johnson. The mere thought of the Lakers potentially acquiring a younger, more robust version of Magic Johnson sent the team's general manager into a fit of frustration. Moreover, Yi Qingqian's talents extend beyond passing. He possesses the ability to leverage his physical advantages to score effortlessly in one-on-one situations. However, it seems that Yi Qingqian is not particularly eager to score. He only resorts to scoring when absolutely necessary, such as when his teammates are unable to find open positions. There was even an instance when Yi Qingqian found himself in a completely open position under the basket. Yet he astonishingly opted to pass the ball to the trailing Kyrie Irving. The commentator at the scene, somewhat exasperated, remarked, perhaps for player number 28. Scoring is akin to committing a crime. Chapter 34. All experience points are devoted to enhancing dribbling skills, addressing shortcomings, gearing up for the regular season. The commentator's words left Jerry West equally disheartened. Indeed, as the commentator suggested, Yi Qingqian truly excels at assisting but struggles to score. It seems as though scoring is an agonizing endeavor for him. However, Magic Johnson finds this entirely reasonable. As a point guard, he believes that assisting is even more gratifying than scoring. The thrill of enabling a teammate to score brings a joy that personal scoring cannot replicate. In this summer league, 3 teams have remarkably captured attention: the Charlotte Hornets, the New Jersey Nets, and the Sacramento Kings. This is due to the presence of 3 players, each hailing from the top 3 selections of this year's draft: Larry Johnson, Kenny Anderson, and Billy Owens. These 3 players are the focal point of attention for numerous fans. In particular, the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, is rumored to have reached a verbal agreement with the Hornets. The contract is said to be worth over $100 million. This staggering astronomical figure has left many fans and basketball experts in disbelief. In their quest to retain promising players, certain teams often resort to exorbitant contract amounts. This practice is particularly pronounced and extreme among smaller market teams. Clearly, the Charlotte Hornets epitomize such a small market franchise. Following a dismal season, they fortuitously secured the first overall pick, subsequently selecting Larry Johnson. For the Hornets, Larry Johnson became the cornerstone of their franchise. Thus, in order to retain him, they had no choice but to offer an astronomical contract. However, many fans derided the Hornets' general manager as foolishly affluent, especially considering that at that time, even Michael Jordan's annual salary was merely in the millions. Yet, astonishingly, a rookie who had yet to play a single official NBA game was awarded a salary exceeding $10 million. What is this if not folly? In response to the external critiques, Larry Johnson himself has stepped forward to declare, "I shall demonstrate my worth during the games. This season, I am determined to lead the team to the playoffs. To showcase my prowess, I will participate in the Summer League. I will make you understand what true first-round talent entails." Johnson's bold proclamation successfully captured the attention of many fans, heightening anticipation for the Hornets Summer League appearances. For the Hornets supporters, the hope is to witness an outstanding performance from Larry Johnson. Conversely, fans of rival teams are eager to witness his potential missteps. Nonetheless, some impartial basketball analysts have offered a balanced perspective. The competitive intensity of the Summer League is notably low, and the skill levels of the participating players are generally modest. Thus, it is indeed plausible for Larry Johnson to dominate the Summer League, given his status as a first overall pick. Consequently, even before the Hornets games commenced, they had already attracted considerable attention. The Hornets' inaugural match is set against the New Jersey Nets. The commencement of this match took place subsequent to the contest between the Lakers and the Nuggets. This is also the reason why so many general managers of various teams are present at the Lakers games. Since they are already there to observe the match, it seems quite reasonable for them to take the opportunity to watch the Lakers play. However, it was unexpected that the game they chose to observe would turn out to be so astonishing. The contest between the Lakers and the Nuggets has progressed to the final quarter. In fact, by the end of the third quarter, the game had already descended into garbage time. The score stands at 80-55, with just 6 minutes remaining in the game. The match has now entered a timeout. After this pause, Yi Qingqian did not return to the court. At this juncture, there was no longer any necessity for him to continue dominating the game. Yi Qingqian felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to remain on the court to accumulate assists, as this was indeed the perfect opportunity to enhance his statistics. At that moment, he sat on the bench, reviewing the experience points he had earned in this match. Yi Qingqian's final personal statistics were as follows: 15 points, 25 assists, 15 rebounds, 6 steals, 6 blocks, and 0 turnovers, resulting in a total of 196 experience points. In truth, Yi Qingqian was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. However, it represented the zenith of his capabilities. While he perceived these figures as insufficient, others regarded his performance as nothing short of extraordinary. Particularly noteworthy was his astounding tally of assists, which had reached an impressive 25. Although this was merely the Summer League, such a staggering number of personal assists was exceedingly rare. The players from the Nuggets breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yi Qingchen had finally exited the game. They felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness against him. Yi Qingchen's physical prowess was simply unparalleled. He moved about the court with the relentless energy of a perpetual motion machine, running fervently for the entire match, yet appeared utterly unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. His stamina alone was sufficient to overshadow the majority of rookie players. Logically, these newcomers were merely 19 or 20 years old, brimming with vitality. Yet, when compared to Yi Qingchen, the disparity was stark. Thus, with his formidable physical reserves and his deliberate assists to teammates, the game had long since lost its suspense. At last, Yi Qingchen had taken his leave from the court for a well-deserved respite. These players have finally escaped the clutches of Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen did not concern himself with the ongoing match. Instead, he was pondering a particular question. After much contemplation, Yi Qingchen resolved to allocate all the experience points gained from this match to enhance his dribbling skills. While he possessed adequate passing abilities, his dribbling technique was, in truth, rather mediocre. During this match, Yi Qingchen seldom dribbled the ball. Instead, he positioned himself either at a high or low stance to receive passes, leveraging his height advantage to observe the movements of his teammates. This is also due to Yi Qingchen's profound understanding of his limited dribbling skills. If he were to dribble carelessly, he would be easily intercepted. In this match, Yi Qingchen can employ this strategy to accumulate assists. However, if other teams diligently scrutinize Yi Qingchen's playing style, they will swiftly uncover this vulnerability. After all, each NBA team is equipped with specialized video analysts and technical teams. These individuals specialize in studying the various tactics of their opponents and the playing habits of each team's stars, seeking to uncover their vulnerabilities. Yi Qingchen is acutely aware that as his fame ascends, an increasing number of teams will undoubtedly focus their attention on him. Thus, it is imperative that he fortifies his weaknesses in the shortest possible time, while these analysts remain oblivious. Consequently, Yi Qingchen allocated all 196 points of his experience to enhance his dribbling skill attribute. Prior to this enhancement, his dribbling rating stood at 70. After utilizing the entirety of his experience points, his dribbling rating elevated to 74. A 4-point increase left Yi Qingchen quite satisfied. Following this improvement, the final whistle of the match echoed through the arena. The Los Angeles Lakers concluded their inaugural Summer League game with a resounding victory over the Denver Nuggets. Finishing at 93-70, Yi Qingchen's performance was remarkable. Both Jerry West and Magic Johnson expressed their profound satisfaction with Yi Qingchen's display. Even the head coach of the Denver Nuggets held Yi Qingchen in high regard, particularly admiring his steady playing style, which emphasized assists over forced shots. Chapter 35, The Clash Between the First and Second Picks. Yi Qingchen steals the spotlight. This selfless style of play even surpasses that of the legendary Magic Johnson. It is noteworthy that players within this age group often focus on showcasing their own talents. When scoring opportunities arise, they certainly do not let them slip away. In contrast, Yi Qingchen's playing style is remarkably mature and composed. Goodness, Jerry's ability to discern talent in his selections is truly astute. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the match, we were mocking his apparent lack of insight. Little did we know, we were the jesters. I genuinely believe that this player of Asian descent possesses the prowess to rank among the top 3 of this rookie class. Fear not. The game featuring the Hornets is imminent, and we shall have the pleasure of witnessing the first overall pick's performance. The general managers of the teams began to engage in animated discussions. Clearly, Yi Qingchen had captivated them with just a single match. The general managers are now increasingly intrigued by Larry Johnson. They are eager to witness the prowess of the first overall pick. Certainly. In addition to the much-anticipated appearance of Larry Johnson, the second overall pick, Kenny Anderson, will also take the stage. Prior to the selection process, these two individuals had already commenced a series of overt and covert rivalries. Both individuals possessed the qualifications to become the first overall pick. Ultimately, the Charlotte Hornets favored Larry Johnson, thus he was selected as the top draft choice. However, from the perspective of the New Jersey Nets, Kenny Anderson was no ordinary contender. His final season statistics at Georgia Tech were impressively striking, averaging 25, 9 points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 5, 9 assists per game. As a guard standing only 1.83 meters tall, These figures are indeed formidable. His scoring average alone attests to his remarkable offensive prowess. The Hornets, however, opted against selecting Kenny Anderson primarily due to concerns regarding his height, which they perceived as a significant drawback. Unlike the NCAA, the NBA features a more intense level of competition, and Anderson's height and weight are considered below the league's average standards. Despite his exceptional scoring ability, the Hornets found it challenging to harbor elevated expectations for his future. Thus, they chose Larry Johnson, who is notably distinguished in both height and weight, standing at 198 meters and weighing 113 kilograms. His playing style is aggressive and powerful, consistently showcasing spectacular dunks in every game. Particularly, his ability to withstand physicality in the NCAA was akin to a dominating presence. During that season at UNLV, he averaged a staggering double-double of 22 points and 11 rebounds. It is noteworthy that, despite being only 198 meters tall, he managed to secure 11 rebounds, underscoring his absolute dominance in the paint. Moreover, Larry Johnson is not merely an interior player. His stature and style designate him as an exceptional swingman capable of excelling at positions 2 through 3. He can easily overpower opponents at his position, and even against larger power forwards or centers, he holds his own. Therefore, in every conceivable regard, Larry Johnson's potential surpasses that of Kenny Anderson. In fact, the general sentiment surrounding this matchup heavily favors the Hornets, with Larry Johnson's individual performance anticipated to be overwhelmingly dominant. Few believe the Nets had a chance of victory in this contest. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson and Jerry West did not depart the court with the Lakers. They wished to witness the prowess of the top draft pick firsthand. Prior to this, Magic Johnson had already been attentive to Larry Johnson's talents. It is undeniable that Larry Johnson's capabilities are remarkably impressive. He exhibits no apparent weaknesses, being versatile in both offensive and defensive play, with a robust physique that ensures he holds his ground in confrontations. Magic Johnson has even fantasized that had the Lakers acquired Larry Johnson, he could assure the continuation of a dynasty era for the team. Alas, this remains mere speculation, as the Lakers could not even secure a first-round draft pick. This explains the profound reaction Magic Johnson had upon learning that Jerry West had selected an Asian player. The psychological disparity was indeed overwhelming, rendering him momentarily unable to accept the decision, which prompted his vehement remarks. However, Magic Johnson has since completely abandoned that initial notion. Given Yi Chingchen's displayed prowess, aside from offensive concerns, he has proven to be impeccable in other aspects. The purpose of both Magic Johnson and Jerry West's presence is to ascertain whether there is a significant disparity between Yi Chingchen and Larry Johnson. The players of the Hornets and the Nets have now made their appearances. Due to budget constraints, the commentator for this match remains the same as the previous one. He continues to introduce the players as they take the court. Upon reaching Kenyon Martin, his tone ascends rapidly. Number 7 for the Nets, Kenyon Martin, a second overall pick in this year's draft, hailing from Georgia Tech. After introducing Martin, the commentator shifts his focus. Kenyon is a point guard, excelling in orchestrating and structuring the team's offense. His assist capabilities are formidable, as is his scoring prowess. But the question remains, can he surpass the assist record set by Yi in the last match? Initially, the commentator's introduction of Kenyon Martin did not garner much attention. Yet, upon mentioning the prospect of breaking an assist record, curiosity piqued among the players from both teams present. They were unaware of the previous game's assist record, but the mere mention of record implied it must be a remarkable figure. The commentators seemed to comprehend the player's intrigue and elaborated. You may not be aware, but in the recently concluded game between the Lakers and the Nuggets, a player achieved a triple-double. His assist tally soared to an astonishing 25. Furthermore, this player entered the NBA through this year's draft. His name may sound quite unfamiliar to you, but rest assured, after this match, his name will echo across the nation. He is Yi Chingchen from Georgetown University, selected 25th overall by the Warriors before being traded to the Lakers. Upon hearing Yi Chingchen's name, most players appeared utterly bewildered. Only Larry Johnson's expression darkened in an instant. Damn, he was actually chosen by the Lakers? Chapter 36, The Clash of the Top Picks? Magic's assessment, merely mediocre. To others, Larry Johnson's collegiate basketball career seemed to be a smooth-sailing journey, as he garnered nearly every honor available to him and emerged as the first overall pick in the 1991 draft, marking him as a quintessential success story. Yet, in reality, Larry Johnson harbored a lingering psychological burden. This stemmed from his unforgettable encounter with a rival during the NCAA tournament, facing off against Georgetown University. The opponent in question is Yi. Initially, Georgetown University assigned Mourning to defend against Larry Johnson. Although Mourning possessed commendable defensive skills, he was utterly unable to contain the formidable offensive prowess of Larry Johnson. Observing that Mourning could not limit his performance, Johnson was filled with exhilaration and delight, taunting Mourning with a barrage of trash talk. Consequently, Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, decided to substitute another player to guard Johnson. When confronted with a change in defenders, particularly one of Asian descent, Johnson's grin widened with audacity, convinced that the coach had made a grave error in judgment by deploying a player of such background against him. Despite the opponent's superior height and weight, basketball transcends mere physicality. At that moment, Larry Johnson boldly boasted to Yi about executing various dunks over him. Meanwhile, Yi maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly impervious to Johnson's taunts, which only served to infuriate Johnson further. He then demanded the ball, intent on isolating Yi. Thus commenced his nightmare. Whether through penetration or shooting, he found himself unable to shake off Yi-Ching's relentless defense. Yi-Ching was like a specter, haunting him with unwavering tenacity. During the excruciating minutes of being guarded by Yi-Ching, he failed to score a single point. He vividly recalled the moment Yi-Ching was substituted out, when he had uttered a parting remark to him. The words left a profound impression on him. "Our rivalry has only just begun. We shall meet on the NBA court. And I hope you will show more promise by then." Although after that moment, Yi-Ching was never substituted back into the game, his presence continued to instill a sense of dread in his opponent. Following the match, he took it upon himself to examine the rosters of both teams, uncovering Yi-Ching's true name. However, when he inquired with his head coach, he found that the coach had little recollection of this player. In the ensuing days, Yi-Ching's name seemingly faded into obscurity. Consequently, Larry Johnson gradually concluded that Yi-Ching's performance was perhaps merely a fleeting stroke of good fortune. At the draft conference, Larry Johnson still devoted some attention to Yi-Ching. Upon learning that Yi-Ching had been selected by the Warriors, he left the venue immediately, convinced that being chosen by the Warriors foretold a dismal future. From that moment on, he ceased to take any active interest in Yi-Ching's developments. However, today, as he listened to the commentator's introduction of Yi-Ching, memories of him resurfaced vividly. Moreover, he learned of Yi-Ching's astonishing triple-double performance, with an astounding 25 assists. How could this be possible? Larry Johnson's expression was quite complex at this moment. However, he soon regained his resolute gaze. Since Yi-Ching was able to achieve such explosive statistics, he was certain he could do the same. "Let my path to dominance begin with the Nets," Larry Johnson murmured. It was evident that Larry Johnson was stimulated by Yi-Ching's personal data. Initially, he had intended to merely make a symbolic appearance in the game. But the situation had changed. Yi-Ching had astonishingly recorded a triple-double in the first Summer League game. If the top pick did not make a statement, it would seem rather unreasonable. On the other hand, Kenny Anderson displayed a look of disdain upon hearing about Yi-Ching's statistics. He had indeed never heard of Yi-Ching. However, if his assists reached 25, Kenny Anderson would not hesitate to break that record. After all, as the second overall pick, he ought to demonstrate his assist capabilities. With the referee's whistle, the Summer League game between the Hornets and the Nets officially commenced. Stimulated by Yi-Ching's impressive data, both Larry Johnson and Kenny Anderson regarded this match as an opportunity to enhance their own statistics. The Hornets secured the first offensive possession. Holding the ball at the top of the arc, Larry Johnson, using a teammate's screen, charged into the paint like a rampaging bull. The Nets players were utterly unable to thwart Larry Johnson's fierce assault. Consequently, Larry Johnson successfully broke through the defense to execute a powerful dunk. Following the dunk, Larry Johnson's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. The general managers of various teams in the audience were taken aback by Larry Johnson's ferocity at the outset. The Hornets general manager was almost beaming with joy, as Larry Johnson did not disappoint, contributing an impressive dunk right from the start. Only Magic Johnson and Jerry West maintained their composure, even subtly shaking their heads. In their view, while Larry Johnson possessed explosive physical attributes and commendable skills, his offensive approach and choices resembled that of a brute. They still believed that Yi-Ching's style of play was the most rational and steady. Kenny Anderson, witnessing Larry Johnson's performance, wore a grave expression. He had always regarded Larry Johnson with a sense of trepidation. Although he felt quite dissatisfied with being the second pick, he could not deny Larry Johnson's formidable abilities. What he needed to do now was showcase his own value on the court. Thus, after swiftly dribbling past half-court, Kenny Anderson also utilized a teammate's screen, maneuvering near the free throw line, attracting the Hornets' defensive double team, and then passing to a teammate who was open on the perimeter. This time, Ken Anderson's teammate seized the opportunity and confidently sank a three-pointer. Witnessing this moment, the audience erupted in astonished applause. Larry Johnson and Ken Anderson, undoubtedly the top two picks in the draft, displayed remarkably exceptional skills. As the game progressed, the crowd intermittently erupted into thunderous cheers, captivated by the unexpectedly thrilling match. Both Larry Johnson and Ken Anderson exerted themselves vigorously, showcasing their individual talents to the fullest. However, after observing the first quarter, Magic Johnson and Jerry West both exited the arena. In their view, despite the duo's impressive performance, it paled in comparison to Yi Qingqing's prowess. Thus, they deemed it unnecessary to remain. Meanwhile, Jerry West had already begun negotiations for a contract with Yi Qingqing. He needed to have a thorough discussion with his boss. Jerry Buss. Chapter 37. Upon learning of Yi Qingqing's statistics from his debut game, Jerry Buss was utterly astounded. Jerry Buss, the captain of the Lakers, was at home enjoying a barbecue with his family. As a businessman, he had undoubtedly achieved remarkable success since acquiring the Lakers. His adept management had swiftly transformed the team into a powerhouse within the NBA. Although the championship victories were primarily due to the players' efforts, it was undeniable that without Jerry Buss's substantial support, the Lakers' aspirations for a championship would have been mere folly. After all, sustaining so many players incurs significant expenses, particularly with the current star player, Magic Johnson, whose annual salary exceeded $2 million. Jerry Buss was also famed for his generosity if he valued a player highly. He was willing to invest significantly to secure their contract. He understood that financial incentives were the most effective means to ensure a player's steadfast commitment to the team. Prior to this, Jerry Buss had received a call from Jerry West, who was coming to discuss matters with him. Soon, Jerry West arrived at Jerry Buss's residence. Welcoming West, Buss led him into his study. He picked up a Cuban cigar from the table and offered it to West, tossing him a lighter. Buss took another cigar for himself and awaited West to ignite it. Jerry West seemed accustomed to Buss's routine. He adeptly caught the lighter and expertly ignited Buss's cigar. Taking a deep puff, Jerry Buss reclined comfortably in his chair and inquired, "Hey, Jerry, your urgency in coming here must pertain to player signings, right?" Jerry West had already lit his cigar and, with a face full of enjoyment, took a puff before saying, "Indeed, boss, you truly understand me." He subtly flattered his employer. "Buss, haraha, after all these years of collaboration, how could I not be aware of your character? Now do tell, what kind of player do you wish to sign this time? My demands are quite simple. The player must possess the ability to assist our team in contending for the championship." Buss's words filled Jerry West with great excitement. This was the nature of Buss. His only requirement for players was their potential to bring victory to the team. Everything else was of little concern to him. "Boss, it's the rookie player I mentioned to you last time, the one selected towards the end of the first round. He performed exceptionally well in today's Summer League. I wish to secure a contract with him as soon as possible," Jerry West stated forthrightly. "Oh, you mean the player you acquired from the Warriors?" Buss had a sharp memory and quickly recalled a previous transaction made by the team. Jerry West nodded affirmatively and continued, "Yes. I hope you're prepared for what I'm about to reveal regarding his performance statistics from today's game." Jerry West spoke with a hint of mystery. This caused Jerry Buss to express his impatience, stating, "A rookie player, even with astounding performances in the Summer League, wouldn't have statistics that are excessively explosive. At most, it would be a double-double. Spare me the suspense and get to the point. I cannot afford to be late for my family gathering today." Jerry Buss clearly exhibited a lack of patience. Although he desired the team to sign a player with considerable potential, he understood that such occurrences are indeed quite challenging. After all, the potential of a player is evident to all. While it is not impossible to stumble upon hidden gems, such instances are rare. He gleaned from Jerry West's words the underlying implication. It was merely an attempt to convey the immense potential of this first-round draft pick. A substantial contract would be necessary to retain this rookie. However, although Jerry Buss did not place much importance on money, it did not imply that he was naive. How much potential could a late first-round pick truly possess? He believed that Jerry West was indeed exaggerating, which led to his display of impatience. Upon noticing the expression on his boss's face, Jerry West realized he could no longer keep the details concealed, lest Buss genuinely dismiss his claims. 15 points, 15 rebounds, 25 assists, 6 steals, 6 blocks, 0 turnovers, Jerry West suddenly stated. The previously relaxed Jerry Buss halted his cigar, smoking upon hearing Jerry West's words, doubting whether he had misheard. He fixed his gaze intently on Jerry West, asking, "What are you saying?" Jerry West was quite pleased with Buss's reaction. "You know precisely what I mean. You're simply finding it hard to believe." At that moment, Jerry West had seized the initiative, successfully piquing Jerry Buss's interest in Yi Qingchen. In truth, Jerry West was not advocating for a substantial contract for Yi Qingchen. He merely wanted Buss to recognize the immense potential possessed by him. To acquire such a player of great potential, one must be prepared to pay an appropriate price, perhaps even significantly more than anticipated. Only by demonstrating sufficient respect for Yi Qingchen could they entice him to willingly sign a contract. Jerry West had begun to understand Yi Qingchen's character. He was the type who responded better to gentle persuasion than to force. If the Lakers were to propose a contract that did not meet Yi Qingchen's expectations, he might genuinely consider leaving the team. Thus, Jerry West's objective was to cultivate Buss's interest and hopes regarding Yi Qingchen. Only in doing so could Buss be persuaded to invest in signing him. After hearing Jerry West's words, Jerry Buss looked even more astonished. "Are you saying that this rookie player achieved a triple-double in today's concluded summer league? He managed 25 assists?" Jerry West calmly nodded. Observing this gesture, Jerry Buss took a deep drag from his cigar and solemnly inquired, "What price do you envision for signing him?" Chapter 38. Yi Qingchen. I suggest we can tentatively discuss a figure of $2.5 million a year. Jerry West had received the answer he sought. He wanted Jerry Buss to inquire about the price for signing Yi Qingchen. If possible, they should at least prepare $3 million. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry West stated. Upon hearing this figure, Jerry Buss nodded, recognizing it as an acceptable price range. "And how many years of contract are we looking at?" he continued. "For years, I believe. Within that time, his talent should manifest, and then we can negotiate a renewal. This should be the safest duration." Jerry West had evidently devised various strategies in advance. He directly articulated his thoughts. $3 million over 4 years is indeed a substantial sum for a rookie player. Jerry Buss's expression conveyed to Jerry West that he felt a pang over this expenditure. Although he was indifferent to money, signing a rookie for $3 million was undeniably exorbitant. After all, Yi Qingchen was merely a late first-round pick and had only participated in a single summer league game. Negotiating with such a price seemed rather audacious. Jerry West understood Jerry Buss's sentiments and smiled as he explained, "Hey boss, this $3 million is merely the highest offer we are willing to entertain. When I negotiate with him, I certainly want to present this figure up front. I believe he would readily accept $2.5 million. Jerry West asserted confidently. Clearly, he believed that Yi Qingchen would also be taken aback by the magnitude of this contract amount. Upon hearing Jerry West's words, Jerry Buss finally resolved to proceed. Gritting his teeth as he stated, "All right, let us go with your suggestion. However, should this rookie fail to perform after signing, you are well aware of the consequences." Jerry Buss remarked with a smile. Jerry West was acutely aware of what Jerry Buss implied. If Yi Qingchen's subsequent performance did not live up to his potential, he himself would likely face dismissal. Though Jerry Buss appeared benevolent, he was, in reality, a team owner wielding an iron fist. He could be exceedingly lenient towards his subordinates, yet equally stringent. Achievements could smooth over many issues, but failure to deliver meant one had to take responsibility. Nevertheless, Jerry West brimmed with confidence this time. For Yi Qingchen had garnered the endorsement of Magic Johnson, who was even more optimistic about him than Jerry West himself. He was certain that this endeavor would not falter. Now that he had secured the owner's commitment, it was imperative to swiftly reach an agreement with Yi Qingchen and finalize the contract. Yi Qingchen's potential had already captured the attention of several general managers from various teams. Thus, it was crucial to resolve the contract issue promptly to avoid unnecessary complications. Since the Summer League comprised 6 games, Yi Qingchen was currently residing in a local hotel in Salt Lake City with his team. Naturally, the Lakers covered all accommodation expenses. At this moment, Yi Qingchen had returned to the hotel and felt somewhat dissatisfied with his performance that day. However, he found solace in discovering a proficient scorer in Keith Owens. After passing the ball to numerous players, he realized that Owens was the one most adept at seizing opportunities. Upon receiving Yi Qingchen's passes, Owens boasted a shooting percentage of at least 63%. This implies that if Yi Qingchen passes the ball 3 times to Keith Owens is likely to score at least twice. Thus, Yi Qingchen has already devised a strategy to enhance his assists by specifically passing the ball to Keith Owens. Currently, his ball handling ability stands at a mere 74, which can only be deemed average. If he becomes a target, Yi Qingchen would find it quite easy to have the ball intercepted. Therefore, his immediate priority is to elevate his ball handling skills. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingchen rises, preparing to seek out Keith Owens for a discussion regarding their perspectives on the game. After all, mutual communication can expedite their synergy. However, just as Yi Qingchen is about to open the door, a knock resonates from the entrance. Curiosity piqued, Yi Qingchen wonders who could possibly be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by the sight of Jerry West standing at the threshold, exuding confidence and urgency. "Hey, Yi, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest." Jerry West remarks with a smile as he steps into Yi Qingchen's room. "Not at all, General Manager. Do you require my assistance?" Yi Qingchen inquires with a curious expression as he returns to the room. "I've come to discuss the matter of your contract. I just spoke with the team owner, and we believe we can reach an agreement with you," Jerry West states forthrightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "I must admit, I'm quite curious. What is the amount of the contract?" Jerry West's gaze remains fixed on Yi Qingchen, eager to discern excitement in his eyes. To his disappointment, he finds Yi Qingchen's expression remarkably calm, which only heightens Jerry West's curiosity. Since Yi Qingchen has directly inquired about the contract's value, Jerry West chooses not to conceal it any longer. $250,000. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Qingchen's eyes finally reveal a glimmer of astonishment. This brought Jerry West a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed, such a price is not one that an ordinary person could easily resist. The amount was somewhat unexpected. Although it fell short of my expectations, it nonetheless indicated your sincerity. A sum of $250,000 per year could be tentatively negotiated. Indeed, in Yi Qingchen's mind, his target price was $3 million per annum. Now that the Lakers had proposed $250,000, the gap between their offer and his expectations was not insurmountable. Yi Qingchen was also confident that this could not possibly be their final proposal, which is why he mentioned the possibility of negotiation. At that moment, Jerry West was not even fully attentive to Yi Qingchen's words. With a smug expression, he proclaimed, "This price reflects our recognition of your potential, which is why we are offering it." "Wait, did you just say $250,000 a year?" Jerry West finally reacted, his disbelief evident as he stared at Yi Qingchen with a look of horror, demanding clarification. Chapter 39, Yi Qingchen's demand: dismantle Larry Johnson and increase the contract amount. "I said $250,000 a year is barely negotiable. Do you not understand?" Yi Qingchen was somewhat puzzled by Jerry West's exaggerated reaction. After all, it was Jerry who had initially mentioned the figure of $250,000 a year. Why was he now feigning astonishment? At this point, Jerry West's expression had become utterly vacant. He finally comprehended Yi Qingchen's words. He had indeed suggested a sum of $250,000 per year. How could he dare to think such a thing? It is worth noting that Magic Johnson's annual salary is just over $200,000. Yet here was Yi Qingchen, an individual who had yet to officially play an NBA game, audaciously proclaiming such a figure. Jerry West found himself at a loss for how to counter Yi Qingchen's assertion, believing that Yi Qingchen must have thought $200,000 was a remarkably low price. Observing Jerry West's expression, Yi Qingchen finally understood. "Are you saying that $250,000 is not the annual salary, but rather the total contract amount? For how many years?" Yi Qingchen inquired, looking at Jerry West with calm curiosity. At this moment, Yi Qingchen began to reminisce about the average salary of NBA players during this era. He soon realized that the average salary for NBA players at this time was rather modest. Even Michael Jordan's current salary amounted to just over $3 million per year. The exorbitant contracts he signed came only after 1996. As for the Lakers star, Magic Johnson, his annual salary hovered between $2 to $3 million. This was primarily due to the 25-year contract he had signed, totaling $25 million. Thus, when averaged out, Magic Johnson's annual earnings were approximately $250,000. Yi Qingchen was acutely aware that the current contracts had no limitations on duration or amount, with restrictions only emerging after the new labor agreement in 1995. This is precisely why many teams opted for long-term contracts to retain their players. For instance, Larry Johnson secured a 10-year contract exceeding $100 million. Upon hearing Yi Qingchen's inquiry, Jerry West responded with a resigned expression. "I meant 4 years for $250,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen fell silent. He was taken aback that the Lakers would consider signing him with such a meager contract. He had already showcased his immense potential during games. Yet their offer seemed profoundly disrespectful. For years for $250,000, with an annual salary barely surpassing $60,000. Is this a mere act of charity? However, Yi Qingquan's expression remained neither displeased nor enraged. He believed that the price they offered stemmed primarily from a misunderstanding. In this era, the annual salaries of superstars are generally modest. Thus, as a late-stage rookie, Yi Qingquan ought not to command a salary exceeding that of these superstars. Consequently, Yi Qingquan pondered how to persuade Jerry West that he deserved a higher salary. Soon, he conceived a strategy. Calmly, he remarked, "As far as I know, Larry Johnson has signed a lucrative contract exceeding $100 million with the Hornets. His annual salary surpasses that of many superstars. Do you find that reasonable?" Yi Qingquan's words momentarily stunned Jerry West, who had not anticipated that Yi Qingquan would invoke Larry Johnson in their discussion. Instinctively, Jerry West retorted, "But he is the first overall pick in this year's draft, and the Hornets hold high expectations for him. The city where the Hornets are located is a small market. They must employ extreme measures to retain Larry Johnson." Implicitly, Jerry West was conveying to Yi Qingquan that Larry Johnson, as the top pick, possessed undeniable talent, and the Hornets were wagering their future on him. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qingquan sought exactly this response. "Then let me ask you again, is potential more significant or being the first overall pick?" Yi Qingquan continued to inquire. His question plunged Jerry West into contemplation. It dawned on him what Yi Qingquan aimed to express. In truth, Jerry West perceived that Yi Qingquan's potential was no less than that of Larry Johnson. Thus, the notion that Yi Qingquan could deserve a substantial contract began to seem reasonable. After a lengthy pause, Jerry West finally replied with resignation, "I believe potential is indeed more important." Yi Qingquan appeared to have anticipated this response. Nodding, he continued, "Then if, in the upcoming matches, my performance surpasses that of Larry Johnson, with my statistics overwhelmingly eclipsing his, should I not be entitled to a higher contract?" At this juncture, Yi Qingquan posed his final question. Jerry West found himself at a loss for words in response. It was evident to him that Yi Qingquan possessed the prowess to triumph over Larry Johnson. His interest in Yi Qingquan stemmed from the latter's remarkable ability to render Larry Johnson completely scoreless. Now, with Yi Qingquan's skills having further advanced, it was conceivable that he might indeed surpass Larry Johnson with remarkable prowess. Thus, Jerry West found himself in a predicament. On one hand, he was eager to swiftly finalize a contract with Yi Qingquan. On the other hand, he felt that Yi Qingquan truly deserved a more substantial agreement. With a hint of resignation, Jerry West inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Observing the somewhat helpless expression on Jerry West's face, Yi Qingquan realized he held the upper hand. "It's quite simple. The forthcoming match will be between the Lakers and the Hornets. After we conclude that game, shall we discuss the contract?" Yi Qingquan articulated his perspective. Jerry West comprehended Yi Qingquan's intentions. It was evident that Yi Qingquan aimed to make a significant impact against Larry Johnson in the upcoming match. Should Yi Qingquan indeed excel against Johnson, he would possess the leverage to negotiate a higher contract. Ultimately, Jerry West acquiesced to Yi Qingquan's request, hopeful that Yi Qingquan would deliver an outstanding performance against the Hornets. If so, the team owner, Bus, would surely regard Yi Qingquan with newfound respect. As for the contract amount, that would be a headache for Bus to contend with. If Yi Qingquan were to truly dominate Larry Johnson, Bus would undoubtedly cherish him as a prized asset. Consequently, the matter of the Lakers signing Yi Qingquan remained unresolved. These events should unfold only after the Hornets match concludes. At this moment, Larry Johnson remains oblivious to the nightmare that awaits him. Chapter 40. The 1991 first overall pick lives up to his reputation, sealing the game with a crucial shot. The game between the Hornets and the Nets is indeed a spectacle. Larry Johnson showcases his formidable offensive prowess, leaving the Nets helpless against him. Meanwhile, Kenny Anderson's performance is commendable. As a point guard, he effortlessly identifies open teammates, facilitating their scoring opportunities. His precision from beyond the arc is equally impressive. The team's general manager, observing from the sidelines, expresses admiration for both players. Some GMs even assert that while the Lakers' number 28 player amassed explosive statistics in the previous game, it was merely due to the absence of formidable opponents from the Nuggets. Indeed, once Dikembe Mutombo exited the game due to injury, the Nuggets struggled to regain their offensive rhythm. Thus, it is understandable that the number 28 player achieved such dazzling numbers. Had the Lakers faced the Hornets or the Nets, such a standout performance would undoubtedly have been unattainable. Consequently, we can eagerly anticipate the forthcoming clash between the Hornets and the Lakers. I genuinely believe that Jerry has become excessively arrogant. It is time for him to confront reality. Clearly, the general managers of these teams are reluctant to acknowledge the formidable strength of Yi Ching-chun. They eagerly hope for Larry Johnson to deliver a resounding rebuttal to Yi Ching-chun, as diminishing his confidence would bring them great delight. The match between the Hornets and the Nets was marked by a relentless back-and-forth struggle, with the outcome remaining uncertain until the very last moment. It was none other than the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, who delivered the decisive blow that sealed the game. With just 24 seconds remaining on the clock, the score stood at an impasse of 80 points each, and the Hornets held the offensive possession. Larry Johnson, stationed at the top of the arc, signaled for his teammates to spread out. He maintained his gaze on the countdown of the shot clock, waiting patiently. Only when there were a mere 8 seconds left in the possession did Larry Johnson initiate his move. As he did so, the Nets' double team descended upon him. Conventionally, faced with such a defensive squeeze, the most prudent course of action for Larry Johnson would have been to pass the ball to an open teammate, allowing them the opportunity to clinch the game. This is indeed the most reasonable choice. However, Larry Johnson did not act accordingly. When faced with the double team, he resolutely chose to charge into the paint while carrying the explosive package. Larry Johnson's momentum was formidable. Even the Nets' trio of defenders could not impede his advance. He forcefully penetrated to the basket and completed the layup, even earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. After successfully making the shot, only 2 seconds remained on the clock. This is a near game winner. The general manager present was left astounded by Larry Johnson's clutch shot. Even Kenny Anderson wore an expression of despondency, despite his own remarkable performance in the match. Yet, in the end, Larry Johnson's basket was truly the mark of a superstar. Utterly unguardable, the Nets' defense had reached its zenith, yet they were still bested by Larry Johnson's brilliance. This illustrates the formidable offensive prowess of Larry Johnson. With a steady stream of successful shots and free throws, Larry Johnson exuberantly released a triumphant roar towards the heavens. In this match, he has already amassed an impressive stat line of 32 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks, with a mere 2 turnovers. The data is, one might say, rather explosive. In the final 2 seconds, the Nets attempted a long pass to execute a shot, but it was deftly intercepted by Larry Johnson, who thwarted the Nets' last glimmer of hope. Larry Johnson's performance was nothing short of breathtaking, moving all the spectators present. Indeed, he lived up to the title of the strongest rookie of 1991, delivering a flawless display. The commentator, overwhelmed by the moment, exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! Is this the prowess of the top draft pick? Forgive my previous ignorance. I now retract my earlier statements made at the onset of the game. I believe that the Lakers' Yi is not yet Larry's match. Larry is truly the finest rookie of 91. Of course, Kenny also delivered an outstanding performance, achieving an impressive tally of 25 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, and 6 steals. Regrettably, the ultimate victory belonged to the Hornets, to Larry. Let us congratulate Larry on securing the first victory of this summer league." No one would contest the commentator's remarks, for Larry Johnson's brilliance in this match was undeniable. Even Larry himself was filled with anticipation for the upcoming game against the Lakers. Initially, upon hearing Yi Ching-chun's explosive statistics, he felt some trepidation. However, as he navigated this match with ease, he realized the defensive intensity of the summer league was remarkably lax. Scoring became an effortless endeavor for him. Consequently, this match instilled in Larry Johnson a profound sense of confidence, dispelling any fears he harbored regarding Yi Ching-chun. Post-match, numerous media outlets fervently reported on Larry Johnson's performance. As the top pick, he naturally garnered the lion's share of attention. Although merely a summer league game, his statistics were astonishing. The most elated of all were the Hornets fans, who initially harbored concerns that Larry might be a disappointing draft choice. Yet, with such a dazzling performance in the opening game of the summer league, all their worries dissipated. They began to envision the new season, believing that Larry Johnson would undoubtedly lead the team into the playoffs. As for Larry Johnson's debut performance, the players of the Lakers quickly became aware of the news. Keith Owens, known for his keen interest in other teams, promptly informed Yi Ching-chun of Larry Johnson's impressive statistics and performance upon learning of them. At this juncture, Keith Owens had become quite familiar with Yi Ching-chun. Upon learning of Larry Johnson's personal statistics, Yi Ching-chun merely remarked, "Not bad." Keith Owens, observing Yi Ching-chun's calm demeanor, expressed his astonishment, saying, "Is that all? His stats are nothing short of extraordinary." It was evident that Keith Owens held Larry Johnson in high esteem. In response to his incredulity, Yi countered, "If he is so remarkable, did he achieve a triple-double?" Keith Owens paused for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "Although he didn't secure a triple-double." His opponent was the Nets. Yi again stated nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I will make the shot. In the next match, just be ready to catch and shoot." Chapter 41. The external consensus favors the Hornets. Are the Lakers destined for a devastating defeat? While Keith Owens admired Yi abilities, he still felt that Yi could not quite match Larry Johnson's prowess. After all, during the game against the Nuggets, Yi triple-double was largely facilitated by Mutombo's injury. Moreover, in that match, Yi primarily focused on passing and assisting his teammates. Thus, Keith Owens perceived Yi offensive capabilities as rather average. Upon hearing Yi confident assertions, he felt a mix of admiration and concern. "Hey, Yi, I believe your skills are commendable. However, I still think we shouldn't underestimate the Hornets, especially since they are the top pick." Seeing Keith Owens' serious expression, Yi realized that further discussion would be futile. He could only nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed, it's quite challenging to convince you at this point. Just follow my instructions and be prepared to catch and shoot. I will handle the rest." After stating this, Yi chose not to prolong the conversation with Keith Owens. The Summer League schedule was intensely packed, allowing for merely a single day of rest. During this brief respite, Yi made no attempt to squander the time. He went directly to the gym to lift weights. Keith Owens, too, remained industrious, heading to the court for shooting practice. Yi held a favorable impression of Keith Owens. This individual possesses a commendable sense of integrity and demonstrates remarkable dedication to the game. On the court, he exhibits an unwavering enthusiasm, tirelessly moving regardless of offensive opportunities, relentlessly pursuing rebounds. His defensive efforts are equally commendable. He never relinquishes his commitment to guarding his opponents. Consequently, Yi has resolved that if Keith Owens maintains his consistent performance and lives up to the trust bestowed upon him, he will consider advocating for Owens in front of Jerry West. Yi understands that despite his formidable abilities, every NBA team harbors its own factions. Should he join the Lakers alone, he would undoubtedly face initial resistance from the team's players. While Yi is confident in his capacity to navigate the challenges of a rookie season, he recognizes that having an ally would significantly ease his journey. Presently, Keith Owens appears to be an excellent companion, and joining the Lakers alongside him would be most advantageous, as it would allow Yi to establish his own foundation within the team. This is how Yi envisions the layout of his future. A day's respite is spent amidst the clanging of weights. Yi finds this lifestyle to be quite fulfilling. This simple and unadulterated training life may appear rather monotonous to others. However, for Yi it is truly delightful. He understands that even though he possesses the system as a golden key, he must not neglect his training. The enhancement of one's physical fitness can only be achieved through active and dedicated effort. These are the prerequisites for ensuring the completion of the competition. Yi would certainly not relax easily. The Los Angeles Lakers are set to engage in their second match of the Summer League, facing the formidable Charlotte Hornets. The media has fervently praised the Hornets' first overall pick, Larry Johnson, who has already garnered significant attention. Particularly notable was his near-game winning shot against the Nets, which led many journalists to label him a player with a big heart. Consequently, numerous media personnel confidently speculate that the Hornets will secure an undefeated championship in the Summer League, as Larry Johnson's prowess eclipses that of his fellow rookie competitors. With such fervent media hype and anticipation, this Summer League match has drawn the gaze of countless fans. Upon the Lakers players' arrival at the venue, it became evident that the seats were already filled to a considerable extent. This has left them utterly astonished, for the contrast is overwhelmingly striking. In their initial match against the Nuggets, the audience was predominantly composed of the team's general managers, with scarcely a legitimate fan in sight. Yet now, the arena is nearly filled to capacity with enthusiastic supporters. This sufficiently illustrates that the match has garnered considerable attention. In light of such a spectacle, Keith Owens was visibly astonished. He was acutely aware that the multitude of spectators was drawn to the event primarily because of Larry Johnson. This has only deepened Kyrie Irving's admiration and trepidation towards Larry Johnson. He nudged Yi beside him and whispered, "Hey, Yi, look at all these spectators. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Are you nervous?" Upon hearing Kyrie's words, Yi wore an expression of resignation. He shook his head and replied, "I'm not nervous at all. The more spectators, the better." Our opportunity for fame is here. Let us perform well and showcase the strength of our Lakers. Yi Qingchun's words left Kyrie in a state of astonishment. He truly did not expect Yi Qingchun to be devoid of any nervousness. In fact, he even encouraged himself to perform admirably. Yi Qingchun's formidable mental fortitude greatly impressed Kyrie. As they conversed, the audience suddenly erupted in excitement. Yi Qingchun and Kyrie swiftly turned to see what had caused the commotion. It was, of course, the players of the Hornets making their entrance, with Larry Johnson leading the way. Larry's expression was notably stern, showing no reaction to the cheers of the crowd, as if such scenes were commonplace for him. However, deep down, Larry was reveling in the moment, fully aware that the majority of the audience had come to see him. The feeling of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. Larry had resolved to give his all in this game, determined to demonstrate his prowess to the spectators. Among the throng of onlookers were Magic Johnson and Jerry West. Magic held a favorable view of the Lakers for this match, while Jerry was concerned about whether Yi Qingchun could outshine Larry Johnson. "Hey, Jerry, do you think our rookie can secure another triple-double in this game?" Magic curiously inquired. "Our opponents are the Hornets, and their strength has significantly increased with Larry's addition. Therefore, I believe the chances of Yi achieving a triple-double are slim," Jerry pondered before responding. In truth, Jerry hoped for Yi Qingchun to continue his stellar performance. Yet realistically, this game would not be straightforward for the Lakers. After listening to Jerry's analysis, Magic silently nodded in agreement, though deep within them lingered a strong anticipation, the nature of which they themselves could not quite articulate. Meanwhile, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the official start of the game. The starting players from both teams gathered near the center circle, and the match was set to commence. Chapter 42. Before the game even began, Larry Johnson provocatively approached Yi Qingchun. Let us first examine the starting lineups. For the Lakers, Yi Qingchun and Kyrie Irving remained in the starting positions, alongside Royce O'Neal at the point guard, Caleb at the shooting guard, and Jack Haley at the power forward. Kyrie continued as the small forward, while Yi Qingchun occupied the center position. For the Hornets, Larry Johnson took the power forward position. The point guard was Elliot Perry. The shooting guard was Michael Ansley, the small forward was Tony Massenberg, and the center was Eric Lechner. In truth, aside from recognizing Larry Johnson, Yi Qingchun was unfamiliar with the other Hornets players. After all, those who appeared in the Summer League were generally lesser known. Similarly, the spectators were not particularly concerned about these players. They had come for Larry Johnson. As Yi Qingchun approached the circle to prepare for the jump ball against Lechner, Larry Johnson unexpectedly positioned himself directly in front of Yi. Noticing Larry blocking his path, Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Larry, with an air of amusement, looked at Yi and remarked, "You are the one who broke Dikembe's ribs, the yellow-skinned player?" This provocation instantly transformed the expressions of the other Hornets players into one of intrigue, as they had heard about Yi Qingchun's remarkable feat in the previous game, where he not only achieved a triple-double, but also broke the ribs of two players from the Nuggets. The impressive record, when disclosed, is indeed quite formidable. However, at present, Yi Qingchun finds himself pitted against the formidable Hornets, led by Larry Johnson. No one harbors the belief that Yi Qingchun can sustain the remarkable form he exhibited in the previous match. The excitement among the spectators escalates, especially upon witnessing Larry Johnson's audacious provocation directed at Yi Qingchun. In response to Johnson's taunting remarks, Yi Qingchun calmly retorted, "Indeed. So I offer you a word of advice, safeguard your ribs." Following his words, Yi Qingchun boldly collided with Larry Johnson, sending him sprawling to the side. Johnson's expression instantly darkened, taken aback by Yi Qingchun's audacity and the unsolicited physical contact. Just as he contemplated retaliating, the referee intervened, positioning himself between Yi Qingchun and Larry Johnson, and sternly proclaimed, "This is a basketball game. You must be mindful of your actions and words." Larry Johnson realized that the opportunity for retaliation had slipped away. After casting a fierce glare at Yi Qingchun, he returned to the Hornets lineup. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with excitement. Even before the game commenced, it seemed that Johnson had already engaged in a verbal altercation with the Lakers players. This has rendered the competition all the more captivating. These spectators had indeed done their homework prior to the match. They were aware that the Lakers boasted a promising rookie among their ranks. It now appears that the player whom Larry Johnson chose to provoke was none other than him. The expressions of Magic Johnson and Jerry West in the stands turned peculiar upon witnessing Larry Johnson's deliberate provocation of Yi Qingchun. Based on their understanding of Yi Qingchun, his demeanor is not as feeble as it may seem at first glance. Mutombo's exit serves as a compelling testament to this. It is rather perplexing that Larry Johnson would choose to instigate Yi Qingchen even before the game commenced. Is he not simply courting trouble for himself? Now, Magic Johnson and Jerry West are even more eager for this match. They firmly believe that Yi Qingchen will undoubtedly deliver a strong response during the game. After the referees intervened to calm both sides, they signaled for the game to continue. The jump ball commences. Yi Qingchen versus Lechner. Although Lechner stands a few centimeters taller than Yi Qingchen, the latter's wingspan is remarkably formidable. Coupled with his astonishing leaping ability, Yi Qingchen effortlessly outjumps Lechner. The Lakers secure the first offensive possession. After Royce Parro dribbles past half-court, he orchestrates the play from the top of the arc. As the center, Yi Qingchen promptly steps up to set a screen for Royce Parro. Utilizing Yi Qingchen's solid screen, Royce Parro swiftly drives towards the free throw line. Following the screen, Yi Qingchen promptly pivots to make his move. The quality of Yi Qingchen's screen was exceptional, leaving the Hornets players momentarily stunned. Royce Parro executes a bounce pass, delivering the ball into Yi Qingchen's hands. At that moment, as Yi Qingchen turns to make his advance, Keith Owens suddenly appears at the corner behind him. The attention of the Hornets players is entirely captivated by Yi Qingchen. Furthermore, upon receiving the ball, Yi Qingchen finds himself in the Hornets' paint. Lechner seems to be too late to rush over for the defense. However, Larry Johnson arrives just in time. In truth, he has been monitoring Yi Qingchen's movements all along. When Yi Qingchen pivoted to make his advance, Larry Johnson quickly retreated to the paint. Unbeknownst to him, this defensive adjustment leaves Keith Owens wide open. To be precise, Larry Johnson has lost track of his assignment. Yi Qingchen's keen observation allows him to spot the open Keith Owens immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he passes the ball to Owens. Larry Johnson is utterly taken aback by Yi Qingchen's decision to pass in such a scenario. Keith Owens is equally astonished. Although he has found space, he is uncertain whether Yi Qingchen noticed him. However, it is evident now that Yi Qingchen indeed has. Recalling Yi Qingchen's advice to boldly shoot when open, Keith Owens raises his arms and releases a three-pointer. He sinks it. Keith Owens has opened the game with a wide-open three-pointer, courtesy of Yi Qingchen's assist. The excitement is palpable on Keith Owens' face as he celebrates with a high-five with Yi Qingchen. Meanwhile, Larry Johnson's expression darkens. He had anticipated that Yi Qingchen would attack the basket, yet was taken aback by the choice to pass. At this moment, Yi Qingchen casts a disdainful glance at Larry Johnson before turning to retreat to the backcourt. This expression from Yi Qingchen leaves Larry Johnson feeling quite displeased. The blatant disdain in the air nearly drove Larry Johnson to madness. "Damn it. This time, I shall make you pay for your insolence," Larry Johnson roared within his mind. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Magic Johnson and Jerry West wore expressions of sheer delight. This fellow truly relishes assisting his teammates in scoring. Indeed, it appears our rookie player is unfazed by the pressure, Jerry West exclaimed in astonishment. However, the next phase belongs to the Hornets' offense, and Larry Johnson is certain to respond. This heightened the anticipation of the illustrious Magic Johnson and Jerry West. Chapter 43. A swift steal leads to a fast break, culminating in a thunderous dunk over Larry Johnson by a teammate. The Hornets' offense revolved primarily around Larry Johnson. During this particular play, as the basketball crossed half-court, it found its way into Larry Johnson's hands. Positioned at the arc, he pointed directly at Lechner, signaling him to step forward and set a screen. The intention behind this maneuver was to draw Yi Qingchen into the defensive assignment against him. The glance Yi Qingchen had cast earlier was already enough to irk him. Thus, it was imperative to demonstrate his prowess. Lechner promptly moved to the arc, executing a robust screen for Larry Johnson. Utilizing this screen, Larry Johnson advanced to a position at the left 45-degree angle. The defender who confronted him transitioned from Keith Owens to Yi Qingchen, successfully creating a switch. This method of attack is commonly referred to as a designated tactic in basketball, wherein the offensive player selects a defender to engage in a one-on-one showdown. Typically, this involves either a smaller player taking on a larger opponent or vice versa, as mismatches often yield the most favorable scoring opportunities. At this juncture, upon noticing Yi Qingchen before him, Larry Johnson indicated for his teammates to spread out. He then retreated with the ball, moving all the way beyond the three-point line, with Yi Qingchen maintaining a calm demeanor as he followed him outside the arc. The spectators, sensing the unfolding drama, became electrified. Realizing that Larry Johnson was poised to isolate Yi Qingchen, he had created ample space, seemingly intent on surpassing Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen, being the Lakers' center, found himself drawn out of the paint, leaving the interior vulnerable. The remaining players lacked any rim protection capabilities. Meanwhile, Keith Owens, originally tasked with guarding Larry Johnson, was now compelled to defend Lechner. This situation also presented a mismatch, as Lechner faced off against Keith Owens. Larry Johnson could easily have passed the ball into the paint for Lechner to finish, but his determination to score in front of Yi Qingchen was unwavering. He had no intention of relinquishing the ball. In that moment, Larry Johnson fixated intensely on Yi Qingchen and began to dribble with a low stance. After a series of swift crossover dribbles, he suddenly executed a sharp change of direction, moving to Yi Qingchen's left side, seemingly intending to glide past him. The crowd erupted in awe, captivated by the fluidity and finesse of Larry Johnson's dribbling display. This suffices to demonstrate that Larry Johnson possesses remarkably solid foundational skills. Moreover, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his high center of gravity allows him to dribble with such fluidity and finesse that it is truly a sight to behold. Just this series of dribbling maneuvers is enough to leave the spectators in awe. Even the likes of Magic Johnson and Jerry West were astonished by Larry Johnson's ball-handling prowess. At that moment, the commentator exclaimed in sheer astonishment, "My goodness, Larry's dribbling is simply exceptional, especially his recent change of direction. I feel as though the Lakers' number 28 player might be left dizzy." However, as the commentator uttered the word dizzy, his voice abruptly fell silent. For he was horrified to witness that Larry Johnson, who intended to maneuver past Yi Qingchen on his left side, had suddenly lost possession of the basketball. Indeed, it was quite absurd. Larry Johnson's preceding actions had been remarkably smooth. Yet, as he attempted to navigate to Yi Qingchen's left, he discovered the basketball had vanished. Where had it gone? Naturally, it was Yi Qingchen who had deftly swiped it away. It turned out that as Larry Johnson made a significant change of direction, Yi Qingchen had already anticipated his dribbling trajectory. When Larry attempted to pass on his left, Yi Qingchen decisively executed a steal. With a precise strike, the basketball was propelled towards the front court. Thus, while Larry Johnson stood there, stunned and bewildered, Yi Qingchen had already sprinted towards the offensive end. Keith Owens had been closely monitoring Larry Johnson's offensive play. He had already devised a plan. Should Larry Johnson easily bypass Yi Qingchen and drive towards the basket, he would unhesitatingly commit a foul against him. At the very least, he could not allow him to score effortlessly with a dunk. However, he did not witness Yi Qingchen being easily overcome. Instead, he observed Yi Qingchen effortlessly stealing the basketball from Larry Johnson's grasp, swiftly transitioning into an offensive counterattack. Although Keith Owens was taken aback, he did not hesitate to spring into action. He sprinted towards the front court without delay. Even though he was uncertain whether Yi Qingchen intended to conclude this offensive maneuver with a slam dunk, he could not resist the urge to follow suit. After all, in the previous match, Yi Qingchen had predominantly opted to pass the ball to his teammates for scoring. Thus, he pondered the possibility that Yi Qingchen might actually wish to facilitate a pass, which would allow him to fulfill Yi Qingchen's aspirations. As Yi Qingchen dribbled furiously ahead, Keith Owens tirelessly pursued him from behind. Not far behind Owens, Larry Johnson was also in hot pursuit, albeit lagging slightly, still reeling from the shock of Yi Qingchen's extraordinary speed that had led to him snatching the ball away. At that moment, Larry Johnson was driven by a singular conviction. He must not allow Yi Qingchen to capitalize on this fast break opportunity. With that thought igniting his resolve, Larry Johnson accelerated once more. Indeed, Larry Johnson possessed remarkable athleticism. As he exerted himself, he managed to surpass Keith Owens after crossing the halfway line. Now, he found himself merely a step away from catching up to Yi Qingchen. Excitement surged within him. He envisioned executing a spectacular chase-down block as Yi Qingchen prepared to score. This would at least offer him a chance to redeem himself. As anticipated, Yi Qingchen gathered the ball and began his ascent. Observing his stance, it was evident he aimed to complete a fast-break dunk. Larry Johnson's heart raced with elation. His confidence in executing the chase-down block was unwavering. Believing he could firmly pin Yi Qingchen's dunk against the backboard, Yi Qingchen leapt off one foot, and in tandem, Larry Johnson sprang upwards, showcasing his impressive vertical leap. In this rapid charge, his leap could be fully realized. Just as Larry Johnson soared to his apex, his hands were already raised high, poised in the air, awaiting Yi Qingchen's dunk. However, at the last moment before executing the dunk, Yi Qingchen suddenly altered his course of action. He astonishingly pulled the ball back to his waist, completing a behind-the-back pass instead. Larry Johnson had never anticipated that Yi Ching-chun would opt for a pass at such a critical juncture. Consequently, after raising his hands, he was unable to execute a block against Yi Ching-chun's behind-the-back pass. As Larry Johnson turned midair, he witnessed the basketball being delivered with precision into the hands of the trailing Keith Irvin. Upon receiving the ball, Irvin took 2 powerful steps forward and leapt, executing a thunderous one-handed slam. 5-0. Keith Irvin scored 5 consecutive points. Yi Ching-chun provided 2 assists in succession. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson and Jerry West simultaneously rose from their seats, captivated by the sheer brilliance of Yi Ching-chun's behind-the-back pass, which was nothing short of spectacular. Larry Johnson simply could not comprehend it. Chapter 44. Larry Johnson to dunk over Yi Ching-chun. Yi Ching-chun is about to shake his finger. Initially believing that surpassing Yi Ching-chun would be as simple as eating or drinking, he was utterly unprepared for the outcome. Not only did he fail to bypass Yi Ching-chun, but he also fell victim to an effortless steal. In the final moments, he was further humiliated by Yi Ching-chun, who chose to assist a teammate with a pass after leaping, allowing his teammate to complete a dunk over him. When had Larry Johnson ever endured such indignity? After completing the dunk, Keith Irvin was equally ecstatic. He had not anticipated Yi Ching-chun would pass to him. Yet, the years of honing his fast break instincts finally bore fruit, as Yi Ching-chun delivered the ball to him in such a magnificent manner. Furthermore, he had managed to dunk over Larry Johnson, albeit taking advantage of Johnson's delayed reaction. But it still counted as a dunk. Thus, Keith Irvin was understandably thrilled, celebrating with a chest bump against Yi Ching-chun. Yi Ching-chun maintained his usual calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said to Keith Irvin, "I wasn't lying, was I? As long as you run actively and appear where needed, you will always have a chance to score." It was only after the game commenced that Yi Ching-chun conceived a bold notion. He would abstain from scoring in this match. Instead, he intended to lavish his teammates with assists, aiming for an unconventional triple-double. While Yi Ching-chun and Keith Irvin conversed, the commentator exclaimed in a tone of astonishment, "My goodness! The Lakers' number 28 has executed a steal and an assist in one fluid motion. Particularly, this pass mirrors the style of the Lakers' star player, Magic Johnson. The Lakers have truly struck gold." The commentator's words resonated with the audience, who wholeheartedly agreed. Yi Ching-chun's consecutive assists at the outset had indeed left them in awe, especially the second assist, which strikingly resembled Magic Johnson's passing style. Upon hearing the commentator, Magic Johnson beamed with pride, turning to Jerry West and stating, "Did you see that? Even the commentators believe his style is remarkably similar to mine. Therefore, I can confidently assert that he is my fan." At that moment, Magic Johnson was genuinely elated, as Yi Ching-chun's every passing decision aligned perfectly with his ideal choices. This is truly a replica of him. Even the pass made by Yi Ching-chun moments ago left Magic Johnson feeling that he might not have been able to accomplish it himself. Yi Ching-chun, upon receiving the basketball, sprinted forward with unwavering focus, not even casting a glance back. Remarkably, he managed to deliver an impeccably accurate pass to his teammate without so much as looking. This is precisely the most challenging aspect of this pass. At this moment, Jerry West's expression became notably animated. He undoubtedly recognized the exquisite brilliance of Yi Ching-chun's pass. At this moment, he began to ponder seriously the words spoken to him by Yi Ching-chun earlier. "Hey, buddy, have you ever considered that if he truly manages to outshine Larry, we would indeed be deserving of a lucrative contract?" Jerry West's words momentarily stunned Magic Johnson. He was well aware that Yi Ching-chun had not yet finalized a contract with the Lakers. Instead, he intended to discuss matters further with Jerry West after this game. It seemed that Yi Ching-chun could indeed hold his own against Larry Johnson. Let us continue to observe. We shall see what unfolds after this match. At this juncture, Magic Johnson was in no hurry. After all, it was not his money at stake, but that of the Lakers' owner, Bus. Moreover, even if Yi Ching-chun were to demand a hefty sum, Magic Johnson found it entirely reasonable. After all, one gets what one pays for. And the prowess Yi Ching-chun had displayed was undeniably impressive. In fact, there was a genuine possibility that he could indeed eclipse Larry Johnson. Should that be the case, Yi Ching-chun would truly command substantial leverage. These matters are not of concern to Magic Johnson. However, Magic Johnson has resolved to act decisively. Even if Yi Ching-chun makes exorbitant demands, he will strive to facilitate the signing of this contract. For if Yi Ching-chun is indeed able to successfully secure a deal with the Lakers, the overall strength of the team will experience a significant enhancement. There is no doubt about it. Now, let us turn our gaze to the scene. Once again, it is the Hornets' offensive play. At this moment, the expression on Larry Johnson's face is devoid of any semblance of ease. His sole thought is to score as swiftly as possible. From the onset of the game until now, the Hornets have yet to put any points on the board, nor have they executed a single commendable offensive play. However, Larry Johnson is not one to act recklessly. As Yi Qinsheng continues to deliver assists, he begins to sense that Yi Qinsheng seems to harbor little desire for scoring. This led Larry Johnson to believe that Yi Qinsheng might not be particularly adept at scoring. Consequently, on the defensive end, he felt it reasonable to ease up on his defense against Yi Qinsheng. With this thought in mind, Larry Johnson devised a commendable defensive strategy. However, since it was still the Hornets' offensive possession, he needed to focus on executing this attack before making further plans. After being intercepted by Yi Qinsheng, Larry Johnson had learned his lesson. This time, he refrained from directly targeting Yi Qinsheng or requesting a screen from Lechner. Instead, he signaled to his teammates to spread out, as he intended to take on Keith Owens one-on-one. In his view, although Keith Owens had a physique similar to his own, his defensive demeanor appeared exceedingly earnest, so much so that it seemed rather tense. Larry Johnson quickly deduced that Keith Owens was indeed quite anxious at that moment. Thus, he had numerous strategies to exploit such a nervous player. After a series of crossover dribbles, Larry Johnson executed a sharp change of direction. This time, Larry Johnson executed his maneuvers with considerable caution. As anticipated, Keith Irvin's defense was unable to keep pace with him. After several deft dribbles, he discerned that Keith Irvin's center of gravity was unsteady. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Larry Johnson performed a pronounced change of direction. Indeed, Keith Irvin was left momentarily off balance. Following this, Larry Johnson swiftly dribbled towards the basket. At this moment, the Lakers' interior defense was solely entrusted to Yi Qinsheng. This is precisely what Larry Johnson yearned to witness. After a series of two powerful dribbles, Larry Johnson surged into the Lakers' restricted area. At that moment, Yi Qinsheng appeared momentarily stunned, failing to position himself in front of Larry Johnson with the immediacy required. It was only when Larry Johnson had gathered his momentum and leaped into the air that Yi Qinsheng finally reacted, attempting to contest the shot. "You wish to block me? It is too late," Larry Johnson proclaimed with exuberance, already mid-air, adopting the posture of a slam dunk. Chapter 45. Larry Johnson evades the challenge. He dared not confront Yi Qinsheng head-on. As Larry Johnson executed his dunk mid-flight, numerous spectators rose to their feet, for it was evident that he had genuinely harnessed his power. This time, he is highly likely to successfully execute a spectacular dunk. My goodness, is Larry truly poised to deliver a thunderous dunk over the player wearing jersey number 28? This is utterly astonishing. Will he be able to achieve it? The voice of the commentator has nearly turned hoarse in anticipation. One cannot entirely blame him, for in previous summer leagues, the excitement was notably lacking. The competing teams were predominantly composed of rookies, leading to matches that were often rather dull, with players mostly missing their shots. However, this year's summer league is an entirely different affair. Just consider the previous two games. One featured a triple-double, while the other showcased a near buzzer beater along with an impressive double-double. This is sufficient to demonstrate the remarkable intensity of this year's summer league. Following the commencement of the match, captivating scenes unfolded almost immediately. It is entirely understandable that the commentator's voice may be hoarse, particularly during this offensive play. Larry Johnson, after deftly maneuvering past Keith Irvin, soared toward the basket, determined to dunk despite the defensive presence of Yi Qinsheng. Such a scene could be described as exceedingly explosive. All eyes were intently fixed upon Larry Johnson. Then, they witnessed a shocking spectacle unfold. Initially, it seemed that Yi Qinsheng's reaction was a beat too slow. He leaped for defense only after Larry Johnson had taken off. Under such circumstances, attempting to intercept Larry Johnson's thunderous dunk appeared to be a mere folly, unless Yi Qinsheng's leaping ability far surpassed that of Larry Johnson. It was anticipated that Larry Johnson would successfully execute the dunk. However, what is often deemed predictable is frequently upended by the unexpected. Thus, this unforeseen occurrence transpired. The basketball was on the verge of being forcefully thrust into the hoop when a pair of large hands abruptly materialized before Larry Johnson. More precisely, they appeared above the basketball. The ball halted its forward momentum, and despite Larry Johnson's vigorous effort, he could not surmount those imposing hands to complete the dunk. Ultimately, Larry Johnson plummeted from the air, filled with terror and resentment, while the basketball, too, fell helplessly to the ground. Yi Qingchun, surprisingly, had anticipated this moment, executing a dual block midair, effectively thwarting Larry Johnson's dunk. As soon as the ball descended, Yi Qingchun seized it and began dribbling furiously toward the front court. The other players of the Hornets were left stunned. They genuinely did not expect Larry Johnson to be blocked in such a situation, let alone with a resounding rejection. Consequently, their reactions were similarly a beat too slow. Only Keith Owens managed to keep pace with Yi Qingchun, for he had diligently internalized Yi Qingchun's words. At this moment, he began to grasp a profound truth. Following Yi Qingchun would lead to rewards. Thus, Keith Owens sprinted forward with reckless abandon, closely trailing behind Yi Qingchun. This time, even the audience present has fallen into complete silence. In this instance, the players of the Hornets were utterly unable to keep pace. Yi Qingchun was destined to execute a fast-break collaboration with Keith Owens. It remains uncertain what kind of synergy Yi Qingchun and Keith Owens would ultimately achieve. Keith Owens closely trailed behind Yi Qingchun. Upon dribbling to the basket, Yi Qingchun astonishingly slammed the ball against the backboard. Keith Owens, instantly grasping the situation, leapt swiftly and adeptly caught the basketball. Then, with both hands, forcefully dunked it into the hoop. 7-0. Keith Owens scored 7 consecutive points, all facilitated by Yi Qingchun's passes. Following the assist, Yi Qingchun raised his right index finger towards Larry Johnson, who was stationed far beyond the halfway line, gently shaking it. Upon witnessing Yi Qingchun's gesture, Larry Johnson's breath quickened. In these 3 offensive plays, Yi Qingchun achieved 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Such a performance left the audience in awe. They can no longer afford to underestimate the Lakers or Yi Qingchun. At this moment, the Hornets coach decisively called for a timeout. The match had barely commenced when the Lakers launched a 7-0 scoring spree. This has utterly surpassed their expectations, necessitating a complete reassessment of their tactics. Moreover, their defensive focus must also undergo a transformation. They have misjudged the capabilities of the Lakers, underestimating the prowess of their players. During the interval, the commentator fervently praised Yi Qingchun. "All right, I retract my initial predictions." The Lakers' number 28, known as Yi Qingchun, was selected by the Warriors at the 25th pick in the first round, before being traded to the Lakers. In the previous match, he recorded a triple-double. This time, he has already delivered a stunning performance right from the start. For now, Larry has yet to gain any advantage over him. The commentator's remarks were met with approval from the live audience. They had initially come to witness Larry Johnson, yet unexpectedly, the spotlight was stolen by Yi Qingchun. It remains to be seen what adjustments Larry Johnson will make following this timeout. Should he fail to score, it is likely that his mindset will shift, especially considering he was the first overall pick in the 1991 draft. Yi Qingchun, being a late first-round selection, would severely tarnish Larry Johnson's reputation if he were to be outperformed. At this moment, Magic Johnson was grinning from ear to ear. Yi Qingchun's initial 3 assists had left him profoundly astonished. Yi Qingchun possesses an extraordinary talent for passing. Each of his passes exceeded Magic Johnson's expectations. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Qingchun's assists, Magic Johnson couldn't help but exclaim, "Who knew basketball could be played this way?" Yi Qingchun has completely captivated Magic Johnson. Now, Magic Johnson is almost impatiently awaiting the arrival of the next season. With Yi Qingchun's addition, the Lakers will undoubtedly experience a significant leap in their capabilities. The coach of the Hornets has been fervently instilling motivational words into the players, particularly focusing on Larry Johnson. He continuously encouraged Johnson to liberate himself from solely fixating on Yi Qingchun, as the other players of the Lakers were not particularly formidable defensively. A single statement jolted Johnson into realization. Indeed, he could exploit the vulnerabilities of the other Lakers players. Thus, after the timeout, Johnson modified his offensive strategy. He relentlessly engaged in one-on-one confrontations with Keith Owens, opting not to penetrate the paint, but rather leveraging his physicality to maneuver around Owens, executing mid-range jump shots to score. The effectiveness of this approach became markedly evident as he successfully outplayed Owens several times, causing considerable frustration for the latter. Meanwhile, the Lakers' offense pivoted around Yi Qingchun, who predominantly sought the ball in the low post, utilizing his physical advantage to drive into the paint, drawing double teams before distributing the ball to teammates, who capitalized on open shots. Both teams finally found their respective offensive rhythms. However, since the timeout, it appeared that Larry Johnson hesitated to confront Yi Qingxian head-on. After Yi Qingxian secured another assist, he calmly informed Owens as he passed by, "From now on, I will take on the responsibility of defending Larry." Chapter 46. The deathly entanglement skill prevents Larry Johnson from crossing half-court. Keith Owens looked at Yi Qingxian with astonishment and remarked, "Aren't you playing the center position? If you defend him, we will have significant gaps in our interior defense." Owens' concerns were indeed valid. Yet Yi Qingxian, exuding an air of calm confidence, shook his head and replied, "Do not worry, he will not pass me." Witnessing Yi Qingxian's unwavering self-assurance, Owens had no choice but to acquiesce to his request. At this moment, with 24 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Hornets held possession of the ball. As Larry Johnson received the ball in the backcourt, preparing to dribble past half-court, he was taken aback to find Yi Qingxian standing directly in front of him. The commentators were equally astonished, exclaiming, "The Lakers' number 28 has appeared before Larry. Is he going to defend him across the entire court?" Although number 28 possesses a robust physique, I believe Larry could easily bypass him. After all, Larry's center of gravity is significantly lower. The commentators' sentiments resonated with many spectators present. Even the Lakers' coaching staff on the sidelines expressed bewilderment at Yi Qingxian's decision to switch onto Johnson. If Yi Qingxian were to defend Larry Johnson, the Lakers' interior defense would be left in a precarious state, allowing Johnson the opportunity to pass the ball into the paint for Lechner to execute an offensive play. This approach is undoubtedly effective. However, the first quarter is drawing to a close, and it would be prudent to emphasize the significance of interior defense to Yi Qingxian once the quarter concludes. Coach Keelong of the Lakers contemplated this quietly. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson and Jerry West observed with a hint of exasperation as Yi Qingxian took it upon himself to guard Larry Johnson. They understood Yi Qingxian's good intentions. He likely aimed to showcase his skills in this match to gain leverage in contract negotiations. Thus, upon witnessing Keith Owens being repeatedly overwhelmed by Larry Johnson, he could not resist the urge to switch defensive responsibilities with Keith Owens. This is, in fact, a rather imprudent choice. This poses a significant disadvantage to the team's overall defense. Currently, the Lakers hold a slender lead of 4 points over the Hornets, 35-31. However, if Yi Qingxian were to arbitrarily alter the defensive strategy, it could potentially diminish their advantage. The youthfulness of the young player often manifests in a rather simplistic perspective. Jerry West shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson remained silent, as he believed that Yi Qingxian should not act so recklessly. Based on Yi Qingxian's performance on the court, it is evident that he would never make a choice without confidence. Thus, Yi Qingxian's appearance before Larry Johnson must have a purpose. Do not rush to conclusions, Jerry. He is a player you have set your sights on. Magic Johnson remarked with a profound undertone. Upon hearing Magic Johnson's words, Jerry West was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation and redirect his gaze back to the court. At this moment, Larry Johnson was poised to dribble across half-court. He had a full 8 seconds at his disposal, ample time for any ball handler. Larry was no exception. After receiving the ball, he held it with both hands and cast a glance at Yi Qingxian, his eyes brimming with derision. To Larry, Yi Qingxian's decision to confront him defensively was nothing short of foolish. Since Yi was brazenly positioned before him, Larry felt compelled to demonstrate the extent of his prowess. Thus, he commenced his dribble across half-court. While his heart brimmed with disdain for Yi Qingxian, Larry's dribbling remained cautious, mindful of the earlier instance when Yi had successfully stolen the ball from him. As he crossed half-court, he positioned himself sideways to face Yi Qingxian. The purpose of this was to prevent Yi Qingxian from attempting to steal the ball. Indeed, when Larry Johnson began to dribble, Yi Qingxian made his move to swipe the ball. A look of disdain crossed Larry Johnson's face. Was his ball so easily intercepted? Larry Johnson turned his body, shifting from a side stance to a back stance, ensuring the basketball remained protected in front of him. However, this slight delay had already consumed 4 seconds. Realizing the urgency, Larry Johnson felt compelled to hasten his dribble across half-court. Consequently, he pivoted while maintaining his back to the opponent, preparing to accelerate his dribble. Yet, unexpectedly, at the very moment he turned, Yi Qingxian lunged once more for the ball. His attempt was executed with remarkable swiftness and without any physical contact with Larry Johnson. Fortunately, Larry Johnson reacted swiftly, regaining control of the ball in his left hand. After 2 consecutive attempts to steal the ball, Yi Qingxian was beginning to irritate Larry Johnson. By this time, 6 seconds had elapsed, leaving just 2 seconds on the clock, and Larry Johnson had yet to cross half-court. still several meters away from the center line. In fact, Larry Johnson could have passed the ball to a teammate, who was also making a move to receive it. However, Larry Johnson, undeterred by superstition, believed he could successfully dribble past half court. Thus, he turned his back to dribble once more and accelerated in his attempt to cross. Little did he know, Yi-Ching-chun was precisely anticipating this moment of acceleration following his back dribble. With a skill for relentless pursuit, Yi-Ching-chun excelled at incessantly swiping the ball to disrupt his opponent's dribbling. Now, he had found the perfect opportunity to strike again. On this occasion, due to Larry Johnson's urgent desire to advance the ball past half court, he neglected to protect it. Yi-Ching-chun, on his third attempt to steal the ball, finally succeeded. The basketball in Larry Johnson's possession was deftly snatched away by Yi-Ching-chun. In that very instant of seizing the ball, Yi-Ching-chun surged forward towards it, executing a remarkable steal and a one-on-one defense against Larry Johnson. After obtaining the ball, Yi-Ching-chun glanced back over his shoulder, actually looking towards his teammate, Keith Owens. The two had developed a strong rapport, with Keith keenly observing Yi-Ching-chun's defensive maneuvers. Upon witnessing Yi-Ching-chun's successful theft, he dashed forward with reckless abandon. For the opportunity to score had arrived. Larry Johnson's mood was one of profound frustration and anger, having been robbed of the ball yet again. Consequently, he quickly pursued Yi-Ching-chun, fully prepared to commit a foul the moment he caught up, determined not to allow an easy score. However, trailing behind him, alongside his own teammate, was Keith Owens. Larry Johnson found himself in a quandary. Should he foul Yi-Ching-chun or block Keith Owens? Up until this point, Yi-Ching-chun had yet to score a single point, yet he had already tallied numerous assists. Throughout the entire quarter, Yi-Ching-chun had not taken a single shot. Each time he had the opportunity to score, he selflessly opted to pass the ball to a teammate, allowing them to take the points. Therefore, it was highly probable that Yi-Ching-chun would pass the ball to Keith Owens this time. Nevertheless, Larry Johnson felt a surge of unwillingness. He was determined to foul Yi-Ching-chun. He resolved that, regardless of whether Yi-Ching-chun passed or scored, he would foul him decisively. At that moment, Yi-Ching-chun had dribbled the ball to the free throw line, with Larry Johnson and Keith Owens hot on his heels. Without looking back, Yi-Ching-chun charged towards the basket, seemingly intent on scoring for himself. Larry Johnson's expression turned fiercely determined as he gritted his teeth and accelerated, quickly closing the gap behind Yi-Ching-chun. As Yi-Ching-chun leaped, Larry Johnson also sprang into action, his hands raised high as if reaching for the basketball. However, unbeknownst to most, his elbows were aimed squarely at Yi-Ching-chun's back, poised to strike. In the final moments, Yi-Ching-chun indeed chose not to dunk, instead opting to pass the ball once more to the waiting Keith Owens. This time, Keith Owens received the pass and effortlessly made a jump shot, scoring with ease. His personal tally has now reached 15 points, all courtesy of Yi-Ching-chun's assists, which have accumulated to 11. Just before Keith Owens made his shot, Larry Johnson's iron elbow struck Yi-Ching-chun's back with tremendous force. Yi-Ching-chun felt as though he had been dealt a heavy blow, crashing down from the air. In Chapter 47, The Exchange of Trash Talk, Larry Johnson was so infuriated by Yi-Ching-chun that he nearly spat blood. In truth, when Yi-Ching-chun experienced the intense pain from behind, he silently cursed. Realizing with a pang of alarm how careless, he discerned that this force had been exerted discreetly. Otherwise, he would not have felt such pain. Thus, even someone as robust as Yi-Ching-chun lost his balance immediately under the dual elbow strike from Larry Johnson, falling harshly to the floor. Fortunately, Yi-Ching-chun's resilience, honed from countless hours of weightlifting, served him well. At the moment of impact, he managed to alleviate a significant portion of the gravitational force, resulting in pain only in his back, while the rest of his body remained largely unscathed. Nonetheless, Yi-Ching-chun was still enraged. It was evident that Larry Johnson's elbow strike had been deliberate. Of course, after Larry Johnson had sent Yi-Ching-chun sprawling to the ground, the referee's whistle did not sound. The referee deemed that Larry Johnson's collision with Yi-Ching-chun was a mere consequence of momentum, rather than intentional. Observing Yi-Ching-chun's fall, Larry Johnson wore a smug expression of delight. Upon seeing Yi-Ching-chun on the ground, Keith Owens rushed to his side, inquiring about his condition. "Hey Yi, how are you feeling? Are you injured?" he asked. "Hey referee, he fouled. Why didn't you call it?" he complained to the official. However, the referee remained indifferent to Keith Owens' grievances, gesturing for the game to continue. At this point, Yi-Ching-chun had calmed down from his fury. He grasped Keith Owens' right hand and rose to his feet. Yi-Ching-chun contracted his lat muscles and stretched his body, apart from the persistent ache in his back. He felt no other issues. The impact on his back was indeed a hard blow, but it was not overly serious. Yet, the pain was undeniably real. Yi Ching-chun gently shook his head at Keith Owens and remarked, "It's nothing. It felt like a woman merely tickling me. I hardly even noticed his force." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Larry Johnson heard him clearly. Initially, Larry had intended to mock Yi Ching-chun upon his rise, but he was taken aback when Yi Ching-chun preemptively ridiculed him, even referring to him as a woman. This provoked an immediate fury in Larry Johnson. He swiftly turned around, glaring fiercely at Yi Ching-chun, and said, "Who are you calling a woman? The one who reacts most vehemently is indeed the one to be questioned, isn't it?" Yi Ching-chun scoffed, clearly demonstrating his adeptness in the art of trash talk. His words sent Larry Johnson's blood pressure soaring once more. Larry Johnson took 2 steps forward, standing directly before Yi Ching-chun, and gritted his teeth as he exclaimed, "Damn you. Do you think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Just wait, and I will make you understand what regret truly means." After Larry Johnson finished his threat, Yi Ching-chun shook his head vigorously, his expression one of disappointment. "You have truly let me down. Is this the extent of your trash-talking skills? And you call yourself the strongest rookie of '91? You should return to college and play with those kids. The NBA is not meant for you. You are utterly inadequate. You are even worse than the starting player of the school team who has practiced for 2.5 years." Ha. At this point, Keith Owens could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Yi Ching-chun's remarks were indeed cutting. Keith Owens had already noticed that Larry Johnson's face had turned a deep shade of red. This must be the effect of anger. "Damn you." Larry Johnson has been holding back, and all he could muster were these 3 words. At that moment, the referee finally approached the 2 players, clearly wishing to prevent any further conflict. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers as the standoff between Yi Ching-chun and Larry Johnson heightened their anticipation for the game. Particularly notable was Yi Ching-chun's outstanding performance in the first quarter. Although he did not score, he achieved an impressive 11 assists. Securing 11 assists in a single quarter is no ordinary feat, especially against the Hornets. It is indeed a staggering statistic. Similarly, Larry Johnson's performance was commendable, as he scored 15 points in that quarter. However, overall, it appeared that Larry Johnson could not gain any advantage over Yi Ching-chun. Their confrontation was infused with comedic undertones. Yet, judging by Larry Johnson's expression and demeanor, it seemed that Yi Ching-chun held the upper hand. The referee's intervention forcibly halted their standoff. But this conflict has undoubtedly set the stage for an even more thrilling match ahead. It was truly astonishing to witness the Lakers leading the Hornets by 6 points at the end of the first quarter. Moreover, the Lakers' number 28 player exhibited formidable strength. The Lakers' scouting choices have proven to be remarkably insightful. With just 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, possession still belonged to the Hornets. It remained uncertain whether they could narrow the gap during this offensive play. As the commentator spoke, the Hornets initiated the play. Larry Johnson received the ball, his gaze dark and brooding. As he caught the ball, Yi Ching-chun stood right before him, continuing to taunt. "My advice is to pass the ball to your guard teammate. That way, you can avoid the fate of being intercepted again. Pass it. I won't mock a coward." Yi Ching-chun's words were laced with a potent sting, almost provoking Larry Johnson to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, Larry Johnson began dribbling the ball, determined to cross the half-court line. He was resolute in not passing to his teammates. He aimed to swiftly cross the half-court and make a buzzer-beater shot in front of Yi Ching-chun. With heightened caution, Larry Johnson positioned his left elbow in front of him and advanced the ball. However, when his elbow made contact with Yi Ching-chun's chest, he realized he had underestimated him. In typical circumstances, a player dribbling the ball is allowed to make protective movements, provided they do not constitute an obvious foul. In this instance, Larry Johnson had exerted some force, yet the referee did not deem it a foul, and thus, the whistle remained silent. As Larry Johnson attempted to push Yi Ching-chun aside while moving the ball across the half-court, he found himself outmatched. Not only did Yi Ching-chun stand firm against the push, but Larry also felt a counterforce emanating from him. Consequently, Larry Johnson was unable to advance and took 2 steps back, momentarily stunned. He looked at Yi Ching-chun with uncertainty, questioning whether he had truly been rebuffed by Yi's force. The audience was equally astonished by the scene. It appeared that Larry Johnson was not merely acting. The commentator, also taken aback, remarked, "Not only did Larry fail to push Yi, but he was also repelled." Larry's expression conveyed his surprise. From this perspective, Yi's strength was indeed formidable. After sharing a knowing glance, Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged amused smiles, fully aware of Yi Ching-chun's extraordinary power. Following a brief moment of shock, Larry Johnson finally regained his composure, realizing he could not afford any delay. Time was running out. He had 3 seconds left to cross the half-court line. At this moment, he opted to dribble with his back turned, simultaneously using his body to press against Yuchinchin, even attempting to shove her aside. In this moment of exertion, Larry Johnson nearly summoned all of his strength. He could hardly believe that Yuchinchin remained unfazed. However, the once fearsome Larry Johnson found himself facing a formidable opponent today. Despite his full-force effort, Yuchinchin not only stood his ground but actually managed to push him back a step. Larry Johnson was utterly astonished. He truly did not anticipate being unable to overpower Yuchinchin. Just as he grappled with this incredulity, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Larry Johnson had committed an 8-second violation. The possession shifted to the Lakers. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, incredulous that Larry Johnson could not overpower Yuchinchin. This is not merely within the paint. This is in the backcourt. Larry Johnson has been unable to cross half-court despite his consecutive dribbles. Is Yuchinchin's defensive prowess truly that formidable? Even the legendary Magic Johnson finds himself astounded. While he was aware of Yuchinchin's defensive capabilities, he did not anticipate that Yuchinchin would exhibit such lethal effectiveness while guarding forwards. If this is all you have to offer, then you may find yourself humiliated. At this moment, Yuchinchin cast a disdainful glance at Larry Johnson before positioning himself at the sideline, preparing to inbound the ball. Only 4 seconds remain in the first quarter, and the Lakers hold possession. Larry Johnson's expression is markedly grim. At this moment, he finally perceived the immense deterrent power of Yuchinchin's defense. Larry Johnson approached Yuchinchin directly, raising both hands in an attempt to disrupt Yuchinchin's impending throw-in. It is well known that executing a throw-in is, in fact, a formidable challenge, particularly under the relentless pressure of an opponent's tight defense. Successfully performing a throw-in requires a certain finesse. Larry Johnson continued to leap in front of Yuchinchin, hands raised high, seeking to obstruct Yuchinchin's line of sight for passing, thereby concealing the precise movements of his teammates. Larry Johnson's defensive effort was undeniably vigorous. In such circumstances, accurately delivering the ball into a teammate's hands is indeed no trivial task. However, Yuchinchin accomplished this feat prior to the kickoff. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Keith Owens, who instantly grasped her intention. Even Keith himself was perplexed by how he so readily deciphered the significance behind Yuchinchin's gaze. In that moment, upon meeting her eyes, he instinctively understood that he needed to make a reverse run towards the paint. Thus, when the referee signaled for the kickoff, Keith swiftly positioned himself according to his own understanding. Meanwhile, under the interference of Larry Johnson, Yuchinchin lofted the ball high towards the basket. The trajectory of her pass was notably elevated, rendering it impossible for Larry Johnson to intercept. Nevertheless, judging by the direction of her pass, it appeared that Yuchinchin had not accurately discerned her teammate's precise location. This was clearly the result of Larry Johnson's interference. However, just as he anticipated that Yuchinchin's pass would falter, a tremendous gasp erupted from the audience. In an instant, an ominous thought crossed Larry Johnson's mind, prompting him to swiftly turn his gaze towards the hoop. There, he witnessed Keith Owens soaring majestically, effortlessly catching the basketball before decisively slamming it through the rim. Even the other players of the Hornets were taken aback by Owens' aerial artistry. In this instance, the aerial relay dunk was executed in a mere 2 seconds. Yuchinchin's assists have now reached an impressive total of 12. With just 2 seconds remaining, the Hornets had one last opportunity to attack. However, this fleeting moment proved utterly insufficient for them. As the basketball was inbound from the baseline, they barely had a chance to shoot before the clock expired. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Hornets by a substantial margin of 8 points, 40-32. Yuchinchin recorded 12 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals in the quarter, yet astonishingly, he did not score a single point. This data has left many people utterly astonished, for it is indeed quite extraordinary. Furthermore, the reason for Yuchinchin's score being a nullity is that he did not attempt a single shot. One could assert that Yuchinchin displayed an absolute lack of offensive desire throughout this match. In stark contrast, Larry Johnson managed to accumulate an impressive 15 points in a single quarter. Excluding the 2 turnovers during the final moments of the first quarter, his performance was remarkably striking. However, when Yuchinchin personally guarded Larry Johnson, the disparity became glaringly evident, as Larry Johnson struggled to even bring the ball past the halfway line. Such a result genuinely left the audience in a state of profound astonishment. With a score of 0, 12 assists, and no turnovers, how was he able to achieve this? Who, indeed, is the champion of the 1991 draft. The commentator's expression was one of sheer incredulity. In Chapter 49, the indefatigable Yi Qingchen drained Larry Johnson's stamina. Following the commentator's exclamation, the fans in attendance began to engage in animated discussions. The capabilities of this number 28 player from the Lakers in terms of assists are beyond question. Yet have you noticed how seldom he initiates dribbling? Indeed, I have observed that his dribbling skills appear to be rather lacking. Frequently, he receives the ball and immediately seeks to pass to a teammate. Thus, the Hornets could strategically employ double teaming against him. Under such pressure, his vision for passing would undoubtedly be compromised, and if he continues to avoid dribbling, he could easily make mistakes. Alternatively, the Hornets might force him to dribble, leading to potential turnovers. Although his passing is elusive, targeted defensive strategies should render him relatively manageable. The audience present is, in fact, highly knowledgeable. In uncertain situations, one may resort to double teaming. Even in this year's finals, the approach of Pippen against Magic Johnson was similar. Initially, Pippen would apply pressure on Magic in the backcourt, constantly disrupting his dribbling and depleting his energy. Once Magic crossed half-court, the Bulls' double team would swiftly ensue. This compelled the illustrious Magic Johnson to release the ball expeditiously. A rapid discharge that inevitably led to a propensity for passing errors, simultaneously disrupting the offensive rhythm of the Lakers. Thus, it is evident that the double-team strategy is an immensely effective defensive tactic, regardless of the timing. In the first quarter, Yi Qingchen exhibited remarkable playmaking abilities. If the Hornets aspire to curtail Yi Qingchen's impact, they must resort to double-teaming him. Otherwise, they risk a potential disaster. The desires of the spectators were undoubtedly mirrored by the Hornets coach. Consequently, as the second quarter commenced, the Hornets implemented a double team on Yi Qingchen. Their execution of this tactic was particularly astute. The double team converged precisely at the moment Yi Qingchen received the ball. Indeed, the Hornets' strategy proved successful. As Yi Qingchen caught the ball, the double team arrived. Although he was mentally prepared, the unexpected pressure still unsettled him, prompting a swift pass. The recent pass was executed in a hasty manner, resulting in the teammates being ill-prepared to receive the ball. Consequently, the offensive rhythm of the Lakers was disrupted, leading to a series of missed shots. Once the Hornets secured the rebound, they accelerated their counterattack. Larry Johnson's exceptional agility rendered the Hornets' transition offense remarkably swift. The Lakers players were unable to retreat in time, ultimately allowing Larry Johnson to score effortlessly. The commentator expressed high praise for the Hornets' defensive strategy, noting that their double-teaming tactics had ensnared Yi in a struggle, seemingly tipping the scales of advantage. However, just as the commentator concluded this observation, he noticed that the Lakers had altered their offensive approach. Yi Qingchen surprisingly refrained from demanding the ball, instead opting to set off-ball screens for Keith Irwin. This left the players of the Hornets in a state of perplexity. The seemingly unthreatening Yi Qingchen, who had not initiated any offensive plays throughout the first quarter, was underestimated. They believed his scoring prowess to be rather mediocre, resulting in a lax approach to his defense. However, what they did not anticipate was that after Yi Qingchen set a screen for Keith Owens, he swiftly cut towards the basket. The basketball barely lingered in Keith Owens' hands before it was rapidly transferred to Yi Qingchen. Upon receiving the ball beneath the rim, Yi Qingchen immediately drew the defense of all Hornets players, who assumed he was poised to attack the hoop. To their astonishment, Yi Qingchen instead flicked the ball back to the perimeter, finding Keith Owens. The latter, now completely unguarded, effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Yi Qingchen notched another assist. The Hornets defenders were on the brink of despair, realizing that Yi Qingchen's relentless off-ball movement seemed to deplete no energy whatsoever. He continued to dart about with unyielding fervor, leaving them utterly unable to keep pace. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Qingchen was able to achieve assists even after altering his playing style. After assisting Keith Irwin in scoring, Yi Qingchen appeared before Larry Johnson, unperturbed and with a steady demeanor. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen standing before him, Larry Johnson's expression darkened considerably. This time, Larry Johnson has learned to be astute. He has returned to the small forward position. He no longer dares to dribble the ball past half court, as Yi Qingchen truly drives him to the brink of madness. However, despite Larry Johnson's efforts to minimize his dribbling, he remains the focal point of the Hornets' offense. Consequently, the basketball inevitably finds its way into Larry Johnson's hands. Moreover, the players of the Hornets actively set screens for him, facilitating his evasion of Yi Qingchen to receive the ball. Yet, When Larry Johnson finally manages to shake off Yi Qingchen and prepares to initiate his offensive move, he discovers that Yi Qingchen has once again materialized before him. Yi Qingchen trails Larry Johnson like a shadow, persistently keeping close by his side. Even when the Hornets' off-ball screens create a momentary pause for Yi Qingchen, he swiftly reappears before Larry Johnson, his expression betraying no sign of fatigue. This is precisely the aspect that drives the players of the Hornets to exasperation. Thus, upon receiving the ball, Larry Johnson must confront the defensive prowess of Yi Qingchen while attempting to score. Naturally, as he aimed to evade Yi Qingchen's defense, Larry Johnson found himself unable to score in the presence of his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingchen retrieved the rebound and swiftly launched a powerful long pass to the front court. Keith Owens had mysteriously slipped ahead to the front, and upon receiving the ball, he effortlessly executed a layup to score. Once again, Yi Qingchen provided a seamless assist to a teammate, facilitating their triumph in scoring. Such a scene repeatedly unfolds in the ensuing matches. Regardless of the methods Larry Johnson employs to elude Yi Qingchen, the latter invariably appears before him with an air of calm composure. As for Larry Johnson, he finds himself panting heavily after merely receiving the ball. It is worth noting that during his college days, Larry Johnson was renowned for his extraordinary stamina, capable of finishing an entire game and still having the energy for post-game training. Yet now, entangled in Yi Qingchen's relentless pursuit, he struggles to catch his breath before even halftime. This vividly illustrates the immense pressure Yi Qingchen's defense exerts upon him. With a teasing expression, Yi Qingchen gazes at the gasping Larry Johnson and remarks, "You can't keep up." Larry Johnson, drained of even the strength to engage in banter, can only think to himself that Yi Qingchen is indeed the true embodiment of endurance. Chapter 50. Yi Qingchen scores 0 points in the first half, yet secures 19 assists. After being mocked by Yi Qingchen, Larry Johnson finds himself unable to retort. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the first half, the score stands at 60-50, with the Hornets trailing by a significant 10 points. In the second quarter, both teams experience a decline in shooting efficiency, primarily due to the heightened intensity of the defenses. This led to Yi Qingchen achieving only 6 assists in a single quarter. Thus, his total assists for the half have reached an impressive 18. However, it is worth noting that Yi Qingchen has yet to score. In contrast, the Hornets are finding their offensive efforts increasingly strenuous. Yi Qingchen's relentless defense against Larry Johnson has rendered it exceedingly difficult for Johnson to receive the ball. Even more infuriating for Johnson is the apparent perpetual energy within Yi Qingchen, who seems indefatigable. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, Yi Qingchen remained steadfastly glued to Larry Johnson, who, despite exhausting all his efforts, could not shake off Yi Qingchen's unyielding pursuit. This resulted in Larry Johnson nearly finishing the second quarter scoreless, had the referee not called 3 fouls on Yi Qingchen. Allowing Larry Johnson to score 6 points from free throws, he would undoubtedly have ended the second quarter with a goose egg. Throughout the entire second quarter, under Yi Qingchen's defense, Larry Johnson attempted 6 shots without making a single basket, failing to score during active play. Such terrifying defensive efficiency left the spectators utterly breathless. At this moment, they developed a renewed understanding of Yi Qingchen. The player clad in jersey number 28, with his golden skin, possesses not only an enigmatic passing ability but also unparalleled defensive prowess. Although his scoring capability could be deemed negligible, he nonetheless presents a formidable challenge for numerous teams. Such a player generates an overwhelming array of threats on the basketball court. As the second quarter dwindled to a mere 30 seconds, Yi Qingchen had just deflected the basketball out of bounds, thus maintaining the offensive possession for the Hornets. At that moment, Larry Johnson was hunched over, hands resting on his thighs, gasping for breath. He had exerted every ounce of energy, sprinting fervently, and had seemingly outpaced Yi Qingchen. Yet, as he prepared to receive the ball, Yi Qingchen appeared behind him like a wraith, skillfully knocking the ball out of bounds. In that instant, Larry Johnson felt as if tears were on the verge of spilling. He was utterly exhausted. At that juncture, Yi Qingchen taunted him. Adding to Larry's sense of frustration and helplessness, he was devoid of the spirit to engage in trash talk, especially as the referee's whistle signaled that his teammates were on the brink of inbounding the ball. Yi Qingchen, with an air of calmness, positioned himself once more behind Larry Johnson, evidently intent on denying him an easy opportunity to receive the ball. In this instance, the player from the Hornets did not deliver the ball into the hands of Larry Johnson. Instead, it was passed to the interior player, Lechner. The latter, leveraging his height advantage, effortlessly scored. With a mere 20 seconds remaining on the offensive clock, the Lakers held possession. The score stood at 60-52. The Lakers guard, Sparrow, gradually dribbled past half court. This time, they approached the offensive maneuver with a sense of calm, undoubtedly intent on exhausting the clock. As the final 8 seconds dwindled, Sparrow initiated his move, benefiting from Yichinchon's strategic screen at the arc. The quality of Yichinchon's pick was exceptional, his robust physique effortlessly obstructing the defender. Meanwhile, Kiso Owens quietly positioned himself at the left corner. Following the screen, Yichinchon swiftly pivoted, creating a substantial opening. Sparrow immediately transferred the ball into Yichinchon's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Yichinchon found himself besieged by Hornets players in the paint, although he had yet to score. Allowing him to receive the ball in such a deep position was simply unacceptable. Little did they know, Yichinchon desired precisely that double team. With his gaze fixed on the hoop, Yichinchon's wrist flicked sharply, sending the basketball directly to the left corner. "Nice!" exclaimed the legendary Magic Johnson from the stands. Unable to contain his excitement, this was a no-look pass. The basketball was delivered with precision into the hands of Keith Irvin. Upon receiving the ball, Keith found himself in absolute open space. He adjusted, then released the shot with ease, the ball smoothly swishing through the net. Time expired. A buzzer beater. Yichinchon secured his 19th assist. The score stands at 63-52. With the first half concluded, the Lakers hold an 11-point lead over the Hornets. The audience erupted in a tremendous roar of applause. The resounding cheer is dedicated to Yichinchon. His pass was nothing short of magnificent, a true feast for the eyes. Larry Johnson was left utterly bewildered. Despite scoring an impressive 21 points in the first half, he was effectively neutralized by Yichinchon during the second quarter. Otherwise, the Hornets would not have found themselves trailing by such a significant margin of 11 points. Moreover, the Lakers' Keith Irwin also amassed over 23 points, surpassing Larry Johnson by 2 points, with an impressive shooting percentage of 60%. Keith Irwin's scoring efficiency dwarfed that of Larry Johnson. After sinking a buzzer-beater three-pointer, an exhilarated Keith Irwin dashed toward Yichinchon, eager to celebrate with a chest bump. In truth, when Yichinchon saw Keith Irwin rushing toward him, he hesitated momentarily. However, witnessing Keith Irwin's fervent excitement, he restrained himself and indulged his teammate's wish. Yet, Keith Irwin soon regretted it. The instant they collided in midair, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a hammer. At that moment, his first reaction was, "Damn, is this guy's chest made of steel? How can it be so hard?" After the impact, Keith Irwin stumbled back a few steps upon landing. Wincing, he gingerly touched his chest, sensing a slight discomfort in his ribs. From that moment on, he resolved never to celebrate with Yichinchon in such a manner again. The risk was simply too great. Yichinchon calmly regarded Keith Irwin, understanding from his expression that he would undoubtedly abandon such celebratory antics in the future. During the halftime intermission, the audience fervently debated the performances of Yichinchon and Larry Johnson. They quickly reached a consensus that, based on the first half alone, Yichinchon had decisively outplayed Larry Johnson. As for whether Larry Johnson could redeem himself in the second half, that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Jerry West wore a troubled expression. Expressing his concerns, "It seems I must have another word with owner Bus. How could he possibly have 19 assists in just one half? It appears effortless." Jerry West's remarks resonated deeply with Magic Johnson, who understood the gravity of the situation as a seasoned playmaker himself. He recognized that achieving 19 assists in a single half, even in a summer league, was a formidable feat. This contemplation led Magic Johnson to envision the upcoming season with great anticipation. Chapter 51. Larry Johnson charges toward Yichinchon, only to have his head firmly restrained by Yichinchon's single hand. "Hey, Larry, you need to be more assertive in the second half. That guy is entangling you. You should show him who's boss." The coach addressed Larry Johnson in the Hornets locker room. In truth, witnessing Larry Johnson being thoroughly contained by Yichinchon left the coach quite frustrated. He had anticipated that with this year's first overall draft pick on the roster, the summer league would be a walk in the park against other teams. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable opposition in the second game. While Larry Johnson's scoring wasn't abysmal, anyone who watched the second quarter could see that he was completely stifled by Yichinchon. Even his stamina had taken a significant hit. This outcome proved to be quite challenging for the coach of the Hornets to accept. They had come to dominate, yet found themselves on the receiving end of the punishment. Consequently, he directly urged Larry Johnson to adopt a more aggressive stance in the upcoming half. Larry Johnson, feeling both frustrated and constrained, instantly grasped the implication of his coach's words. Indeed, He realized that he could play with greater tenacity, with Yuchinchin defending him in such a manner. He was entirely capable of retaliating with ferocity. With this thought in mind, Larry Johnson's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Rest assured, coach, in the second half, I will show him the might of my iron elbows. Witnessing Larry Johnson regain his confidence, the Hornets coach nodded in satisfaction. Although they trailed by a significant 11 points at halftime, it was not an insurmountable deficit. With a strong performance in the second half, a comeback was entirely feasible. After a brief respite, the second half resumed. Due to Yuchinchin's impressive display in the first half, the audience eagerly anticipated the continuation of the game. Often, the second half proves to be the most exhilarating segment of the match. At this moment, Larry Johnson fixed his fierce gaze upon Yuchinchin, as if he intended to devour him whole. Noticing this intense look, Yuchinchin merely shook his head in disdain. This gesture only served to further infuriate Larry Johnson. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers initiated the offense. Yuchinchin continued to set screens for his teammate, Sparrow. The Hornets had devised a strategy in response to Yuchinchin's screens. They would not switch defenders. However, the quality of Yuchinchin's screens was exceptional. And even without switching, their defense was still hampered. Seizing the opportunity presented by this momentary delay, Sparrow swiftly passed the ball to Yuchinchin. Without hesitation, Yuchinchin returned the ball to Sparrow, who was driving toward the basket. This wall pass maneuver, often seen on the soccer field, was now artfully executed on the basketball court. Sparrow effortlessly completed the layup. Yuchinchin achieved his 20th assist. It took less than a minute into the third quarter for him to reach this milestone. The game resumed. This time, Larry Johnson positioned himself directly in the low post on the left side, establishing his presence to receive the ball. His teammate delivered the ball into his hands. As Larry Johnson caught the pass and pivoted, he unhesitatingly delivered an elbow directly to Yuchinchin's chest. Caught off guard, Yuchinchin bore the full impact of Larry Johnson's elbow. This is an unmistakable foul. The referee promptly blew the whistle. Although Yuchinchin let out a muffled groan, he was, in reality, not significantly harmed. He gently massaged his pectoral muscles and calmly gazed at Larry Johnson, saying, "Are you looking to go head-to-head with me? I fear you may not be able to handle it." Larry Johnson, with an air of arrogance, taunted, "Then I shall see what skills you truly possess." After uttering these words, he tossed the ball to the baseline and turned to return to defense. The spectators, witnessing this exchange, became instantly electrified. It appeared that a palpable tension had ignited between Larry Johnson and Yuchinchin. Clearly, Larry's iron elbow had struck Ye's chest with considerable force, and it was evident that Ye was far from pleased. Was Larry issuing a provocation to Ye? His playing style in the second half seemed to have adopted a much more aggressive tone. Was this a declaration of his intent? This match was becoming increasingly captivating. At this moment, Yuchinchin, with an expression of tranquility, passed the ball into Sparrow's hands and slowly advanced to the front court. From Ye's visage, there was no hint of anger. It seemed that the earlier elbow strike had made no discernible impact on him. This situation has left the illustrious Magic Johnson feeling quite restless. How could he possibly remain so unresponsive? Jerry West kept silent, based on his understanding of Yuchinchin. It was clear that Ye would not simply let this matter rest. Perhaps we ought to exercise a modicum of patience. The Lakers' offense continued to function with unwavering precision. It appeared that Yuchinchin was genuinely dismissing Larry Johnson's earlier provocation. He remained steadfast in fulfilling his duties, providing screens for his teammates and facilitating their scoring opportunities, never once opting for an aggressive approach. On the defensive front, Yuchinchin clung to Larry Johnson like a piece of gum, persistently shadowing him. Larry Johnson, growing increasingly exasperated, escalated his offensive maneuvers. However, no matter how exaggerated his attempts became, they failed to disrupt Yuchinchin's tenacious defense, which only intensified in response. Johnson found it increasingly challenging to even receive the ball. Yuchinchin relentlessly circled in front, denying him any opportunity for an easy catch. When players from the Hornets attempted to toss the ball back to Johnson, Yuchinchin leveraged his height advantage to intercept or disrupt the pass. In summary, throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Larry Johnson failed to score a single point, not even managing a shot attempt. Meanwhile, Yuchinchin's assists continued to rise steadily. With Johnson, a key asset, effectively neutralized by Yuchinchin, the Hornets' offense became exceedingly passive. As a result, the Lakers steadily widened their lead. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score had escalated to 90-72, leaving the Hornets trailing by a significant 18 points. apart from gasping for breath. Larry Johnson contributed nothing to the game. At this moment, all spectators present were acutely aware that Yuchinchin had completely neutralized Larry Johnson. Observing Yuchinchin's personal statistics. By the conclusion of the third quarter, he had amassed a staggering 32 assists, alongside 12 rebounds, 8 steals, and 5 blocks, all while maintaining a flawless record of 0 turnovers and 0 points. What sorcery is this? How has he achieved such extraordinary numbers? Is it that he genuinely dislikes scoring? Or is it that he simply cannot score? The commentator, equally astonished, exclaimed in disbelief. The fourth quarter commenced with Larry Johnson still showing no sign of improvement. His emotions were pushed to the brink by Yuchinchin's relentless pursuit. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Larry Johnson's desperate attempt was once again thwarted by Yuchinchin's block. In that moment, Larry Johnson's suppressed rage erupted completely. Following the block, he charged headlong into Yuchinchin's chest, believing he could execute a successful ambush. However, a powerful hand swiftly gripped his head. On this day, Yuchinchin firmly held the head of the irate Larry Johnson, oblivious to the concept of an opponent. Yuchinchin had been keenly observing Larry Johnson's emotions. He possessed a profound understanding of him, having entered the league with the notorious moniker Big Mama, a notorious figure of the 1990s NBA courts. He often exploited his boxing skills to gain an unfair advantage during confrontations. Thus, he frequently found himself in the dominant position when clashing with adversaries. Presently, Larry Johnson, still reminiscent of his younger self, was understandably overwhelmed with rage and seeking an outlet. In truth, Yuchinchin's patience in enduring Larry Johnson's provocations stemmed from his desire to establish a winning lead before confronting this persistent instigator. With merely 6 minutes remaining in the match and the score standing at 110-90, the Lakers held a commanding 20-point lead. In such circumstances, victory seemed assured for the Lakers. Therefore, Yuchinchin deemed it an opportune moment to teach a lesson to the mischievous Larry Johnson, who had now audaciously initiated an attack on him. He could not be blamed for being ruthless. Yuchinchin's fists itched for action. Thus, when Larry Johnson attempted to headbutt him, Yuchinchin swiftly immobilized him with a single hand. The expression on Larry Johnson's face was one of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that Yuchinchin would counter his assault so swiftly. What frightened him further was that when his head was firmly grasped by Yuchinchin's powerful hand, his instinct was to retreat. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself utterly unable to pull away. Yuchinchin's grip was simply too immense. His hand encompassed Larry Johnson's head entirely, dwarfing it in comparison to a basketball. If Yuchinchin could effortlessly seize a basketball with one hand, then Larry Johnson's head was even more vulnerable. Consequently, Larry Johnson found himself utterly unable to escape the vice-like grasp of Yuchinchin, and he felt an increasing sense of pressure as the grip tightened around his head. The overwhelming sensation of oppression compelled Larry Johnson to feel that if Yuchinchin continued to exert his force, his head would be crushed in an instant. Akin to the obliteration of a watermelon. The vivid imagery of a watermelon being squashed flooded Larry Johnson's mind. He contemplated struggling, yearning to use his arms to push Yuchinchin away. However, upon attempting to act, he was astounded to discover that he could not reach Yuchinchin's form at all. The latter's wingspan was exceedingly vast. Not to mention, the thought of using his feet to kick Yuchinchin seemed utterly futile. Moreover, with each struggle Larry made, Yuchinchin's grip only intensified. Larry felt as though his head was on the verge of bursting. The intense pain prompted an anguished scream to escape his lips. "Ah, I'm in excruciating pain. Damn you, yellow-skinned monkey, release me." Unbeknownst to him, amidst his cries, Yuchinchin's hand continued to apply pressure. He distinctly heard Yuchinchin's indifferent voice remark, "I shall grant you one more opportunity to reorganize your words." The sound sent shivers down Larry Johnson's spine. He was genuinely afraid. For the pressure exerted by Yuchinchin's hand had never faltered. It had only continued to intensify. The moment Larry Johnson launched a headbutt at Yuchinchin, only to find himself subdued by a single hand, transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, when the other players witnessed this scene, they were already hearing Larry Johnson's anguish cries. The Hornets players were momentarily bewildered. They were utterly at a loss regarding what had just transpired. How could it be that Yuchinchin had successfully blocked Larry Johnson's shot, only to next find himself pinning Larry Johnson's head down? Was it possible that after blocking the shot, Yuchinchin had effortlessly brought Larry Johnson's head under his control? This is also quite perplexing. Not only are the players of the Hornets bewildered, but even the other members of the Lakers display expressions of utter confusion. Apart from Kyrie Irving, the only one who comprehended the entire scenario was the referee stationed beneath the basket. Consequently, The referee swiftly sounded the urgent whistle and hurriedly approached the confrontation between Yi Chichin and Larry Johnson, attempting to separate them. As NBA referees, they are tasked not only with officiating the game impartially, but also with being ready to defuse conflicts at any moment. Particularly in this era of the NBA, skirmishes and altercations have become commonplace. Thus, referees indeed face a certain level of risk, as every NBA player towers over them in stature. The occurrence of conflicts among robust players can lead to inadvertent injuries in the blink of an eye. Instances of referees being accidentally harmed are not uncommon. Fortunately, the clash between Yi Chichin and Larry Johnson was not excessively intense. With merely one hand, Yi Chichin rendered Larry Johnson powerless to retaliate. However, when the referee attempted to pry Yi Chichin's arm away, he found it an impossible task. With a serious expression, the referee sternly addressed Yi Chichin, saying, "Hey, release your grip immediately. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eject you from the game." Calmly, Yi Chichin replied, "Referee, let me clarify. He initiated the attack against me. I am merely defending my personal safety." During this exchange, Yi Chichin's grip tightened further, prompting another agonized cry from Larry Johnson, who felt as though his head might burst like a watermelon. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with fear. "I was wrong. I should not have attacked you first. I should not have behaved in such a manner. Please let me go. My head is about to explode." Players from both the Hornets and the Lakers quickly gathered around. Coincidentally, Larry Johnson's admission of guilt was clearly heard by all present. Yi Chichin, satisfied with this outcome, instantly loosened his grip and innocently stated to the referee, "Referee, you witnessed it. I merely halted his actions. I did not inflict any harm upon him. You also heard him apologize to me. I am merely exerting moral authority." Yi Chichin's words left the referee speechless. If one were to evaluate Yi Chichin's actions, the referee might have remarked, "Impressive." Tensions escalated as players from both sides clustered together, and the audience, eager for drama, erupted in uproar. Magic Johnson and Jerry West stood anxiously from their seats, as it was difficult for them to discern the physical altercation from the stands. Furthermore, the large screen was unlikely to replay the conflict. Whether a high-definition video of the incident would surface after the game remained uncertain. In any case, Yi Chichin emerged victorious from the confrontation with Larry Johnson. That day, Yi Chichin effortlessly subdued his opponent. Chapter 53, Keith Irvin. "Yi, you are quite skilled in martial arts. Are you not?" Yi Chichin. "In our nation, we all embody the spirit of Bruce Lee." The referee's emotions were rather complex at this moment. Although he had heard Larry Johnson's apology, it was rendered under duress, as his head was firmly held in Yi Chichin's grasp. Therefore, such words could hardly be deemed sincere. The referee's immediate priority was to disperse the players surrounding them. The first to vacate the court and return to the bench was Larry Johnson, who was still reeling from a splitting headache. Yi Chichin's grip had been formidable, and he was genuinely frightened, fearing another assault from Yi Chichin. Thus, he hastily returned to the bench as the referee cleared the area. Once the referee had managed to disperse the players involved in the altercation, the audience finally caught a glimpse of the expressions on Yi Chichin and Larry Johnson's faces. The commentator was visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't see what truly transpired." The only thing visible was Larry's pained expression as he clutched his head, while Yi appeared composed, engaging amicably with his teammates. Meanwhile, the three referees convened, seemingly deliberating on how to penalize the incident. The commentator's words echoed the sentiments of the audience. Even Magic Johnson and Jerry West wore expressions of curiosity. However, upon observing Yi Chichin's calm demeanor and laughter, they finally felt relieved. At the very least, it seemed Yi Chichin had not sustained any harm during the altercation, while Larry Johnson appeared to be the true victim. That is more than sufficient. In any case, the victory in this match undoubtedly belongs to the Lakers. Yi Chichin has also fulfilled his promise, utterly dominating Larry Johnson, even managing to completely shut him down in the second half. Such defensive prowess can undoubtedly be described as formidable. At present, the sole dilemma confronting Jerry West pertains to the team's owner, Bus. Given that Yi Chichin has fulfilled his promise by decisively outplaying Larry Johnson, the Lakers must present a more earnest offer to engage in negotiations. To be precise, negotiations must be conducted with Yi Chichin's agent, Harvey. At this moment, the initiative no longer belonged to the Lakers, but rather lay firmly in the hands of Yi Chichin. His personal statistics were nothing short of explosive: 36 assists, 15 rebounds, 8 steals, 6 blocks, and notably, 0 turnovers and 0 points. The data could be deemed nearly flawless, barring the final figure. In truth, Jerry West found himself utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend why Yi Qingchen had not attempted a single offensive play. Based on his understanding of Yi Qingchen, while his offensive prowess may not be exceptional, he undeniably possessed a certain scoring ability. After all, his wingspan was remarkable, allowing him even the potential for a dunk. Furthermore, throughout the game, Yi Qingchen had numerous opportunities to score. Yet, he consistently relinquished these chances to his opponents. This selfless behavior ultimately paved the way for Keith Irwin, whose personal score had surged to an impressive 35 points, all facilitated by Yi Qingchen's assists. One might say that Keith Irwin was nearly overwhelmed by Yi Qingchen's generosity. This 35-point tally marked a new personal best for Irwin. Leaving him in a state of disbelief, could he truly achieve such a feat? Equally astonishing to Irwin was Yi Qingchen's tenacity in battle. Despite having taken only a single shot throughout the match, it was precisely that one attempt which effectively subdued Larry Johnson. This is precisely where KYS Irvin found himself utterly astonished. With just one hand, he utterly restrained Larry Johnson, leaving Larry Johnson unable to resist in the slightest. This truly redefines KYS Irving's understanding of brawls on the basketball court. It is essential to recognize that such altercations occur frequently within the realm of the NBA. Moreover, the actions involved in these confrontations are largely similar. Typically, the parties in conflict will first embrace one another, followed by an exchange of vehement verbal confrontations. Should the verbal sparring not favor one side, they will inevitably progress to the second phase, which involves wrestling. In many instances, both individuals find themselves tumbling to the ground, where they continue to grapple. Such conflicts hold little spectacle. At worst, one might suffer a couple of slaps or a few iron elbows. In more severe cases, a few punches may be exchanged, inevitably culminating in a brawl. However, Yi Qingchen's demeanor in this instance was refreshingly unique, leaving a profound impression. He not only retaliated the moment Larry Johnson launched his attack, but did so with a single, decisive movement that rendered Johnson utterly defenseless. Keith Owens gazed at Yi Qingchen with newfound respect, recalling the legend that all individuals from the Dragon Nation are martial arts practitioners, with Bruce Lee as the quintessential exemplar. Thus, Keith, filled with admiration, turned to Yi Qingchen and remarked, "Hey, Yi, you are quite adept in martial arts, aren't you?" His words were not uttered in hushed tones, and the other Lakers players seated nearby overheard. Yi Qingchen's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a question from Keith. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unfounded. After all, his recent display had indeed exuded the aura of a skilled martial artist. Under the watchful eyes of Keith and the other Lakers, Yi Qingchen solemnly responded, "Well, just know that we Dragon Nation citizens are all like Bruce Lee. However, it would be prudent for you to keep my martial prowess under wraps, for reasons you surely understand." Upon hearing Yi Qingchen's admission of his martial skills, the expressions of Keith Owens and the other Lakers transformed into sheer astonishment and exhilaration. It was no wonder he had subdued Larry with a single hand. What the heck? Man, that's astonishing. Incredible. The sheer shock prompted Keith to exclaim a classic American phrase. At that moment, the three referees concluded their deliberations regarding the altercation between Yi Qingchen and Larry Johnson. When the referee signaled towards Yi Qingchen, the audience erupted into a chorus of gasps. What had transpired? Why such a severe penalty for Yi? The commentators were equally bewildered, and even Magic Johnson and Jerry West struggled to comprehend the ruling. Chapter 54. Before being ejected, Yi Qingchen's statistics were extraordinary. The referee's gesture was unmistakable. The Lakers' number 28 player was to be expelled from the game. Following this, the referee turned to the Hornets' side, where the number 2 player was also expelled. Both Yi Qingchen and Larry Johnson were dismissed from the court, prompting astonished shouts from the audience. Why? What had happened? I saw Larry attack the Lakers' number 28 player with his head, only to be intercepted by the referee. I noticed the Lakers' number 28 pressing Larry's head down. The spectators were engaged in animated discussions about the incident, yet most had only fragmented views of the conflict, with few able to witness the entire event clearly. Even the commentators were exclaiming, "It appears the conflict was quite serious. They have reached the point of ejection." To truly understand the full context of the altercation, I shall have to wait until after the game. This statement drew boos from the audience, who deemed the commentator inadequate for failing to grasp the complete situation. As the audience looked on, Yi Qingchen and Larry Johnson exited the court, heading back to the locker rooms. Despite both being ejected, their expressions were strikingly different. Larry's face was dark and brooding, while Yuchichin maintained a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the ruling and perhaps even a bit pleased. This only heightened the curiosity of the audience and reporters present. After exchanging glances, Larry Johnson and Jerry West rose from their seats and departed from the stands. Their intention was clear: to return to the locker room and seek clarity from Yuchichin regarding the earlier incident. With the expulsion of Yuchichin and Larry Johnson, the game lost its intrigue, and with merely 6 minutes remaining, the Lakers held an 18-point lead, rendering the outcome seemingly inevitable. Thus, the only remaining suspense lay in the nature of the conflict between Yuchichin and Larry Johnson. It was the question they were most eager to uncover. Similarly, the audience was left with a profound impression of Yuchichin, the Lakers' number 28, who was destined for newfound fame following this match. As the game concluded, with a score of 120-100, the Lakers triumphed over the Hornets by a significant margin of 20 points, marking their consecutive victory in the Summer League. With the final whistle blown, a throng of reporters surged towards the Lakers' locker room. Before the match had officially ended, Magic Johnson and Jerry West had already arrived at the locker room. Upon entering, they found Yuchichin casually arranging his jersey. Yuchichin appeared unfazed by their presence, instead teasingly addressing Jerry West. "Hey, Jerry, I must have really overwhelmed Larry, right? You might want to have a serious discussion with my agent, Harvey, about the contract terms." Yuchichin's remark left Jerry West somewhat perturbed. He refrained from directly answering and instead fixed his gaze on Yuchichin, inquiring, "I wish to know, during your altercation with Larry, who had the upper hand?" After posing this question, Magic Johnson also looked at Yuchichin with curiosity, eager to ascertain whether Yuchichin had indeed prevailed. Yuchichin responded with a light-hearted chuckle, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender and shrugging his shoulders as he said, "Your inquiry reflects your utmost disbelief in me. Allow me to clarify. My true expertise lies not in basketball, but in fighting." This statement left both Magic Johnson and Jerry West speechless. They perceived Yuchichin as merely posturing, albeit in an exaggerated manner. However, noticing no apparent signs of injury on him, they chose not to expose what they deemed to be bravado. Magic Johnson then spoke earnestly. "You know, such incidents will occur frequently in the future. While a measure of restraint is beneficial on the court, do not overdo it. Sometimes, being assertive is necessary. Never let fear dictate your actions, for if you do, you risk losing for a lifetime." Jerry West nodded in agreement. From their perspective, Yuchichin had undoubtedly suffered a setback but was putting on a FA day of nonchalance. Their views were influenced by a long-standing stereotype of individuals of Asian descent as timid and conflict-averse. Yuchichin, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He had spoken nothing but the truth, yet they seemed unwilling to accept even a punctuation mark of his sincerity. With a resigned shake of his head, he nodded and replied, Yes, you're right. Next time, I shall be more assertive." His response pleased both Magic Johnson and Jerry West immensely, unbeknownst to them that they would later regret their encouragement upon Yuchichin's entry into the league. After imparting their advice, Magic Johnson and Jerry West departed the locker room, their sentiments for Yuchichin transcending mere satisfaction. They were genuinely astonished. The only perplexity lingering in their minds was why Yuchichin appeared disinterested in scoring. When they posed this question, Yuchichin's answer left them bewildered, because assists hold greater value. Meanwhile, sports reporters had congregated outside the Lakers' locker room. Upon seeing Yuchichin exit, they immediately inquired, "Hey, Yi, who emerged victorious in the conflict with Larry?" In response to their question, Yuchichin wore an enigmatic smile and replied, "You might want to ask him if his head still hurts. Then you'll know the answer." The outcome of the game between the Hornets and the Lakers surprised many. Furthermore, following this match, a rookie player from the Lakers had entered the public eye. Sports publications encapsulated Yuchichin's performance with the following remarks: exceptional defensive capabilities, outstanding assist proficiency, and scoring ability nearly at a deficit. He can serve as both the team's offensive catalyst and defensive bulwark. Chapter 55. Jerry West remarked to Jerry Buss, "Plans have changed. We need to increase the budget." This evaluation has left many fans quite perplexed, as it is rare to encounter a player whose scoring ability is deemed negative while simultaneously excelling in assists and defense. Typically, a player with remarkable assist capabilities is expected to attract double teams, which in turn creates open opportunities for teammates. The ability to draw such defensive attention primarily stems from a player's offensive threat. Yet, the current assessment of Yuchichin indicates a negative scoring ability? A negative scoring ability coupled with exceptional assist prowess? Throughout the annals of NBA history, no player has ever been characterized in such a manner. Even the Los Angeles Lakers' current star, Magic Johnson, although not an overwhelmingly prolific scorer, possesses formidable rim-attacking skills. Furthermore, standing at 6 feet 9 inches, he is capable of overpowering opponents in his position with ease. Consequently, Magic Johnson's average points per game remain commendable. However, in a game against the Hornets, Yi Qingchen astonishingly scored 0 points while amassing an impressive number of assists. This scenario underscores the peculiarity of this player. Moreover, reports from this particular game claim that Yi Qingchen completely neutralized Larry Johnson, leaving him utterly humiliated on the court. This only deepens the intrigue for fans, as Larry Johnson, being the first overall pick, was akin to an invincible presence among his rookie peers. In fact, during a match against the Nets, he effortlessly subdued the second overall pick, Kenny Anderson, with an overwhelming display of dominance. How could such a formidable rookie player be overwhelmed by a late first-round pick? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. Furthermore, the report asserts that Yi Qingchen held an undeniable advantage during the confrontation with Larry Johnson, ultimately leading to both being ejected from the arena. This report once again shatters the worldviews of fans. Larry Johnson unable to triumph over Yi Qingchen in basketball, and even in a fight? Who exactly is this Yi Qingchen, possessing such remarkable bravery? Consequently, Yi Qingchen has successfully captivated the attention of numerous fans and media outlets. This led to the swift sellout of tickets for the Lakers match against the Nets, as fans were utterly curious whether Yi Qingchen was truly as remarkable as the report suggested. In the arena, the Nets players were engaged in training. Meanwhile, Kenny Anderson had learned about the game between the Hornets and the Lakers, and he was more shocked than anyone about the Hornets' loss. Having faced Larry Johnson in the past, he understood just how formidable Johnson could be. Especially when he was on the offensive, no one on the Nets could contend with him. The notion that such a powerful first-round pick had been overwhelmed by an obscure player was unfathomable to him, let alone being thoroughly defeated. However, upon discovering that their next opponent was the Lakers, excitement surged within Kenny. If Larry had faltered against the Lakers, then winning against them would signify his superiority over Larry. He was determined to show this so-called dark horse rookie what he was truly capable of. At that moment, Kenny was filled with exhilaration. In his view, among the class of 91 rookies, only Larry Johnson had captured his admiration. Now, a player who could outshine Larry had emerged, prompting a wave of skepticism from him. Observing Kenny's enthusiasm, his fellow Nets players displayed sympathy for the Lakers. Oh, it seems this Lakers player is in for a rough time. Let us hope he doesn't disappoint our Kenny. Indeed, if he faltered easily, it would merely affirm that the media had exaggerated the situation. Unbeknownst to Kenny, a day later, he would face an unforeseen calamity. As Yi Qingchen's name was discussed by fans and media, he was engrossed in negotiations regarding his contract with his agent. Hey, Harvey, you are well aware of my capabilities. If you can secure a lucrative contract for me, the rewards will be substantial for you as well. Therefore, when you approach them regarding my signing, I hope you will be resolute. Do you understand? Harvey, equally agitated, had watched the entire Summer League game between the Lakers and the Hornets, and Yi Qingchen's performance had utterly astonished him. When Yi approached him to indicate that this match was the foundation for his negotiations with the Lakers, Harvey comprehended Yi's intent. I've noted your conditions. I believe if Jerry isn't a fool, he will certainly strive to accommodate us. Your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. How did you manage this? You didn't exhibit such talent during the tryouts. Harvey's excitement only intensified, prompting a series of questions that left Yi feeling somewhat exasperated. You needn't concern yourself with the details. Your priority should be ensuring the Lakers agree to my terms. Harvey paused, then nodded earnestly. All right, I believe Jerry will reach out to me shortly. Yi nodded, having conveyed his conditions to Harvey. Now it was up to him to deliver. However, Yi had unwavering confidence in his terms. His focus now was to excel in the remainder of the Summer League. With the match against Larry Johnson behind him, which had astonished Jerry West, there was no longer any need for Yi to hold back. Moreover, given that the Summer League was not of the highest caliber, achieving impressive statistics in such matches shouldn't be overly surprising. Furthermore, the experience points Yi garnered from the previous game had been fully invested in his ball handling skills, which had now reached a rating of 81, placing him at the average level for NBA point guards. Thus, in the upcoming match against the Nets, he was ready to unleash his full potential. Jerry West once again entered the residence of Lakers owner Jerry Buss. Upon seeing West, Buss, with an air of impatience, remarked, What do you want this time? Have you finalized the contract? West, upon hearing his boss's words, wore a serious expression and fixed his gaze on Bus, saying, "Hey, boss. The plan has changed. We need to increase the budget." Bus was incredulous at West's statement. "Jerry, do you even hear yourself? You're negotiating for a late first-round rookie. You're telling me we need more money?" Chapter 56. The contract is nearly finalized. Yichichin is ready to unleash his prowess. While Jerry Bus was not a miser, it did not imply he was a fool with endless funds. In his perspective, offering $3 million for a late first-round pick was already quite generous. This concession was granted solely due to Yichichin's considerable potential. Yet now, Jerry West unexpectedly informs him that additional funds are required. Is he truly treating him like a fool? Jerry West seemed to have anticipated Jerry Bus's reaction. With a calm demeanor, he produced a videotape and placed it before Jerry Bus, saying, "Hey, boss, if you intend to decline, please watch this tape before making your decision." Jerry West's words momentarily stunned Jerry Bus, who looked at him with confusion, genuinely perplexed about what was concealed within this tape. What kind of videotape could this be? Surely, you aren't suggesting I watch some newly released film at my age. Your intentions are dubious. Upon hearing Jerry Bus's remarks, Jerry West rolled his eyes dramatically, retorting, "Where did your mind wander? This is the footage from the last game featuring that rookie. After you watch it, you'll understand why I am urging you to increase the offer." Jerry West's statement left Jerry Bus astonished. It was unusual for Jerry West to approach him so persistently, especially regarding a rookie player. This sufficiently illustrates the significance he places on this rookie. With this thought in mind, Jerry Bus heeded Jerry West's advice. After inserting the tape into the VCR, he began to fixate on the television screen. This videotape was procured with considerable effort by Jerry West. Moreover, it is a complete recording of the game, with no edits made, resulting in a potentially lengthy viewing experience. However, Jerry West chose not to take a seat. Instead, he positioned himself beside Jerry Bus, observing the expressions that played across Bus's face with keen interest. West was eager to witness Bus's reactions, confident that they would be nothing short of captivating. Ultimately, his expectations were met. As Bus watched the tape, a hint of impatience crept into his demeanor. Yet, when he saw Yichichin donning the Lakers' number 28 jersey make his first assist, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. With each dazzling assist executed by Yichichin, Bus's countenance transformed further. From solemnity to exhilaration, he eventually leapt from his chair, exclaiming, "Damn, he is like a younger version of Magic Johnson. Now I understand why you wanted to increase the salary. This money must be raised. How much do you want to add? We must retain him in the Lakers. Next season, our championship is assured." Jerry Bus shouted excitedly at Jerry West, utterly captivated by Yichichin's prowess. This player is truly extraordinary. Jerry Bus even believes that Yichichin surpasses the prowess of a young Magic Johnson, as he has defensive capabilities undoubtedly eclipse those of Johnson. He also noted the presence of the player donning the number 2 jersey for the Hornets, this year's rookie number 1 draft pick, who found it exceedingly challenging to even attempt a shot under Yichichin's relentless guarding. Jerry West observed Jerry Bus's reaction with considerable satisfaction. As long as Bus is pleased with Yichichin, subsequent matters will be easier to handle. However, his asking price is quite steep, and I believe it is prudent for you to prepare mentally, Jerry West gravely advised Bus. How much is he asking? Over $3 million. Annually. The news regarding the altercation between Yichichin and Larry Johnson has been extensively reported by numerous media outlets. Nonetheless, many fans feel that these reports have exaggerated the incident, as both Yichichin and Larry Johnson emerged unscathed, with neither party facing any post-game penalties. Nevertheless, the media frenzy has undeniably heightened the attention surrounding Yichichin, as evidenced by the packed audience at today's match against the Nets. The match features 2 outstanding representatives of the younger generation. Among them, Yichichin has emerged as a prominent player in the Summer League, while Kenny Anderson stands as the 2nd overall pick in this draft. Despite the Nets' recent defeat against the Hornets, Anderson's performance remained commendable, with his personal statistics shining brightly. Consequently, many fans remain skeptical about Yichichin's ability to sustain his impressive display in this game. Particularly, Anderson harbors a dismissive attitude towards Yichichin, doubting the capabilities of a late first-round player. He is resolved to decisively overpower Yichichin. Little does he know, at this moment, Yichichin enters the game unburdened. Last night, Jerry West spoke with his agent, Harvey, over the phone. They plan to revisit contract negotiations following this match, and from West's tone, it seems the Lakers have made significant concessions regarding salary. This significantly uplifted Yi Qingqian's spirits. As the contract signing approached, he decided to surprise them further. With a slight exertion of effort, he aimed to showcase the true extent of his offensive prowess. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingqian commenced his performance. From the very outset of the match, he successfully seized possession of the ball. Yi Qingqian remained the starting center. When he positioned himself beneath the basket, the Nets players did not attempt to double-team him, as it was widely acknowledged that Yi Qingqian lacked offensive capability. However, they were soon to have their perceptions ruthlessly overturned. After receiving the ball under the basket, Yi Qingqian unleashed a powerful two-handed slam, effortlessly turning and not only sending the Nets defender flying, but also emphatically dunking the basketball into the hoop. At this moment, the audience was utterly astonished. His offensive prowess appeared to be far from the lackluster expectations. Even the Los Angeles Lakers coach, Keelan, was taken aback by Yi Qingqian's offensive display. However, this remarkable two-handed dunk was merely the beginning. As the first half of the game concluded, the spectators had descended into a state of complete silence. They had just witnessed a beast wreaking havoc within the Nets' paint. Yi Qingqian. Observing the expression of the Nets captain, Kenny Anderson, one could see he was utterly numb. He could scarcely recall how many times he had been subjected to Yi Qingqian's emphatic rejections. Furthermore, Yi Qingqian's personal statistics were astonishingly formidable. 25 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists, 5 steals, 8 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Chapter 57. Yi Qingqian achieves a grand quadruple-double, signing contract with the Lakers. Although this was merely a summer league game, such statistics were indeed terrifying, and they were only from the first half. The audience clearly observed that all 25 of Yi Qingqian's points were scored in the paint. His scoring technique may not have been particularly agile, yet it was undeniably effective. Whether it was a powerful drive or a 45-degree bank shot following a spin, Yi Qingqian's robust maneuvers often left defenders scrambling away, allowing him to score with ease against an open basket. Such unpretentious scoring methods left the audience in utter astonishment. Yi Qingqian's physical attributes were simply extraordinary. In every confrontation beneath the basket, he effortlessly displaced his opponents. This sheer physicality alone was more than sufficient to establish a foothold in the NBA. Meanwhile, the commentator, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed, "Who said his offensive ability was negligible? If this is considered a negative offensive capability, then what do we call Charles Barkley's low-post game?" The audience, upon hearing the commentator's outburst, erupted in laughter, clearly agreeing with his sentiment. Yi Qingqian possessed not only physical strength, but also technical finesse. Although his bank shot scoring might not have appeared particularly glamorous, it was undeniably effective. Magic Johnson and Jerry West continued to observe the game from the stands. Yi Qingqian's performance in the first half had left them thoroughly impressed. They were also taken aback by his newfound desire to score. Initially, they presumed Yi Qingqian was disinclined to attack. Little did they know that he simply chose not to. Now that he was intent on scoring, he effortlessly racked up points while also contributing with rebounds and assists. With a relaxed demeanor, he notched a significant triple-double by halftime, all without appearing to exert himself. Similarly, his block count was nearing double digits. If he maintained such performance in the second half, achieving a quadruple-double seemed all but assured. At this moment, even the illustrious Magic Johnson began to sense that once the new season commenced, Yi Qingqian would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of youthful vigor upon the NBA court. Yet, the individual who must be feeling the most despondent is undoubtedly the second overall pick, Kenny Anderson. Since the onset of the game, he has fixated on scoring over Yi Qingqian. However, after being ruthlessly toppled to the ground during their initial face-off, his misfortunes commenced. It seemed as though Yi Qingqian could perceive Anderson's innermost thoughts. Whether Anderson attempted a drive to the basket or a shot from beyond the arc, Yi Qingqian would invariably materialize before him at the very moment he released the ball, mercilessly swatting his attempts away. Moreover, it appeared that Yi Qingqian cared little for maintaining his defensive positioning. He seemed to be a specter, perpetually haunting Anderson's vicinity. The pervasive sense of dread shadowed Kenny Anderson throughout the entire first half. His personal statistics were disheartening: 5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and an alarming 8 turnovers. With a shooting performance of merely 2 out of 12 attempts. Judging solely by these figures, one could hardly discern any semblance of a second overall pick. His performance was even more lackluster than that of Larry Johnson. What perplexes Kenny Anderson to this day is why such a prodigious talent remains so obscure on the NCAA stage. Thus, when the halftime buzzer sounded, he was the first to retreat to the locker room. His silhouette appeared notably disheveled, as he could no longer bear to face the court or contend with Yuchingchen. In this match, Yuchingchen completely liberated herself. In this match, Yuchingchen's primary objective was to assess his scoring capabilities. After conducting his experiments during the first half, he recognized his deficiencies in scoring prowess. Although he frequently scored beneath the basket, it was primarily due to his formidable physical strength, which allowed him to overpower his opponents and score with ease. Moreover, Yuchingchen employed the most conservative and reliable method of scoring, which was utilizing the backboard. After all, the audience present at the match was quite substantial. This opportunity to shine must undoubtedly be seized to showcase one's true prowess. Thus, Yuchingchen displayed her steady scoring ability with confidence. As for enhancing her scoring skills and techniques, Yuchingchen has already formulated some preliminary ideas. There remains a span of over 4 months from the conclusion of the Summer League to the commencement of the regular season. During this period, there are virtually no competitions to participate in. Moreover, opportunities for exposure are scant. Therefore, it is imperative to seize the chance presented by this Summer League to showcase oneself and garner some attention from the media. This is indeed highly beneficial for one's career. As the second half of the game commenced, Yuchingchen's performance remained exceptionally fervent. The players of the Nets had been utterly demoralized by Yuchingchen's prowess. Kenny Anderson, in fact, chose to remain seated on the bench at the start of the second half, unwilling to endure further humiliation on the court. Observing Anderson's resignation, the audience comprehended his sentiments. Rather than enter the fray to be subjected to further defeat, surrendering seemed the more prudent choice. Such a result elicited an exclamation from the commentator. "Ye has already forced Kenny to surrender. My goodness, ye must be the most formidable rookie of the 91 class." This fervent declaration from the commentator was met with little dissent. After all, it was evident from the past few matches that Yuchingchen's prowess could indeed be considered overwhelming compared to his fellow rookies. With the Nets having already conceded, the Lakers coach, displaying a keen sense of timing, decided to substitute Yuchingchen. Remarkably, even before the third quarter had concluded, Yuchingchen had already clocked out. However, the substitution left Yuchingchen visibly displeased, for his exit signified the cessation of any further opportunity to enhance his experience points. This Summer League can be regarded as the sole opportunity to accumulate experience points. The next chance may only arise with the commencement of the new season. Therefore, Yuchingchen certainly does not wish to be substituted from the game so soon. However, despite the reluctance within, not a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Yuchingchen's face. After all, stubbornly remaining on the court could potentially leave a negative impression on the fans. Thus, Yuchingchen's personal statistics were finalized at 35 points, 18 rebounds, 18 assists, 10 blocks, and 6 steals. This alarming personal data was swiftly reported by the media following the match. The name Yuchingchen began to capture the attention of an increasing number of fans. Shortly after the conclusion of this game, another significant piece of news regarding Yuchingchen emerged. He had reached an agreement to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. Chapter 58, a 2-year, $7 million contract. Yuchingchen's substantial contract ignites jealousy in Barkley. The reason this news of Yuchingchen's signing with the Lakers is considered monumental lies in the astonishing figures and duration of the contract. The contract amounts to a staggering $7 million. Furthermore, the duration is a mere 2 years. What left many fans both astonished and perplexed is that this 2-year contract is structured as a 1-1 deal, granting Yuchingchen a player option for the second year. In essence, Yuchingchen has the choice to either opt out of the contract after 1 year or continue his association with the Lakers. The player's option can be said to have truly set a precedent for this era. Many times, players are eager to sign long-term contracts with their teams, as such agreements ensure fixed salaries that only increase over time. A prime example is Larry Johnson's contract with the Hornets, which spanned over a decade, reflecting the team's desire to retain him indefinitely. For Larry Johnson, this meant that for the next 10 years, he only needed to focus on his performance, free from concerns about job security or being cast aside by the team. However, Yuchingchen opted to pursue short-term contracts whenever possible. This has left many fans profoundly perplexed. In fact, even Yuchingchen's agent, Harvey, was initially quite bewildered. He believed that Yuchingchen ought to secure a long-term contract with the Lakers. This approach indeed offers greater security for his professional career, as it is impossible for anyone to guarantee perpetual health. Should Yuchingchen encounter a serious injury during his 2 years under contract with the Lakers, upon the contract's expiration, he would undoubtedly be cast aside. The NBA is a realm steeped in such harsh realities. However, if Yuchinchin were to secure a contract lasting 4 years or even longer, he would not face the peril of unemployment, even in the unfortunate event of sustaining a grave injury that renders him unable to compete. Thus, a lengthy contract serves as a significant safeguard for many players. After all, as a professional athlete, the specter of injury looms constantly. Nonetheless, for Yuchinchin, this is hardly a concern. His decision to opt for a short-term contract is strategically aimed at positioning himself to negotiate a more substantial agreement after 1 year. Over the past 2 years, the $7 million contract represents merely a starting point for Yuchinchin, not his ultimate destination. Yuchinchin intends to leverage his rookie season as a bargaining chip in negotiations. He firmly believes that the Los Angeles Lakers will be eager to renew his contract with a significantly larger sum when the time comes. Reluctantly, Harvey acquiesced to Yuchinchin's demands. Although the Lakers were taken aback by Yuchinchin's stipulations, they ultimately accepted his terms and finalized the contract. Thus, after participating in 3 Summer League games representing the Lakers, Yuchinchin officially became a member of the team. The Lakers still have 2 more Summer League games to play. In these 2 Summer League matches, the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Utah Jazz and the Dallas Mavericks. Neither of these teams boasts even a single commendable player. They are primarily comprised of mere benchwarmers. Consequently, Yuchinchin effortlessly amassed impressive statistics in both matches. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of the Summer League, Yuchinchin led his team to an extraordinary 5 consecutive victories, thereby securing the title for the best performance in the league. Furthermore, his average statistics over these 5 games are nothing short of astounding: 35, 5 points, 16, 8 rebounds, 17, 8 assists, 8 blocks, and 6 steals, which could even be regarded as near quadruple double figures. This data can indeed be regarded as an extraordinary performance within the entire NBA Summer League. Consequently, as the Summer League concluded, Yuchinchin began to garner increasing attention from both the media and fans. The mere observation of this data is truly astounding. Although it is merely the Summer League, achieving such statistics is undeniably remarkable. Moreover, this accomplishment is attributed to a rookie selected at the tail end of the first round, who has even outperformed the first and second picks of this draft. It can be asserted that, based solely on his current performance, Yuchinchin's prowess surpasses that of both the first and second draft picks. This news is undoubtedly a momentous delight for the fans of the Lakers. This reveals that they have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. Simultaneously, it underscores the astuteness of Jerry West's vision. However, with every joy comes sorrow. And the team most affected by this turn of events is undoubtedly the Golden State Warriors, who had engaged in a trade with the Lakers. Initially, they held no impressions or thoughts regarding Yuchinchin. In fact, when the Lakers sought to acquire Yuchinchin, the Warriors' general manager dismissed Jerry West as merely a Navi individual with ample funds. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he consented to the trade. Believing that a player of Asian descent could hardly make a remarkable impact on the NBA stage, nothing but a fanciful delusion. Yet, upon witnessing Yuchinchin's performance in the Summer League, his laughter was swiftly extinguished. Now, the general manager of the Warriors is filled with regret. Even the Warriors fans have begun to mock him, branding him as blind. Similarly, there has been a plethora of discourse regarding the substantial contract that the Lakers have awarded Yuchinchin. It is worth noting that this brings his annual salary to a staggering $3.5 million. In this era, such an annual salary is undeniably considered a pinnacle of compensation. It is noteworthy that, at this time, the annual salary of the legendary Magic Johnson was comparable to that of Yuchinchin. Magic Johnson had persevered through a decade of challenges in the NBA. And despite his extensive experience, his salary amounted to just over $3 million. In stark contrast, Yuchinchin secured a staggering contract with his very first rookie deal. This is indeed a source of envy for many seasoned veterans. Thus, even before Yuchinchin officially embarked on his NBA journey, he had already become the target of considerable jealousy and criticism. Even the star player of the digital realm, Charles Barkley, expressed intense envy regarding Yuchinchin's contract. Damn, who is this guy? He's not even the first overall pick. How does he deserve such a lucrative contract? Yes, I admit I'm jealous. I can hardly wait to face the Lakers in the new season. Then, I will surely make that yellow-skinned monkey regret it. Barkley's remarks instantly resonated with many fans, as witnessing others' profit can indeed be more painful than experiencing one's own losses. Chapter 59. Jordan's arrogant remarks, completely dismissing Yuchinchin. The new season has commenced. Barkley's comments did not ruffle Yuchinchin in the slightest. In fact, Yuchichin merely smiled dismissively, fully aware that this loquacious Barkley would soon find himself overwhelmed and humbled beneath his prowess. Although this individual possesses considerable strength, his words are undeniably unpleasant. However, Yuchichin harbors no significant aversion towards Barkley. Yet, given his audacity to speak so arrogantly to Yuchichin, he will undoubtedly come to understand the true meaning of regret. Once the summer league concluded and Yuchichin secured a substantial contract, he entered a phase of seclusion. During this period, it is, in fact, a time of relaxation for many players. However, for Yuchichin, this time is of paramount importance. Throughout the summer league, Yuchichin has dedicated all the experience gained to enhancing his dribbling skills. Presently, his dribbling rating has ascended to 86. This signifies that Yuchichin's dribbling skills have reached the average standard of an NBA point guard. In truth, Yuchichin is eager to enhance his dribbling rating. Driven by a singular ambition to replace Magic Johnson and assume the role of the starting point guard for the Los Angeles Lakers. Currently, there are still over 4 months until Magic Johnson's revelation of his HIV status. He was diagnosed as an HIV carrier during the routine examinations that followed the commencement of the new season's training camp. Consequently, the Lakers find themselves in a state of disarray, lacking a leader. At this moment, Yuchichin is poised to ascend to prominence. However, Yuchichin is acutely aware that despite her remarkable performance in the Summer League, it is merely a summer league, fundamentally distinct from the caliber of NBA competitions. To establish herself on the NBA stage, Yuchichin must continue to enhance her skills. This offseason is of paramount importance for Yuchichin. To this end, Yuchichin has enlisted the help of a professional private trainer through the connections of the illustrious Magic Johnson. This summer proved to be unforgettable for Yuchichin. From July 15th to October 25th, over the span of 3 months, Yuchichin dedicated himself entirely to rigorous training. The regimen encompassed strength training and shooting drills, which involved various shooting exercises from different distances, including three-point shots, mid-range shooting, and a variety of shooting techniques. Initially, the trainers devised the training program from a perspective of physical endurance, yet Yuchichin reassured them not to concern themselves with issues of stamina. He aspired for optimal results, which the trainers perceived as a manifestation of blind confidence. Nevertheless, Yuchichin was the financier, compelling them to adhere to his wishes. They believed that such an intense training schedule would eventually overwhelm him. However, from beginning to end, the intensity only escalated. By the conclusion of each session, it was the trainers who lay exhausted on the ground, while Yuchichin remained invigorated, continuing with strength training. The trainers gained a profound understanding of Yuchichin's exceptional physical capabilities. As time swiftly passed, October arrived. The NBA's new season was on the cusp of commencement, and all teams were brimming with confidence, particularly the Chicago Bulls, whose aspiration remained the championship title. Following their victory in the previous season, Michael Jordan had proclaimed, "This will not be my only championship." When the Bulls training camp opened, he reiterated in an interview, "This season, our goal remains the championship. Our roster is even more formidable than last season's. No one can impede our progress." Jordan's confidence was well-founded, as the Chicago Bulls indeed boasted a remarkably strong lineup. However, the reporters, known for their penchant for stirring the pot, seized the opportunity. When Jordan asserted that no one could thwart their advancement, a reporter interjected, "Yet, to my knowledge, the Lakers roster this year is quite impressive. They have selected a promising rookie player. Even Magic Johnson has expressed his satisfaction, calling him his successor." The reporter's remarks piqued Jordan's interest. "Oh, the Lakers have chosen a noteworthy rookie? Yet, as far as I know, their draft position was even lower than ours. How could they possibly select a player of considerable talent?" Jordan's retort elicited hearty laughter from the Bulls players present, implying that despite the Lakers' lower draft position, any rookie they selected, no matter how skilled, would inherently be limited in capability. This is a mockery of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager, Jerry West, for his apparent lack of insight. However, he averaged nearly a quadruple-double during the summer league. The journalist continued to press for answers. Jordan, evidently irritated by the inquiry, responded, "Well, you see, the summer league hardly qualifies as an official competition. Most players participating in it do not even make it onto the court during the regular season. Do you understand my point? So, please refrain from asking me about this rookie. I have pressing matters to attend to." Jordan dismissed the journalist's attempts for further questions. However, his tone unmistakably conveyed a sense of disregard for Yuchichin. Consequently, the narrative of Jordan's contempt for Yichichan swiftly made its way into media reports. After all, with the commencement of the new season, various sensational stories were poised to be exaggerated. In this manner, the attention of the fans can be captivated. The Lakers training camp has already commenced. As Yichichan emerged from his secluded training, the Lakers players were momentarily taken aback by his presence. Even Magic Johnson was startled by Yichichan's appearance. "Hey, Yi, what have you been up to these past few months? You seem to have bulked up." Magic Johnson's remark was not an exaggeration. At that moment, although Yichichan was merely clad in a long-sleeved team uniform, it did little to conceal his robust physique, particularly the pronounced breadth of his shoulders. Yichichan shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I simply trained for 3 months to prepare for the new season." His words elicited great satisfaction from Magic Johnson. "Excellent. Our team needs dedicated players like you." As the conversation between Magic Johnson and Yichichan unfolded, other Lakers players began to greet him as well. Yichichan exchanged high fives and polite salutations with each member of the team. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from behind the throng of Lakers players. "Let me see if you lot have gained any weight during the offseason." As this resounding voice echoed, the Lakers players turned to see their head coach, Mike Dunleavy, approaching. Yichichan was quite familiar with Mike Dunleavy. In fact, under normal circumstances, Dunleavy would be dismissed by the Lakers after this season, eventually taking a position with the Bucks, largely due to performance issues. However, now that Yichichan had joined the Lakers, this history might be rewritten, especially if the team's performance improved, making it unlikely for the Lakers to part ways with Dunleavy. Upon seeing the head coach, Magic Johnson took the initiative to greet him. "Hey, coach, we haven't been indulging during the offseason. Just take a look at my physique. I'm still in great shape." His remark elicited laughter from the other Lakers players. Mike Dunleavy also chuckled as he exchanged high fives with the players. When he reached Yichichan, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "So, you're the rookie that Jerry splurged on." Dunleavy's words instantly incited a stir among the other Lakers players. Although Yichichan was now a member of the team, he possessed the highest salary, surpassing even that of Magic Johnson. When Coach Dunleavy made his comment, the players turned their attention to Yichichan with curiosity. The youngest player commanding the highest salary would naturally pique some interest among the others, and they were eager to hear how Yichichan would respond. Even Magic Johnson regarded him with a smile. Upon hearing Dunleavy's teasing remark, Yichichan responded with a grin. "Hey, coach, you know what they say. You get what you pay for. If you let me play a full 48 minutes each game, you'll surely find me worth every penny." His clever retort momentarily stunned the Lakers players, and even Dunleavy appeared somewhat taken aback. Yichichan's response was indeed quite astute, as he not only adeptly countered Dunleavy's jest, but also directly requested ample playing time. This counterattack can be deemed flawless. However, Coach Dunleavy, with his wealth of experience, wore a knowing smile. "Youth indeed brims with vigor. It appears that you possess an unwavering confidence in your abilities. In my view, as long as your skills are exceptional, your playing time is assured. Yet, to secure additional minutes on the court, you must earn it through your own efforts. Now, allow me to thoroughly evaluate your capabilities." All right, let us officially commence the internal scrimmage for the Los Angeles Lakers. Dunleavy's words instantly ignited excitement among the Lakers players present. They had been eagerly anticipating the new season for quite some time. Following their defeat by the Bulls last season, their dissatisfaction lingered. Thus, with the arrival of the new season, the Lakers' ambition remains firmly set on the championship. The players, having been away from the court for an extended period, were thrilled to hear about the scrimmage. Their enthusiasm primarily stemmed from a desire to gauge the prowess of Yichichan, the highest-paid rookie on the team. If possible, delivering a stern lesson to him would also be a commendable choice. Yichichan, however, seemed entirely unfazed by the internal scrimmage. Traditionally, such matches feature a contest between the starting lineup and the bench players. The starting team for the Lakers includes LeBron James, James Worthy, Sam Perkins, Cedric Ceballos, and Magic Johnson. The bench comprises Yichichan, AC Green, Vlade Divac, Terry Teagle, and Eldon Campbell. Additionally, there are 5 other Lakers players who will also rotate into the game, including Keith Irving. The player who fought alongside Yichichan in the Summer League has been greatly influenced by him. Due to Yichichan's frequent assists and his adeptness at seizing opportunities, he has secured a guaranteed contract with the Lakers. However, it is merely a 1-year minimum salary contract. Nevertheless, for Keith Owens, this is a monumental stroke of luck. At this moment, he exchanged a high five with Yichichan, saying, "Hey, buddy, just perform well. With your talent, you can definitely secure a starting position." Keith Owens' words elicited a calm smile from Yuchichin. Thus, the intra-team scrimmage of the Lakers officially commenced. Magic Johnson and James Worthy exchanged knowing glances, and their intentions became unmistakably clear. Both aimed to impart an invaluable lesson to Yuchichin about the essence of true NBA competition. The starting team initiated the offense. After receiving the ball, Magic Johnson slowly dribbled across half-court, while Yuchichin was assigned to the point guard position. This was a deliberate arrangement by Dunleavy. His intention was to have Yuchichin defend against Magic Johnson, with the clear objective of allowing Yuchichin to truly experience the prowess of a genuine point guard. Dunleavy's intentions were indeed well-placed. It was crucial for Yuchichin to recognize his own shortcomings for his future development. As Magic Johnson dribbled past half-court, Yuchichin positioned himself directly in front of him. "Hey, rookie, you better be cautious," Magic Johnson remarked with a light chuckle. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated with the ball. Behind Yuchichin, James Worthy had already positioned himself to set a screen for Magic Johnson. This should have been an ideal pick-and-roll. However, in the next moment, Magic Johnson realized that the ball he was dribbling had vanished from his grasp. Turning around, he saw that Yuchichin had successfully executed a steal. Yuchichin swiftly seized the ball, launching a fast break and effortlessly dunking to score, marking the first blood for the bench team. Both Dunleavy and Magic Johnson, along with the other Lakers players, were taken aback by Yuchichin's remarkable defensive play. This time, it was not Magic Johnson who intimidated Yuchichin, but rather Yuchichin who asserted his dominance over Magic Johnson. Deng Liwei's eyes revealed a glimmer of astonishment. He observed Yuchichin's steal with utmost clarity, swift and decisive. The timing was impeccably executed, devoid of any semblance of a reckless gamble. This piqued his interest in Yuchichin even further. Meanwhile, the smile on Magic Johnson's face began to fade gradually. As the star player of the team, he genuinely felt a sense of embarrassment. He realized the necessity of adopting a more serious demeanor. Consequently, during the next offensive play, Magic Johnson approached the game with heightened caution. However, the outcome was unexpected for everyone involved. This time, Magic Johnson did not even advance the ball past half-court. He fell victim once again to a steal executed by Yuchichin. Another effortless fast break resulted in a score. Magic Johnson was left bewildered. Yuchichin's relentless pursuit was proving to be quite uncomfortable for him. For the third time, he had no choice but to pass the ball into the hands of his teammate, Scott Green. Thus, the basketball traversed the half-court. The latter, utilizing a screen set by James Worthy, surged directly to the basket. After drawing the defense, he passed the ball to the advancing Worthy. Upon receiving the pass, Worthy took a step and leaped into the air, aiming to dunk. Unbeknownst to him, Yuchichin had appeared behind him, and with a swift motion, he remarkably swatted the ball out of bounds. Worthy was left bewildered. The players of the main team were equally astonished. Where did this Yuchichin emerge from? Was he not guarding the magician, Johnson? How did he suddenly find himself under the basket to block Worthy? However, Deng Liwei, who was watching from the sidelines, could see everything clearly. Yuchichin had stealthily followed behind Worthy as soon as he saw Scott drive the ball towards the basket. This indicates that he has already anticipated that Scott would pass the ball into Worthy's hands. Such observational prowess on the court is truly astonishing. D'Angelo's heart swells with uncontainable joy. It appears that Jerry West has indeed stumbled upon a gem. Chapter 61. Stunning performance, dominating the starters. The team's physical examination commences. It seems that Maji is destined for disappointment. From just these 3 defensive plays by Yuchichin, D'Angelo can discern the sheer terror of his defensive capabilities. His defensive range extends from the point guard position to the center, accompanied by an insight that is rare among ordinary players, enabling him to anticipate his opponent's passing intentions with remarkable foresight. Such players are indeed exceedingly rare. However, at this moment, Deng Liwei remains inscrutable, for the main team players are likely harboring a sense of complacency. After enduring a series of humiliations at the hands of Yuchichin, they are bound to adopt a more earnest approach. A focused main team is certainly not to be underestimated. As expected, Worthy's demeanor has also turned grave. Following a sideline inbounds by Magic Johnson, the basketball was deftly tossed into Worthy's hands. Upon receiving the pass, he launched a powerful assault towards the basket, sending Divac sprawling as he executed a thunderous dunk. In this moment of the dunk, he unleashed the pent-up frustration within him. After the dunk, Worthy turned to glare fiercely at Yuchichin, seemingly provoking him. A playful smile appeared on Yi Qingchen's face as he received a pass from his teammate and gradually dribbled past half-court. As Yi Qingchen crossed the halfway line, the legendary Magic Johnson materialized before him. Just as Divac aimed to set a screen for Yi Qingchen, he waved him off, signaling him to stay back. This gesture astonished many onlookers. Was he truly daring to challenge Magic Johnson? The next moment, Yi Qingchen provided the answer. With a simple crossover dribble, he attempted to force his way past Magic's right side. Magic Johnson, noticing Yi Qingchen's intent to penetrate, wore a dismissive smile. "Little guy, you truly underestimate me." Just as he was about to jest with Yi Qingchen, he suddenly felt as if his body had been struck by a freight truck. He involuntarily staggered backwards for several steps, while Yi Qingchen effortlessly bypassed him and surged towards the basket. At that moment, Worthy, witnessing Yi Qingchen shove aside Magic Johnson and enter the paint, quickly stepped up for help defense. Yi Qingchen, seeing Worthy before him, wore an excited smile. Rather than slow down, he accelerated towards Worthy, who, noticing Yi Qingchen's audacity, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Does this fellow wish to challenge himself? Let him learn the true meaning of overestimating his abilities. Yi Qingchen has already leaped toward Waxi. Waxi, too, raised his arms high, positioning himself directly in front of Yi Qingchen. In the next moment, Waxi realized that Yi Qingchen's jump was astonishingly high. He quickly understood that he could not remain stationary. Waxi promptly lifted his arms again, intending to block Yi Qingchen's impending dunk. However, he still underestimated Yi Qingchen. As they clashed in midair, Yi Qingchen maintained his balance, the basketball firmly cradled in his right hand. This is a powerful axe dunk. A look of terror flashed across Wozi's eyes, for upon confronting Yi Qingchen, he realized that his body was no longer under his control. He had initially intended to block Yi Qingchen's dunk, but now he found himself underestimating the situation. Not only was he incapable of stopping Yi Qingchen, but he was also at risk of being dunked on in a matter of moments. How careless! He had not anticipated Yi Qingchen's formidable force. In the next instant, Wozi steeled himself. In such a situation, it was imperative that Yi Qingchen could not be successfully obstructed by Waxi. Thus, the only recourse was to commit a foul against Yi Qingchen. Consequently, Waxi's hands were firmly pressed upon Yi Qingchen's shoulders, intending to forcibly bring him down from the air. However, at the moment his hands made contact with Yi Qingchen, he realized he had significantly underestimated him. To his astonishment, he could not pull him down. Waxi could only watch in disbelief as Yi Qingchen, despite the force of his pull, executed a one-handed slam dunk. The resounding thud echoed through the arena, plunging the Lakers players into silence, their expressions frozen in sheer astonishment. Under Waxi's foul, Yi Qingchen had completed the dunk. Moreover, it was a dunk over him. What is the situation? That is none other than James Worthy. He is indeed a formidable presence in the interior for the Lakers. This is indeed an all-star player. How could he possibly be eclipsed by a rookie in such a manner? Even Dunleavy, at this moment, is engulfed in profound astonishment. Yi Qingchen's displayed prowess has far surpassed his initial expectations. His abilities have reached a level that fully qualifies him for a starting position on the Lakers. Observe the expression of Magic Johnson. His sentiments mirror those of Dunleavy. Yi Qingchen's skills have once again demonstrated remarkable growth. During the Summer League, he primarily showcased his passing and defensive capabilities. But now, not only is Yi Qingchen's defensive prowess formidable, but his offensive play has also become strikingly dominant. This indicates that Yi Qingchen truly did not remain idle during the off-season. The whistle only sounded after the dunk was completed, granting Yi Qingchen an additional free throw opportunity. On the sidelines, Keith Owens wore a beaming expression, his hands clenched in excitement. I knew it. He is undoubtedly capable of securing a starting position on the team. He is simply extraordinary. Why do I feel that James Worthy seems rather ordinary in comparison? At this moment, the most frustrated individual must be James Worthy himself. Despite having committed a foul, he was unable to prevent Yi Qingchen's spectacular dunk. If this were a formal competition, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment. However, even though this is merely an internal match, with so many teammates observing, it still feels quite humiliating. At this moment, Yi Qingchen, lost in thought, remarked, "Hey, you need not be surprised. Our heights are identical. You were so close to blocking me." Her words struck at the heart, causing Waxi's expression to twist into one of fury. Yi Qingchen effortlessly scored the penalty shot. The players from the substitute team displayed expressions of sheer exhilaration. Yi Qingchen's prowess left them utterly astounded. If this continues, the substitute team may indeed triumph over the main team. Meanwhile, the main team persists in their offensive endeavors. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the main team members were grave. They could no longer afford to underestimate their opponents. Otherwise, suffering a defeat at the hands of the substitute team would be a true embarrassment. As the main team players intensified their focus, the internal scrimmage escalated in intensity. Notably, both Worthy and Magic Johnson exhibited the most fervent desire to score. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of Yi Qingqian's formidable defensive prowess. They consistently employed off-ball screens to evade Yi Qingqian's defense, subsequently exploiting mismatches to launch their attacks. The results have been quite commendable, at the very least. Their offensive play has shown marked improvement. However, turning our attention to the bench team, after Yi Qingqian assumed the role of point guard, the entire bench squad's offense was revitalized under his influence. Particularly notable was the synergy between Divac and Yi Qingqian, whose pick-and-roll collaboration proved to be exceptionally effective. Yi Qingqian consistently delivered the ball to Divac, and when the ball found its way into Divac's hands, it signified that he was in an open position. The latter merely needed to effortlessly deposit the ball into the basket to fulfill his role. In addition to his playmaking abilities, Yi Qingqian also utilized his physical advantages to overpower defenders, enabling him to penetrate the paint and score with ease. Under Yi Qingqian's leadership, the bench team gradually established a substantial lead. By the end of the first half, they were ahead of the starting team by an impressive 15 points. Examining Yi Qingqian's statistics reveals his all-around prowess: 15 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. In contrast, Magic Johnson's performance paled in comparison: 8 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 5 turnovers. Yi Qingqian thoroughly outperformed Magic Johnson. Following the conclusion of the first half, Coach Dunleavy, in consideration of the starters' morale, announced the end of the inter-squad scrimmage. Well done. It was an exhilarating match, and everyone performed admirably. This brings me great satisfaction. Hey, rookie, you did well. Dunleavy even took a moment to commend Yi Qingqian. At that juncture, the team physician approached Dunleavy and whispered a few words. Dunleavy nodded in acknowledgement and continued addressing the players. The physician has informed me that we are to undergo the routine physical examinations for the new season. Kindly follow the physician for the necessary checks. I hope none of you have contracted any undesirable viruses. Ha ha ha. His jest elicited hearty laughter from the fans present. Only Yi Qingqian wore a peculiar expression, internally muttering, "This old man must have a loose tongue." This could spell trouble for Magic. Chapter 62. A shocking scandal in the new NBA season. Johnson, infected with HIV, announces retirement. Yi Qingqian vividly recalled that it was during the team's routine physical that Magic Johnson was discovered to be an HIV carrier. Thus, this upcoming season's examinations were likely the critical moment. During this interval, Yi Qingqian was determined to showcase his prowess, particularly in front of head coach Dunleavy and general manager Jerry West. Only by demonstrating his formidable skills would he be foremost in their minds when Magic Johnson ultimately announced his retirement, thereby smoothly taking over the point guard position for the team. This elucidates the reason behind Yi Qingqian's relentless efforts during the off-season. To distinguish oneself on the NBA stage, the fundamental requirement is to earn the affirmation and trust of the coach. Hence, this moment represents Yi Qingqian's most opportune chance. The physical examinations necessitate a certain duration before yielding results. During this interval, Yi Qingqian engaged in the team's collective training sessions. On the very first day of reporting, he had already made a significant impression on the veteran players. The members of the Lakers now regard Yi Qingqian with newfound respect. Furthermore, the head coach has consciously integrated Yi Qingqian into the primary squad's training regimen. Yi Qingqian adeptly executes the strategies devised by the coach. This left Deng Liwei quite satisfied. This is an exceptionally perceptive rookie player who consistently positions himself according to his own specifications, successfully executing passes. Such players are precisely the ones favored by coaches. Indeed, many key players of the Lakers have expressed immense satisfaction with Yi Qingqian's performance. He showcased his commanding presence only during the first day of the inter-team scrimmage. However, in the subsequent training sessions, Yi Qingqian adopted a remarkably humble demeanor. Regardless of who offered him suggestions, he always appeared eager to learn and absorb their wisdom. This attitude has brought great satisfaction to many veteran players. At the very least, Yi Qingqian does not regard others with disdain due to his own prowess. Moreover, his performance during joint training sessions with the starting players has left many Lakers players in awe. They are acutely aware that, given Yi Qingqian's current display of talent, his ascension to a starting position is all but inevitable. As time progressed, the preseason arrived. However, to Yi Qingqian's surprise, the head coach did not grant him any playing time during the preseason games. The Lakers' main players had all taken the court, and even Keith Owens had received his share of minutes. Yet, inexplicably, Yi Qingqian remained sidelined. This decision by Lakers head coach Darvin Ham left even Magic Johnson perplexed. The media, too, expressed considerable curiosity regarding why this highly touted rookie had not been afforded a single opportunity to play. Numerous voices have begun to suggest that Yi Qingqian must surely lack the head coach's trust. This ultimately deprived him of the opportunity to take the court. However, concerning this matter, Yi Qingqian appeared utterly unconcerned. He did not exhibit even a hint of impatience. Throughout each preseason match, Yi Qingqian diligently occupied the bench, fervently supporting his teammates. Whenever a teammate scored, he would vigorously wave the towel in his hand, cheering them on with great enthusiasm. It can be said that aside from participating in the game itself, Yi Qingqian fulfilled all his duties. In fact, some media outlets humorously remarked that Lakers general manager Jerry had invested a substantial sum to secure a dedicated towel attendant. In the realm of towel waving, this player truly displayed remarkable skill. This jest was instantly embraced by numerous fans, leading to Yi Qingqian swiftly acquiring a new moniker, the Messenger of the Towel. Despite being subjected to relentless ridicule from the outside world, Yi Qingqian maintained a serene demeanor. Whether in competition or training, he exhibited not a hint of impatience. His composure even astonished head coach Deng Liwei, who intended to test Yi Qingqian's character and gauge the maturity of his mindset. Deng had already made a significant decision regarding Yi Qingqian. He planned to grant him a starting position at the onset of the regular season. The preseason, during which Yi Qingqian sat on the bench, was merely the final assessment of his capabilities. Evidently, based on Yi Qingqian's current performance, he was excelling. Just as everything unfolded according to Deng Liwei's predictions, an alarming report regarding Magic Johnson's medical examination disrupted the status quo. His HIV test returned positive. When the team doctor relayed this news to Deng Liwei, he was rendered speechless, his expression one of utter disbelief as he fixated on the doctor and inquired, "Is there any possibility of an error?" The doctor, his countenance despondent, shook his head and replied, "I have conducted 3 consecutive tests, all yielding positive results. There can be no mistake." This news struck like a bolt from the blue, utterly derailing Deng Liwei's plans concerning the Lakers. Deng envisioned Yi Qingqian assuming the small forward position, and even stepping in as a point guard during Magic Johnson's moments of respite. Yi Qingqian's court management skills had already been put to the test. He was more than capable of fulfilling this role. However, the situation took a grim turn with the revelation that Magic Johnson had been diagnosed as an HIV carrier. The impact of this news is truly immense. It has even stirred the owner of the Lakers, Jeannie Buss. Magic Johnson can be regarded as the cornerstone of the Lakers. At this moment, the revelation of being an HIV carrier is indeed catastrophic news for the Los Angeles Lakers. The management swiftly convened an internal meeting to deliberate on how to address this pressing issue, including strategies for crisis public relations. Upon learning of this development, Magic Johnson found himself in a state of utter shock, akin to being struck by lightning. He had never once contemplated the possibility of contracting the HIV virus, as he had been oblivious to any signs concerning his health. The sudden announcement that he was an HIV carrier was undeniably challenging to accept. However, the reality now lay before him. When the team physician inquired about whether he had taken protective measures in his personal life, Magic Johnson was momentarily taken aback. Was there a need for protective measures? This statement left the team doctor utterly speechless. The issue regarding Magic Johnson being an HIV carrier has been thoroughly elucidated. In this era, many harbor profound fear towards individuals infected with the HIV virus. Although casual physical contact does not pose a risk of transmission, the sheer terror surrounding this virus is undeniable, leaving no one entirely indifferent to it. Even within the management of the Lakers, starkly contrasting opinions emerged. Ultimately, team owner Jerry Buss made the agonizing decision to place Magic Johnson on indefinite leave. However, Magic Johnson had his own intentions and plans. He convened a press conference to candidly disclose his HIV status to the public and announced his retirement from the sport. This news can be considered a significant revelation of the 1991 to 1992 NBA season. The entire NBA league has been shaken. Magic Johnson has announced his retirement, leaving the Lakers in disarray. What does the future hold for the Lakers? Chapter 63, The Opening Game. Lakers vs. Rockets. This announcement is particularly difficult for Lakers fans to accept. They believed that this season, they were strong contenders for the championship. However, Just as the regular season was about to commence, Magic Johnson unexpectedly declared his retirement, citing his infection with the HIV virus as the reason. What a profoundly difficult piece of news to accept. The fans of the Lakers were instantly plunged into despair. Can a Lakers team, bereft of Magic Johnson, still be considered a prestigious franchise? Can they still hope to advance to the playoffs? The answer is a resounding no. Without Magic Johnson, the Lakers hardly resemble a true Lakers team. It is crucial to remember that over the past decade, it was the presence of Magic Johnson that enabled them to secure numerous championships, solidifying the Lakers as one of the league's elite teams. Although this season, Magic Johnson is no longer in the prime of his youth, his performance remains commendable, and with him, the Lakers had a guarantee of playoff contention. However, all of this crumbled when Magic Johnson contracted HIV. Even Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, found it impossible to come to terms with this reality. Upon hearing the news, he could not contain his fury and directly berated Magic Johnson, vehemently accusing him, "You wretched man, unable to control your desires. Now you face the consequences and have jeopardized our entire team." Faced with the wrath of Jerry West, Magic Johnson was left speechless. In truth, he too is a victim. Acknowledging his indiscretions off the court, Magic Johnson did not attempt to defend himself against West's accusations. Indeed, this season, with the acquisition of Yao Ming, the Lakers' strength can be said to surpass that of the previous season. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. However, what was the outcome? I found myself faltering, ultimately compelled to retire prematurely. Meanwhile, the management of the Lakers convened an urgent meeting. The recent emergency meeting revolved around the future direction of the team. The management of the Lakers has come to a consensus. The absence of Magic Johnson undoubtedly diminishes the team's prowess. Thus, they might as well seize this opportunity to embrace a season of deliberate underperformance. This is particularly strategic given the likelihood of Shaquille O'Neal declaring for the draft next year. All scouts across the NBA are well acquainted with O'Neal, who has proven to be virtually unbeatable on the NCAA stage. Many scouts have already predicted that he will undoubtedly be the first overall pick. Regardless of when he announces his intention to enter the draft, he will be the unequivocal choice for the top pick, with 1992 being the most probable year for his declaration. Consequently, the purpose of this meeting was to deliberate on whether to establish a foundation for this intentional underperformance. Should this foundation be laid, it would be quite favorable news for Del Harris, as he would be relieved of the pressure of achieving a commendable record. His sole responsibility would be to guide the Lakers through each game, even with the freedom to lose without any psychological burden. Moreover, even if the Lakers openly engage in a season of underperformance, other teams and fans in the league would hardly find it surprising, especially in light of their loss of Magic Johnson. In fact, it would be rather peculiar if the Lakers did not choose to underperform. Thus, the meeting unanimously approved the strategy of embracing underperformance for the upcoming season. Of course, Jerry West also considered the implications for Yi Qingqing, the rookie player they signed at a considerable expense. During the meeting, the Lakers veteran Jerry Buss also urged Dunleavy to grant Yi Qingqing as much playing time as possible. Since this season has devolved into a state of languor, it is prudent to focus on nurturing Yi Qingqing. The aim is to cultivate his talents within a single season. By the end of the season, not only will we have developed Yi Qingqing, but we will also have successfully embraced mediocrity, securing a top 3 draft pick. Deng Liwei is in full agreement with such a proposition. Yi Qingqing possesses considerable strength, and he has been contemplating promoting him to a starting position right from the onset of the season. Now, there is no need to justify this decision to the management. He can freely utilize Yi Qingqing without reservation. With the pressure of performance benchmarks lifted, Deng Liwei finds himself in a rather buoyant mood. For the seasoned coach, sacrificing a season's worth of time is not particularly consequential. Moreover, the benefits of this seemingly wasted season are strikingly apparent. Not only can we cultivate Yi Qingqing, but we may also secure the coveted first overall pick. Such a result, upon closer examination, hardly constitutes a loss. The incident of Magic Johnson announcing his retirement due to an HIV infection has gradually faded in intensity over time. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers appear to be slowly recuperating from this significant blow. Remarkably, they achieved an impressive record of 6 wins and 1 loss in the subsequent preseason games, which has left many astonished. It seems that the Lakers have been largely unaffected by Magic Johnson's departure. However, astute fans and media have keenly observed that Yi Qingqing has not participated for even a minute in the preseason matches. This situation is rather unusual. Numerous fans and media outlets have speculated that Yi Qingqing may have sustained a serious injury or has been benched by the coach. However, the majority lean towards the latter explanation. It appears that Yichinchen may have been overrated, with his performance on the Lakers being decidedly subpar. Otherwise, how could he fail to secure even a modicum of playing time during the preseason? Moreover, some inquisitive journalists took it upon themselves to interview Yichinchen. Yet, his response was exceedingly formal. I adhere to the coach's arrangements. He undoubtedly has his own reasoning. All I can do is patiently await my opportunity and remain prepared to take the court at any moment. Yichinchen's reply left many journalists feeling quite disheartened, as they sensed there must be more to this story. Meanwhile, with the conclusion of the preseason, the NBA's new regular season is finally set to commence. The Lakers' opening game opponent is the formidable Texas team, the Rockets. At this moment, the Rockets boasted the presence of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. In his prime, Olajuwon was undeniably one of the four foremost centers in the league. His nimble footwork instilled fear in the hearts of interior defenders across the league. Opponents tasked with guarding Olajuwon often harbored a singular concern: the possibility of being left floundering as he effortlessly maneuvered past them. As the anticipation for the match grew, many fans expressed their confidence in the Rockets, particularly given the Lakers' current roster, which fell short in comparison. Moreover, the Lakers faced the additional disadvantage of playing away from home. On November 1st, at the Rockets' home arena, the venue was filled to capacity. The Lakers had already taken the court, and Yichinchen, observing the fervent atmosphere, felt a wave of emotion. Nearly 20,000 spectators were present, their collective noise rendering it nearly impossible for Yichinchen to hear his teammates speaking. It seemed that his path to fame would commence at the Rockets' home ground, and he was eager to seize the moment. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. When the Lakers' starting lineup was revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, including the Rockets players, as an unfamiliar name appeared among the Lakers starters. Chapter 64. What is it like to dominate Olajuwon's teammates? The name that astonished many is Yichinchen. Remarkably, Yichinchen has secured a position in the starting lineup of the Lakers, occupying the power forward spot. In a surprising turn of events, James Worthy has transitioned to the small forward position. The other three players include Sedale Thread at point guard, Byron Scott at shooting guard, and Vlade Divac at center. The astonishment surrounding Yichinchen's presence in the starting roster stems from the fact that he had not been afforded any opportunity to play during the preseason. This rookie player, who failed to secure any playing time even during the preseason, astonishingly took to the court as the starting power forward in the opening game of the new season. This, of course, would astonish many. Even Rockets head coach, D'Antoni, found himself in deep contemplation upon seeing the starting lineup. His knowledge of Yichinchen was rather limited, making his inclusion in the starting roster all the more surprising. However, upon reflection, this decision seems quite reasonable. After all, the Lakers have recently lost the legendary Magic Johnson, and their aspirations for the new season undoubtedly entail significant changes. From the perspective of nurturing new talent, this approach appears entirely justifiable. At that moment, the commentator provided insights into Yichinchen's background. The Lakers' power forward, Yichinchen, donning the number 28 jersey, did not participate in the preseason. However, fans who followed the Summer League would recall his remarkable performances, averaging impressive triple-doubles and leading the Lakers to an undefeated record. Moreover, he secured a lucrative 2-year contract worth $7 million with the team, indicating the high expectations they have for him. We must keenly observe this rookie and discern what exceptional qualities he possesses. As the commentator concluded his introduction, the referee signaled both teams to take to the court. The game was officially underway. On the Rockets side, there was a player with whom Yichinchen was quite familiar, Hakeem Olajuwon, one of the four dominant centers of this era. Renowned for his signature move, the Dream Shake, he was the first overall pick in the 1984 draft, while Michael Jordan was merely the third pick of that esteemed class. This serves as ample evidence of the extraordinary talent possessed by Olajuwon. Every player who has faced him has felt an overwhelming fear of his dreamlike footwork. For one can never anticipate when he will take his shot. His fakes are remarkably lifelike. Just when one believes he is certain to shoot, he is merely executing a feint. Conversely, when one suspects he is faking, he will unexpectedly release the ball. Defenders in the paint who have not been deceived by his movements are reluctant to claim they have truly matched up against him. Of course, Olajuwon excels not only in footwork beneath the basket but also possesses an exceptional mid-range shooting ability. Standing at 2 meters and 13 centimeters, his jump shot is virtually unguardable. Furthermore, Olajuwon's defensive prowess is equally formidable. Attempting to shoot against his defense without enduring a few swats is simply implausible. Hence, it can be said that the opponent the Lakers face today is quite a formidable one. Apart from Olajuwon, the Rockets' starting players include the power forward, Osfin Sop, point guard, Vernon Maxwell, small forward, Kenny Smith, and shooting guard, Sleep Floyd. To Yi Ching-chun, these four players are relatively unknown. In his eyes, apart from Olajuwon, they are all merely supporting players. As for this season opener, Yi Ching-chun harbors an unwavering confidence in victory. He aims to establish his position as a key player on the team from this very game, and it is imperative to achieve striking statistics. Not only will this amplify his reputation, but it will also enhance his skill attributes. The jump ball commences. Divac versus Olajuwon. Olajuwon effortlessly tips the ball to Floyd. The Rockets seize the opportunity for the first offensive play. Floyd slowly dribbles past half court. Clad in jersey number 34, Olajuwon swiftly positions himself at the high post to set a screen for Floyd. After the screen, Olajuwon moves to the left corner at a 45-degree angle. Floyd passes the ball into Olajuwon's hands, and the Rockets players spread out. Divac stands in front of Olajuwon while Yi Ching-chun guards the basket. Olajuwon looks at Divac with a glimmer of disdain, convinced that Divac cannot possibly contain him. Yi Ching-chun watches Olajuwon with keen interest, eager to witness the prowess of this highly lauded, dreamlike footwork. Olajuwon initiates his dribble drive. His continuous between-the-legs dribbles leave Yi Ching-chun in awe. This player's ball-handling skills are extraordinarily refined. Divac begins to grow anxious as he watches Olajuwon's dribbling closely. Suddenly, Olajuwon makes his move. Divac immediately retreats, attempting to obstruct his path. Unbeknownst to him, Olajuwon's drive is a ruse. With a swift pullback dribble, Olajuwon rises for a mid-range jumper. Swish. Perfectly through the net. Olajuwon scores the first points for the Rockets. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. At this moment, Olajuwon glances at Divac with a dismissive expression. "Hey, you almost had me. Keep trying." His taunting leaves Divac feeling quite vexed. Meanwhile, Yi Ching-chun lightly pats Divac on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, buddy, don't worry. Watch how I reclaim our honor." Taken aback, Divac is about to retort when Yi Ching-chun strides forward decisively. Divac shakes his head in resignation and follows suit. Now it is the Lakers' turn to attack. Sret dribbles past half court. Divac, eager to score against Olajuwon, immediately positions himself for the ball. However, Sret opts not to pass to him. Instead, he delivers the ball to Yi Ching-chun, who is ready to receive it. Prior to the game, Coach Dunleavy had already instructed that the first pass should go to Yi Ching-chun. After catching the ball, Yi Ching-chun stands at the right corner, facing off against Sop's defense. Sop matches Yi Ching-chun in height, yet his physique appears considerably more slender. In comparison to Yi Ching-chun, Sop seems rather frail. Such a player defending himself would certainly make Yi Ching-chun salivate, as he could effortlessly overpower him with his physical prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ching-chun charged forward with the ball. Upon realizing Yi Ching-chun's intent to drive past him, Sop reacted promptly and collided with Yi Ching-chun. In that instant, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 65, a stunning dunk, sending Sop flying, successfully dunking over Olajuwon. At this moment, Olajuwon stood behind sophomore. Although he had complete confidence in Sop's defense, being a master of shot blocking, this was an ideal situation for him to make a stop. Sop had already impeded Yi Ching-chun's advance, which would inevitably slow his momentum. Even if Sop could not prevent Yi Ching-chun's shot, he had bought precious time for Olajuwon. Often, it was Olajuwon's impeccable judgment that allowed him to execute a block. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos when they witnessed the Lakers' number 28 player charging directly at sophomore. To them, Yi Ching-chun was merely courting disaster. Who was unaware of Olajuwon's dominance beneath the basket? Moreover, with Sop already positioned to thwart Yi Ching-chun's advance, even the commentator could not help but jest. It seems that this rookie truly fears no foe. His first offensive attempt is an all-out assault on the Rockets' interior. Does he not realize that Hakeem is lurking behind Sop? However, as soon as the commentator's words left his lips, his expression shifted to one of utter astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What transpired next shattered his expectations. As Sop defended against Yi Ching-chun, he initially positioned himself to block Yi Ching-chun's path. Yet, lacking stable footing, he made contact with Yi Ching-chun, which the referees would not deem an offensive foul. Naturally, a defensive foul would also be ruled out. Yet, this seemingly innocuous physical contact led to an astonishing event. After colliding with Yi Ching-chun, Sop's body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing directly into Olajuwon's embrace. Taken by surprise, Olajuwon was also tripped by sophomore. At this moment, Yuchichin found himself facing an unguarded hoop. It is worth noting that Yuchichin had just embarked on his drive, having already sent Soph flying. Yuchichin perceived Soph as nothing more than a mere paper figure, utterly incapable of withstanding his charge. With no defenders in sight, he took another step forward, raising the ball high with one hand, and thunderously slammed it into the basket. On the ground, Soph and Olajuwon stared in disbelief as Yuchichin effortlessly executed a one-handed dunk. Their internal responses were strikingly contrasting. Soph's face was painted with terror and incredulity. Damn it. Why do I feel like I've been hit by a freight truck? Meanwhile, Olajuwon's countenance reflected resignation and frustration. What in the world happened to Otis Soph? How could he have been so easily knocked aside? And now I've been tripped as well. Damn it. A rookie just dunked over me. This scene rendered the fans at the venue utterly speechless. They could scarcely believe that the final outcome contradicted their expectations so entirely. Yuchichin not only evaded the defenses of Soph and Olajuwon, but, in a display of sheer audacity, sent Soph sprawling before executing a spectacular dunk over them. Oh my heavens! I have long asserted that Soph's physique is rather too frail. It is astonishing that he was knocked aside by a rookie. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Soph possesses considerable strength. How is it that I feel his arms are even more robust than those of Karl Malone? The commentator's astonished remarks resonated with many Rockets fans, who began to reevaluate Yuchichin with newfound seriousness. They soon recognized the commentator's accuracy. Yuchichin's physique indeed eclipsed Soph's by a significant margin. No wonder Soph was so easily dislodged by this Lakers rookie. His physical prowess is undeniably exceptional. At this moment, Deng Liwei wore an expression of immense satisfaction. He was well aware of Yuchichin's formidable abilities, having already demonstrated his superior physicality during internal scrimmages. Even the likes of James Worthy and Perkins had felt the brunt of Yuchichin's force, an experience they found quite unpleasant. Meanwhile, Rockets head coach D'Antoni wore a face of fury, vehemently questioning the referee. That number 28 player clearly committed an offensive foul. Did you not observe? The referee, unfazed by D'Antoni's inquiries, issued a warning. You would do well not to critique our calls, lest I consider issuing you a technical foul. The referee's words only deepened D'Antoni's frustration. In truth, he recognized that Yuchichin had not committed an offensive foul. His confrontation with the referee was merely a tactical maneuver to draw attention to Yuchichin. Should Yuchichin persist in employing such aggressive tactics, there was a possibility that the referee might penalize him for offensive fouls in the future. This is precisely the significance of the coach exerting pressure on the referee. A match involves not only the players exerting immense effort on the field, but also highlights the pivotal role of the coach. Returning our focus to the court, the fallen Olajuwon and Soph have been lifted by their teammates. Both display expressions of considerable frustration. After they regain their footing, Yuchichin gestures towards Soph, shaking his head as he remarks, "Hey, buddy, to be candid, your physique is truly fragile. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already flown out?" Following his taunt, Yuchichin turns to retreat on defense, leaving Soph trembling with rage. Soph's mood is undeniably bleak. Not only has he been knocked down by Yuchichin, but he is now subjected to ridicule by a rookie player, which is an exceedingly humiliating experience. Olajuwon, witnessing the incident from behind Soph, feels a surge of irritation towards Yuchichin's audacity. It is rare for him to encounter a rookie so brazen. Just one basket, and he dares to speak so boldly in his presence? Olajuwon resolves to teach Yuchichin a lesson. "Hey, Otis, let us switch defensive assignments for a while. I'll show him how to respect his elders." Olajuwon's words illuminate Soph's eyes. "All right, boss, make sure to give him a proper lesson." As the Rockets launch their offense, Floyd dribbles slowly past half court. Upon crossing the line, he passes the ball to Olajuwon stationed at the free throw line. Receiving the ball, Olajuwon, confronted by Divak's defense, signals Soph to come forward for a screen. Soph immediately complies, creating a switch in defense. Olajuwon now faces Yuchichin. At this moment, the Rockets fans erupt in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Hakeem is about to take on the rookie against the Lakers. This is going to be thrilling." The announcer also joins in the fervor. As Yuchichin stands before him, Olajuwon's face breaks into a satisfied smile. "Kid, let me show you what true offense looks like." Yet, Yuchichin displays no sign of trepidation. Instead, he retorts, "Hey, old man, my skills are anything but insignificant. If you don't believe me, feel free to come over and see for yourself." This banter instantly darkens Olajuwon's expression. Chapter 66. Dreamlike footwork? I believe that S merely a Charlie horse. A 24-second violation followed by a rejection. Olajuwon is genuinely becoming annoyed with Yuchinchin. The rookie's words were truly unpalatable to him. Thus, he has resolved to teach Yuchinchin a lesson in his own manner. When dealing with these novice players, Olajuwon has always adhered to his unique offensive strategy. This young player is remarkably quick to leap during defensive plays, particularly the rookies who seem to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Hence, Olajuwon surmised that Yuchinchin would undoubtedly be deceived by his footwork, prompting him to jump up and down. After a few consecutive leaps, Olajuwon anticipated delivering a seemingly effortless shot right before Yi's gaze, which he believed would be quite an exhilarating experience. This was precisely Olajuwon's intention, and he executed it seamlessly. His dribbling rhythm was impeccable and remarkably fluid, resembling that of a guard rather than a center. Just as Olajuwon executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, Yuchinchin suddenly closed in. Upon noticing Yi's proactive approach to defense, Olajuwon felt a surge of excitement. What he desired was Yi's tight man-to-man coverage, for it would afford him the opportunity to leverage his pivot and dribbling tempo to easily maneuver past Yi. Thus, when Yi pressed in for the defense, Olajuwon smoothly dribbled and pivoted, turning his back to Yi and adopting a classic post-up stance. This dribbling maneuver is remarkably secure. Under ordinary circumstances, it is improbable that a steal would occur. With his long wingspan, Olajuwon presses his back against Yuchinchin, swiftly executing a dribble and pivot, intending to glide past Yuchinchin. The fluidity of Olajuwon's movements is akin to a flowing stream. Barring any unforeseen events, he would effortlessly maneuver around Yuchinchin's defense and approach the basket. Subsequently, upon losing his defensive position, Yuchinchin would instinctively rush to the basket to resume his defense. In that moment, it is certain that Yuchinchin's composure would be compromised. With just a subtle feint toward a jump shot, Yuchinchin would undoubtedly leap into the air. Rather than immediately taking the shot after deceiving Yuchinchin with his initial feint, Olajuwon would wait for Yuchinchin to return to the ground before executing another feint, prompting Yuchinchin to jump once more. Only after Yuchinchin has landed for the second time would he contemplate whether to take the shot. His strategy is to toy with Yuchinchin multiple times, deliberately diminishing his confidence. This is precisely Olajuwon's intention. However, as he attempted this sequence, he encountered a slight complication. While backing down against Yuchinchin, he realized that he could hardly budge him. In fact, as he exerted force during the backing maneuver, he found himself inadvertently moving outward. This compelled the interruption of his back attack turn. This was an unprecedented situation for him. However, Olajuwon, a seasoned veteran on the court, remained composed in the face of this unexpected challenge. Harnessing the outward momentum, he swiftly gathered the ball, pivoted, and executed a shooting motion. At this juncture, any defender facing Olajuwon would instinctively rush to block him, as his actions unmistakably signaled an imminent shot. Moreover, his shooting form was remarkably convincing. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Olajuwon did not encounter the anticipated defense from Yuchinchin. Instead, he found Yuchinchin resolutely maintaining his position, closely guarding him. Yuchinchin was not deceived in the slightest. Furthermore, as he pressed in, his right hand was far from idle. With precision, Yuchinchin's hand struck the basketball, dislodging it with significant force. Fortunately, Olajuwon reacted swiftly, retrieving the ball almost immediately. Nevertheless, Yuchinchin's deft interception had disrupted Olajuwon's offensive rhythm. The fluidity of his previous movements had been abruptly interrupted. Olajuwon now felt a wave of discomfort, akin to a gamer whose ultimate move is thwarted at the moment of execution, a sensation of profound frustration. At this moment, Olajuwon's mindset had grown somewhat anxious. Yuchinchin was firmly positioned before him, leaving him in a state of stasis. He had no choice but to either pass the ball or attempt a shot. Moreover, time was running short for his offensive play. However, passing the ball would signify Yuchinchin's successful defense, forcing him into a position where he could not shoot, which would undoubtedly boost the Lakers' morale and leave Olajuwon feeling humiliated. Thus, he resolved not to pass the ball. He had to take the shot despite Yuchinchin's defense, and it was imperative that he succeeded. Nevertheless, true to his reputation, Olajuwon believed he could still utilize his footwork and fakes to elude Yuchinchin, even without the ability to dribble. Consequently, Olajuwon once more turned his back, feigned a shoulder shake, and prepared to attempt a turnaround shot. The movement remained an astonishingly realistic shooting action. Even the players of the Rockets sensed that Olajuwon was poised to take his shot. Yet, Yi Qingsheng remained utterly unmoved. His feet seemed as if they were nailed to the ground, with not a hint of shifting balance, steadfastly glued to Olajuwon. With precious few seconds left on the shot clock, only 3 remained. Olajuwon felt a profound sense of frustration. He never anticipated that his most practiced offensive feint would fail to deceive Yi Qingsheng. With just 3 seconds left, he knew he had to shoot, but his reluctance lingered. As a master of footwork, he believed he could still outmaneuver Yi Qingsheng. Therefore, he executed one final shooting feint, bending his knees to gather the ball. He lifted it above his head, all the while fixating intently on Yi Qingsheng's feet. The slightest bend in Yi Qingsheng's legs would signify that he had fallen for the ruse. Yet again, Olajuwon was met with disappointment. Yi Qingsheng did not leap. This left Olajuwon in a state of profound frustration and suffocation, causing a shift in his emotions. The basketball he held aloft was now fully exposed before Yi Qingsheng. At last, Yi Qingsheng sprang into action. With merely 1 second remaining on the shot clock, he delivered a swift slap, sending the basketball flying from Olajuwon's grasp. In an instant, he surged forth like a leopard, swiftly retrieving the ball and sprinting towards the front court, leaving Olajuwon in a daze in the backcourt, questioning his existence. Chapter 67. Olajuwon's mental breakdown. Did he still dare to score over Yi Qingsheng? Aside from Olajuwon's existential doubts, Rockets head coach D'Antoni wore a look of sheer astonishment. After all, this was Olajuwon. His footwork and offensive techniques were remarkably diverse. Typically, he was the one who overwhelmed others, never the other way around. Few could ever defend against him, let alone contain him. Even Patrick Ewing, the Knicks center, found Olajuwon's footwork to be exceedingly vexing. Ewing once stated in an interview, "What I despise most are those exasperating moves of Hakeem. You can never predict when he will shoot during his feints. It seems as though every feint is a shot. Yet each time, it appears to be a mere illusion." In addition to Ewing's trepidation towards Olajuwon, Admiral Robinson also harbored immense frustration towards him. A particularly infamous moment occurred when he attempted to defend Olajuwon under the basket, only to be deceived 3 consecutive times, each time leaping in vain, ultimately witnessing Olajuwon score effortlessly before his eyes. This moment has since become one of the defining highlights of Olajuwon's illustrious career. Whenever fans recall Olajuwon's signature footwork, they inevitably think of this scene where he toyed with Robinson. Thus, Robinson's aversion to Olajuwon's troublesome footwork is well documented. Today's league's renowned centers all regard Olajuwon with a sense of apprehension. Such a master of footwork, feared even by the league's elite centers, was now rendered unable to shoot under Yi Qingsheng's defense, ultimately being swatted away with a resounding block. Presently, Yi Qingsheng had distanced himself dramatically, skillfully dribbling down to the basket to execute a powerful, axe-like dunk. 2-4. Yi Qingsheng scored for consecutive points, turning the tide of the game. The Rockets fans in attendance fell into a hushed silence as their star player, Olajuwon, found himself unable to shoot under Yi Qingsheng's defense and ultimately suffered a formidable block. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to them. Who, pray tell, is this Lakers player adorned in the illustrious number 28 jersey? In stark contrast to the despondency felt by the players and fans of the Rockets, the morale of the Rockets camp surged instantaneously. Notably, James Worthy and Vlade Divac displayed expressions of exhilaration upon witnessing Yi Qingsheng successfully thwart Hakeem Olajuwon. At that moment, Yi Qingsheng had already repositioned himself on defense. He celebrated with high fives from his teammates, yet his countenance revealed no hint of elation. After establishing his defensive stance, Yi Qingsheng approached Olajuwon and, imitating his shooting feint, remarked, "No offense intended. I must ask, are you perhaps cramping?" Yi Qingsheng's words reached the ears of the Lakers players, who could hardly contain their laughter. It must be said that Yi Qingsheng's prowess in banter is indeed remarkable, to the extent that it provoked a sense of irritation among them. Olajuwon's face was etched with frost, as he felt a profound humiliation from Yi Qingsheng's taunts. With a steely gaze fixed upon Yi Qingsheng, he gritted his teeth and warned, "Little one, I advise you to temper your arrogance. One successful defensive play does not signify your prowess. I hope you can still find joy in the game ahead." At this juncture, Olajuwon was thoroughly incensed by Yi Qingsheng's provocations. He felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly disappoint the fans. This marks the inaugural match of the new season, and he is determined not to embarrass himself in front of the home crowd. He intends to secure victory and demonstrate to the fans that his form remains unwaveringly excellent. Beyond the supporters of both teams, The management from each side is also keenly observing the game, including the legendary and recently retired Magic Johnson. At this moment, Magic Johnson sits comfortably in his home, a broad smile adorning his face. He is immensely pleased with Yi Qingchun's defense against Olajuwon. Initially, he harbored concerns that Yi Qingchun might feel nervous on the court. However, it appears those worries were unfounded. From the very onset, Yi Qingchun unleashed his full potential, exhibiting not only formidable offensive prowess, but also an exceptionally robust defense. Even Olajuwon found himself rendered incapable of making a shot due to Yi Qingchun's relentless guarding. Such an extraordinary performance is truly impeccable. The owner of the Lakers, Boss, is equally engrossed in this match. After all, he has invested a considerable sum to secure the talents of Yi Qingchun. He is eager to witness how Yi will perform in the season opener. Presently, his spirits are elevated. Indeed, Jerry's foresight in this draft has proven to be commendable. Although our team has resolved to embrace a rebuilding phase this season, the potential displayed by this rookie suggests he could be a delightful surprise for us. Returning our focus to the court, we find Olajuwon positioning himself directly behind Yi Qingchun, raising his hands to receive the ball. He must score under Ye's defense to validate his prowess. However, when a player becomes fixated on such an obsession, it may not bode well. Especially for Olajuwon at this moment, his intent to score against Ye's defense is likely to yield unfavorable outcomes. Yi Qingchun's training during the offseason can only be described as relentless. Over the span of 3 months, he has not afforded himself a single day of rest. Each day begins with unwavering dedication. From shooting drills to ball handling exercises and strength training, fatigue is a foreign concept to him. His boundless stamina sustains him through this grueling regimen. Nevertheless, humans are inherently emotional beings. Despite his physical endurance, the monotony of such training can feel torturous to an outsider. In truth, Ye's mindset during this rigorous training period has been one of considerable turmoil. After all, even without pushing himself to the limits, his current abilities would suffice for a commendable performance in the new season. Yet, Yi believes that with the system at his disposal, it is prudent to strive for greater excellence, rapidly enhancing his skills. He envisions unveiling his formidable abilities right from the outset of the new season, which would be immensely gratifying. Moreover, since the commencement of the preseason, he has harbored a fervent determination. While he outwardly displays no dissatisfaction, he has meticulously noted the ridicule and criticism directed at him by outsiders. He yearns for the opportune moment to deliver a resounding rebuttal, proving how profoundly ignorant their mockery was. Now, the opportunity lies before him, with the Lakers granting him a starting position. He no longer needs to conceal his talents. He is poised to showcase his full capabilities in this season opener. At this moment, Olajuwon has received a pass from a teammate. Instead of immediately dribbling, he leans back, gauging Yi Qingchun's strength. Typically, this leaning gesture serves as a preliminary test, so defenders often do not take it too seriously. However, Olajuwon's action carries significant intent. He senses Ye's strength and recognizes the earnestness with which Yi is defending against him. This is the outcome he desired. Chapter 68. Olajuwon takes the initiative to defend against Yi Qingchun. Let us learn about Taizhan. At this moment, Olajuwon executed a swift pivot, forcefully maneuvering past Yi Qingchun. After pivoting and dribbling, Olajuwon positioned himself beneath the basket. He immediately performed his signature feint, initially mimicking a reverse layup, with Yi Qingchun already trailing behind him. In this scenario, he should have taken off. However, Yi Qingchun remained grounded. Olajuwon, undeterred, continued to retrieve the ball and feigned a straightforward layup. Yet, Yi Qingchun remained unfazed. At that moment, Olajuwon comprehended the situation. He understood why Yi Qingchun refrained from jumping. It was because he had not prepared to leap and block himself. Surely, he had received instructions from the coach prior to the game, compelling him to avoid jumping at all costs. After all, the player he was defending was none other than himself. This made things considerably easier. Without a jump, he could simply take a shot right in front of him. This time, Olajuwon did not resort to a faked shot. He directly initiated his shooting motion. However, at that precise moment, Yi Qingchun's right hand ruthlessly sliced downward. Once again, he executed a flawless steal. The basketball in Olajuwon's grasp was deftly swiped away by Yi Qingchun. Instantly, Olajuwon clutched the ball with both hands, while Yi Qingchun simultaneously placed his hands atop the basketball. Olajuwon initially anticipated a jump ball would ensue, yet he was mistaken once more. He sensed an immense force emanating from Yi Qingchun's hands. Even he felt powerless against this force. In merely an instant, Yi Qingchun had seized the basketball. At that moment, a thought crossed Olajuwon's mind. This is not merely a steal, it is an outright robbery. As he struggled to articulate his frustration, Yi Qingchun had already launched a counterattack. However, Olajuwon's reaction was swift. He immediately grasped Yi Qingchun's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Olajuwon. Yi Qingchun felt a pang of regret. Had he been a fraction quicker, it could have been yet another fast break score. The referee indicated for the Lakers to resume play. Turning back to Olajuwon, Yi Qingchun playfully teased, "Hey, Hakeem, how many points do you give me for that steal?" Yi Qingchun's just visibly irked Olajuwon, who shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Young man, I advise you not to be overly zealous." Olajuwon's words instantly illuminated Yi Qingchun's perspective. The phrase was all too familiar to him. Thus, Yi Qingchun, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Can a young person be called such if they are not impetuous?" After saying this, he chuckled and shook his head as he sprinted towards the court. Olajuwon found himself increasingly vexed by Yi Qingchun's rebuttal. Typically, he would remain unfazed by his opponent's banter. Yet today, his composure was repeatedly disturbed by Yi Qingchun's words. Nevertheless, he could not help but find a semblance of truth in Yi Qingchun's statement. Reflecting on his own youth, he realized he had once been equally arrogant. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts. At that moment, he quickly adjusted his mindset, acknowledging that Yi Qingchun's taunts had indeed unsettled him at the start. However, he had now completely recalibrated his focus. His current resolve was to maintain his composure, defend diligently, and demonstrate to Yi Qingchun what a true star player embodies. During the Lakers' next offensive play, the ball was once again passed to Yi Qingchun. Upon receiving the ball, he found himself facing Olajuwon, who had stepped up to guard him. The Houston fans erupted with excitement at the sight of Olajuwon confronting Yi Qingchun. Previously, Yi Qingchun had successfully defended against Olajuwon twice, leaving the fans in considerable dismay. However, seeing Olajuwon take the initiative to guard Yi Qingchun signified Olajuwon's intent to reclaim his dignity. At this moment, Yi Qingchun signaled to his teammates to clear the space. The Lakers players were well aware of Yi Qingchun's prowess. It could be said that during practice, Yi Qingchun had outperformed every member of the Lakers team. Even James Worthy hesitated to defend him one-on-one. This was not solely due to Yi Qingchun's offensive skills, but rather his adeptness at leveraging his physical advantages. Standing at 2.06 meters tall and weighing 120 kilograms, Yi Qingchun's remarkable physique was further complemented by a mere 9 body fat. This signifies that Yi Qingchun is devoid of any excess flesh. In a nutshell, he is a paragon of muscularity. Consequently, when defending against Yi Qingchun, opponents invariably find themselves overpowered by his formidable physicality, resulting in their effortless displacement and his successful scoring. Thus, at this moment, as Yi Qingchun gestures for the Lakers players to create distance, they instinctively comply, eager for Olajuwon to experience the sheer force of Yi Qingchun's assault. Olajuwon possesses remarkable defensive prowess. He excels not only in assisting defense but also in individual guarding. As a master of footwork, he has an innate ability to anticipate the movements of offensive players with precision. At this juncture, Olajuwon fixates intently on Yi Qingchun's footwork. When Yi Qingchun encounters Olajuwon before him, a subtle smirk graces his lips. "If you intend to defend against me, you truly ought to exercise caution." With this warning, he initiates his offensive dribble. Olajuwon swiftly perceives that Yi Qingchun is devoid of any feints. He directly dribbles and turns his back, preparing for a post-up maneuver. Olajuwon, wearing a look of disdain, contemplates, "You wish to back me down and score?" This is nothing short of a delusion. Olajuwon has firmly positioned himself, unwilling to grant Yi Qingchun any opportunity to advance. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchun has commenced his first back-to-basket dribble. Those familiar with basketball understand that back-to-basket play hinges on the harmonious interplay between strength and the rhythm of dribbling. This maneuver demands not only power but also a keen sense of timing. However, the moment Yi Qingchun leaned into Olajuwon while dribbling, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Qingchun's initial foray resembled an iron wall. When Yi Qingchun first backed into Olajuwon, he nearly lost his balance. The sheer force exerted by Yi Qingchun was truly formidable. Just as Olajuwon was engulfed in astonishment, Yi Qingchun initiated his second back-to-basket dribble. What Olajuwon did not realize was that Yi Qingchun's first attempt was merely a probe, employing only 30% of his strength. In contrast, during the second attempt, he exerted 50% of his might. Yi Qingxin successfully pressed against Olajuwon, and the latter, upon contact, experienced a profound transformation in demeanor, instantly losing his equilibrium. Chapter 69, Olajuwon is stunned. Yi Qingxin sent him flying. Under normal circumstances, when defending against a back-to-basket play, the defender typically leans their entire weight onto the offensive player. The aim is to prevent the attacker from easily penetrating the lane. Although Olajuwon towered over Yi Qingxin, he outweighed him. Thus, while attentively tracking Yi Qingxin's footwork, Olajuwon also leaned his center of gravity onto him, hoping to thwart any advances. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. During the second back-to-basket attempt, Yi Qingxin knocked Olajuwon to the ground. The latter slid backward for a considerable distance before colliding with the basketball hoop, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Yi Qingxin seized the opportunity to pivot and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Remarkably, he achieved this with merely a slight rise on his toes, effortlessly completing the dunk. Just as the Lakers players prepared to celebrate, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul on Yi Qingxin. Upon seeing the referee's signal, Yi Qingxin's expression turned sour. He did not believe his recent offensive maneuver constituted a foul. Yi Qingxin even felt that Olajuwon had been overpowered and caught off guard, resulting in his being knocked down. However, the Rockets fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, clearly perceiving Olajuwon's defense as remarkably successful, believing he had forced Yi Qingxin into an offensive foul. The other Rockets players rushed to Olajuwon's side, their faces alight with excitement as they reached out to help him up. Yet, Olajuwon did not extend his hands. Instead, he grimaced in pain, clutching his chest. In truth, Olajuwon was not feigning. He had genuinely been knocked down by Yi Qingxin. Moreover, Yi Qingxin had not even executed a shoulder drop. He had truly utilized his back to deliver the impact. This is a legitimate offensive move. However, perhaps due to the excessively realistic nature of his fall, the referee called an offensive foul on Yi Qingxin. Although this verdict may be a misjudgment, at least it does not bring him significant embarrassment. Nevertheless, he now feels a heavy discomfort in his chest and requires a moment to recover. The players of the Rockets have also noticed Olajuwon's unusual condition, exchanging glances filled with concern. Meanwhile, the large screen at the venue is replaying the moment Yi Qingxin collided with Olajuwon. The slow-motion replay clearly shows that Yi Qingxin did not exert any force during this offensive maneuver. His back-to-the-basket move is entirely legitimate. He merely leaned against Olajuwon while dribbling towards the hoop. Olajuwon's fall appears entirely genuine, not staged in the slightest. After reviewing the replay, the commentator expressed his uncertainty, stating, "Why do I feel that player 28's actions do not resemble an offensive foul? It seems more like he simply used his strength to knock Hakeem down." This remark elicited a chorus of boos from the Rockets fans present, who firmly believed that Yi Qingxin had indeed initiated the contact, thus justifying the offensive foul. However, Olajuwon remains on the ground for an extended period, unmoving. This situation has undoubtedly instilled a sense of concern among the fans of the Rockets. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Olajuwon finally extended his hands towards his teammates, allowing them to lift him up. Upon rising, his expression remained tinged with discomfort. At that moment, Yi Qingxin casually passed by him, lightly remarking, "Is that all it takes to keep you down? I only exerted 50% of my strength." Yi Qingxin's words left Olajuwon feeling quite vexed. Truly, Yi Qingxin's strength was the most formidable he had ever encountered among his adversaries, even surpassing the power of Barkley. His chest still throbbed with a lingering pain. However, Olajuwon chose not to reveal this, letting out a heavy grunt before striding towards the front court. Observing Olajuwon occasionally rubbing his chest, Yi Qingxin knew that he had indeed suffered a setback. Regrettably, the offensive play was ultimately nullified by the referee, which was a great pity. Once again, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. Due to his discomfort, Olajuwon refrained from actively seeking the ball for an offensive play. Ultimately, it was Sop who received the ball in a low position, while Yi Qingxin returned to his defensive stance. Defending against Sop, Yi Qingxin felt no pressure whatsoever. When Sop turned with his back to him and attempted a fadeaway jumper, Yi Qingxin leaped up, delivering a resounding rejection. The basketball was retrieved by Byron Scott, who swiftly transitioned to offense. Following the block, Yi Qingxin quickly trailed behind him. The Rockets' defense was momentarily caught off guard. As Scott dribbled ahead, Yi Qingxin remained in pursuit. The defensive players of the Rockets lagged behind the two. Thus, this fast break became a showcase for the Lakers. Upon reaching the front court, Scott leapt beneath the basket, striking the ball against the backboard. The rebound was deftly caught by Yi Ching-chun, who had soared in from behind, and with great force. He slammed the ball into the hoop. This was a swift defensive play culminating in a spectacular alley-oop. The Lakers have once again secured a score. Such an outcome is difficult for the home fans of the Rockets to accept. The prowess of the Lakers' number 28 player has surpassed their expectations. He has exhibited remarkable dominance on the defensive end, making it exceedingly difficult for even Hakeem Olajuwon to find a clear shot before him. The commentators, in a state of utter astonishment, exclaimed, "My goodness! What am I witnessing?" This marks 3 consecutive defensive successes. His defensive mastery is undeniably formidable. The Rockets find themselves in significant trouble. They must reevaluate their approach towards this rookie player. No sooner had the commentator finished speaking than Rockets head coach, Tancini, called for a timeout. At this juncture, a request for a timeout is imperative, as the situation is decidedly unfavorable for the Rockets. Their lack of a clear understanding of Yi Ching-chun has rendered him a significant threat on the defensive end. A comprehensive reevaluation of the Rockets' offensive strategy is essential. Since the commencement of the match, Yi Ching-chun has consistently delivered remarkable performances, leaving many Rockets fans utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Lakers head coach Dunleavy has expressed considerable satisfaction with Yi Ching-chun's display. "Well done, rookie." As he exited the court, James Worthy enthusiastically patted Yi Ching-chun on the back, exclaiming in excitement. This action caused Yi Ching-chun's brows to furrow slightly. Why does this gesture of encouragement from James Worthy seem somewhat pretentious? Chapter 70, Achieving a Triple-Double by Halftime. The Rockets are getting desperate and are prepared to take drastic measures. The expression on Magic Johnson's face, who is closely watching this match, is one of great satisfaction. Yi Ching-chun's performance aligns perfectly with his expectations, particularly when he witnessed Olajuwon struggling under Yi Ching-chun's defense. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Splendid. This Hakeem often flaunts his offensive prowess to toy with others, but he has finally encountered his nemesis. When he was knocked aside by Yi just now, the expression on his face was quite agonizing. He has undoubtedly suffered a significant setback. Nice. Indeed. He lives up to my selection. He has not disappointed me. Under his defense, Hakeem is finding it exceedingly difficult to even take a shot, which astonishes me greatly. At this moment, Jerry West's mood is equally exhilarating. Naturally, he is quite concerned about Yi Ching-chun's performance in the season opener. This inaugural match serves as a test for Yi Ching-chun, and it is equally a trial for Jerry West. With such a brilliant performance right from the outset, it undeniably attests to Yi Ching-chun's formidable prowess. This serves as an excellent explanation for Lakers owner Bus. However, the match has only just commenced, and the Rockets' unfamiliarity with Yi Ching-chun has afforded him commendable performances in both defense and offense. Consequently, following the timeout, the Rockets will undoubtedly intensify their focus on guarding Yi Ching-chun. Thus, should he aspire to maintain his exceptional performance in the ensuing matches, it shall become increasingly challenging. At this moment, the true test of Yi Ching-chun's abilities has arrived. If he can adeptly handle the ball even after being targeted by the Rockets, it would undeniably demonstrate his potential as a superstar. On the Rockets bench, head coach Tancini was elucidating the defensive strategy to the players. "You all witnessed how we underestimated player 28, allowing him to decisively outmaneuver us. Henceforth, we must not permit him to wreak havoc upon us any longer. Our offense should steer clear of him, and our defense must provide him with focused attention. If necessary, we shall double-team him." Coach Tang's words resonated with the players, who nodded in agreement. It was indeed imperative to keep a close watch on Yi Ching-chun, preventing him from continuing his audacious play. "Hey, Hakeem, I will have sought provide you with an off-ball screen. Once you receive the ball in the mid-range, you must shoot decisively. You need to respond with your strengths. Can you do that?" "Rest assured, Coach, leave it to me," Olajuwon replied earnestly. Clearly, he understood the coach's intention. By having Sop set an off-ball screen for him, the aim was to prevent Yi Ching-chun from hounding him, thereby simplifying Olajuwon's offensive efforts. With the strategy realigned, the game resumed. Following the timeout, the Rockets indeed altered their offensive approach. Under Sop's off-ball screen, Olajuwon received the ball in an unguarded position. He executed a smooth mid-range jump shot, scoring effortlessly. At this moment, Yi Ching-chun found himself effectively obstructed by Sop. He had anticipated this outcome, for anyone capable of competing in the NBA is no fool. Especially when aware of their own strong defense, the Rockets would certainly seek to shield Olajuwon from any direct confrontation. However, after making the shot, a pained expression crossed Olajuwon's face. He felt a dull ache in his chest. leading him to wonder if something was amiss with his ribs. Nevertheless, the team needed him, and he could not afford to rest. Yi Ching-chun noticed the agony on Olajuwon's face and began to speculate. He gently shook his head. It was said that the games of this era were rife with physicality, yet why did it seem that these stars were so fragile? Had Olajuwon overheard Yi Ching-chun's thoughts? He might have been incensed enough to spit blood. It is essential to realize that vigorous competition does not inherently lead to injury. The Rockets' defense against the Lakers also became increasingly targeted. Whenever Yi Ching-chun received the ball, the Rockets players would swiftly converge upon him. Little did they know, this was precisely the outcome Yi Ching-chun sought. His initial barrage of attacks was, in fact, designed to draw the Rockets' attention and elicit their double team. Thus, he was able to utilize his strategic positioning to pass the ball to an open teammate, coupled with Yi Ching-chun's height advantage. He had already identified his unmarked ally the moment he was double-teamed. The basketball was swiftly relayed by Yi Ching-chun to Divac, who had maneuvered into the paint. After receiving Yi Ching-chun's pass, Divac effortlessly scored with a reverse layup. The Lakers' offense appeared remarkably fluid, and Dunleavy was quite pleased with this outcome. Subsequently, the Rockets and the Lakers engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. The primary offensive force for the Rockets was Olajuwon, and whenever Yi Ching-chun sought to defend against him, players would invariably swap in to ensure Yi Ching-chun could not face Olajuwon one-on-one. When confronted by other Lakers players, Olajuwon operated with ease, showcasing his signature footwork with aplomb. Conversely, the Rockets were unable to contain Yi Ching-chun's prowess, often finding themselves at his mercy. When the Rockets attempted to double-team him, Yi Ching-chun would decisively pass the ball to an open teammate, assisting them in scoring. If the Rockets refrained from double-teaming him, he would aggressively charge toward the basket, leveraging his formidable physique. Few on the Rockets could withstand Yi Ching-chun's onslaught. They either succumbed to his scoring underneath the rim or committed fouls, sending him to the free throw line. Yi Ching-chun's style of play left the Rockets players feeling exasperated and helpless. By the conclusion of the first half, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of over 10 points against the Rockets, 65-55. As for Yi Ching-chun's individual statistics, they were equally impressive: 20 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. Achieving a triple-double in just the first half is a remarkable feat in the annals of NBA history. It is noteworthy that this was Yi Ching-chun's inaugural regular season game, facing off against the formidable Texas team, the Rockets, which also boasted the presence of Olajuwon. Thus, Yi Ching-chun's performance was indeed sufficient to capture the attention of players across the league. In the Rockets' locker room, Olajuwon's expression was grave. His performance was not subpar. Aside from being successfully defended by Yi Ching-chun at the outset, he had also shown in the subsequent plays, amassing over 20 points and 10 rebounds. However, in comparison to Yi Ching-chun, his display paled considerably. At this juncture, Tancini solemnly articulated his directive: in the second half, we must become more aggressive. If he dares to charge the basket again, you must take him down hard. At all costs, let him understand the true nature of NBA competition. Chapter 71. Warsher was choked in midair and violently slammed to the ground. Yi Ching-chun's boxing DNA was ignited. The players of the Rockets instantly grasped the essence of Tancini's words. His intent was to instill fear in Yi Ching-chun through fierce physical confrontation, thereby affecting Yi Ching-chun's emotions and ultimately his performance. This is, in fact, a widely adopted defensive strategy in contemporary NBA, particularly effective against rookies entering the league, as this intensified physicality can have a significant impact on them. Therefore, in Tancini's view, subjecting Yi Ching-chun to such physical duress would certainly influence his state of play. Meanwhile, Olajuwon's countenance remained tense. He felt a lingering discomfort in his chest, compounded by the considerable physical strain he had endured as the team's primary scorer in the first half. This has resulted in a decline in his physical strength, accompanied by an increasing discomfort in his chest. For Yi Ching-chun, Olajuwon was filled with astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that a rookie, newly initiated into the league, would exhibit such a remarkable performance in his inaugural regular season game. Even he had to concede that Yi Ching-chun's performance in the first half surpassed his own by a considerable margin. However, as per Coach Tancini's tactical directives, Yi Ching-chun remains a novice player. Despite his robust physique and his ability to leverage his physical advantages to aggressively penetrate the paint and score, one must question whether he can maintain such a mindset when faced with intense physical confrontations. In Olajuwon's view, the answer is negative. He himself has traversed the path of a rookie, and reflecting on his own journey to fame, He recalls experiencing considerable trepidation when confronted with fierce physical challenges during his own rookie season. This psychological state gradually dissipated after enduring 2 seasons of trials. Thus, he did not believe that Yuchinchin would easily overcome such fears. Consequently, the second half of the match would truly test Yuchinchin's mentality. Olajuwon resolved to ensure that Yuchinchin experienced the essence of genuine competition, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within the Rockets' locker room. The Lakers' locker room resonated with laughter and cheer. Aside from Yuchinchin, who wore a smile, the other players were animated with excitement. Even James Worthy exuberantly exclaimed, "My goodness! Have you ever seen a rookie like this?" He completely dominated Hakeem in his very first regular season game. Incredible. He rendered Hakeem unable to shoot from the outset. Did you see the expression on Hakeem's face? Frankly, after facing him numerous times, I have never witnessed such a look of frustration. Yi, your performance today is truly exceptional. You have astounded us. Worthy's words received unanimous agreement from all Lakers players. Keith Irving stood behind them, equally exhilarated. Although he did not have the opportunity to play in the first half, Yuchinchin's splendid display ignited his passion. Naturally, on the sidelines, Keith waved his towel vigorously, embodying the spirit of a supportive teammate. He held a deep admiration for Yuchinchin. Observing his teammates' fervor, Yuchinchin simply smiled and shook his head, stating, "Hey, you are all being overly dramatic. I was merely focused during the game. If I am not mistaken, they will reveal their true capabilities in the second half." His words surprised Coach Dunleavy. Logically, one would expect Yuchinchin to feel a sense of pride under such accolades from his teammates, which is a common trait among young players. However, Yuchinchin exhibited no signs of arrogance. Instead, he calmly contemplated the Rockets' potential counterattack in the second half. His composed demeanor set him apart from many rookie players. Thus, Dunleavy nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Yi is correct. The Rockets will undoubtedly retaliate in the second half. Therefore, we must not relax our focus. We shall strive to secure victory in this season opener." The entire Lakers team shouted in unison. At this moment, Yuchinchin was also reflecting on his experience points. Having played a half, he realized that the intensity of regular season competition was indeed far more fierce than that of the Summer League. Moreover, while the Rockets players executed off-ball screens with considerable strength, he recognized that such force could not be employed to break through those screens. For if he were to recklessly collide with an off-ball screen, he would be penalized for defensive fouling. This made Yuchinchin realize that relentlessly pursuing a player during a match is indeed a rather formidable challenge. Hence, this is precisely why his performance data in the first half was somewhat lackluster. Initially, Yuchinchin believed that he could effortlessly amass impressive statistics during the regular season. However, it has become evident that his assumptions were overly simplistic. Moreover, Yuchinchin harbored a strong premonition that the Rockets would intensify their confrontation in the second half. Nevertheless, he found himself looking forward to the heightened intensity of the game. As the halftime break concluded, the match resumed. The third quarter commenced with the Rockets taking the lead in the offensive play, when Yuchinchin attempted to navigate around the Rockets' off-ball screens to guard Olajuwon. He sensed a shift in the Rockets' defensive strategy. As he endeavored to circumvent Sop's screen, he was unexpectedly met with a forceful nudge from Sop. Not only did Yuchinchin endure a solid hit from Sop's elbow, but he also delayed his defensive timing. Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as Olajuwon effortlessly received the ball and executed a jump shot that found its mark. When Yuchinchin turned to face Sop, he heard the latter boastfully exclaim, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." Observing Sop's smug demeanor, Yuchinchin couldn't help but smile. With a grin, he retorted, "I hope to see that arrogant smile of yours in the next possession." After speaking, Yuchinchin promptly dashed toward the front court. Sop, taken aback by Yuchinchin's audacity, felt a surge of displeasure. He acknowledged that he was unable to contain Yuchinchin, but as a seasoned player in the NBA, being ridiculed by a rookie was certainly irksome. His thoughts immediately drifted to Coach Tang Chinny's words, casting a shadow over his expression. This time, the initiator for the Lakers was James Worthy. After receiving the ball near the free throw line, he faced Sop's defense and decisively chose to drive toward the basket. In response, Yuchinchin quickly followed suit as James Worthy charged toward the hoop. Witnessing Worthy's aggressive approach to the paint, Sop gritted his teeth and lunged at the airborne Worthy, attempting to deliver a chokehold mid-flight. This is an exceedingly perilous maneuver. It is clearly aimed at the individual rather than the ball. James Worthy was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Sop's foul this time, as he was unceremoniously hurled from the air and crashed forcefully onto the ground. Moreover, He landed squarely on his back. The severity of the foul was utterly appalling. The referee immediately blew the whistle to signal the infraction. Players from the Lakers rushed over, glaring at Sop with indignation. Unbeknownst to them, Sop wore a disdainful smile, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Yuchichin, observing Sop's smirk, narrowed his eyes amused. This fellow certainly appears to be asking for a beating. Chapter 72, Sop's chokehold on Yuchichin, knocked to the ground by a single punch from Yuchichin. Sop's aerial chokehold left James Worthy in considerable distress. Furthermore, as James descended, he landed on his back, bracing himself with his hands upon impact, resulting in an injury to his wrist. Lying motionless on the floor for some time, James eventually began to recover. James, no longer in the bloom of youth, had been competing in the league for nearly a decade, now well into his 30s. The chokehold from Sop had indeed taken him by surprise, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Tensions flared between the two teams on the court, with the Lakers expressing their discontent towards Sop's actions. The referee positioned himself between the two sides, having halted the game. He issued Sop a standard defensive foul, while deliberating whether to escalate the infraction after reviewing the video footage. At this moment, the priority was to defuse the situation and separate the players. The Lakers, visibly aggrieved, assisted James Worthy to his feet. Returning to the sidelines, James bore a pained expression. After consulting with the team physician, it was determined that James should return to the locker room for further examination. This implies that James Worthy is likely to be absent for the remainder of the games. This is undoubtedly not good news for the Lakers. As James Worthy was assisted off towards the locker room, the Rockets fans in attendance surprisingly erupted into applause. It seemed that Worthy's injury was something they found worthy of celebration. This only exacerbated the players' discontent within the Lakers. Deng Liwei's face was etched with frost. He had not anticipated that the Rockets' defense would suddenly elevate to a significantly higher level. The injury of James Worthy is indeed unfortunate news for the team. At this juncture, the referee, after reviewing the video replay, has reassessed the foul committed by Sop, escalating it to a level 1 flagrant foul. Yet he refrained from ejecting him from the game. This decision has evidently displeased the Rockets fans in attendance, who responded with a cacophony of boos directed at the officiating crew. Even Sop himself appeared bewildered and innocent, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry towards the referee. At this moment, Sop still does not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. The reactions from the Rockets players and fans have incensed the Lakers players. With Yuchichin expressing shock at Sop's demeanor, it seems that in this era of basketball, having a thick skin is an essential skill. Nevertheless, the fact that he was not expelled is a silver lining. At least I still have the opportunity to teach him a lesson, he quietly contemplated. Although Lakers head coach Dunleavy vehemently opposed the call, his protest proved futile. Thus, the game resumed, with both teams returning to the court. Following James Worthy's exit due to injury, the Lakers substituted Eldon Campbell, who assumed the center position. Thus, Divac assumed the position of power forward, while Yuchichin transitioned to the small forward role. Yuchichin found Deng Liwei's arrangement to be exceedingly reasonable. Campbell stepped in for Worthy and successfully converted all his free throws, maintaining possession for the Lakers. The Lakers swiftly garnered 4 points, which further irked the Rockets players. The Lakers continued their offensive onslaught. Scott moved forward to receive the ball. Surveying his teammates' positioning from the arc, Yuchichin circled around to receive the pass. During this period, the primary focus was on Yuchichin. As soon as Yuchichin received the ball, Sop swiftly closed in on him. The head coach of the Rockets, Tang Cheney, had issued a stern command to Sop. He was not to allow Yuchichin to approach the basket with ease, while Olajuwon was also prepared to provide support at any moment. Consequently, Sop remained tightly attached to Yuchichin, denying him any opportunity to break through. However, Yuchichin was determined to advance, and Sop, akin to a mere paper figure, was utterly incapable of obstructing him. With the ball held high above his head, Yuchichin lowered his center of gravity, keenly observing Sop's stance. Sop, fully focused on the basketball in Yuchichin's hands, occasionally reached out to disrupt him, attempting to steal the ball. In that fleeting moment, an opportunity arose. Seizing the instant Sop made his move, Yuchichin launched himself forward with unyielding force. The explosive power in his legs propelled him, sending Sop, who was closely guarding him, reeling backwards several steps. Witnessing this scene, even Olajuwon, who was poised for help defense under the basket, displayed a look of astonishment. The sheer strength of Yuchichin was indeed formidable. Although Sop lacked an advantage in weight, his defensive skills were commendable. Yet, skillful defense crumbled in the face of raw power. After sending Sop flying, Yuchichin strode confidently toward the basket. While Olajuwon was still processing his shock, he instinctively positioned himself to block Yi Qingqian's path. Meanwhile, Sop, now furious after being shoved aside, felt a sharp pain in his chest. The sudden burst of strength from Yi Qingqian had indeed taken a toll on him. As Yi Qingqian approached the basket, Sop's eyes hardened once more with determination. He quickly followed closely behind Yi Qingqian. At that moment, Yi Qingqian, noticing Olajuwon blocking his way, showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he gathered his strength and accelerated, charging forward with resolute intent. At this moment, Olajuwon is positioned somewhat further back. He has even found himself standing within the small circle. This is indeed the critical zone for offense. Should Yi Qingqian choose to advance aggressively, it could potentially lead to a defensive foul against him. Yi Qingqian has already engaged in physical contact with Olajuwon, the immense force of the collision sending Olajuwon sprawling to the ground. Yi Qingqian seizes the opportunity to take his shot, just as he prepares to execute a fierce layup. Sop, who had been trailing from behind, unexpectedly commits a throat-hold foul against Yi Qingqian at that very moment. This action was even more brutal than his previous foul against Worthy, as it was executed from behind when Yi Qingqian was completely unprepared. Caught off guard, Yi Qingqian found himself in a chokehold by Sop, losing his balance in midair and crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Yi Qingqian internally exclaimed, "I was careless. An ambush." Nevertheless, his reflexes were remarkably swift. As he plummeted, he forcefully adjusted his landing posture, resulting in him landing on his rear. This maneuver significantly mitigated the risk of injury. The instant he hit the ground, Yi Qingqian had already devised a counterattack strategy. Thus, as he landed, he immediately sprang back up. Before Sop could even brace himself, Yi Qingqian swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch. In Chapter 73, amidst a single offensive, both combatants were injured. Sop suffered a broken rib while Yi Qingqian retaliated against the ambush. For Yi Qingqian, such a foul was clearly aimed at inflicting harm rather than merely preventing him from scoring. The earlier exit of James Worthy had already spoken volumes. Now, Sop had audaciously attempted a chokehold from behind. Was he truly addicted to such tactics? Consequently, Yi Qingqian could not possibly let such despicable behavior slide. Thus, following his fall, he quickly rose and retaliated with a punch. Yi Qingqian's punch was no random flail, it was a powerful jab. Those acquainted with boxing understand that a jab to the face can result in a spray of blood. At that moment, Sop had not even managed to display a defiant expression before blood began to spatter, for he had genuinely not anticipated Yi Qingqian's abrupt resurgence and immediate strike. Not just Sop, but the entire arena was taken aback by Yi Qingqian's audacity. Just moments before being struck, Sop was preoccupied with evading the referee's scrutiny, already concocting a facade of innocence, ready to explain that his actions were unintentional. As for the referee's potential ejection, he had little concern, knowing that two key players of the Lakers had already succumbed to his chokehold and could not continue. However, what Sop could never have foreseen was that Yi Qingqian not only escaped severe injury but also retaliated with breathtaking speed. Sop had no chance to scream before darkness enveloped him, and blood sprayed as he fell heavily backward. Yi Qingqian delivered a knockout punch to Sop. Revenge was swift and merciless. This encapsulates Yi Qingqian's life creed, as well as his conviction following the acquisition of his extraordinary abilities. Particularly, Sop's transgression this time was exceedingly egregious, provoking profound anger within him. The sequence of events unfolded rapidly, from Yi Qingqian sending Olajuwon flying, to being tackled from behind by Sop, culminating in Yi Qingqian delivering a decisive blow that rendered Sop incapacitated on the ground. Though this series of actions appeared intricate, it transpired in an instant. Even the referee's whistle was not sounded until after Yi Qingqian had risen from the ground. Subsequently, the spectators clearly witnessed Yi Qingqian's powerful punch that felled Sop. At that moment, Sop's face was drenched in blood, and it was evident that his nose had suffered a fracture. As for whether any of his teeth had been shattered, that remained uncertain. Sop's condition appeared exceedingly dire, leaving even the referee utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. In such a scenario, even the most seasoned referees seldom encounter such circumstances. It is even more remarkable that the player responsible for such an occurrence is a novice. At this moment, Olajuwon lies on the ground, groaning in agony. After colliding with him, Yi Qingqian strikes his chest once more. This intensified the discomfort in his chest, rendering even the act of breathing exceedingly arduous. At this moment, he awaited his teammates to assist him in rising, having already heard the sound of the whistle. From Olajuwon's perspective, he assumed that the referee had called an offensive foul against Yi Qingqian when he was knocked to the ground by Yi Qingqian. He had not witnessed Sop's action of choking him from behind. However, After a brief moment of waiting, Olajuwon sensed something amiss. His teammates did not come to his aid. Instead, he was met with genuine gasps of astonishment from the audience. Glancing at the expressions of the players on the court, he noted that the remaining 4 members of the Lakers shared a similar look of shock and disbelief. Yi Qingqian's sudden retaliation had utterly caught them off guard. Without the slightest hint of warning, Yi Qingqian had swiftly struck back. Initially, upon witnessing Sop once more choking their teammate, they had felt a surge of indignation and were poised to retaliate against Sop. Yet, to their astonishment, the so-called victim, Yi Qingqian, had already executed his retribution in the blink of an eye. The speed of retaliation was nothing short of explosive. Observing the expressions on the faces of the Rockets players, one could see nothing but sheer terror. The image of Sop being knocked to the ground by Yi Qingqian's punch was indelibly etched in their minds. When they witnessed Sop's brutal defensive maneuver, they instinctively surmised that the Lakers players would undoubtedly be exceedingly displeased. However, they did not deem Sop's actions to be unjustifiable. Their immediate instinct was to protect Sop from any potential attacks by the Lakers players. Yet, they were too late. The Lakers' retribution had already been executed in an instant. Ironically, it was Yi Qingqian, who had been choked and thrown to the ground, that completed the act of vengeance. This has completely upended their perception of revenge. Meanwhile, the fans of the Rockets at the scene have also come to a sudden realization. Gazing upon the unconscious and bloodied Sop on the ground, they instantaneously directed immense animosity towards Yi Qingqian. The reason for Sop's tragic plight lies in the punch delivered by Yi Qingqian. However, they did not ponder at all the rationale behind Yi Qingqian's decision to strike him. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of curses, with some fans even contemplating rushing onto the court. At this moment, the referee finally grasped the situation, swiftly directing his gaze towards both teams' benches. As the players seated there were the most likely to join the fray. Fortunately for the 3 referees, the players on both benches merely stood at the sidelines, their expressions frozen in shock. Clearly, Sop's downfall had profoundly impacted them. The camera at this moment fixated intently on Yi Qingqian, who exhibited neither despair nor fury. Instead, his demeanor was one of calm disdain. Yi Qingqian even raised the fist that had struck Sop, casting a glance at it before gently shaking his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his earlier blow. The expressions and actions of the crowd rendered the Rockets fans utterly restless. Some spectators even rushed down from the stands. Fortunately, the security personnel on site acted responsibly, promptly restraining these impulsive fans. The referees, witnessing such a tumultuous scene, were equally perplexed, having never anticipated such an occurrence. Furthermore, Sop's malicious foul was undeniably excessive. Had it not been for his egregious conduct, Yi Qingqian would not have unleashed such a fierce punch. However, the immediate priority was to manage the agitated emotions of both parties, as well as the unruly behavior of the fans. The referees quickly summoned the head coaches of both teams to the court, seeking their assistance in persuading the players to return to their respective benches. A re-evaluation of the conflict was imperative. Truth be told, both Rockets head coach Tanchini and Lakers head coach Dunleavy were equally astonished by the turn of events. Yi Qingqian's counterattack was utterly unexpected. Nevertheless, Tanchini swiftly regained his composure, instructing the team physician to assess Sop's injuries. Meanwhile, a stretcher was urgently prepared at the sidelines, as it was evident that Sop would need to be carried off. The subsequent decision on how to penalize Yi Qingqian for his attack became paramount. At that moment, Olajuwon was finally recalled by his teammates. As he was assisted to his feet, he grasped the unfolding situation. His gaze towards Yi Qingqian shifted, filled with a sense of despair as he thought, "This guy is truly a freak. He broke my rib and still managed to knock Sop out with a single punch. How terrifying." Chapter 74. Yi Qingqian's fierce blow sparks nationwide controversy. Nicole Kidman makes an entrance. Olajuwon was genuinely shaken by Yi Qingqian's ferocity, with his teammate Sop rendered unconscious. And after the physician's examination, it was clear that immediate medical attention was necessary. Thus, bloodied Sop was directly carried away on a stretcher. Upon being assisted to the bench, Olajuwon requested a medical evaluation as well. The team physician, after assessing Olajuwon's description, examined his chest and gravely stated, "Hey, Hakeem, your ribs may have sustained serious damage. You are unfit to continue playing. Immediate treatment is imperative." The physician's words left Rockets head coach Tanchini in disbelief. He had not anticipated the severity of Olajuwon's injury. Initially, upon witnessing Olajuwon fall due to Yi Qingqian's impact, he assumed it was merely an attempt to draw an offensive foul against Yi. However, it was evident that things were far more serious. Yuchichin had indeed broken Olajuwon's rib? His strength was terrifying. Nevertheless, the physician's counsel was one that must be heeded. As the unequivocal cornerstone of the Rockets, Olajuwon's health was paramount. Thus, Tancini acquiesced to the physician's recommendation, allowing Olajuwon to seek medical treatment. Consequently, the Rockets fans observed Olajuwon being assisted by teammates as he made his way toward the locker room. The fans of the Rockets are truly alarmed. Olajuwon is undeniably the cornerstone of their team. Now, he needs assistance to return to the locker room? At this moment, no one knows the nature of Olajuwon's injury. Even the commentator on side is experiencing a profound shock. Oh my goodness. What has happened to Hakeem? His expression seems to convey immense pain. When did he sustain this injury? No sooner had the commentator's words faded than the on-site photographer abruptly shifted the focus away from Yuchichin. At this point, the spectators present had come to a clear understanding. Moreover, upon landing, he consistently clutched his chest. This serves as evidence that Olajuwon's injury was indeed caused by a collision with Yuchichin. At this moment, the fervor of the Rockets fans present intensified against Yuchichin. They were so incensed that they almost wished to tear him apart with their bare hands. At this moment, even the players of the Lakers gazed at Yuchichin with altered expressions, though they were aware of Yuchichin's formidable physical resilience. They certainly did not anticipate that he would incapacitate two players during a single offensive play, one of whom was the league's elite star, Olajuwon. What an extraordinary achievement this is. It is worth noting that Olajuwon was able to remain unscathed amidst the onslaught of the bad boys. How did this unfold before Yuchichin? At this moment, Deng Liwei's expression was one of frustration and helplessness. Yuchichin's performance in the first half was nothing short of perfection, which greatly pleased him. However, to his astonishment, the second half began with a dramatic turn of events, as the Rockets' Sob's chokehold led to Worthy's injury and subsequent exit from the game. Now, Yuchichin had astonishingly managed to drive both Olajuwon and Sop of the Rockets out of the court. It appears that the Lakers have indeed profited from the situation. However, the referees have yet to render their final verdict. Nonetheless, Dunleavy predicts that Yuchichin is destined to face expulsion from the game. After all, Yuchichin's punch was undeniably potent. Given Sop's condition, a concussion is inevitable, and it is likely that his nose and teeth have suffered irreparable damage as well. Thus, the pivotal question remains, will Yuchichin face suspension? Regardless, he can no longer count on participating in this match. Dunleavy, with a hint of resignation, patted Yuchichin on the shoulder and remarked, "Hey, could you refrain from such force next time? You might be looking at a lengthy suspension." Yuchichin was taken aback by Dunleavy's words. "What? I merely threw a punch. Is that truly so severe? Isn't it said that NBA games are characterized by intense physicality?" His retort left Dunleavy momentarily speechless. Was there a misunderstanding on Yuchichin's part regarding the nature of the competition? Despite Dunleavy's astonishment at Yuchichin's aggressive maneuver, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the action. In this league, one must adopt a resolute demeanor. Otherwise, one risks being taken advantage of. Thus, even though Yuchichin might face expulsion or potential suspension, Dunleavy remained quite pleased with his performance in the inaugural game. Amidst the vehement boos from the Rockets fans, the referees finally approached the scorer's table. They have reached their ultimate decision. Yuchichin received a level 2 flagrant foul and was summarily ejected from the game. Upon hearing this news, Dunleavy displayed a look of utter disbelief. He even rushed to confront the referees, advocating for Yuchichin's cause. It was he who initiated the foul. "My player acted purely in self-defense." Dunleavy complained to the officials, who, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of shock, questioning whether they had misheard. The head coach of the Lakers astonishingly claimed that his players were acting in self-defense. Have you ever witnessed a form of self-defense that involves knocking someone out with a single punch? The referee could no longer contain his sarcasm. Dunleavy helplessly raised his hands, indicating that Yuchichin was truly innocent in this matter. However, after announcing Yuchichin's ejection from the game, the referee proceeded to declare another decision. Otis Thorpe of the Rockets, wearing number 33, was also assessed a flagrant foul of the second degree and ejected from the game. Once this penalty decision was announced, the entire arena of Rockets fans expressed their discontent. In their eyes, Sop was the victim. His departure had already been sufficiently tragic. How could they possibly justify his expulsion? What distinguishes this from the act of desecration? Therefore, the atmosphere within the entire arena of the Rockets is on the verge of being upheaved by this fervent crowd of fans. The ruling brought a slight sense of solace to Deng Liwei, for at least Sop received his due punishment. Meanwhile, Yuchichin, upon learning of his expulsion, ambled toward the changing room with a serene smile. As he traversed the player tunnel, some fervent fans hurled paper cups filled with cola in his direction. However, the security personnel trailing Yi Qingchen swiftly intercepted these assaults. At that moment, Yi Qingchen maintained an air of calm, contemplating whether he should retaliate if any of the fans truly struck him. It evoked memories of a past incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills, where a frenzied player surged into the stands and unleashed a barrage of blows upon an innocent fan. Ultimately, that unfortunate individual was vindicated. Thus, Yi Qingchen gently shook his head, reflecting that perhaps this was not the most prudent course of action. Should he ever decide to confront the spectators, it would be imperative to identify the instigator, ensuring he did not misdirect his ire. The match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Houston Rockets was broadcast live across the nation, attracting a considerable number of fans. Consequently, the moment when Yi Qingchen delivered a powerful strike was witnessed by many ardent supporters. It can be said that this game truly established Yi Qingchen's reputation. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa located in a wealthy district of Los Angeles, Nicole Kidman was intently observing Yi Qingchen as he entered the locker room. Her expression revealed a burgeoning interest in him. As soon as Yi Qingchen vanished into the player's tunnel, she swiftly picked up her phone and dialed her agent. "Casey, I need you to procure a ticket for the Lakers' next game immediately, and I want the front row." Chapter 75. The season opener. The Lakers triumph over the Rockets, securing a flourishing start. Yi Qingchen earns his teammates' recognition. In this nationally televised match, Yi Qingchen undoubtedly stole the spotlight. However, the contrast between his performance in the first and second halves was striking. In the first half, Yi Qingchen could be likened to a youthful version of the legendary Magic Johnson, as he achieved a triple-double and successfully defended against Olajuwon multiple times. Consequently, fans following the game were filled with optimism for Yi Qingchen's future, believing that the Lakers had made a lucrative trade. Yet, unexpectedly, the second half saw the Rockets intensify their defensive approach, leading to injuries among the Lakers players, including Worthy, who had to exit the game due to this reason. However, when Sop attempted to target Yi Qingchen, he was met with a fierce counterattack from Yi Qingchen himself. For the spectators of this match, while they were accustomed to the various conflicts and high-intensity confrontations characteristic of NBA games, witnessing Yi Qingchen retaliate with a boxing move marked him as a notable first in such instances. This is indeed a jab that one would encounter only in the authentic realm of the boxing ring. Once this jab strikes the opponent's face, the damage inflicted is indeed severe. Thus, the tragic fate of Soph is a direct consequence of this very punch. Magic Johnson himself was keenly observing the match, and upon witnessing Yi Qingchen's punch that rendered Soph unconscious, his expression was one of utter astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he could only shake his head in resignation and state, "Young man, that punch was truly remarkable." Returning our focus to the arena. Although Yi Qingchen had been expelled from the court, the Rockets fans remained vocally dissatisfied. They generated a cacophony of boos and noise, attempting to exert pressure on the referees. However, at this juncture, the officials had effectively muted these distractions. The game was far from over, with nearly an entire half still to play, necessitating the continuation of their duties. The referees signaled for the match to proceed. Both the Rockets and the Lakers faced varying degrees of player attrition. The Lakers were without Worthy and Yi Qingchen, while the Rockets had lost Soph and Olajuwon due to injuries. Consequently, the forthcoming segments of the game would rely heavily on the contributions of role players, as both teams were deprived of their stars. In comparison, the Lakers possessed a slight edge in strength, bolstered by the commendable prowess of Byron Scott. Additionally, the formidable interior presence of Divac and Perkins posed a significant threat. Perhaps influenced by Yi Qingchen's forceful retaliation against Soph, the Lakers' morale surged following his ejection. Thus, as the game progressed, the Lakers maintained an offensive momentum that consistently overwhelmed the Rockets. Ultimately, the Lakers sustained their lead, culminating in a resounding victory to kick off the new season. This is indeed a matter of great joy for the entire Los Angeles Lakers team. However, in stark contrast, the Houston Rockets find themselves in a rather dismal situation. Not only did they suffer a defeat, but their star player Hakeem Olajuwon and their key power forward have also sustained injuries of varying severity. This has a significant impact on their upcoming regular season schedule. Given Sop's injury, it is evident that he will be unable to return in the near future. Although Olajuwon's injury lacks a definitive diagnosis, his expression clearly indicates that he is gravely hurt. Thus, the opening match between the Rockets and the Lakers results in considerable losses for both teams. When the Lakers players returned to the locker room after the game, they found Yi Qingchen, with a relaxed demeanor, congratulating them. At that moment, James Worthy, brimming with excitement, remarked to Coach Dunleavy, "Coach, while I do not endorse conflicts on the court, Sop's actions were truly excessive, and it's led to my injury. Therefore, I believe Ye's response was justified. He takes pride in his retaliation." Worthy's words elicited laughter from the Lakers players, as they wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments, which echoed their own. As a rookie, this was Yi Qingchun's very first NBA game. To see him retaliate in such a bold manner after being deliberately fouled was astonishing, especially when he decisively knocked Sop to the ground with a single punch. Yi's audacity earned their deep admiration. Following Worthy's statement, other players chimed in, expressing their appreciation for Yi Qingchun's actions. Observing the players' reactions, Dunleavy shrugged in resignation and commented, "To be honest, I too found that punch immensely gratifying." This remark sent the entire Lakers team into fits of laughter. Yi Qingchun maintained a composed expression, sensing his teammates' affirmation through their voices. It seemed that in this era of basketball, one must indeed possess a formidable spirit. However, at that moment, Coach Dunleavy signaled for silence once more. "While I find his actions quite satisfying, the repercussions of such incidents are considerably serious. Yi, you must be mentally prepared for a potential suspension." Dunleavy's demeanor turned serious as he addressed Yi Qingchun. Yi Qingchun nodded naturally in response, saying, "I have considered the consequences. In fact, after he pulled me down from midair, I anticipated this outcome. Yet, even with this foresight, I proceeded without hesitation. To me, failing to prevent him from harming my teammate Worthy was already a lapse on my part. Now that he dares to threaten me, I absolutely cannot allow him to continue his arrogance. Thus, I acted without a moment's doubt." As Yi Qingchun calmly articulated his thoughts, the entire Lakers team fell silent. They had expected him to reflect on Coach Dunleavy's words, yet he did not. Instead, he boldly declared that he had no regrets about his actions. This undeniably illustrates that Yi Qingchun truly holds his teammates dear to his heart. It is no exaggeration to assert that his heartfelt words have significantly enhanced his teammates' fondness for him. Beside him, Kisu Owens was on the verge of tears, profoundly moved by Yi Qingchun's sentiments. At that moment, James Worthy took the initiative to lead the applause, prompting the entire Lakers team to join in a resounding ovation for Yi Qingchun. Observing his teammates' reaction, Yi Qingchun, while maintaining a composed exterior, felt a deep sigh of relief within. He had successfully impressed them. They were indeed touched. Chapter 76, Post-Match Interview, Confronting Reporters. The emergence of the court bully's reputation. Yi Qingchun's declaration was merely a strategy to bolster his teammates' goodwill. Although he possessed the confidence to swiftly secure the position of team leader, he understood that certain social nuances required careful cultivation. After all, basketball is never a solitary endeavor. At the very least, he had stood up for his teammates this time, ensuring that if he were to face malicious fouls again, his teammates would likely not remain passive bystanders. As a representative of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Qingchun had his own insights regarding social dynamics. After some commotion in the locker room, the Lakers players made their way to the shower area, for they were drenched in sweat after the game. Although Yi Qingchun had been expelled back to the locker room early, he had been too engrossed in banter with James Worthy to take a shower. Thus, he too ventured into the shower area at that moment. It is well known that the locker room showers, akin to those in swimming pools or public bathhouses, often witness a candid camaraderie among team members. However, Yi Qingchun habitually drew the shower curtain for a semblance of privacy, as he was still unaccustomed to being seen by others. Yet, while Yi Qingchun was shampooing his hair, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Hey, Yi, I've run out of soap. Do you have any left?" It was Kisu Owens. Reflexively, Yi Qingchun turned around, soap in hand, and extended it toward him. In that instant, he momentarily forgot his current state. Kisu Owens himself was oblivious to how he had taken the soap from Yi Qingchun and exited. Only after handing over the soap did Yi Qingchun belatedly realize, "Oh no, soap. Goodness, could Kisu Owens possibly be?" He pondered whether Owens would feel embarrassed enough to keep his head down. At that moment, Yi Qingchun felt a twinge of apprehension, resolving to be more cautious in the future. After all, many individuals may appear masculine on the surface, yet their true inclinations remain uncertain. While navigating life in a foreign land, one must learn to protect oneself diligently. Once the Lakers players finished their showers, they prepared to leave the arena. However, some players, including Yi Qingchun, were scheduled to attend a post-match interview with the head coach. When Yi Qingchun entered the press room, the atmosphere among the reporters became electric, to the extent that they completely overlooked Coach Dunleavy and directed their questions solely at Yi Qingchun. "Hey, Yi, I'd like to know, Did you ever study boxing? In response to the reporter's inquiry, Yi Qingchen displayed a resigned expression and replied, "You have an eye for detail. I am indeed a boxing enthusiast and have learned some techniques." His statement caused a stir among the reporters once again. The same reporter continued, "Is that why you landed a punch on Otis Thorpe?" At this question, Yi Qingchen's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "When you asked that question, have you considered what Thorpe actually did?" His retort left the reporter momentarily speechless. Yi Qingchen pressed on, "From your reaction, I already know the answer. You need not pose any further questions. Next question." Yi Qingchen's demeanor provoked considerable dissatisfaction among the reporters present. It is well understood that NBA players generally prefer to avoid antagonizing journalists, as these reporters possess the power to portray a player as either villainous or utterly uninspiring at a moment's notice. In this era, newspapers, magazines, and television serve as conduits of information. Therefore, offending a reporter could lead to a concerted effort to tarnish a player's reputation. This is profoundly detrimental to the development of a player's professional career. Consequently, many NBA players, adhering to the adage that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, refrain from provoking journalists. Some even go so far as to cultivate amicable relations with reporters, hoping that such rapport will inspire favorable mentions of them in print. This prevailing attitude has fostered a sense of arrogance among these journalists, who believe they are entitled to players' responses during interviews. They have grown accustomed to the expectation that players will answer their inquiries without hesitation. However, Yi Qingchen has shattered this convention. Not only did he decline to respond to the journalists' questions, but he also boldly retorted against their inquiries, ultimately instructing one to cease speaking altogether. Such an audacious rookie player was a rarity for these journalists. At that moment, Dunleavy was taken aback by Yi Qingchen's resolute demeanor. He did not wish for Yi to offend too many reporters, so he hurriedly intervened, stating, "It is well known that Yi is from the Dragon Nation, and his command of English is not particularly strong. Therefore, feel free to direct any questions to me." Dunleavy's words managed to quell some of the journalists' restlessness. However, a few reporters persisted in their inquiries directed at Yi Qingchen. "Hey, Yi, have you considered that your punch may have elements of a sneak attack? Or to phrase it differently, if Otis had been prepared, would you have succeeded in your ambush?" When this reporter posed the question, Yi Qingchen fixed his gaze upon him and responded, "Had he been ready, I fear his fate would not have been as simple as just being knocked out." Yi Qingchen's retort incited another wave of astonishment among the journalists. Frankly, they had never encountered such an audacious rookie player before. Typically, rookie players exhibit a degree of nervousness or unease during interviews. Yet Yi Qingchen displayed neither tension nor hesitation. Instead, he was remarkably confrontational. This situation left the journalists quite displeased, as they could not tolerate such an arrogant rookie player. They resolved to tarnish Yi Qingchen's reputation, aiming to demonstrate that reporters are not to be trifled with. Coach Dunleavy of the Lakers, upon witnessing the outcome, felt somewhat helpless. He concluded the post-game interview prematurely and departed with Yi Qingchen. Soon after, reports concerning the match were published, and simultaneously, Yi Qingchen's reputation as a court enforcer emerged before the fans for the very first time. Chapter 77. After a one-game suspension, he returns to face the bad boys. The Pistons. The battle begins. Fans who watched the Lakers face off against the Rockets certainly grasped the essence of the term court enforcer. However, for those who had not viewed the live broadcast, the nickname remained rather unfamiliar. It was precisely this moniker that piqued their curiosity about Yi Qingchen. Consequently, when they sought to uncover the truth behind the match, they were astonished to learn that Yi Qingchen had delivered a punch that knocked Otis Thorpe out cold. The latter was even carried off the court, unconscious and unresponsive. It is worth noting that during his interviews, Yi Qingchen had fiercely confronted numerous reporters. Thus, at this juncture, the journalists were likely to embellish their accounts of his actions. As a result, under the deliberate portrayal by these reporters, Yi Qingchen became labeled as a court enforcer. Concurrently, the league imposed additional penalties for Yi Qingchen's actions in knocking out Thorpe, resulting in a one-game suspension and a fine of $5,000. When this supplementary punishment was announced, fans, unaware of the truth, immediately deemed Yi Qingchen a court enforcer. Many fans began to condemn his actions, believing Thorpe to be the true victim. Thus, after just one game, Yi Qingchen's reputation began to tarnish significantly. This has left the Los Angeles Lakers public relations team in quite a predicament. Originally, the team intended to nurture Yi Qingchen's potential this season. However, he has tarnished his reputation right from the very first game. This truly has a significant impact on Yi Qingchen's future career. However, Yi Qingchen himself does not seem to be particularly concerned about this matter. He understands that in this era, if a player lacks controversy, it merely indicates that they have not had the opportunity for exposure. Currently, he is merely a rookie. Even if his statistics are impressive and he performs exceptionally well with the Lakers, others will inevitably look down upon him once they realize he is still just a novice. In this age, the NBA is still dominated by superstars like Michael Jordan. To garner attention from such icons, one must exhibit extraordinary skills. Yi Qingchen's strategy is to start with the media. He aims to establish a persona of a fierce competitor on the court, thereby attracting more fans. In crucial matches, if he can deliver outstanding performances, his reputation will receive ample exposure. In this day and age, exposure equates to opportunity. It signifies commercial value, which in turn draws businesses to him. That is when he truly enters the public eye and begins to earn. As for the one-game suspension, it honestly took Yi Qingchen by surprise. He had anticipated a suspension of at least 2 games. Thus, receiving only a one-game ban is not bad news at all. Naturally, the $5,000 in fines is quite painful for Yi Qingchen, as suspended games come without pay. Losing that amount from his own pocket is understandably distressing. However, he quickly devised a plan to avoid paying the fine himself. He would place bets with his teammates. What would the bets be about? Naturally, they would pertain to game-related matters. After the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets, their next opponent would be the Mavericks. In this match, due to injury, James Worthy was absent, coupled with the suspension of Yi Qingchen, which led to their defeat. The forthcoming game will be held at the Lakers' home court. This marks the inaugural home game of the Lakers this season. Furthermore, Yi Qingchen is set to make his return, while LeBron James and Worthy continue to remain sidelined. In this home game, the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Detroit Pistons. Thus, Yi Qingchen proposed a wager to James Worthy. "Hey James, are you interested in a bet? What shall we wager on? I bet I can achieve more than 5 steals from Isaiah." "Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable." "Excellent. Your disbelief only serves to validate the wager. If I succeed in stealing 5 times or more, you owe me $1. If I fail, I shall pay you $5,000. "Why only 5,000? "Because I incurred a fine of 5,000 for standing up for you." Ultimately, Worthy acquiesced to Yi Qingchen's challenge. In his view, despite Yi Qingchen's exceptional defensive prowess, managing to secure 5 steals from the legendary smiling assassin Thomas was nothing short of a fantasy. Thomas was renowned for his thievery on the court, possessing dribbling skills so refined that even Jordan found it challenging to snatch the ball from him. Indeed, the matchup between the Lakers and the Pistons was rife with intrigue. The playing style of the Pistons was notably aggressive, a fact that Dan could attest to most profoundly. In the 2 seasons preceding his championship victory, he fell victim to the Pistons on multiple occasions. The Pistons were infamous for their moniker, the Bad Boys. And they even devised a unique strategy tailored specifically to counter Dan, known as the Jordan Rules. In essence, the Jordan Rules dictated that once Dan gained possession of the ball, the intensity and physicality of their defense would surge dramatically. They would relentlessly impose physical confrontations upon him, often committing brutal fouls during his offensive maneuvers, leading to his being knocked to the ground and fostering feelings of frustration within him. The defensive strategy proved to be remarkably effective, leaving Danzy in a state of disarray, although he ultimately triumphed over the formidable challenge posed by the Pistons. The notorious reputation of the Bad Boys remains resoundingly intact. Furthermore, Yi Qingchen has been directly dubbed the court villain by the press, with both parties bearing unflattering monikers. What sort of sparks will ignite when the Bad Boys and the court villain collide on the basketball court? This in itself is a captivating spectacle. Consequently, this match is being broadcast live across the nation, and tickets for the event were sold out well in advance. For the fans of the Lakers, the inaugural home game of the season is a must-see. Similarly, Yi Qingchen and his companions are equally eager for the event. They not only refrained from criticizing Yi Qingchen's formidable debut, but also felt a profound sense of reassurance regarding his approach. The Lakers are set to face off against the Pistons at the Lakers' home ground. The match is on the verge of commencing. Chapter 78, the Lakers season opener at home. It is time to make a grand appearance. Longtime fans are aware that in the 1990s, the Lakers' home arena was not the well-known Staples Center, which only opened its doors in 1999. Prior to that, the home of the Lakers was known as the Great Western Forum. Thus, at this moment, the Lakers' home is referred to as the Great Western Forum. This marks Yi Qingchen's debut performance at the Western Forum Stadium. After all, during the preseason, he had yet to seize an opportunity to step onto the court. Thus, this is indeed his first official home game. although the match has yet to commence. The venue is nearly filled to capacity, and the electric atmosphere leaves Yichichin momentarily awestruck. He is about to engage in a highly anticipated match before an audience of nearly 20,000, predominantly Lakers fans. This signifies that these 20,000 spectators will fervently cheer for the Lakers. The sheer scale of such an event is undeniably astonishing. Yichichin finally comprehends the essence of home court advantage. Under such a vibrant atmosphere, his blood runs hotter. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yichichin regains his composure. He understands that the fans in attendance are quite realistic. Should he deliver an outstanding performance, their applause and cheers will be abundant. Conversely, if he falters or fails to meet their expectations, the reception could swiftly turn unfriendly. In a worst-case scenario, the audience might express their displeasure vocally. Therefore, players with fragile mental fortitude may struggle under the immense pressure and falter in their performance. However, such a situation is foreign to Yichichin. As he possesses a resilient spirit, the greater the stage, the steadier his performance. Naturally, this self-assured perception of his own capabilities is not immediately apparent to the fans. Moreover, this is also the first time Keith Irvins has encountered such a spectacle. Despite not having played in the previous 2 games, the grandeur of the home arena leaves his expression betraying a sense of overwhelming awe. When a teammate passes the ball to him, he is caught off guard, and the basketball inadvertently strikes him. Only then does he snap back to reality, his demeanor shifting to one of slight awkwardness. The passer is none other than Byron Scott, who would later become the Lakers head coach. With a smile, he jests with Keith Irvins, "Hey, rookie, not used to such a grand stage, are you? Just try not to wet your pants." Following Byron Scott's teasing, Keith Irvins feels increasingly anxious. Observing this, Yichichin approaches him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, there's no need to be nervous. Remember, all these fans are here to witness our performance. Our aim is to showcase our skills and evoke their astonishment and excitement." Yichin's words, imbued with confidence, greatly inspire Keith Irvins. He nods emphatically and mimics Yichin, lifting his gaze towards the audience. Keith Irvins first sets his sights on the sidelines, and in the next moment, he appears as if he has discovered a new world, his eyes wide with astonishment. He grips Yichin's hand and gestures toward a particular direction, exclaiming, "Yi, look over there. Oh my goodness, she is actually here. I'm a massive fan of hers. She is my dream girl." Yichin, intrigued by Keith Irvins' excitement, follows his gaze. It becomes clear that the source of his exhilaration is Nicole Kidman. Yichin, of course, recognizes her. She has made quite a name for herself in Hollywood, and her marriage to Tom Cruise was once highly celebrated, though their eventual separation remains a topic of speculation. Nonetheless, from an aesthetic standpoint, Nicole Kidman aligns with Yichin's tastes. Though he wouldn't go so far as to say he is an ardent admirer, he has seen some of her films, particularly those with more daring performances. And in his youth, he would often find himself captivated by her portrayals during late-night viewings. However, the current Yichin is no longer the naive youth he once was. Upon seeing her in person, he feels rather indifferent. "You really like her?" he inquires calmly. "Absolutely. Oh my goodness, she is actually here, and she loves basketball. I've decided I must perform well so she notices me." Keith Irvins replies, his excitement almost rendering him incoherent. Yichin observes him with mild amusement and gently shakes his head. "I just want to remind you, being a sycophant rarely ends well. Besides, the entertainment industry is a deep ocean. It's not a realm you can simply wade into." With that, Yichin returns to his warm-up shooting practice, leaving Keith Irvins to ponder his words. At that moment, Nicole Kidman's gaze remains fixed on Yichin. Ever since she witnessed his decisive punch on television, her interest in him has grown significantly. She genuinely enjoys basketball, particularly the fierce competition it entails. This could be considered a form of entertainment for her. Moreover, following Yichin's powerful punch,